Chapter 1. The Free America. Bang, bang. In a restaurant in Palo Alto, California, Li crouched beneath a table, evading the sudden gunfire. Hearing the piercing screams and gunshots, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn this beautiful country. I wish to return home. Whoosh. A bullet whizzed past Li, startling him. Come on, aim properly. Fear gripped him, terrified that a stray bullet might strike him. He had heard tales of the freedoms in this land, but never imagined it to be so perilous. A dark-skinned man, embroiled in a quarrel with a white individual, had drawn a gun in a fit of rage. Indeed, this was the free America, where gunfire echoed daily. Having arrived just half a day prior, he merely sought a bite to eat. What an unfortunate turn of events. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to take cover beneath the table. Bang, bang. 2 more shots rang out, and a tall white man collapsed beside him. Then, silence enveloped the restaurant. The fallen man was not yet lifeless, blood pooling as he gazed at Li Yi. Help! Help me! He raised a trembling hand, reaching out to Li Yi for assistance. Li Yi stared at the man, momentarily stunned. After a brief hesitation, he extended his hand, only for the man to kick his legs one last time before expiring. Li Yi continued to reach out, his fingers brushing against 3 orbs of varying colors emanating from the deceased. Life 2. Constitution 4. Guns 38. The chime of notifications resonated in Li Yi's mind, filling him with elation. This was a system. He had known that his golden finger might arrive late, but it would surely come. Though he had called upon the system numerous times since his arrival, he had not anticipated the need for a triggering condition. Withdrew his hand, he silently invoked the system panel. Host, Li Yi. Life, 12 out of 12. Spirit, 15 of 15. Constitution, 13. Source quality, 0. Skills, firearms LV2, 8/40. Gazing at the system panel, Li Yi attempted to calm himself, yet a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the interface, Luna, a vibrant waitress, noticed the dark-skinned man fleeing and rushed towards Li Yi. Upon seeing him crouched beneath the table with a grin, she found the scene quite peculiar. Li, are you all right? She inquired, concern etched on her face. They were neighbors and childhood friends. Luna worked part-time at the restaurant, and Li often visited her there. Seeing him in such a state, she grew anxious. Could he be struggling to accept the loss of his parents, perhaps teetering on the edge of madness? Hearing Luna's voice, Li snapped back to reality and quickly composed his expression. I'm fine. I wasn't hit, he replied. Luna breathed a sigh of relief, then turned her attention to the white man's condition. Li shook his head as he rose. He's already dead. There's no saving him. With such evident attributes, how could he possibly survive? Luna trusted Li Yi's judgment and produced a keypad to call for help. Yes, a keypad. Li Yi had traversed to the year 2005 in this beautiful country, and upon realizing the era he had entered, he felt reluctant. Although the internet was prevalent in this time, it was nowhere near as advanced as in his original world. No videos, no novels, far less entertaining. The original owner of this body was also named Li Yi. After absorbing his memories, he was uncertain whether he had crossed over to seize the body or merely awakened latent memories. In this world, he was a student at Stanford University. His parents had immigrated from China. Recently, his parents had gone to the bank to deposit money, only to encounter a gang of robbers who took them hostage to leverage the police. During the standoff, one of the officers, provoked by the robbers, opened fire, tragically killing both his parents and the criminals. While the criminals met their fate, his parents were lost forever. The original Li struggled to cope, ultimately succumbing to alcohol poisoning the previous night. Now, the Li who had crossed over could only helplessly accept the remnants of the original's life, including fragments of memory. After Luna finished the call, she sighed and remarked, I've been working here for a year and have already witnessed 3 such incidents. She was nearly desensitized to the violence of gunfire. Li mused inwardly. Indeed, this was the free America. Don't you think about finding another job? He asked. Luna gazed at him enviously. Unlike you, I'm not academically inclined. I can only attend community college. What other options do I have aside from working here? Besides, my boss treats me fairly well. In response to Luna's words, Li could only reply, I merely got lucky and scraped by. He then glanced at the corpse on the ground, lost in thought. In his mind, He questioned the system. Is death the only means to acquire attributes? However, the system remained silent, leaving Li Yi somewhat disappointed. This system seemed overly simplistic, offering only a cold panel. Yet, the ability to collect attributes was already remarkable. Something was certainly better than nothing. The other patrons had long fled, leaving only a few restaurant staff behind. Li Yi decided to remain in the restaurant until the police arrived, as Luna informed him that witnesses must be interviewed. Rather than wait for the police to come to him, it was wiser to await their arrival here. Before long, the wail of sirens drew near. A throng of police officers surged into the restaurant, led by a burly, mustachioed middle-aged officer. With keen eyes, he swiftly surveyed the scene before striding directly toward Luna and Li Yi. Upon reaching Li Yi, he appeared surprised and exclaimed, "Li, is that you? What happened?" Li Yi recognized the man before him, who had previously come to discuss the tragic death of his parents. Steeling himself, Li Yi expressionlessly recounted the events that had transpired. "Sheriff Orin, I merely came here to dine." The individual on the ground engaged in a dispute with a large black man, and then they drew their firearms and exchanged shots, resulting in this tragic outcome. Upon assessing the condition of the white man, the other officers shook their heads at Orin and remarked, "He's beyond saving. He has been struck by 3 bullets, one of which pierced his heart." Orin was unsurprised. Upon entering and witnessing the corpse, he had already deduced the grim reality. The demeanor of the deceased was remarkably stable, requiring no consolation from him, which is why he initially greeted Li Yi. After years in this profession, he could easily discern whether a victim could be revived. Luna interjected, "The restaurant is equipped with surveillance. It can attest that this incident bears no connection to Li Yi." Orin nodded and instructed a nearby officer, "Please check the footage and make a copy for our records." The officer promptly complied, skillfully retrieving the surveillance footage. Li Yi addressed Orin nonchalantly, "Sheriff, I have no further involvement in this matter. May I take my leave?" Orin paused, looking earnestly at Li Yi as he responded, "I believe this incident is unrelated to you, but I must convey that the true culprit behind your parents' deaths is not George. George could not have committed such an atrocity. Although we cannot currently substantiate his innocence, the real perpetrator remains at large." Li Yi cast a cold smile at Orin, retorting, "The surveillance footage clearly shows him firing the weapon. Is there someone who could impersonate him?" Chapter 2. Sam Winchester? Orin opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After a deep sigh, he said, "George has already been sentenced to a long term in prison. The compensation will be dispatched to you shortly." Li Yi seethed. Why was he not sentenced to death? "Surely you are shielding him." Orin offered a wry smile. "I can empathize with your feelings, but George truly lacked the motive to murder your parents. I hope you understand that George earned his position as sheriff through years of dedicated service. He would not engage in such behavior." Li Yi retorted furiously, "What do I know about your circumstances? All I am aware of is that he killed my parents. I will never forgive him." With that, Li Yi shoved past Orin and exited the restaurant. Orin stumbled slightly, watching Li Yi's retreating figure with a resolute gaze. "George, I am determined to prove your innocence and earn Li Yi's forgiveness." Though Li Yi's forgiveness may not reduce George's sentence, it would surely bring him some solace. Had it not been for George shielding him from a bullet all those years ago, he might not be alive today. He could never believe that George would directly execute a hostage, yet the footage made it difficult to absolve him. Li stepped out of the restaurant, his demeanor transformed into one of calm, starkly contrasting with his earlier agitation. While absorbing the memories of the original host, they did not significantly alter his nature. Sensing changes within his body, he summoned the system to examine his attributes. After claiming a luminous orb, his life increased by 2 points, his physique by 4 points, and he acquired a level 2 proficiency in firearms. The average attributes of an ordinary person are 10, are they not? His mental acuity stands at 15 points. Could this be a consequence of his transmigration? As he perused the newfound knowledge in his mind, Li realized it felt as though he had practiced these skills himself. Yet, he possessed many skills as well, such as driving, cooking, and speaking foreign languages. Why did these abilities not manifest on the panel? Were only acquired skills capable of being displayed? Contemplating the contents of the display, Li pondered how to accumulate attributes. The system lacked intelligence. Inquiries yielded no responses, compelling him to explore independently. Thus far, It appeared that individuals who perish do drop attributes. Where do the most deaths occur? Naturally, in hospitals. He wondered if animals also dropped attributes upon death. If so, he could easily apply for a position at a slaughterhouse. Lost in thought, Li arrived at Stanford University. He had previously taken a leave of absence due to family matters, and now he sought to initiate the process of withdrawing from school. Having acquired a system, what need had he for education? What purpose would it serve, other than to work for others? Now, he intended to delve into the system and accumulate attributes to become a formidable figure. Thus, he resolved to first complete the withdrawal process, taking a year or two off to reconsider. Should he wish to return to study, he could do so later. However, maintaining a student identity might prove beneficial. After careful consideration, Li Yi decided to withdraw. As he traversed the campus, he suddenly recognized an individual ahead, whose familiar figure bore a backpack and clutched a stack of documents. A towering figure at 6 feet 3 inches, with slightly brown hair, parted to reveal a hint of his forehead, the ends of his hair playfully curling, clad in a light blue denim jacket. Drawing upon his keen memory, Li unearthed this individual's identity. Sam Winchester? Li was momentarily taken aback. Stanford, Sam Winchester. Was this a world influenced by the supernatural? This realm hosted demons, angels, and even mythological figures from the East. While these extraordinary beings possessed remarkable abilities, they could traverse time and space. Conversely, their strength was not absolute. Angels and demons could engage ordinary individuals like Sam and Dean in fierce combat. They could even be countered by seemingly mundane objects. A bag of salt could render them powerless. Unfortunately, Li was not well-versed in the narrative of the supernatural. He had only watched the initial seasons. With hundreds of episodes, he lacked the patience to see them through to completion. After a moment's hesitation, Li decided to approach Sam and greet him. These two brothers were the protagonists of this world, and their presence would undoubtedly present numerous opportunities to acquire attributes, even those related to demons or angels. Feigning urgency, Li hurried past and inadvertently collided with Sam. The document Sam was holding slipped from his grasp and tumbled to the ground. Li quickly exclaimed, "I apologize, it was unintentional." Noticing Li crouching to retrieve the papers, Sam swallowed his initial urge to complain. He too knelt down to help gather the documents, saying, "No worries, just be more careful while walking in the future." Li picked up Sam's materials and casually glanced at them. They were filled with legal information. He feigned surprise and said, "Oh, are you studying law?" Sam nodded, responding, "Indeed, I'm Sam Winchester, a senior student here for an interview at the law school." Li expressed his delight, saying, "Wonderful. My name is Li. May I have your contact information? I have some legal inquiries I wish to consult you about." After gathering the materials, the two stood up. Upon hearing Li's request, Sam pondered for a moment before responding, "All right, then leave your number. I am Sam Winchester." Moreover, being a law student, he recognized that knowing more people equates to having more potential clients. In this beautiful country, who has not needed a lawyer at some point? Li took out his phone and said to Sam, "I am Li, a pharmacy major at the medical school." After exchanging contact details, Li further inquired about Sam's parents. Though Sam was merely an undergraduate, his understanding of legal matters was impressively solid. After some discussion, Sam addressed Li, saying, "Li, while I feel sorrow for your parents' situation, death is irreversible. I hope you find the strength to persevere. My girlfriend is still waiting for me. Let's conclude our conversation here. Farewell." Li replied, "Thank you for your insights, senior. Farewell." Watching Sam's departing figure, Li mused to himself, "Death is irreversible? How many times has your family returned from the brink?" Li composed his expression, feigning a look of despondency, and then made his way toward the academic building. Upon reaching his advisor and articulating his intentions, his advisor sighed and remarked, "Li, you are considered one of the more exceptional students in our class. I am deeply saddened by your plight. I agree to your request for a leave of absence, but you must find the will to persevere. Your future holds the promise of a better life. I am certain your parents would not wish for you to remain in despair." Using the excuse of his parents' passing to justify his temporary inability to focus on studies, Li successfully convinced his advisor to grant him a leave of absence. Armed with printed documents, He embarked on the task of seeking signatures from other school officials to finalize his request. By the time he completed all of this, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Yi proceeded to Stanford Hospital, conveniently located within the campus, a short walk away. In this era, Stanford Hospital boasted an esteemed ranking, placing it among the top 20 hospitals worldwide. Spanning over 10,000 square meters, it housed hundreds of patient rooms and dozens of operating theaters, achieving notable success across various medical fields. Upon arriving at the hospital, Li Yi donned an unfamiliar white coat, topped with a mask and cap, and began to wander about. He was unperturbed by the possibility of being discovered, as it seemed entirely reasonable for a student from Stanford Medical School to be at the hospital for learning and observation. Chapter 3. The Grim Reaper. Tasha Li Yi was uncertain whether only death would result in the loss of attributes. Thus, he refrained from hastening to the morgue of the hospital. What if the loss of attributes occurred exclusively at the site of death? His visit to the morgue would prove futile. Typically, the primary location of death is the operating room, a place not easily accessible to the general public. Therefore, he resolved to inspect each patient room, hoping that those seriously injured or ill might also yield attribute losses. After examining the first few patient rooms without encountering any luminous orbs of attributes, a sense of disappointment began to settle within him. However, upon reaching the 7th patient room, a small, pale blue orb slowly emerged from a patient. This discovery filled Li Yi with elation. It appeared that illness could indeed lead to the loss of attributes. The patient in the room lay in a deep slumber, and Li Yi boldly stepped inside, his hand brushing against the pale blue orb surrounding the patient. Spirit 1 Li Yi then proceeded toward the next patient room, eager to assess the situation further. Upon entering the subsequent room, he observed a luminous orb gradually fading away. By the time he attempted to approach, he was regrettably too late. It seemed that these orbs of attributes could not linger for long. One could hardly expect them to remain indefinitely, lest the world be inundated with such manifestations. After scrutinizing several more rooms, he stumbled upon a green orb. However, this particular room was accompanied by family members. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Li Yi confidently entered, nodding toward the patient's relatives, and kindly inquired, "How is the patient faring? Any discomfort?" The family showed no suspicion toward Li Yi and responded candidly, "He feels significantly better than before, but he has some abdominal pain." Li Yi approached the patient to observe closely, his palm inadvertently brushing against the orb hovering near the patient's chest. Life one feigning concern, he remarked, "Let us continue to monitor the situation. If the abdominal pain persists after some time, we shall proceed with further diagnostic examinations. Please ensure he rests well and refrains from unnecessary movement." Li Yi refrained from engaging in unnecessary chatter with the patient or their family, opting instead for vague platitudes that sounded beneficial but ultimately bore little substance. Though the family retained some worry, they nonetheless responded, "I understand. Thank you, Doctor." Li Yi nodded gently and then exited the room with poise. Once outside, the patient, feeling somewhat weak, murmured, "I don't think I've seen that doctor before. He isn't my attending physician, is he?" The family member rolled their eyes and replied, "With so many doctors at Stanford, how could you possibly recognize them all? What do you know? The attending physician isn't necessarily the one doing the rounds." Upon hearing the words of the family members, the patient ceased to inquire further. As Li Yi exited the ward, he exhaled deeply, his tense body gradually relaxing. It was his first attempt at impersonating a doctor, and fortunately, the mask concealed any signs of his nervousness from the patient. Continuing to traverse the wards, he diligently gathered attributes: Life 1, Life 1, Spirit 1. He began with a few simple inquiries about the patient's well-being and any discomfort they might be experiencing, mingling through various wards. Li Yi increasingly immersed himself in the role, even momentarily believing himself to be a genuine physician. With a composed demeanor, he walked leisurely, hands clasped behind his back. When encountering nurses, he would nod amicably, and when meeting actual doctors, he feigned a hurried pace to avoid recognition. As he passed one room, a cacophony erupted from within. Numerous doctors and nurses had entered, urgently attending to a patient in critical condition. Elevate the ST segment, inverting the T wave. Acute myocardial obstruction. Commence CPR immediately. Administer clopidogrel. Prepare for PCI treatment. Transfer the patient to the emergency room. Li Yi observed the small luminous orbs emanating from the patient, but hesitated to enter. Family members stood by, weeping and pleading with the doctors to save their beloved. Witnessing this scene stirred a sense of unease within Li Yi. He pondered whether it was morally questionable to harvest the attributes that others had lost. Shaking his head, he chastised himself for overthinking. Those orbs would dissipate if left uncollected. Why not seize the opportunity? As he saw the medical team preparing to transfer the patient, Li Yi quickly stepped aside. Once everyone had departed, he leisurely approached the ward to touch the fallen orbs with his foot. Fortunately, these luminescent attributes remained stationary despite the patient's movement. He discovered a green orb, a red orb, and a white orb. Life 3, Physique 2, Driving 36. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Yi sighed inwardly. With such a surge of skills, it seemed there was no hope for the patient. Having collected numerous attributes, he had come to understand that the green orbs represented life, blue signified spirit, red indicated physique, while the white orbs denoted skills. You are quite an intriguing individual. A voice suddenly resonated from behind, startling Li Yi. He swiftly turned to find a woman with shoulder-length hair had entered, regarding him with keen interest. Your lifeline has been interrupted once, yet it has been restored. Li Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you?" The woman smiled gently, extending her hand towards him. "I am Tasha, pleased to make your acquaintance." Tasha? Li Yi felt a sense of wariness. The individual before him bore an uncanny familiarity, yet he could not quite place it. The words uttered by this person clearly indicated that they were no ordinary being. Hesitant to extend his hand in greeting, he pondered the true nature of this stranger. "Who exactly are you?" Noticing his reluctance to shake hands, Tasha remained unfazed. Her gaze reflected contemplation as she addressed Li Yi. "I have observed you for quite some time. Each time you emerge from the ward, your life force seems to grow stronger. One might liken you to a demon that feeds on vitality. Yet you possess none of the malevolent aura typically associated with such beings. You are entirely human. Thus, I find myself quite intrigued. Have you awakened some peculiar ability after experiencing death?" Upon hearing Tasha's words, Li Yi's heart raced with alarm. This woman was undeniably peculiar, having seen through his facade with remarkable clarity. "This is none of your concern. Please step aside. I must take my leave." Tasha merely chuckled, responding, "Do not misunderstand. I am a reaper, tasked with guiding souls to the afterlife. Now that your life thread has been restored, I will not harm you." A reaper? Li Yi suddenly recalled that she was the same figure from the first episode of the second season, who sought to escort Dean. In the narrative, she was a benevolent character, not a villain. Instantly, his tension eased. Hospitals were indeed frequent haunts for reapers. It was no surprise to encounter Tasha here. Should a significant catastrophe be imminent, reapers would inevitably gather. However, typically, they refrained from interfering with the normal course of life, suggesting a code of ethics governing their actions, or perhaps some rules that constrain them. Chapter 4. Sheriff Orin. Li Yi extended his hand towards Tasha, saying, "Good day, Miss Tasha. My name is Li Yi." Tasha, observing the shift in his demeanor, found herself puzzled by his sudden change in attitude. Nevertheless, she reciprocated the handshake, playfully remarking, "Are you no longer fearful of me?" Li Yi, possessing a thicker skin than most, met her jest with composure. "How could I possibly fear someone as beautiful as you, Miss Tasha?" His curiosity regarding the Reaper's abilities piqued. If he could somehow acquire the attributes of a Reaper, might he also become one? In this world, Reapers were quite numerous, hardly a rarity. The truly formidable one was that ancient figure, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, nearly omnipotent. Legends spoke of this Reaper as venerable as God himself. Tasha smiled at Li Yi's compliment. Li Yi was reluctant to divulge much about himself, and thus, he was apathetic to delve deeper into the matter. "Very well, there is a deceased individual awaiting me in the emergency room. Perhaps we shall converse again another time." With that, Tasha transformed before Li Yi into a ghostly apparition of grayish-white, and then she soared directly towards the emergency room. As Li Yi beheld Tasha's true form, he found it utterly inconceivable to reconcile the two images. Subsequently, he continued to inspect the remaining hospital rooms, and after nearly 3 hours of diligent examination, he finally completed his tour of Stanford's wards. Life, 30-30 spirit, 22-22 physique, 18 source quality, 0 skills. Firearms LV2, 840. Driving LV3, 2940. Gazing upon the significant enhancement of his attributes, Li Yi felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The hospital truly was a haven for cultivation. He even contemplated residing there indefinitely. He envisioned making periodic inspections, and he began to regret his choice of major. How splendid it would have been to become a medical student and, upon graduation, a physician. Surely, the surgical table would yield countless attributes, causing his stats to soar exponentially. Yet, despite acquiring such numerous attributes, he had yet to discover any luminous orbs pertaining to source quality. This left Li Yi pondering whether such qualities could only be obtained through vanquishing foes, or if, akin to mana, they required cultivation to manifest. The system offered no instructions, which further perplexed him. There was no customer service to consult, rendering any complaints futile. Upon returning to his apartment, he prepared to cook some Chinese cuisine. He was not particularly fond of the local fare of hamburgers, fries, and soda. He found that traditional Chinese dishes from his homeland suited his palate far better. On his way back, he purchased a substantial amount of coarse salt. This salt was reputed to ward off malevolent entities, and knowing he resided in a realm rife with dark forces, he felt compelled to sprinkle it around his bed to ensure a peaceful night's slumber. Just as he was about to commence his culinary endeavors, there came a knock at the door. Li Yi cautiously peered through the peephole and recognized the daytime visitor as Sheriff Orin, dressed in plain clothes and carrying a satchel. Orin's presence caused Li Yi's brow to furrow slightly. In the memories of his predecessor, Sheriff Orin had visited twice, accompanied by George's family, with the intent of seeking Li Yi's forgiveness to facilitate a reduction in George's sentence. However, the previous host had harbored profound feelings for his parents and had steadfastly refused to issue a letter of forgiveness, even berating them in the process. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yi resolved to grant an audience to Orin. In the future, he might require the assistance of law enforcement, for in this world, having an official ally could prove advantageous. Li Yi adjusted his expression, striving to appear somewhat disdainful of Orin's arrival. Upon opening the door, I addressed Orin with a tone laced with impatience, saying, "What do you want now? I've made it abundantly clear that I shall not grant forgiveness." Orin's mustache twitched slightly as he responded to Li Yi, "Please, do not be agitated. I have uncovered new information regarding the demise of your parents. Shall we step inside and discuss this?" He then revealed a bag containing stacks of green bills. Li Yi's expression softened somewhat at the sight of the contents. At least this fellow understands the rules. How absurd it was the last two times when he expected forgiveness without offering anything. Has he finally come to his senses? Realizing that cash is less likely to attract scrutiny from the tax authorities, he is on the right track. Li Yi furrowed his brow and retorted angrily, "What new information could you possibly have? It was clearly that scoundrel George who shot them dead. The surveillance footage leaves no room for doubt." Understanding Li Yi's fury, Orin replied gently, "Child, sometimes what we perceive is not necessarily the truth. Surely, you do not wish for the true perpetrator to evade justice?" After a moment of silence, Li Yi sneered, "Come in then. I am curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve this time." Hearing the commotion outside, Luna opened the door and looked towards Li Yi, asking, "Li, do you need assistance?" Living alone in this place, Luna's parents had long since passed away. Now, with Li Yi's parents also gone, she felt compelled to offer her support, having been a comforting presence during his darkest times. Li Yi shook his head, replying, "No, thank you, Luna." Though she felt no resentment at his refusal, Luna remained at the doorway, attentive to the situation with Li Yi. After ushering Orin inside, he remarked, "This time, I truly possess new information. Fetch your computer, and I will show you." With a serious demeanor, Orin produced a USB drive, discreetly placing the bag on Li Yi's desk as he added, "George's daughter, Annie, knows that Chinese people appreciate local specialties, so she asked me to bring you some, hoping you would enjoy it." Previously, Li Yi had expressed his disdain for George's family, and this time, Annie had not accompanied him. Li Yi did not glance at the specialties on the desk. From a casual glance earlier, he could surmise that it contained at least $100,000. Very well. I will retrieve my computer. Orin surveyed the room, which was a quintessential three-bedroom apartment, tastefully decorated for warmth and comfort. On the table lay Li Yi's family photo album, showcasing his parents' beaming smiles, capturing a moment of familial bliss. The photographs have been meticulously wiped, indicating that Li Yi has taken the time to peruse them whenever he has had a moment to spare. Scattered beside the sofa in the living room are numerous empty bottles, leaning haphazardly. This sight fills Orin with a sense of unease. A once harmonious family has been irreparably shattered. The burden of grief that Li Yi has borne during this period is indeed profound. Such malevolent forces ought to be eradicated. Orin clenches his fists. He begins to comprehend the reason behind George's steadfastness throughout the years. Li Yi emerged from the bedroom, carrying a laptop which he placed upon the table, with a tone imbued with nostalgia and sorrow. He spoke to Orin. This laptop was a birthday gift from my parents just last month, and I have scarcely used it. Our family's income is modest, allowing us to save only a few $100s each month. It took us a long time to afford this computer. They insisted that as I am now a junior in college, I deserve to have my own. Yet, despite their own phones having been broken multiple times, they refrained from purchasing new ones, generously spending a considerable sum on this laptop for me. Chapter 5. The Demon. Upon hearing Li Yi's account, Orin felt an even deeper pang of anguish. At that moment, a resolute decision began to form in his mind. Those wretched beings must meet their end. Taking a deep breath, Orin inserted a USB drive and proceeded to open a video. This footage captured the harrowing moment of Li Yi's parents' demise, depicting two robbers forcing them out of a bank. The robbers exhibited a brazen demeanor, hurling derogatory remarks amidst the chaos. Then, Sheriff George, unable to contain his frustration any longer, decisively fired upon Li Yi's parents. The sound of the gunshots startled the robbers, creating an opening. Seizing the moment, Sheriff George, as if possessed by a divine marksmanship, dispatched both assailants with a flurry of shots. Following the gunfire, Sheriff George, still seething with rage, cast his weapon to the ground. As one of the robbers fell, his face momentarily became visible, prompting Orin to pause the video. Zooming in on the visage of one robber, he pointed it out to Li Yi, saying, "Look, this individual's eyes are peculiar. They are entirely black, devoid of any white." The image was somewhat blurred, yet it was still possible to discern that both individuals possessed completely dark eyes. Upon witnessing this, Li Yi felt a chill run down his spine. A demon with black eyes? The true culprit behind his parents' death was not George? Understanding the nature of his reality, Li Yi confirmed in his heart that this person appeared to be possessed by a malevolent entity. However, he outwardly feigned skepticism, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "The surveillance footage is rather unclear. It is not unusual for the eyes to appear blackened due to the lack of clarity." Orin pondered for a moment, organizing the information relayed to him by his friend George, and spoke to Li Yi. "You may find it hard to believe, but our world harbors many extraordinary beings in secret. There are demons, malevolent spirits, mediums, vampires, and even realms of heaven and hell. When possessed by a demon, one's eyes turn pitch black, marking the presence of such a fiend. On the surface, George appears to be a sheriff, yet in truth, he is a demon hunter. For years, he has tirelessly endeavored to eradicate these malevolent entities, provoking the ire of some demons. In retaliation, they orchestrated a scheme that led him to inadvertently kill your parents. These demons possess formidable power, especially in telekinesis, and they manipulated George's firearm at the bank's entrance to shoot your parents, subsequently framing him for murder and sentencing him to life imprisonment." Li Yi listened with indifference, then exclaimed in anger, "His demon hunting has nothing to do with my parents. If it weren't for him, would they have died? For all I know, your tale could merely be a fabrication. Why should I place my trust in you?" Orin found himself at a loss for words, unable to formulate a defense. Indeed, it was a struggle between demons and George. Why should it be Li Yi's parents who paid the price? The thought of the once happy family captured in their photo album, now shattered, left Orin speechless in his defense of George. Observing Orin's silence, Li Yi continued his tirade. "Your story lacks coherence. If demons are so powerful that they can control objects with telekinesis, why not directly manipulate the firearms to kill George? What could George possibly use to combat such entities? Get out. I refuse to believe your nonsensical claims." Orin endured the verbal onslaught without anger. Once Li Yi had finished, he replied, albeit with diminished conviction, "Perhaps the demons wished to torment George, allowing him to live with his guilt for eternity." Li Yi scoffed. "Did George tell you all this? Do you believe him so readily? Have you ever seen a demon with your own eyes? Or have you vanquished one?" Orin fell silent. He had indeed never laid eyes on a demon. However, he trusted that George would not lie, and the video did show that both robbers had eyes as dark as night. Though the image was not particularly clear, he firmly believed that these two were the demons George had described. Luna, having overheard the commotion from Li Yi's room, approached the door, knocking with concern. "Yi, what is happening?" Li Yi moved to the door and opened it, addressing Orin. "If you wish for me to believe your words, you must first allow me to witness the existence of these beings for myself. However, at this moment, I implore you to leave my residence." I no longer wish to endure your nonsensical ramblings. Li Yi felt a pang of hunger and desired to prepare a meal to appease his protesting stomach. Yet, Orin's presence here was somewhat intrusive. Upon witnessing Li Ye's door swing open, Luna, filled with concern, inquired, "Are you all right?" After assessing Li Ye's condition and confirming he was unscathed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yi shook his head and replied, "Thank you for your concern. I am fine." Orin in the room let out a sigh, aware that the matters at hand were indeed quite perplexing. Even he harbored doubts about George's assertions. Yet after years of camaraderie, he trusted George's character. He was typically composed when dealing with criminal incidents, never allowing the provocations of a perpetrator to escalate to the point of harming a hostage. However, in regard to Li Ye's claims, he found himself at a loss for compelling evidence to refute the existence of demons, for he had never witnessed them himself. How could he possibly convince Li Yi otherwise? Emerging from the room, Orin cast a glance at Luna before addressing Li Yi. "I sincerely apologize for the unannounced intrusion today. Your words bear merit. Ultimately, it was indeed George's actions that led to your parents' demise. I do not wish to assert that George is blameless. Rather, I want you to understand that he is not a villain. He is a hero, not only in the public eye but also behind the scenes. The connection to your parents weighs heavily on his conscience." At this juncture, Orin's gaze hardened with resolve as he continued, "I shall provide you with proof that my statements hold true. I do not deceive you, nor does George deceive me. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will assist you in any way I can. Farewell." Li Yi watched as Orin turned to leave, choosing not to engage in further debate. What he sought was for Orin to validate the existence of phantoms and demons, to uncover these supernatural clues for him. Would Orin truly allow such malevolent entities to wreak havoc unchecked? Once they had dealt with these supernatural beings, would it not be advantageous for him to reap the benefits? Perhaps this sentiment was somewhat unethical, yet Li Yi was indifferent. This was a land of opportunity, not a realm bound by rigid morals. While these individuals might indeed be heroes, did that absolve his parents of their tragic fate? One must draw a clear line. His parents had suffered due to George's entanglement. If anyone were to counsel Li Yi to be magnanimous and forgive George, they would surely think differently had they lost their own parents. George had merely faced imprisonment, while his parents had lost their very lives. Had Li Yi not arrived in this moment, his predecessor would have long since perished, even without succumbing to death. One can only lead a life sustained by a cold compensation of millions. Chapter 6. The Witch After Orin Departed. Luna gazed at Li Yi with a tinge of compassion in her eyes. She could fathom his emotions. 2 years prior, her parents had met an inexplicable demise. It was a reality she struggled to accept, yet with Li Yi by her side, she gradually emerged from the shadows. "Have you eaten?" Luna inquired. Li Yi shook his head, replying, "I haven't had the chance to prepare anything." Orin arrived unexpectedly. Luna, well acquainted with Li Ye's home, stepped inside with an air of familiarity. "Allow me to assist you. You should take a moment to rest." Li Yi felt a pang of embarrassment and replied, "How could I impose such a task upon you? I can manage on my own." In a previous life, he had expressed his affections to Luna, only to be met with rejection. Since that moment, his demeanor towards her had grown somewhat distant. Yet, Luna continued to exhibit the same warmth as before, leaving Li Yi perplexed. After another failed confession, their conversations dwindled to mere whispers, until the tragic passing of Li Ye's parents rekindled Luna's previous fervor. She busied herself around the house, assisting Li Yi with chores and meal preparations. "Just a moment, please," Luna called out as she strode confidently into the kitchen, her movements resonating with the sounds of clattering utensils. As Li Yi observed her, an unexpected flutter of emotions surged within him. What a wonderful girl she was. Living in such a manner seemed rather appealing. He reflected, lamenting that Luna had declined him multiple times. However, perhaps it was for the best. He had no desire to become ensnared in unrequited love. Having visited this beautiful nation, how could he forego experiencing its local customs and culture? After all, the 8-nation alliance had included this country, and he was not afraid of physical decline. At worst, he could replenish his attributes. Approaching his computer, Li Yi once again scrutinized the surveillance footage. Contemplating the images before him, he found the demon's telekinesis to be quite perplexing. It appeared that the majority of the extraordinary possessed such abilities, not only demons, but also angels and specters. Yet, many of these formidable beings could be vanquished by demon hunters wielding seemingly mundane items. At times, they opted not to utilize their powers. engaging in banter and taunting before falling into the traps laid by the hunters. Not all extraordinary beings possessed the cunning of the demon captured in the footage. Li began to search online for strategies to counteract specters and demons. He was aware that salt, silver bullets, and holy water were effective against such entities. While obtaining salt was straightforward, acquiring holy water and silver bullets proved to be a far greater challenge. Li directly posted, "My parents were killed by a demon. How can one combat such a malevolent entity?" After posting, he continued to browse the internet, seeking not only methods to confront demons and evil spirits, but also to delve into the local mystical legends, as acquiring knowledge could be beneficial. By chance, he stumbled upon a post regarding the Wendigo, a mythical creature. Recalling previous information he had read about the Wendigo, he remembered that this creature was once human, transformed into a monster after resorting to cannibalism, and now dwelled in caves, becoming increasingly monstrous. This creature possessed formidable defenses, impervious to bullets, and swift in movement. The notorious Wendigo was even too much for the renowned Wen family duo to defeat, yet it harbored a fatal weakness, an aversion to fire. As Li Yi perused the post further, he discovered that this Wendigo resided within the Indua Mountains. Contrary to its name, the Indua Mountains were not located in Indua State, but rather in California, a mere 300 kilometers from his current position. The poster claimed to have taken over a mine in the Indua Mountains, yet that mine was inhabited by the creature, which had not only killed workers, but was also impervious to firearms. After consulting locals, he learned that the creature was indeed the Wendigo. Now he sought assistance online, hoping someone could offer a solution. Li Yi gazed at the post, uncertain whether this was the same Wendigo encountered by the Wen brothers. At that time, he had been engrossed in the narrative and had not paid attention to the specific location of the Wendigo they faced. He was equally oblivious to other supernatural events the Wen brothers had encountered. A sense of hesitation washed over him regarding whether to seek out and eliminate this snow beast. He feared the dangers, yet was tempted by the potential attributes the creature might possess. If it were to drop any extraordinary traits, that would be splendid. At that moment, Luna approached with a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a bowl of lettuce and meat soup. As Li Ye's parents were of Chinese descent, they preferred traditional Chinese cuisine. Over the years, Luna, having been their neighbor, had also developed a fondness for Chinese dishes and even learned to prepare some. "Dinner is ready," she called out. Li Yi turned to see the gentle Luna, her skin notably more delicate than that of many Westerners, with a graceful physique and soft features that rendered her both striking and beautiful. Clad in an apron, she radiated an aura of a devoted partner. Noticing Li Ye's gaze upon her, Luna inquired, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" After placing the dishes on the table, Li Yi took her small hand gently and said, "Thank you, Luna. It's truly wonderful to have you by my side during this time. You are beautiful." Hearing his words, Luna felt an immense joy swell within her. A hint of bashfulness surfaced on her face, rendering her unable to meet Li Ye's fervent gaze. Feeling the warmth emanating from his hand, Luna averted her eyes, hesitant to engage in conversation. Suddenly, she noticed that Li Yi was searching for something on his computer, how to deal with malevolent creatures. Startled, Luna wondered if Li Yi had uncovered something. "Dinner is ready. I must return home. Take your time eating," she hurriedly exclaimed, withdrawing her hand from his grasp and fleeing to her own home. Observing Luna's panicked retreat, Li Yi felt a twinge of confusion. If she rejected him, why did she draw so close? Was it merely a desire to maintain a platonic friendship? Meanwhile, Luna arrived home, collapsed onto her bed, and began to weep. She genuinely harbored feelings for Li Yi, yet she found herself unable to accept him in her current state. Her mother had informed her of her witch lineage, suggesting she might possess the abilities of a Black Widow. Engaging intimately with a partner could lead to their demise. This was a curse upon their kind, a punishment. She dared not gamble on whether she too possessed the Black Widow's powers. Should Li Yi perish because of her, she would be consumed by regret. Witches were synonymous with malevolence, historically persecuted and executed by fire. For years, she had meticulously concealed her identity, rarely employing her abilities for fear of exposure, and even more so, the dread of Li Ye's potential disdain should he learn the truth. The content of Li Ye's recent search filled her with terror. Had he discovered her true identity? Initially, she had intended to wait until she awakened her resurrection abilities before consenting to Li Ye's affections and envisioning a blissful life together. Now, she felt utterly lost. She yearned to be an ordinary girl, free from the burdens of secrecy, able to openly share her life with Li Yi. After a time, Luna's emotions began to settle, and she hesitated, phone in hand. Finally, with a resolute breath, she dialed a number. I agree. I am willing to accept the trial of the 7 array techniques. Chapter 7. Wang Teng. After a period of contemplation, Li Yi decided against taking unnecessary risks, though his attributes far exceeded those of the average person. With an impressive physique rating of 18, allowing him to effortlessly lift over 100 pounds, and with effort, even 200 pounds, or even manage to move 300 pounds with sheer determination, he still felt inadequate in the face of monsters. He resolved to bide his time, developing his strength for a couple of days before confronting these extraordinary beings, without the need for haste. After finishing his meal and taking a shower, he returned to his computer, only to find a private message awaiting him on a website. However, upon seeing the sender's ID, Li Yi was taken aback. Dean Winchester? He had just become acquainted with his brother Sam, and now he was in contact with Dean as well. Is this fate? Dean privately messaged, my friend. May we meet to discuss matters regarding the demon? Li Yi pondered for a moment before replying. Certainly, but I am in Palo Alto. Will you come? Li Yi intended to seize the opportunity to infiltrate the demon-hunting team of the One brothers, allowing the duo to confront the monsters. He stealthily collected attributes, shielding them when necessary. During attribute gathering or when delivering the final blow, he would protect them from behind. The brothers possessed extensive demon-hunting knowledge, far surpassing Li Yi's solitary efforts. After waiting for a while without a response from Dean, Li Yi decided to send him his address and contact information before retiring to bed. The next day, Li Yi awoke early and headed to the hospital to gather attributes, taking advantage of the early hour when many hospitalized patients were still asleep. Drawing upon his experience from the previous day, Li Yi efficiently completed his task, though he found the attributes collected this time to be fewer than the day before, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Health, 40-40 Spirit, 27-27 Constitution, 20 Source Quality, 0 Skills. Firearms, LV2, 840. Driving, LV3, 2940. Li Yi drove his Mazda 3 towards Chinatown. Dean had mentioned that he would arrive in Palo Alto in a couple of days, which made Li Yi realize that the brothers were about to embark on their quest to find their father. Li Yi hoped to procure items such as peachwood swords and cinnabar in Chinatown. After all, one must test the efficacy of ancestral tools to discern their truth. Certainly, he would not rely solely on these items. Who could ascertain their authenticity without personal experience? He would not neglect other exorcistic tools such as crucifixes, Bibles, holy water, and aconitum. In this era, there are over 200,000 Chinese individuals in San Francisco, primarily concentrated in Chinatown and the Sunset District. Chinatown spans over 20 blocks, housing nearly 20,000 Chinese residents. It is essentially a territory controlled by the Chinese, reclaimed from foreigners through sheer effort. Li Yi knew of a person named Su Zhixiang in Chinatown who possessed a wealth of information. By locating this individual, he could pay for relevant insights. Yet he did not have Su's contact details. Arriving at a Chinese restaurant as noon approached, Li Yi noticed a considerable number of foreigners dining inside. Behind the reception counter, a middle-aged man was calculating the bills. Li Yi called out to him, Uncle San, business seems to be thriving. The middle-aged man, Wang Minghui, looked up in surprise. Li Yi, what brings you here? Have you eaten? Wang Minghui and Li Yi's parents were fellow townspeople, and their relationship had been somewhat ordinary back in their homeland. However, after going abroad, the relationship between the two families grew closer, with frequent interactions. Li Yi shook his head and said, Not yet. I would like to find Su Zhixiang. Do you have his contact information? Wang Minghui inquired. What do you need him for? He is conducting business here, so naturally, he has Su Zhixiang's contact details. Li Yi pondered for a moment, his face bearing a hint of sorrow as he replied, I wish to seek a master capable of performing a ritual to guide my parents' souls. However, I am not acquainted with anyone in this field, so I hope to reach out to Su Zhixiang for assistance. Upon hearing this, Wang Minghui's expression softened. This child is exceedingly filial. Not only is Li Yi handsome and academically accomplished, but he also refrains from causing trouble. If only my own rebellious child were as well-behaved as Li Yi. After a sigh, he said to Li Yi, No need to find him. I know a master Zhang who has come from the mainland, specializing in such matters. I will have Wang Teng take you to see him. Li Yi felt delighted at his uncle's words. Thank you, uncle. Wang Minghui took out his phone and made a call, stating, Get your ass back here. Xiao Yi has arrived, and you need to take him out. Understood. After hanging up, he turned to Li Yi and remarked, "This rascal is out fooling around again. He won't be back for a while. You haven't eaten yet, so you should have something to eat first." Li Yi, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I appreciate your help. Uncle, we shouldn't be so formal with each other." After Li Yi finished his meal, a young man with bleached hair approached him. He walked with a swagger, somewhat reluctantly saying, "Let's go." Upon seeing Wang Teng, who was dressed in a rather formal suit with a tie, yet sported a tousled mane of white hair and smoky eye makeup, Li Yi noticed a watch on his wrist and a rather arrogant demeanor. This outfit clearly indicated his affiliation with the underbelly of society. In Li Yi's memory, Wang Teng had never been particularly fond of him, as Wang Minghui frequently compared Li Yi to Wang Teng, causing Wang Teng to harbor some resentment. Wang Teng believed that education was not the sole path to success, and that one could also rise in the world through other means. Though the elders of both families maintained a good relationship, Wang Teng was somewhat indifferent to Li Yi's typically gentle nature. Wang Teng was a few months younger than Li Yi, but had never addressed him as brother. Feeling a bit bashful, Li Yi said to Wang Teng, "Thank you for your previous help. I apologize for troubling you again." Wang Teng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Spare me the pleasantries. I have other matters to attend to after I take you there." Wang Teng navigated the road in his Ferrari 360, leading the way, while Li Yi followed closely behind in his Mazda. Upon seeing Wang Teng's luxurious vehicle, Li Yi felt a pang of envy, pondering whether Wang Teng had truly made a name for himself. This Ferrari, valued at nearly $200,000, must surely be a purchase made by Wang Teng himself. It was unlikely that his uncle would spend such a fortune on him. Perhaps Wang Teng indeed possessed the stature of a great leader? At this juncture, online novels had yet to gain widespread popularity, and the name Wang Teng seemed rather ordinary to the public, eliciting no particular curiosity. Arriving at the foot of an apartment building, Wang Teng remarked to Li Yi, "My family restaurant has been plagued by a series of unfortunate incidents lately. Either there are disturbances or issues with the food. My father suspects it may be due to the restaurant's feng shui, so he consulted a Master Zhang. This Master Zhang claimed that the gap between the two adjacent buildings and our establishment created a heavenly cleft, which adversely affected our business's fortune. He suggested placing a bagua mirror at the entrance to ward off this malevolent energy. After my father followed his advice, our business improved significantly. Since then, my father has held this Master Zhang in high regard and has referred him several clients." Wang Teng then added dismissively, "In reality, these troubles were orchestrated by rivals from my gang. Once I dealt with them, the restaurant returned to normal. You shouldn't place too much faith in Master Zhang. Be wary of being deceived by him." Chapter 8. The acquisition of demon bloodline. Li Yi was intrigued, still unaware of the troubles that had befallen Wang Teng's family. He pondered Wang Teng's words. Without Master Zhang's bagua mirror to deflect negative energy, would Wang Teng have been able to eliminate his adversaries? Or was it merely a coincidence? Curiosity piqued, Li Yi inquired, "Did you not mention this to your uncle?" Wang Teng's expression shifted slightly as he replied, "You know, my father has always disapproved of my involvement in gangs. If I were to tell him, he might blame me, thinking my actions are the cause of the restaurant's troubles." Li Yi fell silent, recognizing that his uncle had always hoped Wang Teng would lead a stable life, fearing the dangers associated with gang involvement, which could lead to dire consequences. Yet, in this beautiful country, where was safety to be found? Li Yi's own parents maintained steady jobs, yet they too had fallen victim to gun violence. The risk of violence was simply greater in the world of gangs. Although Wang Minghui, Li Yi's uncle, often expressed dissatisfaction with Wang Teng's choices, his concern was evident. In the eyes of many ordinary Chinese, involvement in gangs equated to a descent into the underworld, and straying from the righteous path could only lead to tragic outcomes. Yet, witnessing Wang Teng's success brought him a sense of comfort, as he could not simply allow Wang Teng to roam freely without concern. In the traditional father-son dynamic, it was challenging for Wang Minghui to openly acknowledge that his son had surpassed him. He was reluctant to confront the reality that he could no longer shield his son from the storms of life. "I share this with you on the condition that you do not disclose it to my father. My sole intention is to ensure that you do not fall prey to this so-called Master Zhang." Although Wang Teng harbored a certain disdain for Li Yi, the latter had not committed any act that warranted his aversion. Ultimately, it was merely the comparison drawn by Wang Teng's father that left him feeling uncomfortable. Li Yi nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, I am not one to speak indiscriminately." As the two conversed, they arrived outside a room on the third floor of the apartment. Wang Teng declared. This is the place. Just as he was about to knock, a barrage of gunfire erupted from within, followed by the sound of something heavy crashing against the door. The sudden commotion startled both of them, prompting them to instinctively retreat from the entrance. Wang Teng drew his handgun, vigilantly watching the door, while Li Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating flight. Having just turned 21, he had yet to apply for a firearm permit. Moreover, acquiring a handgun was no simple task, aside from a long gun at home. He possessed no other weapons. Li Yi even considered obtaining a handgun through illicit means, for in this beautiful country, the absence of truth left him feeling profoundly insecure. Wang Teng glanced back at Li Yi, signaling for him to retreat. Li Yi nodded. Given the uncertainty of the situation, he preferred not to involve himself further. Just as they took a step back, the door suddenly exploded open, and a man, shrouded in smoke, was hurled out. Li Yi noticed the man's pitch-black eyes, sending a shiver down his spine. A demon? The demon struggled to rise, when suddenly a voice from within the room commanded, "Palm thunder." A bolt of lightning, as thick as a chopstick, shot forth from the room, striking the demon with such swiftness that it barely had time to react. The demon shrieked in agony, emitted a blinding light, and then fell silent. From Li Ye's perspective, upon the demon's demise, a plethora of attributes scattered across the ground, igniting his covetousness. Wang Teng stood dumbfounded at the unfolding scene, bewildered by the bizarre occurrence. Recognizing the demon's visage, he murmured, "Su Zhixiang?" Hearing Wang Teng's utterance, Li Yi inquired softly, "Is this person Su Zhixiang?" Wang Teng nodded. Having had multiple encounters with Su Zhixiang, he was well acquainted with him. However, he never anticipated that Su Zhixiang would turn out to be such an individual. Just then, the sound of a body collapsing within the room jolted them back to reality. Wang Teng turned to Li Yi and asked in a hushed tone, "Shall we take a look?" The occurrence of such supernatural events piqued his curiosity immensely. Furthermore, it seemed that Su Zhixiang was already dead, and the other individuals in the room appeared to be in a dire state as well. This stirred his imagination. What if he were to uncover something valuable? As Li Yi beheld the attributes that had fallen, he was filled with a strong sense of desire and nodded towards Wang Teng. The two cautiously approached the door, with Wang Teng leading the way, firearm in hand, while Li Yi peeked out from behind. Inside the room lay a man clad in a Taoist robe, sprawled on the floor. He had been struck by several bullets, particularly one that pierced his chest, leaving him in a state of dire blood loss. His breathing was labored, and he appeared close to death. Small orbs of light continuously emanated from his body, gathering around him. Upon seeing the fallen figure, Wang Teng exclaimed, "Master Zhang, are you all right?" The sight of two newcomers visibly tensed Master Zhang, but upon realizing they were merely ordinary individuals, he relaxed somewhat. However, even if they had been demons, he would have been powerless to intervene. Wang Teng hurried to Master Zhang's side, helping him to sit up. Blood trickled from the corners of Master Zhang's mouth as he weakly uttered, "Cough, cough. I cannot hold on any longer. The bullets have struck my heart and lungs." Dark energy surges as demons wreak havoc. Li Yi crouched beside Master Zhang, furrowing his brow. "Master Zhang, please do not speak. We will get you to the hospital at once." Though he spoke those words, it was evident that Master Zhang's condition was beyond salvation. 2 bullets had found their mark in his heart, and even the intervention of divine beings would be futile. Although he had not been shot in the head, the damage to his heart was critical. Given the current state of medical technology, it seemed improbable that he could be saved, and judging by Master Zhang's condition, he would not last long enough to reach a hospital. Master Zhang gently shook his head, gazing towards the direction of Huagua with eyes filled with nostalgia. "Master, I have not brought shame to Longhu Mountain. Xiaoming, I am sorry." With those final words, Master Zhang ceased to breathe, his eyes fixed on the distance. Wang Teng stood in stunned silence, staring at the figure before him. He was dead? After finally encountering a true master, it was heartbreaking that he had passed so swiftly. Noticing that no more attribute orbs were emerging from Master Zhang's body, Li Yi turned to Wang Teng and said, "He is already gone." Unintentionally, Li Yi touched the orbs surrounding Master Zhang's body, absorbing the attributes. Constitution, 22 Spirit, 54 Magic, 218 Palm Thunder, 101 Qingjing Spirit Collecting Technique, 160 Tianshi Sword. Replica 1. A series of notifications echoed in Li Ye's mind as he processed the newfound information, filling him with exhilaration. The techniques and spells he had acquired felt as though they were his own, with the magical energy flowing seamlessly within him. He suppressed a smile, striving to maintain an air of calm, lest he reveal his excitement before Wang Teng. What a stroke of fortune. Overnight wealth. Wang Teng lamented inwardly, wishing he had cultivated a better relationship with Master Zhang, knowing now that he was indeed a true sage. Without learning even a single technique from Master Zhang, acquiring a couple of artifacts would suffice. Yet, it is too late to speak of such matters now. Wang Teng laid down Master Zhang's lifeless body and noticed Li Yi already striding outside. Li Yi pretended to inspect the corpse in Su Xiong, but in truth, he sought to touch the attribute orbs. Mentality, 49 life, 8 physique, 6 demonic bloodline, 43 Latin, 45 upon touching a black orb. Li Yi was momentarily taken aback by the notification, demonic bloodline? This could also drop. Chapter 9. Telekinesis. Li Yi sensed a latent power deep within his being, ready to be unleashed at the mere whim of his thoughts. It dawned upon him that this was the demonic bloodline he had acquired. As long as he refrained from activating it, he remained indistinguishable from an ordinary human. With Wang Teng nearby, Li Yi hesitated to experiment freely. Under his control, his magical energy lay dormant within his dantian, tranquil and undisturbed. As his mental acuity further heightened, Li Yi felt as though he had developed a new organ akin to an invisible appendage. Could this be the fabled telekinesis? Did mental power coalesce to manifest at a certain threshold? Or was it bestowed by the demonic bloodline he had collected? Understanding the disparity in the drops, abundant mental attributes, but meager life and physique, Li Yi grasped the truth. In this realm, it appeared that angels and demons could not directly enter the human world. They could only act by descending as souls and possessing human bodies, thus forming a cadre of highly skilled mages. Even without utilizing their magical powers, they could engage in fierce combat with certain human exorcists. Host, Li Yi life, 48 mentality, 130 physique, 48 magical power, 218 source quality, 0 bloodline. Demonic bloodline, 43, cultivation method, supreme clarity spirit nourishing technique LV1, 60200, spell, palm thunder LV1, 1200, skills, firearms LV2, 840. Driving LV3, 2940, Latin LV3, 1540, items, Celestial Master Sword, replica. His personal attributes had significantly enriched compared to before, granting him a modicum of self-preservation in this perilous world. Indeed, elite monsters yield more rewards. Otherwise, how long would he have had to grind in the hospital to attain such attributes? Yet, he remained uncertain about how to acquire source quality. Must it be obtained through personal slaying? Li Yi did not underestimate others due to his attribute increase. This world was peculiar, as combat prowess could not solely be determined by attribute points. For instance, even the mightiest of angels can be vanquished by mere mortals wielding the blade of an angel. Demons tremble before ordinary refined salt. Simple silverware has the power to slay vampires and werewolves, while the herb aconitum can restrain specters. Yet, the enhancement of one's attributes invariably brings him solace. For he believes that one day, with formidable prowess, he shall become invincible in this world. The stronger his attributes, the lesser the threat posed by those peculiar entities. Wang Teng stepped outside and gazed at the corpse of Su Xiong, addressing Li Yi. I have encountered this fellow a few times. I never anticipated he would conceal himself so profoundly. But I wonder, why did he come to assassinate Master Zhang? A sense of trepidation washed over him. Should Su Xiong seek his life, could the meager martial skills he acquired from the Hucking Gang suffice for his protection? Judging by the earlier incident where Su Xiong was struck by Master Zhang's lightning, it was evident that this individual was no ordinary being. Li Yi, with a hint of insinuation, remarked, the one wishing to kill Master Zhang may not necessarily be Su Xiong. It could be something else entirely. Clearly, Su Xiong has been possessed by a demon, while Master Zhang is a true master. In this beautiful country, he stands as a formidable exorcist. Perhaps a demon disapproves of his actions and seeks to confront him in a solitary battle. However, from the outcome we just witnessed, the demon managed a sneak attack, but was subsequently reduced to a mere shadow of itself by Master Zhang. Wang Teng furrowed his brow, casting a perplexed glance at Li Yi, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity with his childhood friend. Li Yi, do you know something? Li Yi inhaled deeply, the air still thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. Did you not notice Su Xiong's eyes? They were entirely black, a manifestation of demonic possession. It is quite possible that a demon sought to trouble Master Zhang, leading to the events we have just observed. Wang Teng had already encountered extraordinary occurrences, and Li Yi was unperturbed by the prospect of imparting further knowledge. If Wang Teng truly wished to delve into these matters, he would undoubtedly uncover relevant information. This beautiful country does not prohibit discussions of such topics. Otherwise, how could Sam so fervently scour the internet for information? Upon hearing this, Wang Teng was taken aback. Reflecting on it now, he recalled that Su Zhixiang's eyes were indeed pitch black. A demon? How did you come by this knowledge? Li Yi sighed, a shadow of sorrow crossing his features. A sheriff once informed me that my parents' demise might be linked to a demon. Those possessed by demons possess eyes of pure black. Initially, I was skeptical, but having witnessed it firsthand, I now believe the sheriff's words may bear truth. Wang Teng had not anticipated such a backstory. Following the death of Li Ye's parents, he had even hired a lawyer to assist him with the case, gaining some understanding of the matter. The sheriff named George had previously taken down many criminals. Relying on these accomplishments, Wang Teng ascended from an officer to the rank of captain. However, he soon realized that not all of these criminals were deserving of death. It was perplexing why the families of these individuals had not pursued legal action against George. Yet upon learning that someone intended to file a lawsuit, they proactively approached Wang Teng, providing a wealth of evidence against George's misconduct in law enforcement. This ultimately enabled Wang Teng's lawyer to effortlessly incarcerate George and secure compensation for Li Yi. Wang Teng even contemplated ensuring George's disappearance after Li Yi received his restitution. Li Yi's parents had once bestowed great kindness upon the Wang family. His father frequently imparted the lesson that one must never forget a debt of gratitude. Thus, they were compelled to assist Li Yi to the best of their abilities. It now appeared that some matters might be far more intricate than they initially seemed. What shall we do now? Shall we leave? A sense of retreat began to take root in Wang Teng's mind. The involvement with malevolent forces had surpassed his capacity for resolution. Although he often exhibited a brash demeanor, he was not foolish. Li Yi nodded in agreement, stating, "Let us depart. This matter does not concern us, and we should not meddle unnecessarily. We have already reaped the greatest benefits and need not wade further into murky waters." As the two prepared to withdraw once more, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. A handsome youth and a disheveled man with an unkempt beard hurried towards them. Li Yi and Wang Teng instinctively created distance, watching the pair with caution. Wang Teng raised his firearm in readiness, bracing for any potential aggression. Upon seeing the youth's appearance, Li Yi felt a surge of surprise. Could it be him? The unfolding scene cast a shadow of foreboding over both Wang Teng and the youth, who remained vigilant. Their gazes fixed upon Li Yi. Just as they were about to inquire, the youthful figure, upon spotting the fallen Master Zhang on the ground, cried out in anguish, "Master!" With Wang Teng brandishing his weapon, the youth's eyes blazed with fury as he demanded, "Wang Teng, did you kill my master?" The evidence was undeniable. Master Zhang had clearly been shot, and with Wang Teng still aiming his gun, who else could be the perpetrator? Affiliated with the Hucking Gang, Wang Teng belonged to a notorious faction, likely hired by others to eliminate his master. The youth's sorrow was profound and unspeakable, and driven by his emotions, he declared vehemently, "I will make you pay with your lives." As he chanted incantations, his body began to emanate a golden light. Heaven and earth, the profound source of all energies. Cultivating through countless eons, I attained divine powers. Wang Teng, witnessing this, was struck with terror. What the hell? Can this even be fought against? He found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to lower his firearm or to keep it raised, and he hurriedly pleaded, "It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Don't accuse me falsely." Chapter 10. The incompetent Constantine. At this moment, the youth was blinded by rage, heedless to Wang Teng's frantic denials. The murderer claims that if he asserts he is not the killer, then he is not. Yet Wang Teng hesitates to pull the trigger. Should he do so? It would be akin to a misstep, a situation akin to having mud drop into one's trousers. Neither truly excrement, yet certainly unpleasant. The despondent man who entered with the youth places a hand firmly upon the boy's shoulder, exclaiming, "Xiao Ming, calm yourself. They are not the culprits." The scent of sulfur permeates the air. It is the work of demons. They are mere mortals, not fiends. Upon hearing the despondent man's words, Zhang Xiaoming regains his composure, recognizing the validity in his statement. He had merely been overtaken by fury and failed to contemplate the situation thoroughly. Given his master's formidable prowess, it would be improbable for an ordinary person to confront him directly. The individual lying on the ground clutches a firearm. Having been struck down by his master's thunderous magic, perhaps he was indeed the true perpetrator. Wang Tung quickly interjects, Yes, we are certainly not the killers. We simply came seeking Master Zhang for assistance, never anticipating such a dire scenario. Overwhelmed, Zhang Xiaoming collapses against Master Zhang, weeping inconsolably. Master. Witnessing this, Wang Tung lowers his weapon, his anxiety dissipating. He had been genuinely terrified. Having witnessed Master Zhang unleash a lightning strike that dispatched the possessed Su Zhixiang with astonishing speed, too swift for any reaction. If this young Master Zhang possessed similar abilities, he wondered whether a firearm would even be effective. Although it appeared Master Zhang had also fallen to gunfire, Su Zhixiang had been possessed by a demon. He was merely an ordinary individual with a modicum of martial skill. The despondent man approaches Wang Tung and Li Yi, introducing himself. Friends, I am John Constantine, an exorcist. Could you recount what transpired moments ago? Li Yi mused inwardly that it was indeed him, although he had not watched the entirety of Constantine's cinematic endeavors. Snippets frequently surfaced in various videos. Rumor had it that his companions seldom met with favorable fates, even worse than Sam Dean. Frowning slightly, Li Yi positioned Wang Tung protectively in front of himself, allowing the seemingly formidable Wang Tung to engage with Constantine. He resolved to later caution Wang Tung not to draw too close to Constantine. Wang Tung, upon learning that this seemingly despondent figure was an exorcist, realized that one should not judge by appearances. After witnessing today's extraordinary events, he certainly no longer viewed exorcists as charlatans. Anyone able to stand alongside Master Zhang must possess genuine skill. Thus, Wang Tung greeted Constantine with enthusiasm. Greetings, I am Wang Tung. We initially sought Master Zhang for a ritual, but upon our arrival, we witnessed the door explode, and Su Zhixiang, enveloped in dark mist, flew from the room and collapsed. Subsequently, Master Zhang unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck Su Zhixiang, who then emitted a radiant glow from his eyes and mouth before falling silent. As we entered the room to seek an audience with Master Zhang, we discovered that he had already succumbed to his injuries, his breath shallow and labored. Constantine nodded thoughtfully, his mind piecing together the sequence of events. Gazing at the deceased Master Zhang, a sense of foreboding settled in his heart. Had he inadvertently led yet another friend to their demise? Zed had prophesied the existence of an exorcist in San Francisco capable of vanquishing demons, prompting Constantine's journey in search of this individual for assistance. Upon arriving in San Francisco, he located an informant named Su Zhixiang, who specialized in intelligence, and provided him with his contact information. Zhang Xiaoming, Master Zhang's disciple, mistook the visit for a business inquiry and emerged to negotiate, only to be ambushed by the demon possessing the informant, Su Zhixiang. The demon was indeed vanquished, yet Master Zhang paid the ultimate price. Observing Constantine's silence, Wang Tung sought to establish rapport and inquired, Master, what exactly transpired with the demon you mentioned earlier? Constantine cast a sidelong glance at the curious Wang Tung and replied, As you can see, Master Zhang was a formidable exorcist, while Su Zhixiang had been possessed by a demon that, for reasons unknown, sought to eliminate Master Zhang. The result was mutual destruction. Both perished. Constantine's words echoed with the deductions Li had previously shared. What he sought was not merely this information, but deeper insights. The world felt increasingly perilous. Conventional weaponry no longer provided him with a sense of security. Wang Tung cautiously asked, Then, how might one combat a demon? Constantine responded, Ordinary demons can be restrained with refined salt, and the addition of Sichuan pepper powder enhances the efficacy. To slay a demon, however, one must employ supernatural beings or artifacts. Holy water can also be lethal to demons, though obtaining genuine holy water is exceedingly difficult, and most people struggle to discern its authenticity. Just then, Constantine's phone rang. A female voice on the other end inquired, John, have you located the Chinese exorcist? Constantine hesitated momentarily before stating, Zed, I found him. But what? Is he unwilling to assist? He is deceased. Oh my, how unfortunate. Please return at once. Understood. At that moment, Constantine felt a desire to retreat. He feared Zhang Xiaoming might discover that his master had perished due to his involvement. Unsure of how to confront the wrathful Zhang Xiaoming, he contemplated a hasty exit. Zhang Xiaoming had ceased his weeping, staring vacantly at Master Zhang's lifeless form. Constantine approached and patted Zhang Xiaoming on the shoulder, expressing his condolences. I am deeply sorry for the unfortunate events that have unfolded. Please accept my heartfelt sympathies. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Zhang Xiaoming remained silent, his eyes vacant and devoid of spirit. An orphan, he had been raised by his master, relying on each other for over a decade. Now, with his master deceased, he found himself at a loss. Noticing Zhang Xiaoming's silence, Constantine sighed and exited the room. Wang Tong placed a business card on the table. Addressing Zhang Xiaoming, Master Zhang, should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I shall do my utmost to help. Yet, Zhang Xiaoming remained unresponsive, his gaze fixed on the lifeless body of Master Zhang, tears streaming silently down his cheeks. Li Yi, recalling the sorrow he felt upon learning of his own parents' demise, empathized with Zhang Xiaoming's plight. It was evident from Zhang Xiaoming's expression that with Master Zhang's passing, a part of him had also perished. After a moment of contemplation, he approached Zhang Xiaoming and said, "Please accept my condolences." Before his passing, Master Zhang spoke your name and mentioned Longhu Mountain. Though the reason for his presence in San Francisco remains a mystery, I believe that returning him to Longhu Mountain would surely bring solace to his spirit. Let us provide you with a purpose, a reason to persevere. As a fellow compatriot, Li Yi wished to see such talent not succumb to despair. Upon hearing Li Ye's words, Zhang Xiaoming's eyes flickered with emotion, and he spoke. My master was once wronged and expelled from Longhu Mountain. His greatest wish was to be acknowledged by them once more. I will dedicate myself to cultivating my skills and ensure that my master's spirit is enshrined in the temple of Longhu Mountain. With these words, a glimmer of determination shone in Zhang Xiaoming's eyes. Chapter 11. Transformation into a demon. Wang Tong, noticing that Zhang Xiaoming was able to communicate once again, felt a surge of joy and seized the opportunity to foster goodwill. In the presence of someone possessing extraordinary abilities, it was prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship. Perhaps, in the future, he would encounter insurmountable supernatural challenges that might necessitate Zhang Xiaoming's assistance. Master Zhang, how about I summon a couple of individuals to assist you with the forthcoming matters? At merely 15 or 16 years of age, although Zhang Xiaoming often accompanied his master on various endeavors, he was ultimately still a child. Despite the sorrow weighing heavily on his heart, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Tong. Wang Tong felt a thrill of happiness at this response and replied, my father and Master Zhang were also old acquaintances, so there is no need for such formality. He then began to contact his subordinates, instructing them to come and help. Observing Wang Tong's determination, Li Yi understood that they would not be leaving anytime soon. Feeling the power within him, he was eager to experiment with it. Before the two individuals, he refrained from displaying his true feelings and remarked to Wang Tong, you may stay here to assist Master Zhang. I shall take my leave. Wang Tong waved his hand in dismissal. You may go ahead. Li Yi nodded and made his way towards the staircase. After parking his vehicle in a nearby lot, a fervent smile spread across Li Ye's face. Today had indeed been a bountiful harvest. The treasures he had gathered endowed him with the means to confront other supernatural beings. Eager to test the newfound abilities he had acquired, he began with the palm thunder technique. Aligning his index and middle fingers while bending the others, he directed his internal energy along a specific pathway. Lightning began to flicker within his palm, accompanied by crackling sounds in the air. As he withdrew his power, the lightning dissipated, and an unmistakable excitement illuminated Li Ye's countenance. He had witnessed the formidable might of palm thunder firsthand, which proved exceedingly effective against demons. A single strike could send the demon-haunting Su Zhixiang into a state of utter disarray. For him, it was akin to wielding a divine skill. He then commenced the cultivation of his techniques, and after several cycles, Li Yi assessed his condition. To his dismay, he sensed no significant increase in his internal energy, and the reading on his panel remained unchanged. This revelation left him somewhat disheartened. It seemed he was not a prodigy after all. Nevertheless, the process of cultivation brought him a profound sense of comfort, as his energy flowed through his meridians, nurturing his body. According to the information he had gleaned from the techniques he had acquired, this method of cultivation posed no issues. Perseverance would eventually yield an increase in his energy. This technique was merely the foundational practice of Longhu Mountain, allowing for energy cultivation through meditation, devoid of any classification of realms. Despite this, Li Yi felt a surge of joy, The ability to cultivate was already a blessing. With a mere thought, a long sword materialized in his grasp. This replica of the Tianshi sword, presumably a relic of Master Zhang, had been seamlessly refined into his possession after he discovered it. The blade was adorned with intricate talismanic engravings, endowed with potent capabilities to repel evil, proving exceptionally effective against malevolent entities. As he infused his energy into the sword, it emitted a faint glow. Its appearance unmistakably signified its prowess against demons and spirits. Satisfied, Li Yi nodded and stored the sword within his dantian for further nurturing. Regrettably, Master Zhang had not imparted any sword-flying techniques, dashing his hopes of soaring through the skies on his blade. With renewed vigor, Li Yi attuned himself to the demonic bloodline coursing through him. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to activate it. Suddenly, an unusual energy surged through his body, and he perceived the world around him shifting in an unsettling manner. An oppressive force seemed to envelop him, leaving him in a state of discomfort. Host: Li Yi, Ordinary Demon. Life: 9696, 48. Spirit: 130130. Constitution: 72, 48. Demonic Power: 430430. Magic: 218218. Unavailable. Source Quality: 0. Bloodline. Demonic Bloodline: 43. Talents: Telekinesis, Possession, Flight. Summoning: Rapid Recovery, Power Enhancement, Energy Manifestation. Soul Devouring Technique: Supreme Clarity Spirit Sustaining Technique LV1, 60200. Unavailable Spell: Palm Thunder LV1, 1200. Unavailable Skill: Firearms LV2, 840. Item: Tianshi Sword, Replica. Feeling the surge of his newfound abilities, Li Yi gazed in astonishment at the information displayed before him. Was the demonic bloodline truly this formidable? His life had doubled, and his constitution had increased by half. Moreover, he sensed that even when injured, he could expend demonic power for rapid recovery. It was no wonder that so many were willing to succumb to demonic transformation. Who could resist the allure of such capabilities? As he opened the car's vanity mirror, Li Yi observed that his appearance remained unchanged, save for his eyes, which had turned a pitch black, indistinguishable from those possessed by others. He understood well that those overtaken by demons were often frail, with high attack, yet low defense. In contrast, he had become a complete embodiment of a demon, endowed not only with formidable offensive capabilities, but also with impressive resilience. Post-transformation, a wave of negative emotions began to inundate his mind, urging him to unleash his primal desires and liberate himself. Simultaneously, he felt an inexplicable attraction to human souls. Fortunately, his strong spirit allowed him to temporarily suppress these burgeoning emotions. Nevertheless, despite the immense power of the demon, he was still susceptible to various constraints. For instance, the 2 bags of fine salt in the passenger seat resonated with a peculiar energy that he sensed could affect him significantly. The sunlight streaming in from outside even caused him a degree of discomfort. Yet, Li Yi possessed the ability to seamlessly traverse between his identities as a human and a demon. With a mere thought, his demonic bloodline swiftly receded, the pitch black of his eyes fading away. The oppressive sensation from the salt dissipated, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He recalled that within the realm of dark forces, most demons bore pure black eyes. Only certain unique demons exhibited different eye colors. For example, those engaging in trades at crossroads had red eyes, while demons of princely stature in hell possessed yellow eyes. Lilith's eyes were white, the more distinctive the eye color, the greater the power it signified. In tales of lore, demons with pure black eyes typically played the role of mere bystanders, while only those with unique eye colors were worthy of becoming the protagonist's formidable adversaries. However, Li Yi remained unconcerned. As long as his attributes were sufficiently powerful, he could vanquish even Lucifer. If necessary, he could purchase colored contact lenses to match any hue he desired. In the future, when encountering more supernatural beings, would they also yield their bloodlines? Vampires, werewolves, angels, shapeshifters, deities. Fortunately, these acquired bloodlines lay hidden deep within the body and would not manifest unless awakened. Otherwise, Li Yi would hesitate to collect these attribute orbs indiscriminately. Having concluded his self-assessment, Li Yi proceeded to acquire several roosters, eager to discover what treasures might emerge from slaying a living creature. Initially, he contemplated procuring items such as peachwood swords, talismans, and vermilion powder, but now deemed them unnecessary, having found superior alternatives. Donning the stylish sunglasses he had casually purchased, Li Yi started his vehicle and began his journey back to Palo Alto. After Li Yi departed, a man and a woman arrived at the parking area. The woman, with cascading waves of hair, addressed the man, John. I had a premonition that a formidable evil entity would manifest here. Did you sense anything? Constantine shook his head, replying, Zed, I have not detected any trace of demons in this vicinity. Let us search the area further. Just as Constantine was about to continue his investigation, he received a phone call. The news on the other end left him astounded. What? Gary, you unleashed a powerful demon? I'm on my way. Once Constantine ended the call, Zed hesitated and asked, John, what about the evil entity here? This presence is extraordinary. I can barely discern its visage. If left unchecked, it could have catastrophic consequences. After pondering for a moment, Constantine replied, with the exorcist Zhang being present, we can manage temporarily. Gary is one of my few friends. I must assist him. Although Zed appeared anxious, he ultimately chose to accompany Constantine. Chapter 12. Exorcist Annie Lee switched off the pulsating music in the car and returned home, clutching several roosters. He retrieved a sizable bowl, added some salt, and mixed in a bit of water, preparing to pluck the feathers from the roosters' necks. Utilizing his telekinetic abilities, he suspended the roosters in midair, causing them great distress as they clucked in terror. Lee drew forth a kitchen knife, its blade glinting ominously under the light. Removing his sunglasses, he revealed an exhilarated smile that bore a hint of malevolence. He positioned the chicken's neck over a bowl and, without a moment's hesitation, slashed with the knife. Instantly, vibrant crimson blood gushed forth, accurately spraying into the bowl. In this land of beauty, each rooster would require nearly 10 strokes, and Lee had no intention of wasting any part of it. Since death was inevitable, he resolved to prepare himself a delectable yellow braised chicken. Ensuring the blood was completely drained would enhance the flavor, and the chicken's blood could be transformed into a delightful blood stew. Having traversed into this realm with extraordinary abilities, there was no need for excessive toil. It was time to indulge in life's pleasures and offer solace to those unfortunate maidens whenever the opportunity arose. As the blood was fully drained, the rooster ceased its struggles, and a small green light orb fell to the ground. Source quality 05. Li Yi was momentarily taken aback by the notification sound. Had decimals truly emerged? He mused that indeed, one must slay creatures to obtain source quality. Yet what purpose did this source quality serve? As he regarded the small light orb on the ground, he instinctively used his mental prowess to touch it, only to find that the orb vanished immediately. Life 05. This experiment filled Li Yi with great joy. It would certainly facilitate matters. Observing the newly acquired 05 source quality on his panel and glancing at the remaining 3 roosters, his gaze sharpened. The 3 roosters suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of danger, their feathers bristling in fear. Amidst their terrified clucks, they were drawn into the restroom by Li Yi's mental force. Then, with a flash of the blade, 3 torrents of blood erupted forth. Source quality 05x3, life 05x3. Following the demise of the 3 roosters, the showerhead in the restroom automatically sprayed clean water to wash away the bloodstains. Before long, the restroom regained its pristine condition, leaving no trace of the grisly act. Having collected 2 additional points of life, combined with his original 48 points, Li Yi's life total surpassed 50. Yet, such feeble creatures yielded no significant physical attributes. With the acquisition of source quality, Li Yi discovered that his magical power, techniques, and skills now bore numbers. He understood that this indicated the potential for enhancement. However, aspects such as life, spirit, physique, and bloodline could not be augmented. Gazing at the 4 roosters lined up before him, Li Yi fell into deep contemplation. If slaying chickens could yield a tribute source quality, what of taking human lives? With nearly 300 million people in this beautiful nation, even if each contributed merely 1 point of attributes, Li Yi felt he could become invincible. If he were to sacrifice all life on Blue Star, he shuddered to think of how formidable he might become. Suddenly, clarity washed over Li Yi, filling his heart with positive energy. What would it mean to be invincible in a world acquired through sacrifice? Would he still be considered human? The essence of humanity lies in the presence of emotions and desires, a moral compass, and the depth of human nature and sentiment. If one succumbs to the grip of power and transforms into a mere instrument of slaughter, can they still be considered truly human? What purpose does a desolate world serve? Furthermore, there are many formidable beings in this realm. Should one overstep their bounds, certain deities will not stand idly by. Before the intervention of the benevolent deity, the tomato god would swiftly put an end to their transgressions. As long as one remains prudent and avoids chaos, the day will surely come when they rise to power. Contemplating this, Li began to heat water, preparing to scald a deceased chicken for plucking. Just as he was about to remove the first feather, a knock echoed through the door. Peering through the peephole, he beheld a strikingly tall brunette with a single ponytail, clad in a form-fitting black leather jacket. A handbag slung over her shoulder. Her eyes reflected a hint of sorrow, evoking a sense of compassion. Li recognized her as Annie, the daughter of George. Upon opening the door, Li inquired nonchalantly, "What brings you here?" Annie gazed at the handsome young man before her, her melancholy dissipating, replaced by resolve. "Uncle Orin said that unless you witness those malevolent creatures with your own eyes, you would never believe in the existence of demons. I have come to prove to you that these demons are indeed real." Li was taken aback by Annie's declaration. Had she already discovered extraordinary beings? Nonetheless, he feigned impatience, replying, "How do you intend to prove it? If it's merely some magic trick, I am quite busy and have no time for your frivolities." Annie, undeterred by Li Ye's impatience, noted the improvement in his demeanor compared to before. Looking intently into his eyes, she stated earnestly, "There has been a supernatural occurrence in the town of Antonio, California. A mysterious fog appears at night, and anyone enveloped by this fog meets their demise. A priest named Robert wrote to me, suggesting that there may be spirits within the mist, and he hopes I can assist. To witness a ghost, one must be present at the scene. That is why I have come to invite you to join me." Li Yi, feigning surprise, asked, "Are you serious?" Annie nodded affirmatively. "Of course. My father and I are exorcists, and our family, the Astor clan, has been dedicated to this craft for generations. Over the years, we have vanquished many malevolent entities. Should you accompany me, I vow to safeguard your life, even at the cost of my own. While these extraordinary beings possess formidable and enigmatic powers, they can be defeated if their weaknesses are discerned." Li Ye's objective was to seek out these extraordinary beings. And now that Annie had assisted him in locating them, he would naturally not refuse. He would accompany her to gather attributes and, if necessary, seize the opportunity for a kill. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi feigned disbelief and remarked, "Very well, I shall accompany you to observe. Should you dare deceive me, your father will never earn my forgiveness in this lifetime." George had already been sentenced, and Annie's fervent quest to prove the existence of demons and obtain Li Ye's pardon would not alleviate George's punishment. She simply did not wish for her father to bear the weight of a crime he did not commit. Sometimes, truth holds greater significance than anything else. She aimed to make Li Yi understand that the true culprits behind the death of his parents were not her father. Her father was a hero, not a murderer. Upon hearing Li Ye's agreement to go, a flicker of joy ignited within Annie's heart. She had finally taken this pivotal step. "Let us hasten. We must arrive before nightfall," she urged. Li Yi cast a glance at Annie and replied, "Not so fast. Before we depart, I need you to assist me with something." Sensing a hint of mischief in his gaze, Annie queried with confusion, "What is it?" Chapter 13. The guiding assembly. Annie silently plucked feathers from the chicken, feeling somewhat speechless. She had contemplated various unpleasant possibilities in her mind, but never imagined he would ask her to pluck chicken feathers. Why slaughter so many chickens? Wouldn't it be easier to buy them from the supermarket? Observing Li Yi, who adeptly handled the chicken entrails while wearing an apron, an inexplicable feeling arose within Annie. She perceived a significant change in Li Yi compared to the first time they met. He seemed to have matured somewhat. Without turning back, Li Yi stated, "These chickens were raised by a dear friend of my mother in Chinatown. Their flavor and texture surpass those found in supermarkets. My mother used to adore making braised chicken for me, and I wish to recreate her taste. When I next enjoy the same braised chicken, it will feel as though they are still with me." Li Ye's calm words pierced Annie's heart. Had it not been for his father's actions, perhaps Li Ye's family would still be living in happiness. Although she had previously arranged for Uncle Orin to compensate Li Yi with a sum of money, she did not believe that money could ever mend the void left by familial bonds. The cozy decor of the room and the prominent family photograph on the table attested to the warmth that once enveloped Li Ye's household. Why did she and her father, George, persist in their fight against evil? Was it not to spare more families from the torment of malevolent spirits and to enable them to lead tranquil lives? Yet now, Due to their connection, a once harmonious family lay shattered. Annie refrained from asking further questions, silently continuing to pluck the feathers. She feared that Li Yi might utter something sharp enough to provoke her guilt. She would rather he scold her as he had done in the past. Sensing Annie's silence, a subtle smile graced Li Yi's lips. Stop talking. Are you still going to ask? The strength of both spirit and physique allowed Li Yi to efficiently handle the 4 chickens in no time. After placing them in the refrigerator, he turned to Annie and said calmly, "Let's go." Antonio Town lies over 100 kilometers north of San Francisco, a 2-hour drive. Upon descending the stairs, Li Yi noticed that Annie was driving a Ford F-150 pickup truck, its bed filled with various items. The vehicle was adorned with peculiar patterns and even bore a cross. Seeing Li Yi's curiosity, Annie explained, "This truck is laden with exorcism supplies, various forms of salt, gasoline, electric batons, and more. These designs serve to protect the vehicle from malevolent entities and offer us a safeguard as well." Li Yi nodded silently and took a seat in the passenger side. While such items might be effective against lesser evil beings, formidable ones were hardly deterred by them. There were countless methods to counteract them. As twilight descended, the pickup's headlights flickered to life, guiding them toward Antonio Town. The setting sun cast a beautiful glow upon the clouds, painting the sky in splendid hues. Meanwhile, in a prison, George appeared somewhat haggard, his beard having grown a fair length. His rugged appearance made it difficult to imagine that he had such a beautiful daughter as Annie. As the prison warden passed by, he knocked on George's door, a sinister smile creeping across his face as his eyes turned pitch black. "Ah, isn't this the renowned exorcist George? It's been a while. You look rather worn down. Come out and face me," he taunted. "Look at your disheveled state. It's truly pitiful." Upon seeing the warden's appearance and hearing his words, George's expression shifted dramatically. "A demon?" he thought, his vigilance heightened as he glared at the warden. "What do you want?" The demon continued unabashedly. "Your Esther family has been exorcising for so many years. If a demon were to emerge among your descendants, would you still have the resolve to act?" With a sinister chuckle, he added, "Your daughter Annie is quite beautiful. I wonder if the little demon she bears will share her charm." The demon's words instilled a deep fear in George, who felt powerless confined within the prison walls. Annie's inexperience in exorcism put her at grave risk from the demon's malevolence. This particular demon was stronger than any he had previously encountered, capable of controlling even the gun engraved with the Eye of Horus. Desperately, George pleaded, "Please, spare Annie." The demon erupted into laughter, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a mark resembling a bite, and asked mockingly, "Do you remember this?" George gazed at the pattern above, exclaiming in astonishment, "The Convergence Society?" This organization, comprised of certain humans and demons, sought to summon infernal beings into the mortal realm through intricate rituals. Women targeted by the Convergence Society would bear children, who would be possessed by demons from the depths of hell. George had once performed an exorcism on a pregnant woman, banishing the demon that resided within her womb back to the underworld. He noticed the bite marks on his arm, an insignia of sorts, though he was unaware of its true significance, believing it to be a unique mark of the demon. Yet, with the demon vanquished, he paid little heed to it. The demon hissed, "Indeed, the demon you expelled back then was I. You have severely weakened me. I could have descended upon the earth directly, but instead, I have spent years regaining my strength. Were it not for you, I would have long reveled in the exquisite delights of the mortal realm." A sinister smile crept across the demon's face as it continued, "Fortuitously, the surge of dark energy in the human world has diminished the barriers between realms, allowing me to be summoned and possess a human directly. Your daughter shall serve as the vessel for my king's arrival." Upon hearing the demon's words, despair enveloped George's heart. 20 years prior, on a fateful night when he returned from banishing evil, a catastrophic fire had consumed his home. He had desperately rushed inside, only to discover Phil had perished, and all he could do was rescue their 6-month-old daughter, Annie. In his quest to uncover the truth behind his wife's death, he had fervently pursued exorcisms, eventually realizing the mark he had seen was indeed the emblem of the Convergence Society. The thought of his beloved Phil's demise being orchestrated by them haunted him, yet at the time, no tangible evidence remained. The fire had obliterated all traces of the truth. Moreover, the Convergence Society was far too powerful, and with Annie still needing his care, he dared not seek vengeance recklessly. Trembling, George faced the demon and stammered, "Could it be that my wife was also slain by you 20 years ago?" The demon regarded him with a pitying gaze. "George, after all these years, Have you only now grasped the truth? Yes, your wife was indeed one of our victims. A wave of regret washed over George. He realized he had unwittingly endangered both his wife and Annie. Had he refrained from his exorcism, perhaps none of this would have transpired. Clutching the railing, George fell to his knees, beseeching the demon, "Will you spare Annie? I am willing to do anything." No longer did he yearn for revenge. His sole desire was for Annie's safety. The demon erupted into raucous laughter, as if it had heard the most amusing of jokes. Spare her? How absurd. 20 years ago, she partook of the king's blood. As long as she bears life, my king shall descend upon the mortal realm. You might become the grandfather of the demon king. Are you feeling joyous? Chapter 14. The Kill in the Night Mist. George's gaze was vacant. Had the plans been laid out 20 years ago? With the demon king of hell descending, who among mortals could stand against him? Most demons remaining in the human realm have not truly manifested. They merely carry a fragment of their power, inhabiting human vessels. Exorcists rely on incantations to return demons to hell, rather than truly vanquishing them. Only those capable of slaying demons can be called demon slayers. Such individuals often possess unique bloodlines, wielding formidable powers such as magic, or are in possession of extraordinary artifacts capable of directly annihilating demons. Watching the retreating figure of the demon, George found himself at a loss. In that moment, despair engulfed him. "Annie, I am sorry." After the demon had distanced itself, it beckoned, and a prison guard promptly approached, addressing him as "My lord, the Baron." The chief warden demon commanded the guard, "Go and see what Annie is doing. Find a vigorous man for her to mate with, ensuring her conception. Safeguard her until the child is born, and it shall count as your merit. However, should anything happen to Annie that jeopardizes the king's corporeal form, you will await your demise." The demon possessing the guard was a great demon, more than sufficient to protect Annie. Should they encounter formidable foes, he could summon reinforcements. The guard replied respectfully, "Yes." Yet, he hesitated to depart, uncertainty etched on his face. Noticing this, the chief warden demon furrowed his brow and inquired, "What else is there to discuss?" The guard gritted his teeth and said, "My lord, why not simply eliminate George?" At this, the chief warden demon's eyes flashed with fury, and the guard was instantly hurled against the wall, creating a large dent as he fell to his knees. Bowing his head to the ground, too intimidated to utter another word, the chief warden demon emanated a formidable aura, speaking with authority. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Dennis, you are but a minor captain. How dare you presume to critique my methods? Recognize your position. Should there be a next time, I shall send you back to hell. Now begone." With that, the demon Dennis transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished from the prison. The chief warden demon wore a displeased expression. These individuals, though outwardly respectful, harbored a lack of genuine allegiance. Originally, he had been an ordinary demon, but by a stroke of fortune, he had accomplished a significant feat, resulting in the demon king elevating him to lordship and bestowing upon him the title of Baron, along with a domain to govern. This situation left some of the formidable demons, who commanded numerous malevolent spirits, feeling rather disgruntled. They believed that he merely stumbled upon success by chance, akin to a blind cat encountering a dead mouse, attributing his fortune solely to luck. However, luck is indeed a facet of power. What could they do but concede and comply with his authority, even if he were the most inferior of lords? His noble title elevated him above those demons who possessed nothing. Subsequently, the chief warden of the prison cast a disapproving glance in George's direction, furrowing his brow. This fellow was utterly inept. How could he remain dormant amidst such provocation? A complete failure. 2 hours later, Li Yi and Annie arrived at the town of Antonio. The night had fallen, and the streetlights illuminated the quaint town. The Ford F-150 pickup truck came to a halt outside a church near the seaside. The driver's door swung open, revealing long legs clad in black leather boots. Following closely was Annie, attired in form-fitting leather pants and a sleek leather jacket. She approached the church entrance, greeting a bespectacled priest in a suit, his visage adorned with a dense mustache. "Father Robert, have you uncovered any information?" Robert gazed at Li Yi, who had emerged from the passenger's seat, his expression tinged with confusion. "A Chinese individual? Who might he be?" Annie interjected, "This is Li Yi, a friend of mine. Have there been any new developments?" She wished to steer clear of the priest's prolonged inquiries regarding Li Yi, eager to uncover the truths shrouded in mystery. Upon hearing Annie's inquiry once more, Robert's demeanor turned grave. Annie, this situation may be far more troublesome than anticipated. The mysterious fog could signify the return of numerous vengeful spirits from a century ago. Annie seized upon this critical detail, asking, numerous? Are you suggesting that there may be more than one ghost involved? Robert nodded solemnly. Indeed, and in substantial numbers, likely an entire horde. Annie was taken aback. Disbelief etched across her features. What on earth is happening? Why didn't you clarify this in your last letter? She had brought Li Yi along, assuming there would be only one or two spirits, which she could manage with ease. Yet now, with Robert's revelation of a vast multitude, it felt like a treacherous trap. Confronting a swarm of apparitions left her ill-equipped to protect Li Yi. With a sigh, Robert tightened his grip on the package he held. I only discovered my grandfather's notebook this afternoon. It contains some secrets. A century ago, a wealthy man named Blake, afflicted with leprosy, sought to establish a community in Antonio for others like him to receive treatment. However, the townsfolk, greedy for Blake's wealth, conspired to cause his ship, the Elizabeth, to run aground and sink into the sea. At that time, a dense fog enveloped the waters, and mysteriously, once Blake's vessel sank, the fog vanished as well. Today marks the centenary of the sinking of the Blake ship. Last night, amidst the fog on the sea, some individuals reported seeing lights flickering through the mist. Over the past few nights, dense fog has enveloped the waters, leading to several unfortunate souls being consumed by its shroud along the beach. By the time dawn broke and the fog receded, these individuals had already met their demise. As Robert finished speaking, a thick fog suddenly billowed over the sea. Initially, it appeared as a small cluster, but within moments it stretched for several kilometers. The fog surged ominously towards the shore, and faint glimmers of light could be discerned within. Observing this eerie spectacle, and felt an unsettling apprehension. A ghost capable of affecting such a vast environment was beyond her means to confront. Without pausing to admonish the priest, and urgently instructed Li Yi, there is no time for explanations. We must leave at once. Seeing the rapidly advancing fog, Li Yi frowned and promptly opened the car door. Settling back inside, Father Robert joined them in the rear seat, and the pickup truck roared to life, hastily departing towards the outskirts of the town. As the fog encroached, seemingly limitless, and turned to Father Robert, her voice laced with anger. You told me there was just a patch of fog. Why didn't you mention it could expand to this extent? Is this truly what you call a mere patch? Robert, somewhat sheepish, replied, a couple of days ago. It was indeed just a patch. Tonight, however, it seems markedly different. Could he be blamed? The fog had not been so expansive in the preceding nights. Li Yi's expression grew grave as he gazed toward the sea. The speed at which the fog spread was utterly astonishing. They had barely been in the car for a few seconds when the mist overtook the beach, swallowing several houses in its wake. Channeling his magical energy into his eyes, Li Yi discerned that spirits floated within the fog. The speed at which these apparitions glided through the air matched the rapid spread of the mist. Under the watchful eyes of the three, the fog quickly enveloped the road ahead. Within this dense haze, the pickup's headlights illuminated only a mere 10 meters ahead, and was compelled to halt the vehicle, slamming her fist against the steering wheel in frustration and exclaiming, "How could this happen?" Previous supernatural encounters were mostly isolated incidents, the most potent of which merely altered a building's surroundings. I have no idea how to deal with a phenomenon that can affect an entire town. The endless fog had ensnared them, shrouding the entire town in its eerie embrace. It loomed like a ravenous demon, instilling fear in their hearts. Chapter 15. The ghostly assault, and cast a remorseful glance at Li Yi, confessing, "This is my fault. I shouldn't have recklessly brought you here." Last time, it was her father who implicated Li Yi's parents. This time, it was she who brought misfortune upon him. She no longer dared to hope for Li Yi's forgiveness. Their family was unworthy of such grace. Empowered by his magical abilities, Li Yi peered further into the mist, discerning a ghostly figure approaching them from a distance. Simultaneously, he sensed an unseen force within the fog attempting to affect their minds. However, his mental fortitude rendered such influence ineffective. Yet, and beside him appeared somewhat affected. And even Father Robert in the back seat trembled, clutching his belongings as if in fear of something unseen. Meeting Anne's gaze, Li Yi urged, "What despairing words are these? Are you not an exorcist? Quickly, banish the evil. You promised to protect me. Have you forgotten so soon?" His words rekindled Anne's resolve. Indeed, she had vowed to safeguard Li Yi with her very life. What had come over her? How could she contemplate surrender before even confronting the specter? Regaining her composure, and swiftly retrieved a loaded shotgun from a nearby bag. She also handed 2 pistols to Robert and Li Yi, saying, "The bullets in these pistols have been soaked in holy water and inscribed with exorcism symbols. They possess formidable power against most supernatural entities." Just as she finished her explanation, a spectral figure resembling a sailor advanced through the fog toward them. Li Yi's expression reflected his astonishment as he nervously inquired, "Is that a ghost?" and nodded, her demeanor grave. "Now do you believe? Supernatural beings do exist. The demons I spoke of are real." The sailor ghost brandished an iron hook, raising it menacingly as if to strike. Without hesitation, and aimed her shotgun at the apparition and fired. The salt-filled round struck true, causing the ghost to dissipate into a thick mist. A sigh of relief escaped, and it seemed they were not entirely defenseless. She had merely frightened herself. The endless fog had felt overwhelmingly oppressive. This level of ghost was manageable for her, though she wondered how many more lurked beyond the veil. With only 20 salt cartridges in the vehicle and the rest stored in the truck bed, she quickly reloaded, remaining vigilant. As the ghost shattered, a small orb of light fell from its remnants. Li Yi's psychic energy brushed against it, triggering a notification in his mind. Mentality 1. Li Yi frowned. A single ghost had yielded merely 1 point of mental energy? That was hardly more than the worth of 2 chickens, far too meager. Li Yi sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. Indeed, not long after the previous specter had dissipated, another ghost began to materialize through the mist nearby. Observing this, Annie swiftly fired her weapon, dispatching several of the emerging phantoms. However, she soon realized something was amiss. The intervals at which the ghosts coalesced were becoming alarmingly brief, indicating that her salt rounds had little effect on them. As time passed, the apparitions grew increasingly solid, their power evidently escalating. Gazing at the thickening fog, Annie spoke gravely. "This mist poses a serious threat. The denser it becomes, the stronger the specters grow." Li Yi, observing the reforming ghost outside, inquired, "What must we do to eliminate these phantoms?" Annie fired another shot at the ghost, only to find that this time it had not been entirely dispersed. Witnessing this, Li Yi discreetly employed his telekinetic abilities to deliver a decisive strike, causing the ghost to vanish completely. Simultaneously, he collected the fallen essence, finding the acquisition of psychic energy significantly more manageable. With the addition of the previous collection, Li Yi now possessed 136 points of spirit, and he felt a profound satisfaction at the prospect of this ghost acting as a courier. As Annie reloaded her weapon, she informed Li Yi, essentially, to eradicate any ghost. "We must eliminate its source. Most specters have traceable origins, typically their remains or personal effects, while a few are bound to objects at their place of death." Li Yi, having encountered some dark forces, was somewhat familiar with this concept. He even understood the existence of earthbound spirits and lingering will, which lacked an attached source, only to be satisfied when their earthly desires were fulfilled. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi remarked, "According to what Father Robert said earlier, these ghosts are those who perished alongside the wealthy Blake in a shipwreck over a century ago. Therefore, their remains or related artifacts should be within the wreck. But how do we locate the sunken vessel?" Turning to Father Robert, he asked, "Do you have any insights?" As another ghost materialized, Annie fired twice before dispersing it, which filled her with trepidation. The salt rounds were proving increasingly ineffective, and it seemed only a matter of time before the specters would become immune. Father Robert, seated at the back, clutched his pack tightly, as if this action could alleviate his anxiety. Upon hearing Li Yi's inquiry, he hesitated before responding. After the sinking of Blake's ship, the Elizabeth, those in the town who coveted Blake's wealth attempted to salvage it. However, they returned empty-handed, as if the Elizabeth had vanished into the mist itself. Last night, someone beheld a flicker of light amidst the fog, presumably emanating from the Elizabeth. After listening to this, Li Yi felt the situation had become somewhat precarious. The endless fog enveloped them, with only a fraction of its expanse visible on the shore. Previously, they had observed that far more lay concealed within the depths of the sea. Was it their intention to search for the Elizabeth in the ocean? Li Yi did not fear for his own safety. Should the need arise, he could simply transform into a demon and take flight. What he lamented was the overwhelming strength of this supernatural occurrence, rendering it impossible to vanquish and claim its attributes. At that moment, Li Yi's ears perked up, catching the faint sound of chains dragging from behind the vehicle. He turned his gaze towards the rear window, and beheld a towering specter approaching, dragging an anchor closer with each deliberate step. As the distance diminished, the ghost raised its hand, clutching the iron chain, seemingly poised to hurl the anchor at the pickup truck. Seeing this, Lee urgently urged Annie, "Hurry, drive forward. Danger lurks behind us." Upon hearing his frantic plea, Annie disregarded her reservations and pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle ahead. The visibility within the fog had dwindled to a mere 6 or 7 meters. To put this into perspective, a small car measures around 5 meters in length. Annie was effectively driving blind, navigating the road haphazardly. Should any obstacle present itself ahead, the reaction time would be limited to the length of the vehicle, inevitably leading to a collision. Such proximity made it exceedingly difficult to respond, which was precisely why Annie had been hesitant to drive recklessly before. As the vehicle departed from its original position, a loud whoosh sliced through the air, and a rusted anchor, still tethered to its chain, hurtled from behind and crashed into the ground. The impact created a significant crater, and had it struck the vehicle, it would have been instantly crushed. The resounding noise reverberated through the fog, startling Annie into inadvertently accelerating further. The anchor-wielding specter, realizing it had missed its target, began to sprint after them. Its imposing figure seemed to send tremors through the earth with each step. Chapter 16. The Golden Cross. The pickup truck reached a speed of nearly 50 miles per hour, a perilous pace given the current visibility conditions. However, the specter trailing them posed an even greater threat. Driving carried its own risks, yet failing to drive would lead to certain doom. Though the specter was swift, the truck's speed was evidently superior. The distance between them gradually widened, prompting the ghost to halt, gazing after the pickup as it vanished into the fog. Lee turned to Annie, who remained focused on the road ahead, her mind racing with tension and devoid of time for contemplation. Noticing the specter had ceased its pursuit, he remarked, "It seems we have outpaced that ghost. We can afford to slow down now." Relieved by his words, Annie eased off the accelerator, maintaining her focus as they continued for a while before finally coming to a stop. Moments ago, she felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. She needed to pause and regain her composure to face the forthcoming challenges. Taking a deep breath, Annie exclaimed, "That tremendous noise nearly frightened me to death." Thankfully, Lee, you noticed what was behind us. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. In truth, Lee was not as agitated as Annie. The ship's anchor likely weighed several hundred kilograms, and with his nearly 50 points of physique, he could manage to wield it. However, the ability to manipulate it and the capacity to withstand its consequences were two entirely different matters. Had Annie hesitated even slightly, he would have had to transform into a demon and escape the vehicle. Although the ghost of the anchor appeared formidable, as long as they remained close and prevented it from swinging the anchor, the threat significantly diminished. In fact, that ghost might not withstand a single strike from him. Yet, without uncovering its origin, these specters could never be vanquished. Such is the nature of this world. To eradicate a ghost, one must find its source. No matter how powerful the specter, once its origin is identified, mortals possess the means to destroy it. Even the king of hell, Crowley, fears the obliteration of his own remains. Lee turned to Annie and said, "Continuing like this is not a viable solution. We must locate the Elizabeth. Otherwise, these ghosts will endlessly accumulate, and our ammunition will inevitably run out." As soon as Lee finished speaking, 3 ghosts appeared around them, emerging from the front and both sides of the vehicle, brandishing harpoons and iron hooks. Annie seized the shotgun resting on the center console and fired at the specters. Lee also aimed at the ghost on the passenger side, and his special bullets pierced through the ghost's form, igniting a blaze that quickly consumed it. It took 2 shots to disperse the ghost on Annie's side, and Lee swiftly fired at the specter in front of them. After vanquishing the apparitions, Lee gazed at the mysterious patterns inscribed on the vehicle and inquired, "Aren't these markings meant to repel malevolent beings? Why do they still dare approach the car?" His words sparked a realization in Annie, who echoed his confusion. Indeed, logically speaking, these ghosts should be fearful. Why are they attacking us? Lee reached out to touch the patterns inside the vehicle, sensing no unusual energy emanating from them. Were these protective symbols truly effective? Annie, immediately dismissing his doubts, insisted, "Impossible. Previously, when my father and I went exorcising, the ghost would never come near the vehicle. Throughout the years, we have never encountered any trouble inside. We have personally verified the efficacy of these markings, and they are widely utilized in our circle of exorcists." Lee refrained from commenting on Annie's assertions. He was uncertain of the principles governing the exorcistic properties of these patterns. However, in the television shows I had previously watched, the patterns drawn with ordinary materials indeed possessed a certain effect. This struck Li Yi as rather unscientific. Even the Monkey King required his golden staff and magical powers to create circles. Even Taoist talismans necessitated the use of vermilion, special talisman paper, and a myriad of procedures that Li Yi was not entirely familiar with. Casting a glance at the timid and silent Robert behind him, Li Yi casually inquired, "Is it possible that these specters have compelling reasons to attack us? Or is there something that draws them, rendering them unafraid of these exorcism symbols?" Annie pondered for a moment and conceded that Li Yi's assertion was not entirely implausible. Yet, what could possibly attract them? These spirits belonged to a century past, and the only connection to that era in the vehicle was Father Robert. Upon hearing Li Yi's analysis, Robert in the back seat clutched his bundle tighter, his gaze filled with complexity and evident turmoil. Annie turned to Father Robert, her tone sharp. "Robert, how many more secrets are you hiding from us? If you do not clarify, I shall have no choice but to ask you to disembark." Robert sighed and replied, "Annie, I am sorry. My grandfather was one of those who coveted the Blake estate. Upon witnessing the eerie occurrences aboard the Elizabeth, he anticipated that the souls of the deceased would return for vengeance. Thus, he secretly hoarded a portion of the estate left by Blake, crafting it into a golden cross, while establishing a church to offer perpetual worship, intending to confront these spirits." After speaking, Robert opened his bundle, revealing a Bible. Flipping it open, he did not unveil scripture, but rather a golden cross. Li Yi found it somewhat amusing that he sensed a hint of sanctity emanating from this cross. Clearly, this artifact was genuine, truly astonishing. It resembled the esoteric practices of the East, where one could feel the radiance of meritorious deeds. Robert, with some effort, extracted the cross and held it close. In a gesture of sincerity, Robert's grandfather had ensured that this golden cross was untainted, weighing nearly 20 kilograms. The Bible-sized cross was cumbersome to hold. With a sense of reflection, Robert continued, "Blake was a good man. He was willing to fund the establishment of a community to aid those afflicted with leprosy. My grandfather should not have treated him that way. I have come to terms with this on the journey. I do not deserve redemption. It is best to return this belonging to Blake and conclude this matter with my life." With that, Robert returned the handgun to Annie, embraced the golden cross, and opened the car door to step out. Annie and Li Yi exchanged glances filled with complexity as they observed Robert disembark from the vehicle, a sense of admiration swelling within them. Father Robert was evidently a mortal man, facing the fierce specters that awaited him. Stepping out of the vehicle was tantamount to courting death. His prior demeanor, marked by trepidation, clearly indicated a deep-seated fear of mortality. Yet, having come to terms with his resolve, he boldly chose to step into the fray, willing to atone for the sins of his forebears. As Robert approached the front of the vehicle, several phantoms swiftly materialized before him. The previously expressionless apparitions now bore faces twisted with hatred, their ashen eyes fixated upon him. A flicker of fear ignited within Robert, but he summoned his courage and addressed the specters with a resounding voice. "Come forth, take me away, and may you find peace thereafter. The innocents shall not be harmed." Chapter 17. The Enchantress and her demonic guardian. The phantoms advanced rapidly towards Robert, brandishing their weapons with malevolent intent. Confronted by the oncoming apparitions, Robert, trembling with fear, closed his eyes, just as he awaited his demise. The golden cross he clutched in his arms radiated a sanctified light. The specters ignited in flames under the luminous glow, dissipating into mere embers in an instant. Both Annie and Li Yi stood astonished at this remarkable spectacle. The power of this artifact was astounding. Li Yi pondered the efficacy of his counterfeit talisman in comparison to the cross. After a moment of silence, Robert, puzzled by the absence of pain, cautiously opened his eyes. Where had the phantoms gone? His anticipated death had not come to pass, leaving him bewildered as he gazed into the dense fog, uncertain of what had transpired. Would he still meet his end? Suddenly, Li Yi's telekinetic touch upon the fallen attribute orb unleashed a tremendous roar. The earth trembled beneath them, and within the fog, an ominous presence drew near. The intensity of the commotion was palpable even to Annie, yet the source remained concealed within the swirling mists. Following the sound, Li Yi's gaze fell upon a colossal sailing vessel that emerged from the fog, hurtling towards them at an alarming speed. "Run!" Li Yi shouted. Without hesitation, Annie shifted gears and pressed the accelerator, surging forward. Though the haze obscured her vision, she trusted Li Yi's judgment implicitly. Wrong direction. Reverse, Li Yi urged. As Annie shifted into reverse and backed away for several meters, the massive ship came into view, towering like a monstrous beast, careening towards them and striking Father Robert with ferocious force. Upon witnessing Robert being struck and sent flying, Li Yi faintly discerned the sailboat's spirited exclamation, "Damn that cross." The vessel surged forward with remarkable speed, propelled by tremendous inertia. Faced with the looming sailboat, which spanned over 10 meters, Annie's attempts to maneuver the pickup truck to safety were futile. She could only watch in horror as the sailboat approached. At the moment of imminent collision, Li Yi unhesitatingly embraced his demonic transformation. The pickup truck appeared no larger than a toy car against the sailboat, its front crumpling upon impact. The airbags deployed instantaneously, while Li Yi summoned his demonic powers to stabilize the cabin space. Thanks to this dual protection, Annie emerged with only minor injuries, though the violent jolt caused her to lose consciousness as the airbags propelled her back. After the sailboat had sent Father Robert flying, it began to decelerate, gliding a short distance before finally coming to a halt against the pickup. Inside, Li Yi's eyes turned a deep, inky black, relieved to sense that Annie was largely unharmed. He exhaled in relief. Suddenly, he felt a profoundly pure demonic aura emanating from the depths of Annie's being. This essence seemed to envelop him in an endless shroud of darkness and terror, evoking a deep-seated reverence within the transformed Li Yi. What could this be? Alarmed, he swiftly reverted to his human form. The shivering sensation dissipated, yet a frown creased his brow. How could such a potent demonic essence reside within Annie? Merely confronting this aura sent shivers down his spine. The sound of dragging chains echoed once more as a towering specter leaped from the sailboat, advancing towards the pickup. Li Yi, observing the apparition outside, prepared to summon the celestial sword to vanquish it. However, a plume of black smoke swiftly descended from the heavens, settling between the specter and the pickup. Upon witnessing this, Li Yi closed his eyes, opting to feign unconsciousness. The approaching demon clearly intended to shield them. Reflecting on the formidable demonic presence within Annie, Li Yi pondered thoughtfully. As the black smoke dissipated, it revealed a slender man clad in prison guard attire. Sensing the intact life force within the pickup, the demon Dennis exhaled in relief, thankful that the bloodline of the king had protected this woman. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for an explanation. In this eerie fog, he had previously lost his connection to Annie. Had it not been for the emergence of a demonic aura that pierced through the constraints and captured his attention, he might have overlooked her presence entirely. If anything were to happen to Annie, that wretched Fazero would undoubtedly consume him whole. Dennis glared at the anchoring specter, seething. Dare to thwart my endeavors? To hell with you. The frustrations he had endured at the hands of Fazero were now to be unleashed upon these phantoms. The anchor ghost, unacquainted with fear, grasped the iron chain with its right hand and swung it towards Dennis. The anchor, accompanied by a piercing sound, descended upon the demon Dennis. However, Dennis transformed into a wisp of black smoke and materialized beside the ghost. He extended his hand, pressing it against the ghost, and in an instant, a surge of flames erupted. The anchor ghost, taken by surprise, was swiftly consumed by the inferno. Dennis turned his gaze towards the towering two-story sailboat and proclaimed, "This vessel is the source of your power. Let me set this wretched ship ablaze." He waved his left hand towards the Pika, which gently floated aside, creating distance from the sailboat. Simultaneously, a massive orange-red fireball coalesced in his right hand, hurled towards the sailboat. Just as the fireball was about to collide with the vessel, the surrounding mist rapidly converged towards it. The gathering fog not only thwarted the fireball, but even began to extinguish it. Dennis, observing the seemingly endless mist, could not suppress a frown. At that moment, the fog enveloping the sea and the town appeared to respond to some unseen call, swiftly contracting towards the sailboat. The mist thickened around the ship, revealing the fleeting silhouettes of various ghosts, sailors, patients, guards, and chefs, all converging towards Dennis. Even the anchor ghost, previously engulfed in flames, reformed amidst the gathering specters. As the fog thickened, the space around Dennis felt as heavy as lead. Above him, a man clad in a black robe surveyed Dennis with a condescending gaze. His cheeks were sunken, cheekbones pronounced, lips cracked, and a cold smile played at the corners of his mouth. It was Blake, the wealthy magnate who had perished a century ago, looking down upon the demon with disdain. In his realm of fog, he was a god. Feeling Blake's scornful gaze, a fire ignited within Dennis. It was one thing for Fizzaroli to look down upon him, but how dare a mere ghost do the same? He was a demon who had comprehended the flames of hell, destined for potential ascension to a lordly status. How absurd. Merely a ghost with peculiar abilities. Dark energy surged from Dennis, rolling like tumultuous waves, resisting the encroaching mist. The ground beneath him trembled slightly, and an invisible wave of energy radiated outward from Dennis. The nearby ghosts, caught in this energy wave, became somewhat ethereal, with several dissipating entirely. Chapter 18. The Clash of the Clam and the Heron. Dennis pressed his palms together, then suddenly spread them apart, and between his hands appeared countless small orange-red fireballs. Under his command, these fireballs surged forth like a hail of bullets, hurtling towards the ghosts and the sailboat. In an instant, flames erupted around the phantoms. Each struck spirit emitting a mournful wail as they disintegrated into wisps of azure smoke. Yet, almost immediately, the spirits reformed from the dense fog. Rushing towards Dennis in relentless succession, Blake stood elegantly upon the sailboat, extending his right hand with a graceful flourish towards Dennis. With this motion, the surrounding mist thickened, nearly taking on a corporeal form. The mist, as if animated by some unseen force, not only obstructed the fireballs but also coiled towards Dennis, attempting to ensnare his movements. Dennis swiftly transformed into a wisp of black smoke, striving to evade the mist's clutches, but the fog pursued him doggedly. The anchor spirit reformed with seemingly enhanced vigor. Grasping its iron chain tightly, it swung the chain with force, the anchor hurtling through the air like a formidable serpent, accompanied by a howling wind aimed at Dennis. With a piercing gaze, Dennis sidestepped, the chain grazing his form and stirring up a gust. Seizing the moment, he reached out and grasped the chain, flames surging along it in an instant. However, Blake remained unperturbed. He flicked his fingers lightly, sending forth a beam of black light that struck the anchor spirit. In an instant, the spirit's form expanded, gaining strength, while a cloud of mist surged from its being, extinguishing the flames along the chain. With a sudden tug, it yanked Dennis forward, causing him to stagger. Observing this, Dennis promptly released the chain and retreated a few steps. Interesting, he mused. It seems I must get serious. Taking a deep breath, his body began to swell to a height of 3 meters, his head transforming into that of a ram, a serpent-like tail sprouting from his rear, and his feet becoming scaled, resembling the claws of a colossal fowl. His eyes turned crimson, and sparks occasionally flickered from between his lips. He had entered his demonic form. Though not as formidable as the denizens of hell, it was more than sufficient to vanquish these spirits. This body bore a trace of demonic lineage, conceived from a human woman by the Harbingers many years ago, granting him the ability to wield greater power upon his descent to earth. With a swift flick of his elongated serpent tail, the anchor spirit was scattered before it could react, as effortlessly as swatting a fly. Dennis bellowed toward Blake. Taste the fury of hellfire. A massive column of crimson flames erupted from his mouth, the inferno accompanied by a searing wave of heat, sweeping toward the sailboat and the spirits. The previous flames merely carried the essence of a demon. Now, they embodied true hellfire. Where the fire column passed, the mist was incinerated instantly, and the spirits dissolved into nothingness. Blake, witnessing the demonic visage and the might of hellfire, lost his former composure, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. The transformed demon exuded an aura of formidable power, its presence surging to a new height. And the hellfire it unleashed was nothing short of terrifying. With both hands resting upon the ghostly vessel, a thick mist began to emanate from it, forming a towering column of fog that danced in tandem with the fiery plume. Inside the pickup truck, Lee squinted through the window, witnessing a battle more captivating than any Hollywood spectacle. As the mist gathered and dissipated, the surroundings became increasingly transparent, even allowing Li Yi, without the aid of his supernatural vision, to see several meters ahead. The strength displayed by both the specters and the demon filled him with trepidation. Facing either one alone would pose a significant challenge. However, the clash between the two factions sparked a flicker of hope within him for a chance to benefit from their conflict. Let them fight. Let them strike with fervor. Ideally, they would both suffer grievous wounds, leaving him the opportunity to deliver a lethal blow. Observing the scattered orbs of light outside, Excitement surged within Li Yi as he subtly extended his mental energy to reach out and touch them. At this moment, a tall man with deep brown hair stood at the entrance to Li Yi's home, adorned in a red t-shirt and a black jacket. This was Dean, who had come to seek Li Yi based on the address left behind. He pressed the doorbell and knocked several times, yet no one answered. Subsequently, he took out his phone to call Li Yi, only to be met with the disheartening message that the number was out of service. Dean's expression grew grave as he attempted to call again, but the result remained the same. With a resigned sigh, he departed from Li Yi's residence and made his way to another house. Gazing at the darkened windows, a hint of nostalgia crossed his face. "Sam, my dear brother, let us see how alert you truly are." As Dean stealthily climbed through the window, Sam, who was asleep alongside Jessica, sensed an unusual presence. He opened his eyes sharply and quietly rose to investigate the living room. Meanwhile, Dean began to search through Sam's room, and upon exiting an empty chamber, he was suddenly seized from behind by Sam. Reacting swiftly, Dean found himself engaged in a scuffle with his brother. Fists and feet flew as they fought from the living room to the study and back again. Though Sam's physique was somewhat more robust, Dean's experience as a hunter gave him the upper hand. Seizing an opportunity, he managed to pin Sam to the ground, flashing a broad grin and teasing, "Don't be alarmed, little tiger." Upon recognizing Dean's voice, Sam gasped in surprise. "Dean?" Dean chuckled, his heart swelling with joy at seeing his brother once more. Sam, slightly irked, retorted, "You nearly gave me a heart attack." Dean retracted his smile and reproached Sam. "That's because you've neglected your skills." Sam, feeling somewhat indignant, extended his right leg to ensnare Dean, subsequently pinning him down. Dean chuckled once more, remarking, "It seems you haven't neglected them after all. Now kindly release me." Sam complied, helping Dean to his feet and inquiring, "Dean, what brings you here?" Dean playfully patted Sam's shoulder, jesting, "Is it not permissible for me to come over for a drink?" Sam, unconvinced by Dean's words, pressed further, "What, precisely, are you here for?" Dean, observing Sam's discontent, shrugged and replied, "Very well, we need to have a serious discussion." Sam expressed his dissatisfaction with Dean's late-night visit, questioning, "Why didn't you call?" Dean countered, "Would you have answered if I did?" Jessica, startled awake, emerged from her room clad in pink underwear and a cropped top, turning on the light and sleepily calling, "Sam?" Upon seeing Jessica, Sam introduced, "Dean, this is my girlfriend, Jessica." Dean, upon hearing the introduction, appraised the drowsy Jessica. Noticing an unfamiliar presence in the room, Jessica appeared surprised, then recalled something, uncertainly asking, "Wait, you are brother Dean?" Dean glanced at the design on Jessica's shirt, raised an eyebrow, and said, "I adore those Smurfs." He then stepped closer, gazing earnestly into Jessica's eyes, stating, "I must say, my brother is utterly unworthy of you." Jessica, looking down, realized her attire was somewhat inappropriate. "I need to go put on some clothes," she exclaimed, turning to retreat into her room. However, Dean interjected, No, it's entirely unnecessary. Truly, I need to borrow your boyfriend for a private family matter. Additionally, it's a pleasure to meet you." Jessica sighed, sensing there was something she wasn't meant to know. Observing this, Sam frowned at Dean, saying, "No need. Whatever you have to say can be said in front of her." He then moved closer to Jessica, awaiting Dean's words. Sam's demeanor warmed Jessica's heart. Dad has been out hunting for days with no word. Perhaps it's best to discuss this outside. Chapter 19. The beneficiary of the fisherman. As the fog gradually lifted, Blake began to feel the strain. The mist he could summon had been fully gathered, yet the infernal flames spewing from Dennis's mouth seemed relentless. As if connected to the very depths of hell, Blake felt a wavering resolve. The power of the hellfire was undeniably overwhelming. The mist was utterly ineffective against it, dissipating upon contact with the flames. He had underestimated the demons, but given him 100 years, he would master that force completely. At that time, even the most trivial demon would be crushed in an instant. Dennis sensed Blake's encroaching despair and felt a surge of satisfaction. Over the years, the dark energies of the mortal realm had surged, amplifying their powers. Particularly on this night, the dense dark energy allowed his demonic strength to recuperate swiftly. These specters were merely peculiar manifestations of spiritual energy. How could they ever compare to the might of demons? Hellfire possessed the capability to corrode even souls, a formidable flame that angels approached with caution. Unbeknownst to Dennis, the anchor specter was stealthily coalescing behind him. With a sudden flourish, the heavy iron chain was cast. The anchor, weighing several hundred kilograms, hurtling toward Dennis. Sensing the imminent danger, Dennis extinguished the hellfire and swiftly evaded. His current pseudo-demonic form could not begin to match his true essence in hell. Being struck by such a hefty anchor would undoubtedly inflict considerable harm. The anchor grazed his body before crashing to the ground, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the earth. The massive anchor created a significant crater upon impact. Dennis's expression twisted with fury. These specters had no sense of honor, launching a sneak attack against him. However, before he could retaliate, a solid column of mist surged forth, sending him flying. A peculiar force infiltrated Dennis's body through the mist, compelling him to withdraw from his demonic form. Fortunately, the damage was not severe. However, he realized he was hurtling toward the pickup truck and hurriedly attempted to transform into black smoke to evade the collision. Yet, the strange force within him rendered him temporarily incapable of harnessing his abilities. Ultimately, he crashed against the pickup's windshield, spewing forth black blood. The cabin was once again deformed by the impact, causing Annie to spit blood from the violent shockwave. Lee had already sensed Dennis's approach, remaining still within the vehicle, waiting for the opportune moment. Observing the demon before him, he unhesitatingly summoned the Heavenly Master's sword, infused it with mana, and plunged it into Dennis's body. Simultaneously, he conjured a bolt of palm thunder, wreaking havoc within Dennis's form through the Heavenly Master's sword. Lee's actions were executed in the blink of an eye, as if rehearsed countless times. Dennis had not anticipated that the sixth brother would launch an attack from within the vehicle, and under the influence of the strange force. He found himself utterly defenseless. The runes inscribed on the Heavenly Master's sword shone with intense brilliance, purifying the malevolent being it encountered. Under the onslaught of the Heavenly Master's sword and the palm thunder, Dennis emitted a wretched scream of despair. I shall not be defeated. He still has a powerful move yet to unleash. If given the chance to start anew, he would undoubtedly begin with his ultimate attack. After all, it was a rare visit to the mortal realm, and he never anticipated such a disastrous turn of events. A radiant light emanated from Dennis's body before it transformed into ash. As Blake retreated, he stared in astonishment at Pika. He sensed that the individual within Pika was of great significance to the demon. Thus, he aimed to strike Dennis, sending him crashing into Pika, hoping to divert Dennis's attention to rescue the individual, thereby facilitating his escape. That peculiar force could only exert a temporary influence, affording him a fleeting opportunity to flee. He understood that completely vanquishing the demon was an unlikely endeavor. Achieving this much was already the limit. As the mist continued to dissipate, he realized he might not be able to even carry away the ship. Life, 34 mentality, 347 physique, 26 demonic bloodline. 455 Lee swiftly utilized telekinesis to touch the attributes dropped upon the demon's demise, immediately succumbing to demonization. There was no time to assess his own attributes as he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, arriving on the ship in the blink of an eye. Thinking of fleeing? Not a chance. Blake, taken aback by the pitch-black eyes of Li Yi, was perplexed. How could this individual also be a demon? What was that divine aura he had just emitted? He felt a surge of urgency, needing a moment to re-inject the mist into the ship to facilitate their departure. Hastily, he addressed Li Yi. I concede. A sinister smile crept across Li Yi's lips as he landed and hurled a red fireball forward. One after another, fireballs materialized around him, hurtling toward Blake. He would never allow Blake to surrender. Villains often perish due to excessive chatter, and he had no desire to engage in lengthy dialogue. A swift resolution was imperative. He had awaited this moment for far too long, and this individual dared to ram his ship into him. He must perish. In his previous life as an archer, he had loathed a certain character named Sun Tzu, who frequently crashed his ship into him. Confronted with the terrifying hellfire, Blake was compelled to once again summon mist to defend himself. He could not allow these fireballs to strike the ship. If the vessel were ignited, he would be utterly obliterated. The essence of his soul resided within that ship, and he had believed that the mist would provide sufficient protection. Little did he anticipate encountering two formidable demons, and the mist within the ship had nearly been exhausted, making it difficult for him to control the ship's departure. With each fireball launched, considerable mist coalesced to intercept it. However, against the infernal flames, the mist was rapidly consumed. Observing Blake's frantic efforts, Li Yi could not fathom how the previous demon had met its demise. The ship was evidently the ghost's Achilles heel, Yet that demon had foolishly chosen to confront Blake directly. Li Yi raised his hands, igniting blazing hellfire within them, warping the very fabric of space itself. With a swift motion of his hands, hellfire erupted beneath the sailboat. Witnessing Li Yi's actions, Blake cried out in despair, "Stop! Stop! I concede. I surrender. I beg you, spare me." Blake was filled with terror as he hurriedly summoned the mist within the ship to coalesce beneath Li Yi's feet. However, in the face of Li Yi's infernal flames, this nearly depleted mist dissipated within mere seconds. The hellfire swiftly ignited the wooden planks beneath him, the flames rapidly spreading outward. Some phantoms materialized only to be instantly incinerated by the inferno. Blake gazed at Li Yi, whose eyes were pure black and bore a sinister smirk amidst the flames. "And cursed, you demon, may you meet a wretched end. I curse you to hell. No, I curse you to heaven." As he ranted, a sudden realization struck him. Cursing him to hell, was that not akin to sending a demon home? And was cursing him to heaven truly an insult? Regardless, demons ought to ascend to heaven to be purified by angels. Faced with the roaring hellfire, Blake relinquished his struggle. Having slain the descendants of those people, he felt little remorse. Chapter 20. The crystal ball of mist. With Blake's resistance extinguished, the hellfire rapidly consumed the sailboat. Blake too vanished within the inferno, while Li Yi's figure twisted within the flames, his pitch-black eyes resembling those of an evil villain. A cacophony of notifications echoed in Li Yi's mind, filling him with delight, confirming that these phantoms had perished in the hellfire. After Blake's demise, the mist outside had dissipated entirely. Glimmering orbs of light scattered around the sailboat, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Li Yi exited the demonic form outside the sailboat and swept his mental energy across the fallen luminous orbs. Upon collecting the attribute orbs, Li Yi felt a peculiar discomfort, as if bound by some unseen force. A faint sting pulsed in his brain. Could it be an imbalance in attribute development? Most of the orbs he collected that night were of the mental attribute, which had already surpassed 1,000. His encounters had primarily involved spectral phenomena, with precious few orbs of physical or life attributes. Though his body felt somewhat unwell, how could he resist gathering those orbs? Who could possibly endure such temptation? However, Li Yi was still able to endure the discomfort of his body for the time being, intending to seek out the cause and solutions later. He was captivated by the system's prompt, the crystal sphere of mist. With a mere thought, a crystal sphere, roughly the size of his palm, materialized in his hand. Within it swirled ethereal white mist, creating a strikingly beautiful sight. This crystal sphere had been refined by the system upon its acquisition, allowing Li Yi to wield it effortlessly. Recalling the ominous mist that had the power to engulf the small town, he infused it with his mental energy. As he did so, a thick veil of white mist materialized around him, mirroring the previous phenomenon, swiftly spreading outwards for hundreds of meters. Li Yi sensed that if he were to channel all his mental strength into it, the mist could extend for several kilometers. Not only mental power, but even magical energy or other forces could also invoke the mist. Under Li Yi's command, vivid images began to manifest within the crystal sphere, revealing sights from any location cloaked in fog. The capabilities of this crystal sphere did not end there. It could also infuse mist into objects, allowing them to be contained within the sphere. Furthermore, it possessed the ability to refine souls into mist servants, who would remain immortal as long as their master lived. Upon fully refining the crystal sphere, Li Yi discerned that the mist within seemed to embody a fragment of the legendary laws of mist. No wonder the sphere wielded such formidable power. Even a mere ghost like Blake could influence such a vast environment. It appeared that fortune had favored him with this treasure, affirming that good deeds indeed yield rewards. Alas, Blake's current misdeeds had squandered his luck, causing this extraordinary artifact to slip away from him. Li Yi, invigorated by the sphere's potential, couldn't help but smile broadly. What a magnificent treasure. It was truly meant to be his. The previous Blake had been foolish, daring to venture forth without fully refining the crystal sphere. It was likely that the ship could also be contained within the sphere. Blake's arrogance had led him to extract the mist from the ship to confront enemies. Had he taken refuge in the sphere upon sensing danger, he would not have met such a tragic end. He needed to be more cautious. Reflecting on Blake's fate, Li Yi reigned in his excitement, silently reciting the mantra of prudence. Host, Li Yi Life, 92 Spirit, 11471150 Constitution, 83 Magic, 6321 8 Source Quality, 3860 bloodline. Demon bloodline for 98. Technique. Supreme Clarity Spirit Preservation Method LV1 60200. Spell. Palm Thunder LV1 2200. Skill. Firearms LV2 840. Items. Tianshi Sword Imitation. Mist Crystal Ball Sacred Golden Cross. In this round, Li Yi has once again struck it rich, albeit with a pronounced imbalance in his attributes. His spirit has soared into the thousands, while the other two metrics remain below 100. Fortunately, he is able to allocate points. Yet, Li Yi finds himself perplexed. What exactly is source quality? Is it something akin to luck that can only be acquired through vanquishing foes? Unable to fathom it further, he dismisses the thought, opting instead to focus on point allocation. Upon experimenting with point distribution, he discovers that for every point added to life, spirit, or constitution, 5 points of source quality are deducted. Increasing his bloodline by 1 point requires 10 source quality points, while enhancements to techniques, skills, and magic only demand a single point each. Having grasped the mechanics of point allocation, Li Yi lapses into contemplation, deliberating on how best to distribute his enhancements. He perceives life, spirit, and constitution as foundational attributes that warrant significant attention. With a mere thought, his source quality diminishes swiftly while his constitution ascends rapidly. He feels his body strengthening, the faint pain in his mind diminishing, and that constraining sensation gradually fading away. When his constitution surpasses 115 points, various discomforts dissipate. It seems that the disparity between attributes should not exceed a 10-fold increase, lest adverse effects manifest. As he elevates his constitution to 300 points, he also boosts his life attribute to 300. Li Yi has always found the life attribute somewhat enigmatic, struggling to comprehend its true essence. While constitution denotes physical strength and spirit is easily understood, he now begins to perceive a vital energy coursing through his body with each enhancement. This vital energy pervades his blood and organs, sustaining his bodily functions. Li Yi ponders deeply, gradually unraveling the significance of each attribute within the system. With his remaining source quality, he invests 10 points to elevate his demon bloodline to a neat 500 points. His penchant for order compels him to achieve this symmetry. Magic and thunder spells possess formidable countermeasures against malevolent creatures, a fact Li Yi cannot afford to overlook. After leveling his thunder spell to level 2, he allocates all remaining points to his magic attribute. Host. Li Yi Life. 300300 Spirit. 11501150 Constitution. 300 Magic. 1578 1733 Source Quality. 0 Bloodline. Demon Bloodline. 500 Cultivation Method. Supreme Clarity Spirit Preservation Chi Method LV1 61200. Spell. Palm Thunder LV2 0500 Skill. Firearms LV2 840. Items. Tianshi Sword Replica. Mist Crystal Ball Sacred Golden Cross. With the enhancement of Palm Thunder, a multitude of insights surged within Li Yi's mind. Extending his right hand, lightning began to flicker incessantly. He then aimed his palm at the still-burning sailboat, and a lightning bolt, as thick as a thumb, shot forth in the blink of an eye, creating a substantial hole in the vessel. He glanced at his magic, noting a reduction of 200 points. Previously, when confronting demons, the first-level Palm Thunder consumed a maximum of 100 points of magic. Now, the second level consumed up to 200 points. Although the magic cost was considerable, its efficacy against malevolent beings was exponentially enhanced. Just as common items like refined salt and aconitum could impose significant restrictions on evil entities. A heavy, resplendent object materialized in Li Yi's hand, the sacred golden cross. He was astonished that such an item could be dropped and refined by him. Truly absurd. After refining it, Li Yi sensed a divine aura emanating from within. It was a force diametrically opposed to demonic power. If demonic energy symbolized darkness, then the power within the cross represented light, coalesced from the fervent prayers of countless individuals. Li Yi cared little for the particulars. It was a valuable item, and it was destined to be his. Chapter 21. Wendigo stowing away the cross. Li Yi approached the vehicle. The front of the pickup was essentially totaled, yet the cabin remained relatively intact due to his protection. Observing Annie within, he noticed that her hair bore strands of silvery white, subtly glowing as if absorbing energy from the air. Her life force had stabilized remarkably in such a short span. This was certainly not a capability of the demon bloodline. This aura was profoundly pure, seemingly imbued with a purifying essence. Rather than repelling the demon bloodline, this holy aura appeared to intertwine with it. Sensing the potent demonic essence within Annie, Li Yi felt a twinge of apprehension. Even now, with 500 points of demon bloodline, transitioning from an ordinary demon to a greater demon, he sensed that he would still struggle against that aura. What secrets lay within Annie? A soft moan broke the silence as Annie slowly opened her eyes. Staring at the blazing sailboat before her, she felt a sense of bewilderment. Hadn't they been struck by the vessel? How was it that the ship was now engulfed in flames? What on earth had transpired? Suddenly, the deformed front of the car began to emit smoke, with faint flickers of flames emerging. And, upon witnessing this, swiftly regained her composure and realized that her companion, Li Yi, in the passenger seat, seemed to still be unconscious. She urgently shook him and exclaimed, "Wake up! The car is about to explode." Feigning consciousness, Li Yi glanced at the chaotic scene, panic creeping into his demeanor. He and hurriedly opened the car doors and distanced themselves from the pickup truck. After running several dozen meters, the truck was soon engulfed in a fierce inferno, and stood there, dazed and uncertain, feeling that the events of the night rendered her years of demon-slaying experience utterly futile. Confronted by such formidable supernatural forces, she felt powerless. The flames spread to the truck bed, where the gasoline intended for burning the ghost's essence erupted in an explosion, swiftly consuming the entire pickup in fire. Li Yi, the mastermind behind this chaos, felt a twinge of guilt. If he did not destroy the vehicle and erase the evidence, he was at a loss for how to explain the situation. The car's dashcam and other incriminating evidence were certainly not in his favor. It was fortunate that he had set it ablaze, adding a touch of hellfire to ensure that everything would turn to ash. And what shall we do next? It seems someone is approaching, Li Yi remarked, eyeing the distant headlights. The commotion had undoubtedly attracted the townspeople's attention. However, the eerie mist from earlier left everyone feeling apprehensive, though there were always those unperturbed in this land. Li Yi's words jolted and back to reality. "We should leave at once. I'll call Uncle Orin to come and pick us up." She looked sorrowfully at the burning pickup. While it was worth over $20,000, not exorbitantly expensive, she could always acquire another. What pained her most was the arsenal inside, along with the painstaking modifications she had invested so much effort into. Biting her lip, she ultimately chose to leave the scene with Li Yi. "And I now believe in the existence of demons. I wish to avenge my parents with my own hands. Please, impart to me the knowledge of exorcism. In the future, should any supernatural events arise, do not hesitate to include me." Li Yi gazed earnestly at him, his tone laced with a mix of revulsion and sincerity. Faced with Li Yi's request, and hesitated to respond. The night had been perilous, and she regretted bringing him along. She was still uncertain about how to eradicate ghosts. Everything felt shrouded in confusion. Even now, her mind was somewhat foggy, yet Li Yi's plea tugged at her conscience, making it difficult to refuse. Annie lightly bit her crimson lip, contemplating before she spoke. "Allow me a few days to ponder this matter, and you should also take some time to calm yourself. Exorcism is far from a simple endeavor. A moment's negligence could lead to perilous consequences." Li Yi nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment as he and Annie awaited Orin to escort them back. The following day, Li Yi opened his computer, only to find that Dean had not sent him any new messages, nor had he received any calls on his phone. His gaze wandered to the previously searched Wendigo. Having tasted the allure of supernatural entities and their drop attributes, Li Yi found himself yearning for another encounter with such beings. Since Dean had yet to arrive, he decided to pursue some private endeavors. He reached out to the individual who had posted about the Wendigo and was pleasantly surprised by an instantaneous reply. The Wendigo issue remained unresolved, and Li Yi arranged to meet in a small town nestled within the Nevada mountains. Observing the items in his room, particularly a bag of local specialties, Li Yi extended his hand and summoned a mist, which enveloped the bag. After a while, the mist dissipated into the bag, and with a mere thought, the bag of goods materialized within a crystal sphere. With a flick of his wrist, a $100 bill appeared as if conjured from thin air. Was this not an alternative form of spatial equipment? It merely required the expenditure of his mental or magical energy to maintain. Yet this bag of cash had not drained him of a single ounce of spirit. A substantial amount of mist began to swirl around Li Yi and under his command. It started to infiltrate various items within the room: clothing, computer, food, and chairs. With a snap of his fingers, the room felt significantly emptier. He closed the door behind him and descended the stairs, extending his arm to summon a pair of sunglasses into his hand. Donning the sunglasses served to conceal his demonically altered eyes, preventing any unnecessary complications. Although he possessed the ability to fly, it was prudent to remain discreet during daylight hours. 3 hours later, Li Yi arrived at a town named Spring. Situated within the Nevada mountains, this small town was surrounded by several mining caves. However, these mines had long been exhausted, their value not yet fully realized, having been transformed into museums for tourism and exploration. The location of the Wendigo lay deeper within the mountain range, where the peaks reached great heights and snow began to fall shortly after summer. The poster had taken over a gold mine, which had been largely depleted but still held some value. The environment surrounding Spring was exceptionally picturesque, adorned with numerous villas along the route, and even an airport a few kilometers away. Following the address provided by the poster, Harrison Leonard, Li Yi arrived at the entrance of a villa. However, the iron gate barred his passage, prompting him to call Harrison. As soon as the call ended, a suited white bodyguard appeared to open the door. As Li Yi, clad in a black long coat and wearing sunglasses, entered, the bodyguard scrutinized him with a discerning gaze. He then slightly turned to the side, gesturing for him to enter, and said in a low tone, "Please, follow me." Li Yi walked steadily behind the bodyguard into a space adorned with numerous beautiful plants, which, while aesthetically pleasing, lacked any extraordinary qualities. In the spacious living room of the villa, a middle-aged Caucasian man dressed in an opulent suit lounged on the sofa, idly toying with a cigar. On the table before him rested half a glass of red wine alongside a laptop. Standing behind him were 2 imposing bodyguards, exuding strength and authority. Upon seeing Li Yi, the man slowly rose, a smile gracing his face that appeared warm yet betrayed a hint of aloofness. "You must be Li Yi? I never expected to meet such a young Chinese individual." With his hands tucked into his pockets and a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Li Yi replied without deference or arrogance, "Mr. Harrison, age and ethnicity bear no relevance to one's ability to resolve issues. Now that I am here, I am entirely confident in my capacity to handle the Wendigo." Harrison Leonard raised an eyebrow, a flicker of skepticism crossing his eyes. "Young man, this Wendigo is not as simple as you might imagine. Those who previously considered themselves formidable have not returned alive. This creature is incredibly swift, appearing and disappearing within the mind, and it shows no fear of bullets. Though one should not judge by appearances, it is challenging to believe that someone like you could succeed." He had encountered various self-proclaimed exorcists during this time, whose so-called spells and exorcism tools had proven utterly ineffective. Indeed, one exorcist had already fallen victim to the Wendigo, becoming its meal. Chapter 22. The astonishing Harrison Li Yi remained unfazed by Harrison's skepticism, responding with calm composure. "Their failures do not equate to my inability." His tone, though light, exuded an undeniable confidence, as if the menacing Wendigo was merely an ordinary matter to him. Observing Li Yi's unwavering assurance, Harrison raised an eyebrow, his expression revealing both disbelief and a hint of testing curiosity. Harrison spoke slowly. "If you can completely eliminate that creature, I will grant you $500,000. But do not blame me for the warning. That monster is indeed formidable. If you perish, do not hold me responsible." Previous exorcists had also claimed they could resolve the issue, yet ultimately, they were powerless against the Wendigo. While Harrison was not without heavy weaponry, he could not afford to collapse the mine. After acquiring the gold mine, it would suffice to continue excavating along the previous tunnels. However, if the mountainside were to collapse, triggering a landslide, the $10 million he invested would be in vain. During exploration, the Wendigo had not appeared, but now it emerged as they began to extract the gold. He was unaware whether the Wendigo had originated from this very mine or had traversed from another. A hint of warning laced Harrison's tone, subtly suggesting that Li Yi should not harbor blind confidence. Li Yi smiled faintly, cognizant that without demonstrating genuine prowess, Harrison would never easily place his trust in him. With a mere flick of his finger, the computer on the table began to glide effortlessly toward him. The 2 bodyguards behind Harrison instinctively reached for their firearms, their eyes gleaming with caution. However, before their actions could culminate, an invisible force seized their guns, propelling them toward Li Yi. The handgun and computer orbited around him slowly, as if manipulated by some enigmatic power. Witnessing this spectacle, Harrison's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. His cigar fell to the ground with a soft thud, echoing the astonishment within his mind, which was consumed by a singular thought. How is this possible? The Wendigo, a creature with tough skin and remarkable speed, could be understood, but Li Ye's telekinetic abilities were unequivocally supernatural. Li Ye removed his sunglasses, revealing deep, tranquil eyes, and calmly inquired, "Now do you believe?" His voice, serene yet powerful, enveloped Harrison with an intangible sense of pressure. Stammering, Harrison replied, "Divine Envoy, I believe. Forgive my rudeness. Please, accept your powers." A tremor tinged his voice, as if confronting an irresistible entity. Astonishment and reverence filled him. All prior skepticism and disdain toward Li Yi dissipated, replaced by profound awe. Li Yi smiled gently, waving his hand as the computer and handgun returned to the table. His movements were graceful and composed, as if this were merely a trivial task. "I am no divine envoy. Consider me merely a skilled exorcist. Now that you have placed your faith in me, I shall handle the matter at hand. I will swiftly resolve the Wendigo issue, ensuring the smooth operation of your gold mine." He sought no title of divinity, believing that one day he would surpass even the might of gods. Why bear the mantle of a divine envoy if it would ultimately diminish the perception of others? He was, after all, a true son of China. His tone exuded an undeniable confidence that left Harrison wholly convinced. Gazing at Li Yi, Harrison couldn't help but reflect, what manner of exorcist had come before this? This was the true essence of an exorcist. Harrison nodded vigorously upon hearing Li Ye's words, his expression one of gratitude as he exclaimed, "Mr. Li Yi, you are truly my benefactor. As long as you can deal with the Wendigo Yeti, I assure you, you will not be disappointed. The sum of $500,000 is merely a trifling matter. Should you require anything else, do not hesitate to express it." His tone was imbued with an unprecedented respect, one that even the governor would not inspire in his presence. Li Yi smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, "Let us discuss the money after I have resolved the Wendigo Yeti. For now, I require you to inform me of its precise location and any relevant patterns of its activity." Harrison immediately rose from the sofa and approached the computer. Pulling up a map, he pointed to a specific location, stating, "This is the cave where the Wendigo Yeti is known to appear, approximately 20 kilometers from here. The cave is quite deep, with numerous branching passages, and the Wendigo Yeti roams within, seemingly well acquainted with the cave's layout, always managing to evade pursuit with ease." Li Yi nodded, studying the map intently. He inquired, "When does it typically emerge? Is there a specific time of activity?" Harrison pondered for a moment before responding. "Based on our observations, the Wendigo Yeti generally operates at night and seldom ventures out during the day. It appears to be highly sensitive to human scent. Once someone enters the cave, it detects them immediately and launches an attack. The previous exorcist met his demise after being discovered within the cave and subsequently pursued to his death." Li Ye's mind began to formulate a rough plan. He lifted his head and addressed Harrison. "Very well, I understand. I shall depart now to confront the Wendigo Yeti in the cave. I will not wander aimlessly during the day. I will eliminate it directly. However, if it emerges to hunt at night, tracking it down could prove quite challenging." Harrison, filled with anticipation, asked, "Sir, may I accompany you? Although the creature appears in my territory, I have yet to witness it with my own eyes. I have not entrusted my life to previous exorcists, but you are different. Your supernatural abilities surely hold the promise of vanquishing the Wendigo Yeti." Li Yi glanced at Harrison and replied coolly, "Are you certain you wish to come along? The speed and strength of the Wendigo Yeti far exceed that of ordinary humans. Should it decide to attack, I cannot guarantee your safety." Li Yi merely aimed to dissuade Harrison. He did not wish to burden himself with an encumbrance. With his current abilities, he could act swiftly and effectively, resolving the matter in no time. Bringing Harrison along would only squander precious time. Harrison swallowed hard, a flicker of hesitation passing through his eyes, quickly replaced by determination. "Sir, I will add another 50,000. I hope you will permit me to join you." He straightened his posture, his voice tinged with excitement and eagerness. "Mr. Li, in my lifetime, I have yet to encounter a true supernatural being. Although the Wendigo snow monster poses a formidable threat, with your presence, I am confident that we shall emerge unscathed. Moreover, I yearn to witness firsthand how you confront this creature." Upon hearing Harrison's willingness to contribute an additional 500,000, Li Yi shifted the conversation, stating, "However, it must be noted that while the Wendigo snow monster possesses remarkable speed and strength, this is relative to ordinary individuals. as long as you keep close to me. We should encounter minimal difficulties. Chapter 23. Another one. A smile graced Harrison's face as he expressed his gratitude to Li Yi. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Li. Li Yi gestured for them to commence, donned his sunglasses, and turned to stride toward the villa's exit, with Harrison and 2 bodyguards closely following. The group boarded the vehicle and set off towards the mine. The atmosphere within the car was somewhat tense. Harrison occasionally stole glances at Li Yi, his eyes filled with awe and curiosity. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, Mr. Li, is the ability you demonstrated earlier telekinesis? Are there many individuals like you in this world? Reclining in his seat, Li Yi gazed calmly ahead and replied softly, You could interpret it that way. While there are not many like us, supernatural beings about. From what Li Yi currently understood, although there are numerous exorcists in this world, most lack any extraordinary abilities. Only a few possess exceptional powers. Constantine is one, and Sam, who is destined to awaken a demonic lineage, is another. There are also mediums and seers who, despite their remarkable abilities, lack combat prowess. As for supernatural beings, they are countless. Angels, demons, reapers, werewolves, vampires, and ghosts, among others. Reflecting upon the chaotic beauty of this nation, Li Yi felt a twinge of sympathy for its residents. Those who manage to live out their days in peace must possess a fortitude akin to rebar. Harrison felt a jolt of realization, deepening his reverence for Li Yi. He resolved to cultivate a strong rapport with him. The vehicle soon arrived at the mine's entrance. Located beneath a steep cliff, the dark mouth of the cave resembling that of a colossal beast, poised to devour any creature that dared to enter. After disembarking, Li Yi stood before the cave's entrance, absorbing the chilling aura emanating from within. He narrowed his eyes slightly, the darkness behind his sunglasses revealing a flicker of black. As the demonic power surged within him, turning to Harrison, he instructed, Stay closely behind me and do not stray too far. The Wendigo snow monster has an acute sense of smell. Should it detect us, I will act swiftly. Harrison and the 2 bodyguards nodded in unison, closely trailing Li Yi. They held powerful flashlights in their hands, yet the oppressive darkness within the mine remained daunting. Upon entering, Li Yi refrained from using the flashlight, as his eyes could perceive everything clearly even in the depths of shadow. Walking at the forefront, his steps light and steady, he moved with an ease reminiscent of a leisurely stroll in his own backyard. The mine was a labyrinthine maze, rife with winding paths and abandoned tunnels. Yet, Li Yi appeared to navigate this domain with intimate familiarity, decisively opting for a right-hand passage leading deeper into the shadows. This corridor exuded an even more pronounced chill, suggesting a high probability that the Wendigo lurked within. After approximately 10 minutes, Li Yi abruptly halted. He raised his hand, signaling for silence from those behind him. Harrison and the bodyguards held their breath, drawing their firearms and scanning their surroundings with palpable tension. Although they were aware that firearms offered little real protection, the act provided a semblance of security. Li Yi's gaze fixed upon a shadow ahead, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Found you. No sooner had he spoken than a dark figure leaped forth from the shadows with astonishing speed. It was a colossal creature, towering nearly 3 meters tall. Its body cloaked in grayish-white fur, limbs elongated, and claws as sharp as daggers. Its eyes glowed with an eerie green light, and it emitted a low, guttural roar. Li Yi's attention, however, was drawn to a peculiar aspect of the creature. Was this a female Wendigo? Wendigo! Harrison exclaimed, his voice tinged with terror. The Wendigo lunged at Li Yi, its lethal claws aimed at his throat. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, an invisible force sent the Wendigo crashing violently against the mine's rocky wall. The creature let out a pained howl, quickly recovering and rising again, its eyes ablaze with fury and ferocity. It charged at Li Yi once more, this time with even greater speed. Li Yi chuckled coldly, his eyes behind the sunglasses transforming into an abyssal black. Hellfire ignited in his palm, radiating an intense heat. A mere mutated beast dares to be brazen before me? His voice was deep and frigid, imbued with an aura of unassailable authority. With a wave of his hand, the hellfire morphed into a serpent of flame. Racing towards the Wendigo, clearly terrified of the flames, emitted a piercing shriek, attempting to evade the impending doom. However, Li Yi's telekinesis ensnared it, the fiery serpent wrapping around its form. The searing flames scorched its fur, filling the air with a noxious scent of charred flesh and sulfur. The Wendigo writhed in agony, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. Its body gradually withered in the inferno, ultimately reduced to a pile of ash. Harrison and the two bodyguards stood in stunned silence, their awe for Li Yi reaching unprecedented heights. They had never witnessed such formidable power, as if a deity had descended among them. Incredible, Harrison murmured, his eyes brimming with admiration. Possessing telekinesis and the ability to command flames. Could this not be the essence of divinity? With source quality at 130, vitality at 60, mental acuity at 9, and physical constitution at 57, Li Yi, having exited the demonic form, joyfully utilized his telekinesis to gather the fallen attributes. Not only could he acquire attributes from vanquished foes, but there were also riches to be gained. He turned to Harrison and declared, "The Wendigo snow monster has been vanquished." Harrison promptly nodded, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed, "Mr. Li, you are truly formidable. I have never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle. You are nothing short of a divine being." Li Yi offered a faint smile, choosing to remain silent. However, just as he was about to depart, an unusual aura emanated from the depths of the mine, causing his brow to furrow slightly, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. Something was amiss. There was another. Typically, Wendigo snow monsters are solitary creatures, possessing a strong territorial instinct. How could there be another? How could the previous female Wendigo tolerate the existence of another? Wait, a female Wendigo? In the realm of nature, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, unless one is male and the other female. Thus, this one must be male. Harrison, taken aback, felt his countenance shift to one of tension. There's another one? Li Yi nodded, his gaze directed deeper into the mine. The aura of this Wendigo snow monster is even stronger than the last, and it has been observing us from the shadows. It appears to be far more cunning than I had anticipated. Harrison and the two bodyguards instantly tensed, their previously relaxed demeanor tightening once more. They followed closely behind Li Yi, anxious not to be left alone. Without hesitation, Li Yi advanced deeper into the mine. As they progressed, the temperature plummeted, resembling an entrance to a frozen vault. Suddenly, a colossal shadow descended from above, aiming straight for Li Yi's head. Anticipating the assault, Li Yi raised his hand and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the Wendigo snow monster was repelled by Li Yi's strike. Droplets of liquid cascading through the air. The creature deftly twisted midair, landing gracefully on the ground, though its claws were rendered useless, exposing stark white bones. Its eyes, now filled with terror, wondered how this prey could be so formidable. Its once proud physical prowess had crumbled under a single blow. Its entire arm lay incapacitated. Had it not been for its agility and timely retreat upon sensing danger, that punch would have surely obliterated its entire being. Chapter 24. Lord, Baron Fazero, Li Yi remarked coldly. Indeed, this one is significantly stronger than the last. Upon acquiring the physical attributes of the previous Wendigo snow monster, Li Yi noted a mere 50 points. The Wendigo, despite its formidable nature, found itself compelled to retreat, having only succeeded in shattering a single claw. It appeared that its cognitive faculties had not entirely deteriorated. With a low growl, the creature crouched slightly, as if gathering strength. With no escape route behind it, its only option was to break through the obstacles before it in order to flee. In the next moment, it charged toward Li Yi once more, its speed and power amplified beyond the previous attempt. Li Yi remained unfazed, joining his hands together as infernal flames coalesced into a massive fireball within his palms. Go! The fireball surged forth, hurtling directly toward the Wendigo, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. The creature did not truly aim to attack Li Yi. Rather, it sought a running start to leap over the top of the mine, evading Li Yi and his companions. The impending fireball alerted it to the imminent danger, prompting a sudden leap onto the mine's apex in an attempt to evade the fiery projectile. Yet, the fireball, seemingly imbued with a will of its own, relentlessly pursued the Wendigo. Boom! The fireball ultimately struck the Wendigo, the resounding explosion echoing throughout the cavern. The creature emitted a piercing shriek as it plummeted from the mine's summit, its form gradually succumbing to flames and turning to ash. Source quality, 150. Li Yi glanced at the ashes on the ground, a smirk playing on his lips as he quipped, "Did you expect my fireball to take a turn?" He then withdrew from his demonic form and used telekinesis to collect the fallen attributes. Life, 70, Spirit, 13, Constitution, 69. Harrison and his two bodyguards finally exhaled in relief. their dread dissipating. A peculiar scent, reminiscent of sulfur, filled the air. However, they attributed it solely to the remnants of the creature's combustion, giving it little thought. Harrison stepped forward, awe etched on his face as he declared, "Mr. Li, I have come to understand what true extraordinary power is today. That moment will be etched in my memory for a lifetime. Your strength surpasses the imagination of mere mortals. Even the deities of mythology pale in comparison." Li smiled faintly, patting Harrison on the shoulder. "Let us depart. This place is now secure. Your gold mine may resume its operations." Harrison nodded fervently, excitement bubbling forth as he assured, "Rest assured, Mr. Li, I shall expedite the payment as promised. Moreover, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will lend my utmost support." Li said little more and turned to exit the mine. Harrison and his bodyguards followed closely behind, their respect for Li Yi having reached its zenith. Upon returning to the villa, Harrison warmly welcomed Li Yi, personally pouring a glass of exquisite red wine for Li Yi. A broad smile adorned his face, and his tone carried an unmistakable reverence. "Mr. Li, I am truly indebted to you today. Had it not been for your intervention, I fear my gold mine would have been lost. Allow me to toast to you." Li Yi accepted the wine glass, taking a gentle sip, his expression remaining serene, as if the battle in the mine had been but a trifling matter. Setting down the glass, he gazed calmly at Harrison. "As for the remuneration, please attend to it at your earliest convenience. There is no need for further discussion regarding other matters." Harrison nodded repeatedly, his respect for Li Yi deepening further. Initially, he believed Li Yi possessed merely telekinetic abilities, yet witnessing the battle firsthand unveiled the true extent of Li Yi's formidable power. A robust physique and astonishing magic, such extraordinary strength had far surpassed his understanding. "Rest assured, Mr. Li, I will ensure the payment is transferred to your account by tomorrow morning. Furthermore, if you do not mind, I would like to invite you to stay a few more days so that I may properly host you." Li slightly shook his head. "There is no need. I have matters to attend to. Since the issues here have been resolved, I must take my leave." Observing Li Yi's resolute demeanor, Harrison dared not press further, reluctantly nodding in agreement. "Very well, Mr. Li. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to contact me. I will do my utmost to fulfill your requests." Li Yi rose, replying coolly, "Very well." With that, he turned and walked toward the villa's exit. Harrison promptly followed, personally opening the car door for him, watching as he departed. It was only after Li Yi's vehicle vanished from sight that Harrison sighed deeply, filled with myriad reflections. He turned to the two bodyguards behind him and instructed, "Notify Hank. Have him investigate this sorcerer named Li Yi and see if we can locate the witch's gathering place." One of the bodyguards quickly nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood. I will inform Master Hank immediately." At the St. Quentin State Prison, Li glared at his subordinates from the warden's office, cursing, "Dennis, that arrogant fool. He can't even handle this trivial task. He is of no value even in death." The demons waiting nearby shuddered at his words. Dennis had been slain in the mortal realm, his soul utterly obliterated. He could not even be resurrected in Li's domain, a fact that instilled great fear within their faction of demons. Each demon who fell into hell was bound to its realm, finding escape from death nearly impossible. The infernal environment was harsh, subjecting demons to the relentless torment of hellish rules every moment. Only the most powerful demons could withstand these regulations and alleviate their suffering. The shortcut to enhancing one's power lies in the consumption of souls, which also explains the demon's yearning for the mortal realm. Naturally, the demon king of hell has mastered the laws governing the underworld. Demons may seek the patronage of the demon king, thereby alleviating the torment imposed by the infernal regulations. However, gaining the demon king's protection is a formidable challenge. It requires not only corresponding strength, but also a notable contribution. Fazero, fortunate in his endeavors, was bestowed the title of Baron along with appropriate lands by the demon king Asmodeus. This incited much envy and jealousy among other demons, who could only suppress their feelings and refrain from expressing them openly. Bound to hell, demons can resurrect in their respective territories even after perishing in the mortal world. Thus, they must outwardly show respect to their lords. Otherwise, they would face severe torment in hell under the Lord's scrutiny. Those who have ventured into the human realm fear being targeted by their lords even more. In this world, free from the torment of hell's rules, they can seduce humans and feast upon their souls, rendering it a veritable paradise for them. Why would the demons wish to return to hell? Nevertheless, demons are not beyond complete annihilation. Super exorcists with unique bloodlines and wizards wielding specialized spells can vanquish demons entirely. Additionally, possessing legendary weapons such as the Angel's Blade, Demon Dagger, Holy Spear, or Cult firearms can achieve the same end. Most exorcists in the human realm are merely robust, ordinary individuals, tasked with either banishing demons back to hell or sealing them with special items. Chapter 25. The Piercing Duke. Dracula Fazero turned to one of the prison guards, a sergeant, and said, "Franch, please investigate the cause of Dennis's death. Find out who was responsible for his demise." Franch felt a pang of dread at Fazero's words. Although Dennis was not among the top tier of great demons, he was still of considerable rank. Franch himself was not much stronger than Dennis. Sending him to investigate seemed akin to courting death. "My Lord Baron, this matter may prove quite difficult. With Dennis dead, I fear I may struggle against the adversary." Fazero scoffed. "I merely ask you to investigate, not to seek vengeance. What is there to fear? Moreover, it is likely that Dennis was slain by a sacred artifact, not by a superpower. If it had been a true superpower, they would have discovered us through Dennis's memories and eliminated us all long ago." Franch found Fazero's analysis to hold merit and thus refrained from further protest. Fazero then turned to a female prison administrator and instructed, "Talia, you will continue to oversee and situation. Ensure that and conceives as soon as possible. If the physical vessel we cultivate is chosen by the king, none of you nobles present will have any issues obtaining titles. It is important to acknowledge that our competition is formidable, with many others also striving to cultivate Wang's physical form." A strikingly alluring woman nodded affirmatively, exclaiming, "I assure you, the task will be accomplished." Fazero Li's expression turned grave as he addressed the group in a low voice. "I have received intelligence indicating that Azazel is preparing to unseal Lucifer's confinement. He has chosen numerous humans to transform into unique half-demons, intending for them to lead the infernal legions. Furthermore, he is nurturing vessels for Lucifer, aiming to dominate the earthly realm. What are your thoughts on this?" The individuals present exchanged glances, realizing the magnitude of this matter was beyond their influence. Azazel, a demon created by Lucifer, possesses immense power and is a devoted follower of him. Lucifer, who reigns over all hell, designated Azazel as the Prince of Demons. And prior to his entrapment, Azazel's standing in hell was akin to that of the Demon King. Following Lucifer's imprisonment, various factions within hell have risen, with many demons opposing Lucifer's release, as no one desires an additional overseer above them. Years have passed, and only those demons or fallen angels birthed by Lucifer persist in their efforts to liberate him. Now, for reasons unknown, the dark energies of the cosmos are surging, weakening Lucifer's seal and igniting hope among his loyal demons. However, even with Lucifer confined, Azazel's might is not something the likes of these lesser Karami can confront. They pondered why Fazero Li had brought this up. Fazero Li cast a glance at the silent assembly and continued, "I recall that my lord once forged a pact with a human, bestowing him with immense power. This individual provided my lord with a plethora of souls and was elevated to the rank of count. He is renowned as the Impaler. The empowered Impaler once ruled Wallachia. Yet he was ultimately vanquished by the Church's Dragon Knights and the Ottoman Empire. Nevertheless, the Impaler had long since sacrificed his soul to my lord, becoming part of hell. They could not entirely eliminate him, only seal him away." Upon hearing Fazero Li's words, the demons present felt a stir within. The Impaler? Could it be that one? Vlad III? Recalling the deeds of the Impaler sent shivers down their spines. One female demon, in particular, felt a tremor of realization, vaguely understanding Fazero Li's intentions. Indeed, Fazero Li turned to her and proclaimed, "Malia Dracula, you shall go and rescue your grandfather." Vlad III once allied himself with the Demon King, gaining the powers of a vampire to rule Wallachia. Vlad III had an affinity for the method of impalement, wielding it not only against his enemies, but also against the nobles and common folk under his dominion. This gruesome practice involved the use of sharpened wooden stakes, which were inserted into the body through the rectum and then erected, causing the victim to slowly descend under their own weight until they were ultimately pierced through at some point. In the case of female offenders, the entry point could be from other regions outside the rectum. At the height of his reign, he famously impaled thousands of enemies, creating a forest of stakes that deterred any armies that sought to challenge him. Vlad III, the voivode of Wallachia, was henceforth known as the Impaler due to his notorious penchant for this brutal punishment. However, there is no denying the formidable strength of the Impaler. He defeated an Ottoman army of 100,000 with his transformed legion of vampires. Yet, the Impaler was eventually summoned by the Dragon Knights to confront the Ottoman legions, leading to his defeat. His immense power, coupled with a soul offered to the Dark Lord, ensured that even in death, he could resurrect in the depths of hell. As a last resort, he was sealed away to prevent his return to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. Should they succeed in rescuing the Impaler, they would gain a formidable ally, bolstered by his transformed vampire army, to combat the infernal legions of Azazel. This would significantly enhance their chances of thwarting Azazel's plans and assisting the Dark Lord in ruling the world. Hearing Fazarlis's words, Milia felt a bittersweet pang in her heart. Despite her transformation into a demon, she still harbored a sense of trepidation towards her grandfather. Milia hesitantly replied, "My lord, I am uncertain of my grandfather's sealed location. Though Wallachia still exists, it has become a mere shadow since falling under Ottoman control. After Vlad III was defeated by the Dragon Knights, he began a life of constant flight. The descendants had no knowledge of where Vlad III was sealed away. Furthermore, attempting to liberate him from his confinement would undoubtedly draw the attention of the church. Her strength paled in comparison to Dennis. Should the church dispatch powerful paladins and summon angels, her fate would be sealed." Fazarlis lamented. "I made a trade with the informants at the crossroads and acquired leads on the Impaler. He resides near St. Louis Cemetery in New Orleans. The vampires of New Orleans may very well be of his bloodline. By gathering sufficient bloodline samples from the Impaler, you can unveil the location of his seal. Once the preliminary work is done, summon us, and I shall devise a means to break the seal. The demons at the crossroads are cunning, not only selling information on Azazel, but also revealing methods to combat his infernal legions. The catch is, I have no choice but to pay for it. As darkness descends, many aspire to become the new sovereign of hell, descending upon earth to dominate the world. The shadow cast by Lucifer looms large over the other demons. If he were to break free from his seal, would they still enjoy their existence?" Chapter 26. The Phantom on the Highway. Sam and Dean traversed the streets of Jericho, investigating a series of mysterious disappearances involving young men. They spotted a girl clad in brown, putting up missing person flyers, and Dean remarked to Sam, "I wager she is the one." Sam nodded in agreement, not voicing any dissent. Dean approached her and inquired, "You must be Amy, correct?" Amy glanced at the two tall, muscular young men, perplexed by how they might know her, yet she nodded affirmatively, "That's me." Leaning against the wall, Sam observed, while Dean, with hands tucked into his pockets, introduced himself. "Troy mentioned you. We are his uncles. I'm Dean, and this is Sam." Sam was taken aback by Dean's fanciful claims. At just over 20, did he really have a nephew as old as Troy? Troy was a man in his 20s who had vanished the previous night on the Jericho highway, and they suspected supernatural involvement, hence their inquiry into Troy's girlfriend, Amy. Nevertheless, Dean had already spoken, and Sam could only nod in reluctant agreement. Amy furrowed her brow, sensing that the two were merely fabricating stories. She was well aware of Troy's measurements and was not ignorant of his family. He had never mentioned them. With that, she lost interest in the two men and continued her efforts to post flyers elsewhere. Dean chuckled softly and, along with Sam, followed her, continuing, "This indeed sounds like something Troy would do. We don't reside here, but rather a bit farther away." Sam interjected, "We are also searching for him and have inquired with numerous people." Seeing two imposing men engaged with her friend, Amy's companion hurried over, asking, "Hey, are you all right?" Sam maintained his gaze on Amy, eyes filled with sincerity. "You wouldn't mind if we asked you a few questions, would you?" Looking into Sam's earnest eyes and thinking of her missing boyfriend, Amy ultimately acquiesced to converse with the two men. The four of them settled in a cafe, where Amy cradled a cup of coffee, a look of nostalgia crossing her features. "Last night, I was on the phone with Troy while he was driving home. He said he would call me back, but it's been a long time, and I haven't heard from him." Seated opposite the two women, Sam inquired, "Did he mention anything strange or out of the ordinary?" Amy shook her head. "No, I can't recall anything." Sam then noticed a necklace adorning Amy's neck, a circle enclosing a pentagram, and expressed his interest. "I admire that necklace." Amy picked up the necklace, a faint smile gracing her lips. "This is a token representing the devil. I use it to frighten my parents." Sam chuckled at Amy's words and replied, "In fact, it's quite the opposite. The pentagram serves as a talisman against evil. If you believe in it, it wields tremendous power. Nearby, Dean, upon hearing the mention of demons, was reminded of a person named Li Yi. He recalled that Li Yi claimed his parents had also fallen victim to a demon, and last night, he was unable to reach him by phone. Could it be that Li Yi had also suffered at the hands of a demon? After pondering this, he stood up and stepped outside to dial Li Yi's number once more for confirmation. At that moment, Li Yi had not strayed far from Harrison's villa when his phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he answered without much thought. Hello? Is this Li Yi? Yes. Who is this? Dean, on the other end, was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed Li Yi had been slain by a demon, yet here he was, unharmed. I am Dean Winchester. We exchanged emails regarding matters of demons. I came to find you last night, but you were not home, and I couldn't get through on the phone. Li Yi was surprised. Dean had sought him out the previous night, and he couldn't reach him by phone? Was it possible that the mist had interfered with communication? Feigning ignorance, Li Yi responded, Oh really? I was out with a friend last night. As for the phone issue, it might be a problem with my device. I plan to get a new one in a couple of days. Where are you now? I'll come find you. Dean had indeed come over the previous night, indicating that the brothers were embarking on their journey as hunters. Wait a moment. Dean recalled that Sam's girlfriend Jessica was also destined to be slain by a demon in the coming days, her demise mirroring that of their mother, orchestrated by a yellow-eyed demon. Should he inform Sam? But how could he convey such news? How could he explain it to the brothers? Dean, contemplating Li Yi's words and the necessity to return Sam to Palo Alto before Monday, said to Li Yi, I have some business to attend to in Jericho, and I will return to Palo Alto in a couple of days. I'll come find you then. Immediately, Li Yi retrieved a map from the crystal ball, scanning it until he located Jericho. He realized that Jericho was situated in Southern California, only 300 or 400 kilometers from his current position. As he perused the map, he curiously inquired of Dean, Dean, are you investigating supernatural occurrences? On the other end, Dean responded with a hint of suspicion. How do you know? He glanced around the cafe, seeing no suspicious figures following him. Li Yi adjusted the direction of the vehicle and headed towards Jericho town, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Dean, your knowledge of the demonic suggests you are likely a hunter. You cannot have come to Palo Alto merely to seek me out, can you? Having been in Palo Alto last night, and now appearing in Jericho today, implies there is something urgent prompting your swift journey. Given your background, it is highly probable that this matter pertains to the supernatural. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. Li Yi rambled on to Dean, weaving a narrative based solely on results. Was it truly that simple? Dean was astounded by Li Yi's deductions, marveling at his ability to derive so much from scant information. It was nothing short of formidable. Unable to contain his admiration, Dean exclaimed, Li, you are remarkable. Are you a detective? Li Yi folded the map and replied, No. I am merely an ordinary junior at Stanford. Dean, taken aback by this revelation, responded, What a coincidence. My brother is also a senior at Stanford. I came to Palo Alto specifically to find him. Li Yi feigned surprise, as if recalling something. Is his name Sam? I met him just the other day, Sam Winchester. Sharing the same surname, it must be him. At that moment, Sam, having gathered sufficient information, stepped out in search of Dean. He vaguely overheard his name being mentioned through Dean's phone and curiously inquired, Who are you talking to? A person named Li Yi. Do you know him? Sam furrowed his brow, recalling the Chinese individual he had met recently. He glanced at Dean and nodded, perplexed. We just met a couple of days ago. Are you really speaking with him? Dean looked at Sam in surprise, then addressed Li Yi on the other end of the line. What a coincidence. Sam is right here beside me. Li Yi informed Dean, I am not far from Jericho town. I shall come to meet you both soon. We need to discuss matters thoroughly. His intention to connect with the Winchester brothers stemmed from Dean and his father's extensive knowledge of supernatural occurrences. They would handle the hunting, while Li Yi would take on the fighting. As for Sam's girlfriend, Jessica, the yellow-eyed demon was beyond Li Yi's capabilities. It would be best to leave her rescue to the brothers. Their success would depend on their own abilities. For now, the yellow-eyed demon posed no immediate threat to them. Li Yi then called Harrison, instructing, Prepare an anonymous phone card and send a message to this number tomorrow morning. Chapter 27. The arrival of Li Yi. Sam and Dean stared at each other, bewildered, after the call was abruptly disconnected. Li Yi was coming? After recounting their encounters with Li Yi, the two found the coincidences remarkably fortuitous, yet entirely plausible, devoid of any flaws. However, Sam was taken aback when he learned from Dean that Li Ye's parents' demise was linked to a demon. Unable to fathom Li Ye's purpose for coming to them, they decided to set aside their musings and resumed their investigation into Troy's disappearance. Following the clues shared by the two girls, Sam ventured to the library to conduct his research. He discovered that 20 years prior, a 24-year-old woman named Constance Welch had tragically leapt to her death from the Centennial Memorial Bridge, driven by the anguish of having failed to safeguard her two children, who perished in a bathtub. That evening, the brothers visited the site of the woman's suicide, and Dean gazed at the river below, remarking, "This is where Constance jumped." Sam placed his hand on the bridge's railing, peering into the flowing waters, and inquired, "Do you think Dad has been here?" In response to his brother's question, Dean stated, "He was seeking the truth behind this matter, while we are pursuing him." Sam sighed. "All right, what should we do next?" Dean glanced towards the other end of the bridge, his expression profound and his tone resolute. "We must continue our pursuit until we find him." Sam observed Dean's silhouette, hesitant about the continuation of their investigation. He was on the verge of graduating with a law degree and had a lovely girlfriend who treated him well. He had no desire for a life of hunting monsters. It was not the path he envisioned. "Dean, I told you I need to be back by Monday." This remark irked Dean, who turned to face Sam with a displeased tone. "I know you want to return for your interview, to become a lawyer and marry your girlfriend." Dean's frustration stemmed from the fact that their father was missing, yet Sam was fixated on an interview. Did their father mean less to him than a mere job opportunity? Sam struggled to comprehend Dean's lack of support for his aspirations, retorting, "Why not?" Dean, believing such a life was unattainable, challenged Sam. "Does Jessica know the truth? Is she aware of what you're involved in?" Furrowing his brow, Sam replied, "No. As long as we don't tell her, she'll never know." Dean nodded, asserting, "Yes. That's for the best. Sam, you can evade this now, but you will inevitably have to confront your true self." Sam was resolute in his desire to abandon the life of a hunter, having only seen his mother in photographs. He felt no inclination to pursue the elusive demon responsible for their suffering. For so many years, he had never experienced maternal affection, and his father, John, frequently ventured out to hunt demons, hardly ever attending to him. Once, he expressed a desire for a tranquil life, and John supported his decision to attend university. Sam calmly said to Dean, "Mother is gone. She will never return." Dean, provoked by Sam's words, seized his collar and pressed him against the pillar of the bridge. Yet, Sam remained serene, unperturbed by Dean's actions. Dean glared fiercely at Sam and retorted, "Do not speak of her that way." After a brief pause, Dean released Sam and turned away, wishing to distance himself. However, they soon noticed a woman in a white dress standing on the bridge railing, seemingly poised to leap. "Sam." Hearing Dean's voice, Sam looked up. The woman turned her head, casting a cold glance at the two, and then leaped into the abyss. They hurried to the edge of the river to investigate, but saw nothing in the water below. At that moment, a car parked nearby suddenly roared to life. The blinding headlights illuminated their faces, obscuring the interior of the vehicle. Sam, perplexed, inquired, "Who is driving your car?" Dean extracted the keys from his pocket, waving them before Sam to indicate his own ignorance of the situation. Just as they contemplated the mystery, the car sped towards them. Alarmed, they bolted, narrowly escaping as they jumped over the railing. Sam grasped the bridge's crossbar, struggling to pull himself up, while Dean plunged into the river, disappearing from view. Sam, distressed by the turbulent waters below, shouted, "Dean! Dean!" Emerging from the river, covered in mud, Dean slowly crawled to the bank. Hearing Sam's anxious calls, he replied, "What? I'm fine." Upon hearing Dean's response, relief washed over Sam's face. The mud-streaked Dean returned to the bridge, inspecting the car and cursing, "That Constance is truly a wretched woman." Sam, glancing toward the spot where Constance had jumped, remarked, "It is certain she does not want us to investigate further." The two sat on the hood of the car, pondering their next steps, when another vehicle approached from the opposite side of the bridge. Seeing the oncoming car, they quickly ducked behind the bridge railing. To their surprise, the speeding car did not collide with them, but came to a halt right in front. As the window rolled down, Lee leaned out and called, "Sam?" Upon realizing it was not Constance's doing, they both exhaled in relief. Sam expressed his surprise. Lee exited the vehicle and, casting a glance at Dean, whose appearance resembled that of a clay figure, inquired uncertainly, "Is that Dean?" At this moment, Dean felt quite embarrassed, realizing that his current state was rather unseemly. Avoiding eye contact, he sheepishly replied, "Yes, it's me, Lee." It's a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for the spectacle. Sam, observing Dean's discomfiture, struggled to suppress his laughter. Li Yi, feigning confusion, asked, "What has transpired here?" Mentioning Dean ignited Li Yi's ire, and he exclaimed angrily, "It was a wretched creature named Constance who did this." Dean, still seething, added, "That vile woman." Li Yi gazed towards the river, but found nothing amiss. He recalled that Constance was a particularly unique specter, devoid of origin. If one were to place her in the house where she once resided, her 2 children would come to retrieve her. However, now that Li Yi had arrived, he would not allow her to find peace so easily. He needed to extract something from this situation. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air, prompting Li Yi to glance at Dean. Sam sniffed the air and bluntly remarked, "It smells like a restroom." Unable to tolerate his own appearance any longer, Dean declared, "I must find a room to clean up." Consequently, the trio returned to Jericho to secure accommodations. By the time they reached the town, dawn had broken. Through casual conversation, the Winchester brothers gleaned some insights about Li Yi. In the narrative crafted by Li Yi, he portrayed himself as a victim whose parents had been slain by demons and who had encountered supernatural events with exorcists. Now, he sought to delve into the mysteries of the paranormal and discover methods to vanquish the fiends, all in pursuit of vengeance for his parents. Sharing a common bond of loss, Dean's demeanor toward Li Yi softened considerably. They arrived at a quaint inn, where Dean presented a credit card to the proprietor, requesting, "A room, please." The owner scrutinized the card and remarked, "Aren't you 3 missing a companion? He has booked a room for a month." Dean and Sam exchanged glances, realizing that the only person who could share the same credit card was their father, John. Chapter 28. Jessica in distress. Urgent return under the proprietor's guidance. The trio found themselves at room 10. The room was in disarray, with walls plastered in cut-out newspaper clippings and images of various individuals and events. A burger under the lamp emitted a foul stench, indicating it had been there for several days. The floor was circled with salt and adorned with cat's eye stones, a precaution against malevolent entities. Sam stood before the wall, examining the news articles. He remarked, "These are reports on the victims of this highway. Father has been investigating this matter." Dean scrutinized the information of various individuals displayed, expressing his confusion. Different people, different professions, ages, and races. There must be some connection, right? Li Yi approached to observe closely and suddenly interjected, "They are all men." "Men?" Li Yi nodded. "She is exacting revenge on men," indicating that she died filled with resentment towards them. "We could gather relevant information from her late husband to see if we can uncover any useful clues." Sam gazed at a news article featuring a woman in white and commented, "It appears Father, like us, has discovered the identity of the ghost. He has read the reports on Constance." Dean turned to them and said, "If Dad has found out, he should have located the body and destroyed it. Yet, we encountered that female ghost last night, which suggests John has not found her remains." Dean walked over to Sam and examined the report. "Well, there's no burial site mentioned here." Sam suggested to Dean, "We could follow Lee's advice and ask her husband." Dean nodded, shaking off the dirt clinging to him. "Before that, I need to clean myself up." Sam observed Dean heading towards the bathroom and added, "Hey, Dean, I apologize for what I said earlier about our parents." Dean halted, turned back to Sam, and retorted, "You are such a jerk." Sam shouted towards the closed bathroom door, "Wretch." Li Yi, standing nearby, teased, "Is this how you brothers interact?" Sam smiled faintly, as Li Yi's words stirred memories within him. It seemed that as they grew up, the bond between the brothers had become strained, leading to infrequent gatherings. Well, it wasn't he entirely so. Apart from their childhood, they had essentially grown apart. At that moment, Sam's phone vibrated. He picked it up to see an unfamiliar number. "Jessica is in trouble. Respond quickly." The message on the screen caused Sam's expression to darken instantly. He attempted to call back for clarification, only to discover that the phone was turned off. Li Yi, aware that Harrison had begun sending messages, pretended not to know and asked, "What is going on?" "Someone messaged me saying my girlfriend is in trouble." Sam replied. Li Yi suggested, "Why don't you call your girlfriend to confirm?" As Sam contemplated calling Jessica, she preemptively reached out to him, assuming something was amiss. He hastily answered the phone. "Hey Sam, it's me. It's 10:20, and I've already gotten out of bed." Hearing Jessica's playful and lively voice, Sam felt a wave of relief wash over him. Amidst subtle inquiries, he detected no sign of trouble. Could it be a prank by someone? Yet, what if it were genuine? After ending the call, Sam sat on the edge of his bed, conflicted as he pondered over Jessica's situation. Dean emerged, having tidied himself, and upon noticing Sam's grave demeanor, glanced at Li Yi before inquiring, "Is something the matter?" Sam recounted the contents of the text, but Dean dismissed it nonchalantly, saying, "Come on, you've confirmed that Jessica is fine. It must be a prank." He suggested they grab a bite to eat. Observing their nonchalance, Li Yi interjected, "Sam, have you considered that if the message were true? If someone intended harm towards Jessica, would they even inform her? Perhaps a friend of yours sensed her danger and warned you beforehand. If someone told me my parents were in peril while saving money, I would certainly believe it." As Sam's girlfriend, Jessica was an innocent soul, deserving of rescue. Naturally, it was out of the question to ask Li Yi for assistance. After all, she wasn't his girlfriend, so why should he go to such lengths? He had already given his warning, and if Sam and Dean chose not to act, he would refrain from further comment. Li Yi's words ignited a sense of urgency within Sam. "You're right, I must return." Hunting monsters was not his desire, and if something were to happen to Jessica, he would deeply regret it. Dean opened his mouth to speak, but upon seeing the urgency in Sam's expression, he thought of his father, John. If John were to hear that Mary was in danger, he too would abandon the hunt to return home. Sam fixed his gaze on Dean and declared, "Dean, we need to head back." Li Yi addressed the two. "I will continue investigating here. You should return first and ensure Jessica's safety, then come back when you can." Dean nodded and said to Li Yi, "Thank you for your help." Prompted by Sam, the two hurriedly departed, driving back. Just as Sam and Dean left, the innkeeper arrived with several police officers. It seemed the discovery of Dean's credit card fraud had caught up with him, but fortunately, they had left in time. Otherwise, they might have been apprehended. As the officers approached, Li Yi remained unperturbed. "The one who fraudulently used the credit card is Dean. What does it have to do with Li Yi?" Two police officers, one black and one white, donned in hats, approached the door under the guidance of the hotel owner. The black officer, noticing that Li Yi was of Asian descent, regarded him with a hint of disdain. He interrogated with a rather aggressive demeanor, "Where are your two accomplices?" Li Yi remained silent, his eyes transforming into an abyss of black. A surge of demonic power emanated from him, instantly seizing control of the three individuals. The ability to possess others allowed him to render the white officer and the hotel owner unconscious, while the black officer became vacant-eyed, wandering aimlessly toward the wall before forcefully colliding with it. A resounding thud echoed through the room as blood gushed from the black officer's forehead, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. "What insolence! How dare a mere cotton picker look down upon me?" Li Yi disregarded the three, searching the room for the items left by John. Shortly thereafter, he discovered a notebook within a box. A smile crept onto his face as he perused its contents. At last, he had found it. The demon hunting manual John had left for Sam and Dean. It contained not only an array of information on various supernatural phenomena and their solutions, but also numerous supernatural clues for the brothers to utilize in their growth and development. Chapter 29. An inevitable demise mist emanated from his hand and enveloped the notebook, which then vanished into thin air. Li Yi drove his Mazda to a secluded location to begin reading the notes. He intended to return it to the brothers once he finished. Those two novices were in greater need of it. With his current strength, he deemed it more prudent to operate independently rather than accompany the brothers. There were considerable risks involved in being near them, and the Wynn family duo was hardly less perilous than Constantine. As he delved into the contents, Li Yi pondered. The notes meticulously documented incidents and characteristics related to the yellow-eyed demon, as well as the exorcism rituals. There were instructions for creating holy water and contact information for other demon hunters. One hunter caught his attention, Alan. Was this the Alan from the roadside bar? He vaguely recalled that Alan's husband had been ensnared during a vampire hunt with John, leaving only John to escape. Consequently, Alan harbored animosity toward John and wished to keep Joe and Sam away from him, considering the Winchester family was notoriously treacherous. Indeed, it was true. Alan and Joe ultimately met their demise due to Sam and Dean's blunders. However, at this moment, it seemed that mother and daughter had yet to engage with the troublesome duo. Upon recalling the golden-haired, dashing girl named Joe, Li Yi felt an urge to alter the narrative. He was a man of integrity, not one driven by base desires. Such a remarkable girl should not simply fade away. This notebook revealed that the highway bar was situated at Javier's in the suburbs of Alexandria, Louisiana. Li Yi consulted his map and noted the considerable distance. However, this posed little concern, With modern transportation at his disposal, he was neither short on funds nor time. Then, he observed a city not far from Javier's bar, New Orleans. Images of New Orleans flooded his mind, a place rife with supernatural occurrences, particularly legends surrounding vampires. With Allen's highway bar so nearby, it seemed he had not relinquished his quest for vengeance against the vampires. After perusing John's demon-hunting notes, he found that the evening was still young. Thus, he resolved to practice and await the arrival of nightfall. As darkness descended, he would drive around the vicinity, certain to encounter the female ghost. Exorcising a spirit devoid of origin would be a trivial task. That evening, Sam and Dean hurried back to their home in Palo Alto, San Francisco. Upon opening the door, Sam was relieved to find Jessica safe and sound, allowing his anxious heart to finally rest. Jessica, upon seeing Sam return, beamed with joy and inquired with concern, "Sam, have you finished your business?" Sam, at a loss for words, could only respond vaguely, "Well, I've completed part of it." Just days prior, Dean had sought him out to discuss their demon-hunting endeavors, deliberately avoiding Jessica. Consequently, Jessica remained blissfully unaware of the true identities of the Winchesters. As Jessica prepared to press further, Dean strolled in leisurely, hands in his pockets. After surveying the surroundings and confirming there was no anomaly, he raised an eyebrow at Jessica, a smirk gracing his lips. "Hey, Jessica, good to see you again." "Hey, Dean," Jessica replied. At that moment, a flippant and mocking voice echoed from outside. Well, everyone is here. It seems I've arrived just in time. Sam, look how much the little baby has grown. It's time to pursue your own endeavors." Dean and Sam swiftly turned, their gazes locking onto the man who had suddenly appeared at the doorway. His eyes glimmered with an eerie yellow light, and his face wore an amusing expression. Jessica looked bewildered, while Dean and Sam braced themselves for confrontation. Dean quickly drew his pistol, aiming it directly at the yellow-eyed demon. Sam furrowed his brow, instinctively shielding Jessica behind him, and warily inquired, "What do you intend to do?" The yellow-eyed demon let out a chilling laugh. His gaze fixated on Sam. "Sam, do you recall how your mother met her demise?" "Oh, of course, you were merely 6 months old at the time, so you must remember nothing." His attention shifted to Dean. "However, Dean, you should remember, shouldn't you?" Dean's complexion instantly drained of color, a flicker of anguish and fury crossing his features. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, the bullet whistling through the air as he shouted, "Sam, Jessica, run." Yet, the yellow-eyed demon merely waved his hand, and the bullet suspended in midair, hovering before him. In the next moment, an invisible force violently slammed Dean and Sam against the wall, rendering them immobile as if pinned in place. Jessica, filled with terror, attempted to flee, only to discover her own body shackled by some unseen power, unable to move even an inch. Sam and Dean struggled desperately, their veins bulging, but to no avail. Sam cried out in desperation, "No, I beg you, spare her." The yellow-eyed demon disregarded their struggles, his icy gaze sweeping over Jessica. In the next heartbeat, a bloody gash suddenly tore open on Jessica's abdomen, blood gushing forth. With another wave of his hand, Jessica's body began to ascend to the center of the ceiling. Suddenly, flames erupted, engulfing the lifeless Jessica, the fire sweeping through the room like a colossal wave. The yellow-eyed demon cast a glance at Sam, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, before vanishing into thin air. Once the demon departed, Sam and Dean slid down from the wall. Sam collapsed to the ground, despair filling his eyes as he looked helplessly at Jessica amidst the blaze. Dean sprang to his feet, aiding Sam, and together they stumbled outside. Beyond the threshold, flames had already spread beyond the windows, illuminating the night sky with their fierce glow. Sam stared blankly at the burning house, silent tears cascading down his cheeks. Dean stood beside him, the inferno reflecting in his eyes, as if transported back to that fateful night 22 years ago. That fire had claimed their mother and irrevocably altered their destinies. In the distance, the wail of sirens grew increasingly nearer, and a crowd began to gather around them. Dean grasped Sam's arm, silently guiding him into the throng, where they became indistinguishable from the masses. It was not until the firefighters extinguished the flames that they returned to the place where they had parked their vehicle. Dean silently regarded Sam, whose tears continued to flow unabated. After a considerable while, Sam wiped his tears away. He opened the trunk, retrieving a double-barreled shotgun, inspecting it carefully before tossing it back inside. "We have work to do," Sam murmured, his voice laced with resolve. He was determined to slay the yellow-eyed demon and avenge Jessica. He was beginning to comprehend Dean and their father's motivations. Dean nodded, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. However, the words of the yellow-eyed demon plunged him into contemplation, as if Sam harbored some undisclosed secret. What did the yellow-eyed demon want from Sam? Observing the sorrow etched upon Sam's face, Dean ultimately refrained from voicing his inquiries. For now, their priority was to locate their father, John. Surely, he possessed greater knowledge regarding the yellow-eyed demon. At that moment, Dean's phone chimed. Chapter 30. Departed with 2 children as night fell, Li Yi concluded his meditation, having gained a modicum of magical power after 5 or 6 hours of practice. He reflected on the benefits of having an advantage. Driving leisurely along Breckenridge Road, particularly near the Grand Bridge, he spotted an abandoned house, once the residence of Constance. Sensing the presence of 2 mischievous spirits within, Li Yi chose not to intervene. These children were already pitiable enough without adding to their distress. The frail souls held little interest for him. As dusk deepened, wisps of mist began to weave through the forest. By the roadside, a woman clad in a tattered white dress flickered in and out of view. As the car drew nearer, the woman's form stabilized. Her ethereal presence gazing hauntingly at the approaching Mazda. Li Yi halted the vehicle before Constance and rolled down the window. In her tattered white gown, with raven hair cascading around a striking visage, she exuded an otherworldly charm amid the desolate wilderness. Li Yi whistled softly, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed the ghost. "Beautiful lady, would you care for a ride?" "Take me home," Constance replied, her expression inscrutable. Li Yi unlocked the car doors, warmly inviting. "Not a problem. Hop in. I take pleasure in helping others." The ghost approached slowly, and as a gentle breeze swept by, the tattered fabric of her dress swayed, revealing her bare feet as she lifted the hem. How long had it been since she last washed them? Was there an odor? Constance opened the passenger door and leaned into the vehicle. The low-cut white dress revealed a dazzling expanse, the light reflecting from it nearly blinding Li Yi. Such generosity without a cost. Who could withstand such a test? Observing Constance's slight turn as if to entice him further, Li Yi asked, "Where do you reside?" "Lovely lady," Constance languidly replied, "at the end of Breckenridge Road." Locking the doors, Li Yi started the engine. Curiosity piqued as he inquired, "A girl as beautiful as you, walking the roads at night, aren't you afraid?" Constance tilted her head, her left hand lifting her skirt to reveal her smooth thigh, and with a touch of tenderness, she inquired, "Isn't this for you?" I cursed inwardly. This ghost was far too alluring, playing with me in such a manner. Constance continued, "Am I beautiful? Would you like to come home with me?" Indeed, she was beautiful. Li Yi gazed upon Constance's flawless visage, her exquisite features, and her enchanting figure. Even after bearing 2 children, there was no evidence of it. She had died at the tender age of 24, a time when a woman is at her most captivating. Li Yi hesitated momentarily, then, with a hint of fervor in his eyes, addressed Constance, "I would accompany you home, but does your husband approve? After all, it wouldn't hurt to entertain a ghost." Upon hearing Li Yi's response, a flicker of disdain crossed Constance's eyes. It seemed all men were inherently the same. She continued to entice him. "My husband is not here. I am all alone at home." Li Yi suddenly, with a trace of shyness, confessed to Constance, "Sister, I have never been in a relationship. I lack experience and am still a virgin. Could you take it easy?" Constance was taken aback. Had he truly never experienced love? Was he deceiving her? Li Yi was not unattractive. In his 20s, in this beautiful land, he should have been battle-hardened by now. How could he still be a virgin? Yet, sensing the lingering essence of Yang within him, Constance had no choice but to accept the reality. Had she stumbled upon a rare specimen today? Nonetheless, an innocent man must still perish. All men are destined for death. Even if he remains faithful now, he will surely stray in the future. Constance fell silent, her gaze fixed intently on Li Yi. Li Yi, unfazed, mused on the potential consequences. Before long, he drove to the end of Breckenridge Road. An abandoned house loomed before them. Its dilapidated structure coupled with the eerie surroundings sent chills down one's spine. After parking the car, Li Yi eagerly announced, "Sister, it seems we have arrived." However, Constance could hardly contain her anticipation. She lunged towards Li Yi, murmuring, "I'm so cold. Hold me." She pinned him beneath her, poised to kiss his handsome face. Li Yi struggled fiercely, trying to fend off Constance. "Sister, please don't. Your child is watching us." Unheeding, Constance sought to absorb Li Yi's essence. Suddenly, Constance felt a sanctified weapon piercing through her being, followed by a blinding light emanating from her body. With a scream of agony, she transformed into sparks and dissipated within the confines of the car. Li Yi, with a core essence of 80 and a spirit of 40, sheathed his celestial sword with a disdainful scoff. Is this your level? Huh. You wish to claim my first kiss while entwined in the throes of parenthood? How audacious. And in front of the children no less. Stepping out of the vehicle, he approached the house. Through the window, two innocent pairs of eyes fixated upon him. They belonged to the children of the late Constance. Any ordinary individual would likely be overwhelmed by such a gaze, but Li Yi, possessing both skill and audacity, felt no trepidation towards the two forlorn souls. He walked closer and spoke gently. Little ones, your mother has been vanquished by me. No need for gratitude. You may now pass peacefully into your next lives. I hope you encounter responsible parents in your future. These children had met their tragic fate, drowning in the bathtub due to Constance's negligence. For years, they had awaited her return, yearning to drag her into the depths of despair alongside them. However, with Constance now eradicated by Li Yi, their obsession had dissipated. The two specters glanced at Li Yi's vehicle, the very sight of their mother's final dissolution. Hand in hand, they exchanged no words, and a swirling vortex materialized beneath their feet. This whirlpool emanated an eerie aura, swiftly engulfing the children. As Li Yi sensed the vortex's energy, his demonic lineage stirred within him. That was hell. Puzzlement filled his mind. Surely, these children had never harmed anyone? Should they not ascend to heaven instead? What were the rules governing reincarnation in this world? He had memorized the notes he had perused and intended to return them to the Wen brothers. Yet, he wondered if Jessica had been rescued by them. With this thought, Li Yi retrieved his phone and dialed Dean. Dean, is everything all right on your end? Dean's voice was somber as he replied, Jessica has died. It was a yellow-eyed demon that did the deed. Li Yi was taken aback. What? Another demon? How despicable to harm Jessica. Are you and Sam unscathed? Dean, glancing at the still grieving Sam, assured him, both Sam and I are fine. That's a relief. I've dealt with the female ghost on my side as well. Your father left you something. I will bring it to you shortly. It's a tome concerning demon hunting. Chapter 31. Preemptive monster capture. At this juncture, Li Yi contemplated that the brothers' next target would also be the Wendigo. However, the clues remained in his possession, and the brothers were yet unaware. He mused on the possibility of transforming into a demon and soaring forth to seize this creature for himself. The Lost Creek in the Blackwater Mountains lies over 1,700 kilometers away from his current location, requiring an entire day's drive. However, when he transforms into a demon, his flight speed reaches nearly 1,000 kilometers per hour, allowing for a round trip in less than 4 hours. The drive back to Palo Alto takes approximately 6 hours, leaving him ample time even after retrieving the monster. Dean and Sam are somewhat astonished that Li Yi managed to resolve the issue with the female ghost. Yet they feel a sense of curiosity upon hearing about the items their father left for them. Nevertheless, Li Yi only exchanged a few hurried words before abruptly ending the call, as if he were pressed for time. Upon hanging up, a white mist enveloped the vehicle, gradually saturating it completely. With a mere thought, the car vanished, and his body transformed into a swirling black mist, racing towards the Blackwater Mountains at an astonishing speed. At that moment, the Blackwater Mountains were shrouded in an inky darkness, silent and still, resembling a predatory beast poised to devour. In the woods of Lost Creek, Tommy and a few friends were camping amidst the gloom. Two solitary tents stood in an open space, faint light emanating from within, appearing fragile under the oppressive darkness, as if they could be consumed at any moment. Outside, a campfire sputtered, its embers occasionally bursting forth, a fleeting struggle in the encompassing night, akin to a final gasp. Inside the tent, Tommy and Jack were engrossed in their gaming world, the sounds of button mashing and heated arguments shattering the momentary tranquility. Bro, I'm reporting you for cheating, Tommy exclaimed, his face flushed, eyes fixed intently on the screen, as if he could pierce through and unearth evidence of Jack's deceit. Without looking up, Jack deftly maneuvered his controller, retorting dismissively, No way, it's just your skills that are lacking. In the pitch-black woods, it seemed as though pairs of eerie green eyes were lurking, watching this solitary source of light with cold, piercing intensity, embodying the ferocity and greed of a predator. Hearing the commotion from the tent, a low growl emanated from the darkness, a sound reminiscent of a wrathful roar from the depths of hell. Yet, Oblivious to the encroaching danger, Tommy and Jack remained engrossed in their game, unaware that peril was drawing ever closer, much like the silent, inexorable approach of death. After an indeterminate period, the game concluded. Tommy exhaled deeply, reaching for a nearby camera and aiming it at himself, forcing a smile. "Hey, Haley, it's day 6. And we're still in the Blackwater Mountains. We're doing great, very safe. Don't worry, we'll reach out again tomorrow." Just as he spoke, a shadow darted past behind the tent, moving with astonishing speed like a bolt of black lightning, unnoticed by the oblivious Tommy. After sending the video, Tommy stood up to stretch his stiff limbs. Jack looked at him quizzically. "Bro, what are you up to?" Tommy cast a fleeting glance at Jack, who was still engrossed in his game, and extended an invitation. "Not doing anything, just going to relieve myself. Care to join?" Jack, without lifting his gaze, nonchalantly waved his hand, remaining absorbed in the digital realm. Tommy stepped outside the tent, zipping it up behind him. The chill of the night air enveloped him, prompting an involuntary shiver. The campfire, now reduced to mere embers, barely illuminated a small surrounding area. The pitch-black forest loomed like an immense enigma, unfathomable and eerie. Every rustle of the wind sent a shiver down his spine. Cautiously approaching a tree, he glanced around, feeling as though unseen eyes were watching him from the darkness. Yet, upon straining his ears, he could hear nothing but the sound of his own anxious breaths. He hastily retrieved the water spout, eager to finish and return to the warmth of the tent. Suddenly, a horrifying creature appeared before him without warning, its speed leaving no room for reaction. It leaped from the tree, its robust claws resembling iron hooks, seizing Tommy in an instant. "Ah!" Tommy's scream pierced the night sky, reverberating through the silent mountains and startling countless birds into flight. The occupants of the 2 tents were jolted awake by his anguished cry, calling out in alarm. "Tommy, what is happening? Hey, brother, what's wrong?" Their voices were laced with terror and unease. Jack cast aside his gaming device, heart racing. As he rushed towards the tent's entrance, he unzipped the flap and peered out, only to find the terrifying creature mere feet away. It gaped its massive maw, emitting a roar reminiscent of a tiger, the hot breath washing over Jack's face, the stench nearly suffocating him. When was the last time it brushed its teeth? Before he could process the situation, the creature's claws were upon him. Ah! Another scream shattered the dark night. In the other tent, the sole survivor trembled uncontrollably, his heart pounding as if it would burst from his chest. Frantically, he extinguished the light within the tent, curling up in the darkness. His eyes fixated on the exterior, scarcely daring to breathe. His breaths came quick and heavy, sweat soaked his back, each second feeling like an eternity of torment. The monster paced outside, its steps heavy and deliberate, each footfall resonating with the survivor's heartbeat. The feeble glow of the campfire cast the creature's immense shadow upon the tent, resembling a nightmare poised to crush him. The survivor clutched his legs tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably, engulfed in despair. In the desolate Blackwater Mountains, he was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, a sharp scraping sound pierced the stillness outside the tent. The creature's razor-sharp claws tore through the fabric, followed by an overwhelming force that ripped the tent apart. The survivor had barely the chance to emit a final scream before being yanked away by a creature lurking in the darkness, vanishing into the abyss, leaving behind an empty campsite and extinguished campfire, as if no one had ever been there. Above the lost creek, Lee frowned as he gazed down at the forest below, pondering how he might locate the Wendigo. If only his psychic abilities could awaken like the consciousness depicted in novels. With a sweep of such awareness, everything would be laid bare, even with layers of clothing. One could be seen through with perfect clarity. Unfortunately, his psychic force resembled invisible tendrils, capable only of influencing the immediate surroundings. Though a potent mind enabled him to perceive subtle movements around him, it could not illuminate the scenes beyond his sight as consciousness could. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and he retrieved a crystal ball. A thick mist poured forth, beginning to seep into the pitch-black mountains. The crystal ball possessed the ability to refine mist servants, a feature Li had not yet utilized. Was it not more advantageous to slay enemies and absorb their attributes? Moreover, the limitations of the mist servants were too stringent, confined to movement within the fog, rendering them nearly useless for Li, who favored solitary combat prowess. However, he could exploit this function for reconnaissance, sensing living beings amidst the mist. As the fog thickened, Images began to flicker on the surface of the crystal ball, though they were merely feeble creatures. At last, a monster dragging a person appeared within the orb, and as Li Yi observed the scene, a slight smile graced his lips. Found you. Chapter 32. The breath of lust transforming into a wisp of black smoke. Li Yi soared towards the Wendigo, arriving in mere moments before the creature, yet the Wendigo appeared oblivious to his presence amidst the fog. Its devolved head bore a look of confusion. Why had the mist suddenly descended? Nevertheless, it mattered little. It could still recall the path home based on the terrain. With a light-hearted gait and a sense of delight, it reveled in its outing, having stumbled upon 3 parcels. It had been a long time since it had feasted on human flesh, and the thought made its mouth water. One would be consumed raw, another dried. But what to do with the third? What was this human doing standing there? A human? The Wendigo was momentarily bewildered, unable to detect the presence of such a large figure before it. Dropping the food it had been holding, it regarded Li Yi warily. Gazing at the grotesque Wendigo, Li Yi could not help but reflect. Consuming humans transforms one into a monster. The Wendigo before him could be vanquished. But who could eliminate those gluttonous elites and rulers that feast upon humanity? The peril posed by these cannibals far surpassed that of the Wendigo. Their hearts were far more grotesque. With a swift motion, Li Yi extended his hand, and the Wendigo was instantly drawn before him by an invisible force. Before it could touch the ground, a surge of flames erupted from Li Yi's palm, engulfing it entirely. In a swift series of strikes, the Wendigo had no time to react and was instantaneously reduced to ashes. With a source quality of 100, Li Yi withdrew from his demonic form and reached out with his mind to the dissipating orb of light. Life, 50, Spirit, 7, Constitution, 45. Upon hearing the notification from the system, it was confirmed that this Wendigo had been vanquished. The white mist in the forest rapidly converged towards Li Yi, who transformed once more into a plume of black smoke, soaring towards Palo Alto. The 3 individuals attacked by the Wendigo were still alive. Li Yi could hardly muster the energy to intervene. The formidable beasts of this forest had long since been consumed by the Wendigo, ensuring their safety. The wounds inflicted by the Wendigo were not severe and posed no life-threatening risk. Although he had briefly contemplated extinguishing the lives of the 3, that notion was ultimately suppressed. Certain boundaries, once crossed, become exceedingly difficult to uphold. One transgression leads to another, spiraling into irrevocable depravity. Much like a craft, once begun, one becomes increasingly skilled. If he were to slay these 3 for the sake of power, how would he differ from the Wendigo? In the Palo Alto Forest Avenue apartment, a delicate pink mist enveloped the room, where the slumbering Annie restlessly rubbed her thighs. Tossing and turning in bed, her expressions fluctuated between pleasure and shyness. "Lee, please. Don't stop." Her murmurs echoed through the room, as if she were dreaming of something indescribable. With each breath Annie took, the pink mist began to gradually dissipate. Outside the window, Talia observed the dreaming Annie, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. As subjects of the demon Lord Asmodeus, their souls had long been entwined with the realm of desire, making it effortless to awaken the carnal instincts within a human. Completing the task assigned by Fezzaroli was hardly a simple endeavor. Such a seemingly trivial task had even led to Dennis's downfall. It was no wonder Fezzaroli was so enraged. Under the influence of lustful essence, Annie experienced a surge of feminine hormones, prompting her to seek out powerful males for copulation, thereby nurturing life. In her dreams, she envisioned the strongest members of the opposite sex she had encountered, intensifying her longing for them. A particular individual may not have stood out in her conscious memory, yet her body would recall the potent life force of those it had sensed. It was a case of her declaring reluctance while her body remained utterly honest. Furthermore, the demonic blood coursing through Annie's veins would assist her in instinctively selecting robust male specimens, seeking superior genetics. At this moment, Annie was already 21, her body having matured fully. The prime of a woman's life, indeed, is a time when the life she nurtures is at its healthiest. The earthly manifestation of the Dark Lord would naturally thrive in robust vitality. Upon hearing Anne's murmurs, Talia pondered thoughtfully. Lee, could he be the most vibrant human Anne has ever encountered? She resolved to investigate further, creating suitable opportunities for the two. Of course, if they found mutual affection, her intervention would be unnecessary. Casting a glance at the demonic traps on the ceiling and the salt circle before the bed, Talia felt a tinge of disdain. While these objects might effectively restrain them, they posed no threat to her, as she had yet to step into their confines. If she truly wished to bring harm to and she possessed countless methods to ensure her demise. The dream's vivid imagery lingered in Anne's mind, leaving her somewhat dazed. After a prolonged moment, she surveyed the empty room and realized she had merely been dreaming. Why would she dream of such things, especially involving Li Yi? Although they had crossed paths several times, her feelings were more rooted in guilt than romantic affection. Since childhood, her father had advised her that, if she desired romance, it was best to seek a partner within her profession. Their line of work was perilous. Associating with ordinary individuals would only endanger them. Yet now, the mere thought of Li Yi ignited a fervor within her. Was it possible that her guilt had transformed into something deeper? A subconscious desire to bear a child as a means of compensating for Li Yi? The notion struck and as absurd, even to herself. Sitting upright, she bit her lip in contemplation. Should she abandon her demon-hunting pursuits and lead a mundane life with Li Yi? Growing up, due to her family's business, she had never experienced romance. Her heart yearned for a beautiful relationship, yet her commitment to hunting demons left little room for leisure. Moreover, Li Yi seemed a commendable choice, handsome, adept at household chores, and deeply emotional. Under the influence of desire, and mused that perhaps this idea was not entirely outlandish. However, the thought of George imprisoned caused her to sigh. She was the daughter of the murderer who had taken his parents' lives. How could Li Yi ever accept her? Feeling restless, Anne rose and made her way to the bathroom. She filled the tub with slightly cool water, hoping to calm her tumultuous thoughts. Host, Li Yi Life, 480480 Spirit, 12001219 Physique, 471 Magic Power, 1734 Source Quality, 460 Bloodline, Demon Bloodline, 500 Cultivation Method, Supreme Clarity Spirit Preservation Technique LV1, 62200, Spell, Palm Lightning LV2, 1500 Skill, Firearms LV2, 840, Items, Talisman Sword, Replica, Mist Crystal Ball, Sacred Golden Cross. Upon returning to his abode, Li Yi gazed at the attributes displayed on his panel, a swell of pride rising within him. Entities such as Wendigo and ghosts had become trivial adversaries in his eyes. His achievements were solely the result of relentless diligence. System, allocate points. Chapter 33, Fearing Pain. Thus investing entirely in defense, Li Yi chose to invest all his source quality into his physique, driven by a desire to bolster his defenses against pain. The foundational 3 attributes could be enhanced by 1 point of physique for every 5 points of source quality, allowing his 460 points of source quality to elevate his physique by 92, resulting in a total of 563. With a mere thought, a kitchen knife soared from its resting place. It sliced across his arm with force, leaving no mark behind. Grasping the knife firmly, he exerted pressure, shattering it into fragments. Its durability was insufficient, earning it a poor review. Discarding the broken knife into the trash, Li Yi summoned the replica talisman sword. Surely, as a magical artifact, it would breach defenses? However, even after repeated strokes, the sword left no trace upon his skin. Hesitant but resolute, Li Yi decided to channel his magic into the replica talisman sword. After all, he could revert to his physical form using demonic powers, and he wished to test the limits of his corporeal endurance. 20 points, 50 points, 100 points, 200 points, 300 points. To his astonishment, Li Yi discovered that his physical form now possessed formidable strength. He infused nearly 400 points of magic into the replica talisman sword before finally etching white lines upon his arm. Yet, as he endeavored to continue channeling magic into the sword, he noticed it shimmering with brilliant light and trembling, seemingly on the verge of being overwhelmed by his power. This revelation caused Li Yi to frown. A mere replica could not withstand a few hundred points of magic. What use was it? Feeling somewhat exasperated, he had steeled himself for a moment of pain to ascertain the limits of his defense, only to find his plans thwarted by the inadequacy of the replica sword. Nevertheless, the talisman sword's primary function lay in exorcism and dispelling evil, rather than sheer sharpness. The entity named Constance had been vanquished by the sword, without Li Yi even channeling magic into it. Glancing at the time, Li Yi felt it was about time to seek out Sam and Dean, intending to return the demon-hunting textbook left behind by John. At that moment, Sam was resting in their vintage car, waiting for Jessica's funeral to conclude before embarking on their next hunt with Dean. They had not enjoyed a proper night's sleep in quite some time, and the events surrounding Jessica's demise had left them mentally exhausted. However, whenever Sam succumbed to slumber, he was haunted by the image of Jessica's lifeless form. Lee tapped on the car window, rousing Dean from his rest. Upon seeing Lee outside, Dean, still half asleep, called out, "Lee?" He then stepped out of the vehicle, stretched, and yawned. "When did you arrive?" Lee produced John's demon hunting journal and handed it to Dean. "I just got here. I found this while rummaging through your father's room." Dean, utilizing the streetlight's glow, casually flipped through a couple of pages, his spirits lifting. The journal left by John was immensely beneficial for both him and Sam, serving as a crucial lead in their quest to locate John. "Lee, I cannot thank you enough. By the way, how did you handle that witch? Did you find her body?" Dean inquired, closing the journal with a hint of curiosity. "I did not find her body. Last night, as I was passing Breckenridge Road, that Constance suddenly appeared in my car, insisting I take her home. At the end of Breckenridge Road lies her childhood home. And once we arrived, she attempted to assault me. During our struggle, I noticed she seemed unable to enter the room. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I drove the vehicle straight into the room. To my astonishment, her 2 drowned children were still there, waiting for her. Upon seeing Constance, the children promptly dragged her into hell." Lee spun his tale with a calm demeanor, assuming credit for what was originally Sam's undertaking. Dean, taken aback by Lee's account, exclaimed, "Lee, you truly are a courageous individual. You resolved a supernatural incident all on your own." Accepting Dean's praise with poise, Lee replied proudly, "Of course. A mere female ghost is no match for me. Dean, you ought to learn a thing or two from me." Dean playfully punched Lee's shoulder, chuckling. "Flattering you seems to have inflated your ego. This time, you were simply fortunate to stumble upon a solution. What if your judgment had faltered? Exercise caution moving forward." Having accompanied his father John on numerous demon hunting escapades, Dean understood that resolving supernatural occurrences was far from simple. Lee presented his experience as straightforward, though it likely entailed significant risks. At that moment, Sam also exited the vehicle, his eyes still slightly red, clearly still engulfed in the sorrow of Jessica's passing. He glanced at Lee and offered a gentle nod as a form of greeting. Observing the grief etched on Sam's face, Lee let out a sigh and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Sam, I empathize with your feelings. My parents also fell victim to the demons, which is why I rushed here upon hearing about your investigation into the supernatural events. I hope to uncover traces of the demon through these occurrences, seeking to avenge my parents." Upon hearing this, a deeper understanding flickered in Sam's eyes as he regarded Lee. "I will find that scoundrel and ensure he suffers," Sam declared through gritted teeth, his fists tightening as the veins stood out. Dean handed Sam their father's journal, stating, "This is the notebook our father left behind. You may examine it closely." Dean tactfully refrained from inquiring whether Lee had perused its contents, recognizing that it was already a significant gesture for him to return the notebook. After flipping through a few pages, Sam solemnly addressed Lee. "Lee, thank you. This journal is invaluable to us." Lee waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Aren't we friends? There's no need for such formalities. What are your plans moving forward?" Sam glanced at the place they once called home, his mood heavy. "After Jessica's funeral, I will seek out leads on that scoundrel." Dean interjected, "Sam, we should first locate our father. He has been occupied with this matter for years. He possesses more information. And with him, our chances against the yellow-eyed demon will be significantly enhanced." Sam, upon hearing Dean's words, did not argue, instead silently caressing the notebook in his hands. Noticing this, Lee yawned and addressed the two. "I'm feeling a bit tired and wish to return home for some rest. Do you have a place to stay? Would you like to come to my house for a respite?" Sam and Dean exchanged glances, with Dean smiling as he replied, "Lee, then we shall impose upon you." Lee felt a pang of discomfort. He had merely spoken out of politeness, forgetting that such customs were not common in this land. However, having already spoken, he felt obliged to invite them to his home. Fortunately, his abode was relatively normal, devoid of anything that might arouse suspicion in the pair. Chapter 34. The Supreme, which Sam and Dean took only a brief respite before rising at dawn to attend to Jessica's funeral. Lee, having slept soundly until morning, awoke to find his room somewhat disheveled, sensing an underlying discord that he could not quite place. With a surge of mental energy, the disheveled room began to tidy itself. Lee made his way to the kitchen, intending to prepare a bowl of noodles. As he glanced at the apron hanging on the wall, A thought struck him. It had been several days since he last saw Luna. Could it be that she was upset after he had gently touched her small hand? Surely not. Not long ago, Luna had been quite concerned that Li Yi might be struggling with the loss of his parents, visiting his home almost daily to ensure it was kept immaculate. She even possessed a key to his house, yet now, he hadn't seen her for several days. A frown creased Li Yi's brow as he sensed that something was amiss. Standing outside Luna's door, he knocked, but received no response. He then took out his phone and dialed her number. Within seconds, the call connected. "Hello, Luna. Li, it's me. What is up?" Luna's voice carried a hint of melancholy, indicating she was somewhat displeased that he had taken so long to reach out. Relieved to hear her voice, Li Yi replied, "Oh, nothing much. Just noticed you haven't been around for a few days and wanted to check on you." Luna explained, "I'm at my relative's place in New Orleans and want to be back for a while." Li Yi recalled that Luna indeed had relatives in New Orleans. Her parents had taken her there numerous times, even during holidays. With the confirmation that Luna was safe, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. "I see. Well, enjoy yourself for a few days. I'm off to eat, bye." On the other end, Luna wished to chat a bit longer, but realized Li Yi had already hung up. She stared at her phone, feeling a sense of emptiness. He no longer seemed as enthusiastic as before. Could it be due to her repeated rejections? "Luna, was that your boyfriend calling?" teased a slender blonde girl seated across the table. "Cordelia, he is not my boyfriend yet. Although he has expressed his feelings for me multiple times, I'm afraid to accept. You know, the witches of our Salem lineage have a chance of becoming a black widow. I cannot afford to take that gamble." Luna replied, her expression clouded with frustration, uncertain of when she would fully master her abilities. Cordelia empathized with her, saying, "Ah, that is our curse. However, after so many rejections, do you think he might lose interest and seek another girlfriend?" Luna's heart tightened at Cordelia's words. "This is precisely why I returned to witch school, to completely harness my powers. But are there really so few new witches now? I haven't seen anyone else." Technically, Luna was no longer a novice, as she had been a student for quite some time. When she first awakened her abilities, she had spent some time at this school. However, the death of her parents made her reluctant to remain there any longer. Her return to the school this time was solely to enhance her strength. While mastering her powers completely was not her immediate goal, she at least aimed to learn the art of resurrection. At that moment, a woman with shoulder-length golden hair gracefully descended the staircase. Her demeanor exuded elegance, and her expression radiated confidence and authority as she addressed Cordelia and Luna. "There are indeed new witches, many of whom have just awakened their powers and do not know how to conceal or protect themselves. If they are not careful, they may inadvertently meet their demise. Therefore, you two young ladies must strive to grow stronger and safeguard more witches." Upon seeing the newcomer, Luna rose respectfully and said, "Greetings, Principal Fiona." Cordelia followed suit with, "Good morning, Mother." Fiona nodded and smiled at Luna, saying, "Luna, welcome back to the witch school. Myrtle has mentioned you to me. However, to undertake the 7 arrays trials, one must possess sufficient magical power. How many talents have you awakened?" The 7 arrays were originally a series of 7 trials designed to select the supreme witch, composed of 7 different advanced magics, each capable of elevating witchcraft to an artistic realm. Once the 7 arrays are activated, awakening one's innate talents becomes significantly easier. Nevertheless, opportunity is often accompanied by risk. While the 7 arrays can enhance witchcraft, they also amplify the inherent dangers. Witches with weak resolve and unsteady minds are particularly susceptible to losing their lives during the trials. During the peak of witch awakenings, it was not uncommon for thousands of witches to awaken simultaneously, and only those with exceptional talents could undertake the 7 arrays. However, in recent years, the number of new witches has dwindled, leaving only Cordelia and Luna at the witch school. Thus, the requirements for initiating the 7 arrays have become less stringent. Luna gazed at the composed and elegant Fiona with a hint of envy in her eyes, yearning to become a powerful witch like her. The supreme witch is the most formidable among the Salem witches. If she could attain strength akin to Fiona's, controlling her powers would no longer be a concern. "Principal, I have now awakened 3 talents: astral projection, pyrokinesis, and telekinesis, though I am still somewhat unskilled in their mastery. In Salem, there are no divisions of power levels nor established cultivation techniques among witches. Once a relevant talent is awakened, magical energy is born. The better one masters their innate abilities, the more potent their magical energy becomes." Fiona, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat surprised and remarked to Luna, "My dear, that is truly impressive. Your talents have taken me aback. In our Salem witches, those who awaken 4 talents are considered the pinnacle of witchcraft. The average witch might only awaken a single talent in her lifetime. You possess the potential to become a supreme witch. It appears that the council's decision to summon you back for the 7 array trials was indeed a judicious one." Meanwhile, Cordelia, overhearing Fiona's praise of Luna, could not help but display a glimmer of envy in her eyes. How she wished to possess talents as formidable as Luna's. In response to Fiona's commendation, Luna felt a touch of shyness. Her cheeks flushed as she humbly replied, "You flatter me, esteemed principal. I still have a long journey ahead." Fiona smiled, stepping between Cordelia and Luna, placing her hands upon their shoulders as she remarked, "My dear ladies, Father Blackwood, the principal of the Academy of Invisibility Arts, has summoned me for a matter that requires discussion. Thus, I shall be unable to guide your training for the time being. I will have Myrtle come to assist you." With that, she took her leave, her previously radiant smile fading into a somber expression. Did the council seek to replace her so swiftly? Were they so eager for her demise? In the lineage of Salem witches, the emergence of a new supreme which would absorb the magical essence of the previous generation. A supreme which, devoid of her power, would age rapidly and perish in a short span of time. This Luna, upon testing her, clearly harbored ambitions of becoming the new supreme witch. Such thoughts could not be permitted. Recently, she had inadvertently noticed the beginnings of wrinkles forming on her visage in the mirror. Although her magical power had yet to wane, she could feel the inexorable march of aging upon her body. Gazing at her deteriorating reflection, a profound fear of death surged within her. Should a new generation of supreme witch arise, her power would gradually transfer to this new witch. This was an outcome she could not allow. She was the strongest supreme witch, now and forever. Chapter 35. What name shall the child bear? Li Yi gazed at the balance on his phone. A look of concern etched upon his face. With such a substantial sum, how should he spend it? A compensation of $15 million, coupled with the $1 million from Harrison, amounted to a total of $16 million. When devoid of funds, one yearns for wealth. Yet, upon its arrival, the means to spend it seem elusive. Should he purchase a villa? He pondered, but deemed it unnecessary, as he was alone and had no need for such an expansive dwelling. A sports car? He felt little desire for that either. He could fly faster than an airplane, rendering the thrill of a car's speed rather mundane. Reflecting upon his own power, Li Yi suddenly found that the allure of luxury vehicles and grand estates held little appeal for him. Even the desire for wealth did not weigh heavily on him. Given his current abilities, earning money was remarkably effortless. Only the enhancement of his strength and the flow of magical energy could bring him true joy. Contemplating the existence of demons, angels, and deities in this world, Li Yi set a modest goal for himself, to become the greatest in the world. He pondered the idea of embarking on a road trip like the Wen brothers, to admire the breathtaking landscapes of the beautiful nation while simultaneously battling extraordinary creatures to enhance his attributes. Li Yi retrieved his laptop and commenced crafting a detailed plan. After a night of torment, Annie ultimately arrived outside Li Ye's residence. Standing before the door, she raised and lowered her right hand repeatedly, caught in a moment of indecision. Talia, trailing behind her, furrowed her brow at Annie's actions. Could it be that the aura of lust she had released was insufficient? That seemed unlikely. Her emanation of desire should have been potent enough to overwhelm even the mightiest of creatures. Yet, Annie still managed to restrain her impulses, leaving Talia perplexed. Was it possible that the bloodline of the divine within her had awakened? To cultivate a vessel capable of bearing the Demon King's essence, a suitable maternal host must be chosen with care. The ordinary physique of a human would hardly withstand the power of a Demon King, let alone that of even moderately strong demons. The purpose of the Convergent Society was to nurture corporeal forms capable of containing the power of Asmodeus's demons. Other Demon Kings similarly supported factions on Earth to facilitate the cultivation of their own vessels. The Astor family, to which Annie belonged, possessed a divine bloodline. According to the demon's investigations, the Astor lineage may trace its origins to the Titan race associated with the god King Zeus. Once awakened, the bloodline of the Astor family could harness the powers of the stars and the goddess of justice, Astrea. Astrea, a daughter of Zeus, symbolizes the celestial constellations and earthly justice. However, as humanity fell into depravity, Astrea grew disillusioned and returned to the heavens, transforming into the Virgo constellation, where she became its guardian. The Astor family may well be the remnants of Astria's divine lineage on Earth. Once their bloodline awakens and justice resides in their hearts, they can communicate with the Virgo constellation and wield the celestial powers to purify the evils of the world. Should the bloodline of the Demon King successfully merge with that of the Astor family, the resulting vessel would be immune to most light-based powers on Earth. However, nurturing a formidable body requires a robust life force. While Annie had located a suitable maternal figure, a paternal counterpart with a rich vitality was also necessary. During the gestation process, the paternal figure could be utilized as a sustainer through bloodline secret arts. The divine bloodline within Annie was exceptionally potent, a rarity in this age. The sense of justice within her was remarkably strong. Had it not been for the suppression of the Demon King's bloodline, she might have fully awakened her lineage and harnessed the power of the star god by now. Over the years, the Demon King's bloodline had become accustomed to the blood of the divine. Now was the optimal time for the manifestation of her true form. After much hesitation at Li Ye's doorstep, Annie ultimately decided to knock on his door. Li Ye, somewhat puzzled, opened the door and looked at her, inquiring, "Annie, have you come to a decision to teach me about exorcism?" Previously, he had suggested that she instruct him in the art of exorcism to address various supernatural occurrences. The Annie family had been involved in exorcism for so long that they naturally had their own network. Most of the supernatural events they encountered were genuinely supernatural. The vast majority of news related to supernatural phenomena online was fabricated. 9 out of 10 stories were false, concocted by individuals seeking attention. The remaining one, which might contain some truth, could also be a ruse devised by others to trick the unsuspecting. Sifting through such information online would consume an inordinate amount of time. Given Li Ye's current strength, though he could exorcise spirits more efficiently on his own, he lacked effective channels to acquire information about supernatural events. The connections of Annie's family were thus invaluable to him. The masculine aura emanating from Li Ye momentarily stunned Annie. At that moment, she found him irresistibly handsome. Her heart raced, and her gaze became somewhat dazed as her mind began to wander. What should they name their future child? Noticing Annie's dazed expression, her cheeks flushing and her eyes beginning to glaze over, Li Ye furrowed his brow. Was she in heat? Suddenly, he sensed an unseen presence lurking, as if someone was spying on them. He swiftly pulled Annie into the room and closed the door. The sound of the door startled her back to reality. And recalling the thoughts in her mind, she felt a wave of panic. "Li, I came to find you for exorcism. It seems I'm under your spell. Thoughts of you occupy my mind incessantly. Can you help me lift this enchantment?" Li grasped Annie's slightly warm hand, feeling a twinge of concern. This was quite intense. Without further hesitation, he channeled some of his magical energy. The energy cultivated through the Shangqing Tsunshin Fushi method was tranquil and balanced, capable of calming anxiety and soothing an agitated heart. While he had no qualms about developing a relationship with Annie, he was wary of any underlying schemes that might enable a hidden adversary to gain the upper hand. Annie was unique, harboring a potent demonic essence within her. What if her chastity held significant importance? The loss of her virtue could lead to complete demonic transformation. As Li transferred his energy, Annie's restless heart gradually found tranquility, and the provocative images that had plagued her mind began to dissipate. "Annie, what exactly has transpired?" Annie steadied herself, striving to fully awaken from the inexplicable daze that had enveloped her. In response to Li Ye's inquiry, she took a deep breath and slowly replied, "Li, I am at a loss as to what is happening. Since yesterday, I have felt an intense fire burning within me, and my mind has been in a haze, compelling me to come here uncontrollably." Her eyes still held a trace of confusion and bewilderment, as if she herself could not comprehend her previous actions. Now that she had regained her composure, she realized that something was amiss, although she had not given it much thought earlier due to her overwhelming emotions. Li narrowed his eyes slightly. He sensed that the situation was far from simple. The watchful gaze lurking in the shadows and Annie's peculiar state must be intricately connected. While contemplating various possibilities in his mind, he gently reassured Annie, "Do not panic. Let us unravel this slowly. Before you arrived, did you encounter anything strange or feel any unusual sensations?" Considering the demonic aura deep within Annie, Li suspected that this might be related to a demon. He knew he had to tread carefully when it came to matters concerning demons. Chapter 36, Special Bloodline Outside. Talia observed with satisfaction as Annie was pulled inside by Li Yi. She did not leave immediately, but chose to wait until Annie completed her task. She intended to protect Annie until the birth of little Annie, ensuring her safety during that time. Yet, she pondered, is this Chinese man truly a worthy father figure? Without close observation, she could not ascertain the specifics of Li Ye's character. However, the choice of a demon king's bloodline should pose no problem. Seated on the sofa, Annie contemplated for a moment and concluded that she had not encountered anything particularly strange over the past 2 days. I have spent these days at the Paranormal Affairs office, either studying or screening clients, hardly stepping outside. Last night, I had some bizarre dreams about you, and upon waking, I felt a surge of heat in my body. Suddenly, Annie looked at Li Yi with a hint of suspicion and asked, Li, what method did you use to calm me down just now? Li Yi was already prepared for Annie's question. In the realm of demon slaying, certain truths could not remain concealed for long. He found the act of hiding the truth too burdensome and did not wish to continue in that manner. Even if Annie had not inquired, he would have chosen to reveal it willingly. A few nights ago, I felt a sudden surge of power within me. This power has gradually strengthened my body and sharpened my mind. I even awakened telekinesis, allowing me to manipulate objects from a distance. Upon finishing his words, a cup on the table inexplicably soared into his hand. Annie's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape as she exclaimed, Oh my goodness, Li, this is absolutely incredible. Do you possess a special Eastern bloodline? Has your bloodline awakened? Many extraordinary bloodlines, upon awakening, possess a myriad of formidable abilities, some of which are akin to those of superheroes depicted in films. Li Yi was taken aback by Annie's remarkable receptiveness. Not only did she not doubt his words, but she also provided him with a rationale. However, he discerned a perplexing issue from Annie's remarks and inquired with curiosity, Do you possess a special bloodline, Annie? Annie nodded affirmatively and replied, Indeed, my father has stated that our Astor lineage carries the blood of the divine. However, as it has been passed down through generations, the divine essence within us has become exceedingly diluted. My father is not much stronger than an ordinary individual. Were it not for our family's blood truly having a restraining effect on dark forces, I would find it difficult to believe his assertions. Upon hearing Annie's words, Li Yi pondered thoughtfully. It was no wonder that he had observed Annie's hair turning silver and her remarkable ability to heal swiftly from injuries. She indeed bore the divine bloodline. Allowing Annie to misconstrue his own possession of a special bloodline would serve him well. He could attribute any future abilities to that notion. The benefits of familial heritage were evident, providing a broader perspective. Intrigued by these peculiarities, Li Yi asked Annie, Are there many individuals in our world who possess special bloodlines? Annie's expression remained somewhat elated. With Li Yi awakening his unique bloodline, he would be better equipped to navigate this world. In response to his inquiry, Annie nodded and explained, Indeed, there are many. In our world, not only do demons exist, but angels and even deities from various mythologies are also real. Over the years, beings such as werewolves, vampires, witches, and elves have intermingled with humans, producing numerous descendants. Some may appear to be ordinary, yet they could very well be the progeny of extraordinary beings. Under intense stimulation, their bloodlines might awaken, granting them immense power. You may also possess a potent bloodline. The trauma of your parents' demise could have triggered its awakening. My father and I have dealt with numerous supernatural cases, some involving ordinary people whose bloodlines awaken due to certain stimuli, leading to considerable chaos. Li Yi absorbed Annie's revelations, realizing his understanding of this world was still woefully insufficient. What he had witnessed in films paled in comparison to his current experiences. For instance, the Titans were not merely characters from fiction, and Master Zhang from Longhu Mountain was not a mere figment of imagination. However, the pressing matter at hand was the trouble surrounding Annie. Li Yi addressed her, Annie, I appreciate you sharing this information with me, but we must focus on resolving the issues concerning you. Do you truly have no inkling about your situation? Is there any possibility it could be related to demons? After all, demons recently murdered my parents and framed your father. Annie spoke with a hint of uncertainty. At home, we have measures to guard against demons. When I rise in the morning, the salt circles around me remain intact. Li Yi harbored doubts about how Annie and her father had managed to survive until now. Indeed, certain precautions can ward off demons. However, what if a demon incited ordinary people to sabotage those defenses? Demons possess extraordinary powers, and it is likely that many ordinary individuals crave such powers. Are there not ordinary people who would ally themselves with these supernatural beings for the sake of extraordinary strength? At that moment, Li Yi was increasingly convinced that the entity targeting Annie was indeed a demon. Yet, what could be the purpose behind transforming Annie in such a manner? The potent demonic aura emanating from Annie suggested that these demons could easily extinguish her life if that were their intent. Thus, it can be ruled out that their goal was her demise. If their aim were merely to humiliate her, Li Yi considered such tactics to be rather juvenile, hardly worthy of merit in the United States. Or could it be that they sought to obtain the divine bloodline within Annie? If it were solely for the bloodline, would it not be equally effective to possess Annie directly? Was it possible that they could not activate the bloodline's powers upon direct possession? Perhaps they administered an aphrodisiac to Annie to compel her to mate. Once she lost her purity, would it then be easier for them to usurp the bloodline within her? The remaining possibility might be to induce pregnancy and nurture new life. As Li Yi pondered, Annie's hormones began to stir once more. The scent emanating from him was irresistibly alluring. In that moment, she yearned to conceive a child with Li Yi, yet reason cautioned her against such desires. Annie, does your family have any peculiar customs, such as requiring that exorcists must be virgins? Or perhaps that losing one's virginity diminishes the potency of the divine bloodline? Annie shook her head and replied, "Our family has no particular rules. We only require exorcists to eliminate all harmful supernatural entities. If the bloodline awakens, the more evil it eradicates, the stronger the bloodline's power becomes. However, our family has not seen a bloodline awakening for many generations." Li Yi, having deduced the demon's intentions, inquired with curiosity, "How does your family awaken the bloodline? What characteristics emerge upon awakening?" After a moment's thought, Annie responded, "There are several ways to awaken the bloodline. The first is achieving a sufficient concentration of bloodline essence. Once it reaches a certain level, it will awaken autonomously. The second is through external stimuli, which can trigger the bloodline. The third involves consuming certain divine substances that can enhance the concentration of the bloodline. Additionally, having a super-strong individual with the same bloodline directly stimulate the awakening is also effective. Our Aster family is intertwined with the stars and the goddess of justice, Astrea. Upon the awakening of our bloodline, our hair transforms into a lustrous silver, and divine power is birthed within us, enabling us to purify malevolent beings with ease." Chapter 37. The Demon Trap. Li Yi contemplated whether to assist Annie in resolving her predicament, as it was evident that she was deeply entangled with demons. His current prowess was sufficient to confront ordinary demons or even formidable ones, yet he remained uncertain about his ability to handle those of greater strength, having never encountered such beings before. However, now that Annie had approached him, the demons outside might have already taken notice of his presence. Even if he wished to disengage, it was no longer an option. He recalled that the yellow-eyed demon, Azazel, had seemingly fed demon blood to Sam, aspiring to cultivate him as the leader of a human demon army or to serve as a vessel for Lucifer. Contemplating the demonic aura within Annie, he pondered if she, too, had been fed demon blood like Sam. "Annie, is your mother still with us?" Annie was somewhat taken aback by Li Yi's inquiry and responded with a hint of sorrow. "My mother was consumed by an unexpected blaze when I was merely 6 months old." "Li, why do you ask?" Li Yi surmised that this indicated the demon behind Annie was likely of a similar caliber to the yellow-eyed ones. During their time in Antonio Town, a major demon had even been dispatched to protect her. Yet, he wondered why they had chosen him. After a moment of reflection, he shared his suspicions with Annie. "Annie, we are in grave trouble. It seems we have attracted the attention of demons, who may covet your divine bloodline. Your current state might indicate that they wish for you to conceive, to bear a vessel for their kind." Annie was momentarily bewildered by Li Yi's abrupt shift from concern for her mother to the alarming revelation of their demonic pursuit. Overwhelmed, she felt ill-equipped to navigate this crisis, as her life experiences paled in comparison to her father's. Seeing Annie's bewilderment, Li Yi sighed internally. For many years, Annie and George had successfully exorcised demons without incident, leading him to suspect that perhaps a demon had been covertly safeguarding them all along. He then patiently elaborated on his theories, deliberately omitting any mention of Sam's mother. After absorbing Li Yi's analysis, Annie felt a pang of guilt and said, "Li, I'm so sorry. You should leave, the farther away the better." She felt lost, unsure of when the demons had begun to target her. Why had their home been fortified with the Eye of Horus, demon traps, and salt circles for exorcism. Yet they still fell victim? Li Yi, somewhat exasperated, turned to Annie and said, "This is my home. If anyone should leave, it should be you. Besides, if I were to depart, what would become of you?" Although Annie's family may seem as troublesome as the infamous When family duo or Constantine, Li Yi understands that Annie does not intend to deceive him. She possesses a steadfast spirit and a kind heart, truly a good person. Having once gifted him a substantial package, this time could potentially lead to a windfall of great fortune. He is not inherently benevolent and cannot simply exorcise demons without any personal gain. It would be unreasonable to abandon Annie to flee alone. Such a splendid opportunity for gaining experience cannot be forsaken. Even ordinary individuals, devoid of any unique abilities, dare to confront demons. And the One family duo has been known to seal entities like Lucifer and Michael with their near-mortal forms. With the plethora of means at his disposal, he need not fear demons. Of course, should a demon of Lucifer or Azazel's caliber appear, he would not foolishly engage in direct confrontation. Surrender when necessary, flee when needed. Preserving oneself ensures the possibility of future endeavors. The demon lurking in the shadows does not seem particularly formidable. If it were truly far beyond his strength, it wouldn't be so easily detectable. This demon following Annie likely seeks to protect her. After all, in his estimation, Annie is of such significance that the demon would not allow her to come to harm. If his assumptions are incorrect, it matters not. They can simply fight. If they cannot prevail, they shall escape. In these times, who does not have a card up their sleeve? Even if a more powerful demon arrives, the outcome remains uncertain. Upon hearing Li Ye's words, Annie hesitated. Indeed, it should be her who departs. Then I will leave, but please do not meddle in my affairs. Demons are not easily dealt with. With that, she stood resolutely and walked toward the exit. Observing Annie's determined demeanor, Li hurriedly grasped her hand, exclaiming, "I was merely speaking. Are you truly going to leave?" He sensed something amiss in Annie's expression, as though she contemplated self-destruction. With his spirit now exceeding 1,000 points, his perception has vastly surpassed that of mere mortals. He faintly sensed a chilling aura of despair emanating from Annie, causing the demonic blood within him to quiver slightly. As if it yearned to consume this defenseless soul, Annie gazed at Li Yi in confusion, pondering his intentions. Did he possess a means to confront demons? Yet, he had only recently awakened his bloodline. A promising future lay ahead. Moreover, she and her father had brought him considerable misfortune, and she felt immense gratitude for not seeking vengeance against them, believing it unnecessary to confront a demon on her behalf. "Li, what do you mean?" Li looked earnestly into Annie's eyes and spoke. "Annie, do you trust me?" Annie nodded without hesitation, declaring, "I certainly believe you." Li responded with a confident smile, saying to Annie, "Well then, since you trust me, follow my instructions." Talia, possessing the body of a stray dog outside, idly observed the happenings at Li Ye's residence. Although this task was somewhat tedious, it was far more comfortable than enduring the torments of hell. Demons without titles and territories lived a wretched existence in the infernal realm, constantly subjected to the agonies and rules of hell. Upon arriving on earth, a mere flick of the wrist could procure delectable souls. However, the presence of the heavenly church deterred them from indulging too freely in their buffet of offerings. At that moment, a small poodle ambled by, noticing Talia lost in thought. It approached her, sniffing curiously, and then abruptly stood up, eager to engage in its canine pursuits. Realizing what was happening, Talia swiftly kicked the dog away. However, the little poodle, undeterred, scrambled back towards her. What manner of creature is this? I have yet to unleash my allure, yet its desires are so fervent. Talia mused. Feeling a twinge of annoyance at the persistent poodle, she refrained from using excessive force, fearing that a yelp from the poodle might disturb the occupants of a nearby house. Men, while engaged in such activities, are easily startled. A fright could hamper their performance, thus jeopardizing procreation. Furthermore, with the occasional passerby, any overt behavior could attract unwanted attention. With a glint of menace in her eyes, Talia contemplated devouring the poodle when the coast was clear. Just then, gunfire erupted from Li Ye's home, followed by Annie's piercing scream, "No, spare me." Upon hearing this, Talia sensed trouble and, without a second thought, abandoned the stray dog. Leaping through the window into Li Ye's abode, the stray, now devoid of Talia's essence, appeared bewildered. Seizing the opportunity, the poodle promptly mounted it, achieving its aim. As Talia entered Li Ye's home, she suddenly found herself immobilized. Before she could comprehend the situation, a blinding flash of sword light lunged at her from behind, piercing her body. The demonic energy within her clashed violently with the righteous aura emanating from the long sword, igniting her essence like cotton caught in a blaze. A blood-curdling scream erupted as the sword's brilliance surged through her, and in an instant, Talia was reduced to ashes. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Yi contentedly sheathed the celestial master sword. Indeed, the sword's efficacy in vanquishing demons was unparalleled. This foe was even more formidable than the previous demon he had encountered. With a mere infusion of 400 points of magical energy, he had obliterated her, leaving no opportunity for resistance. Life, 40, Spirit, 360, Physique, 30, Demon Bloodline, 500. Annie gazed at Li Yi in astonishment, suddenly perceiving the enigma that he represented. What should have been an exceedingly formidable demon was rendered surprisingly manageable under Li Yi's command. Li Yi addressed Annie. "We cannot linger here. We must depart at once." Annie nodded and swiftly descended the stairs with Li Yi, making their way to the car. On the table, a family album displayed 3 individuals gazing blissfully at a house ensnared by demonic traps. Chapter 38, The Dual Blame. The demon fixated on Annie undoubtedly had a more powerful entity behind it, possibly on par with Azazel. To exercise caution, Li Yi resolved to first cultivate his strength before returning to confront the adversary. Previously, Li Yi had intended to embark on a road trip, but he had not anticipated commencing his journey so soon. Annie, driving her Grand Cherokee, returned home to swiftly gather her belongings. Then inquired of Li Yi, "Where shall we head next?" In the eastern regions of the beautiful country, there abound numerous supernatural tales. As Li Yi's mental fortitude grew, many of his past memories began to crystallize. Merging this with John's demon hunting notes, he devised a plan. "First, we shall go to Iowa." "Very well." Annie did not question the rationale and drove towards Iowa. Upon leaving the urban area, Annie could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Li, what is the story behind your longsword?" Today, Li Yi appeared exceedingly mysterious, almost a different person altogether. In comparison to them, he resembled a seasoned demon hunter. That sword, which could emit light and effortlessly vanquish demons, could it be a legendary holy artifact? Li Yi casually fabricated a tale. "This is my family heirloom, brought from Huagua. It is a magical instrument that I discovered to be somewhat extraordinary after my awakening. After I refined it, a connection was established between us, allowing me to absorb it into my body." Not wishing for Annie to delve further, he shifted the conversation. "Annie, I am not well acquainted with the circle of demon hunters. Could you elaborate for me?" Upon hearing Li Yi's inquiry, Annie pondered briefly before responding. "Most demon hunters are ordinary individuals who, after their loved ones fall victim to supernatural events, seek vengeance by embarking on a quest to discover methods to eliminate those extraordinary beings. Gradually, they formulate certain principles. Those who comprehend and act upon this knowledge can be loosely termed demon hunters. In truth, they possess no special abilities. Typically, they exchange information in fixed venues, such as specific bars or the homes of fellow hunters. With the advent of the internet, some have begun establishing specialized paranormal websites. These individuals are folk exorcists, alongside renowned families like the Warrens and the Campbells. Associated organizations include the Exorcists Guild, the Vatican, and an official entity known as the Bureau for Paranormal Research and Defense, BPRD. In Sam Dean's vicinity, Jessica's family has arrived to attend to her affairs, with her funeral scheduled for 2 days hence. The brothers intend to utilize this time to engage in a thorough discussion regarding their forthcoming endeavors at Li Yi's residence. Dean, possessing a rather audacious disposition, feels no qualms about imposing upon Li Yi. They find themselves in dire financial straits, having resorted to credit card fraud. Thus, an opportunity for a complimentary respite is not to be overlooked. "Dean, do you think it might be a tad inappropriate to continue intruding upon Li?" Sam, with a more delicate sensibility than Dean, expresses his reservations. Dean halts at the foot of the stairs, casting a glance at Sam, and suggests, "Why don't you pay for a hotel for a couple of nights?" Palo Alto, nestled within the Bay Area of San Francisco, is located near Stanford University, where accommodations are rather exorbitant. Even the most modest of lodgings command nearly $100 per night, and Dean, being financially constrained, seeks to conserve every penny. Sam's home has been consumed by flames, leaving him with nothing but the clothes on his back and his phone. In his current predicament, He is even more impoverished than Dean, and upon being asked to contribute financially, he falls silent. Noticing Sam's quietude, Dean proceeds upstairs. Li is of Chinese descent. The Chinese are known for their warmth and hospitality. We are friends of sorts now. What harm could a 2-day stay bring? I trust Li will not mind. As they approach Li Ye's doorstep, a man suddenly materializes behind them. You reside here? The unexpected voice startles both, compelling them to turn and face the newcomer. A slender man clad in a suit has appeared unbeknownst to them. Who are you? What does it matter to you whether we stay here? Dean, ever vigilant, regards the stranger with suspicion, sensing he may not be of benevolent intent. Could he be an enemy of Li? Fazzaroli, seething with anger over the mishaps concerning Annie, has resolved to investigate the matter personally. Upon hearing Dean's retort, Fazzaroli abandons further dialogue, preparing to possess them and delve into their memories. His eyes darken to an abyssal black as a plume of black smoke emanates from his form, surging toward Dean. Upon witnessing the man's eyes, Dean gasps, a demon? In that critical moment, Sam, observing the encroaching smoke, instinctively shoves Dean aside. The dark mist invades Sam's body, prompting Dean to bellow no. However, as Fazzaroli entered Sam's body, he was struck by an aura comparable to that of the Demon King, causing him to hastily retreat back into the man's form. Sam Dean, still bewildered by the demon's actions, heard Fazzaroli mutter with a hint of vexation, "Damn it, I shall remember this." With that menacing remark, Fazzaroli vanished before the two brothers, leaving them in a state of confusion regarding the demon's intentions. What was this matter he referred to? Suddenly, they felt as though a tremendous burden had been placed upon their shoulders. Fazzaroli's rapid escape was prompted by the formidable presence that had locked onto him upon his entry into Sam's body. He realized that the powerful demon responsible for endowing Sam with demonic blood was lurking nearby. Should he dare to consume Sam's soul, he would be condemned to cower in the domain of lustful hell for eternity. Moreover, given that he had sensed through the contingency he left in Annie's body that she was still alive, he preferred not to irreparably sever ties. After all, only a couple of his subordinates had perished. It was not worth sacrificing his own life and future. Upon returning to his prison, Fazzaroli fell into contemplation. Could that potent aura be Azazel? He had long heard of Azazel's notorious reputation. Once an angel in heaven, Azazel had followed Lucifer in rebellion against God and descended into hell. Transformed into a demon by Lucifer, he managed the realm of despair and remained a staunch ally of Lucifer. Over the years, Azazel had sired numerous demon offspring in the mortal realm, aiming to dominate humanity and oppose heaven. He was also plotting how to release Lucifer, allowing him to reclaim dominion over both hell and earth. Demon offspring possessed certain abilities of demons, but were not true demons themselves, thus not constrained by traps or salt meant to bind demons. Nevertheless, their strength paled in comparison to that of the demon vessels cultivated by the Reception Society, which employed human women to gestate embryos imbued with demonic blood directly in their wombs. The demons of hell could seize control during the embryonic stage, allowing them to emerge as half-demons capable of withstanding human firearms. The only drawback was that the same substances that could restrain demons would also pose limitations to these half-demons. Both demon offspring and half-demons had their respective advantages and disadvantages, making their cultivation a challenging endeavor. Had the adversary discovered Annie's uniqueness and sought to thwart their plans? Yet, why not simply eliminate Annie? Perhaps Azazel did not wish to completely alienate them. Fazzaroli found himself in a predicament. He was reluctant to abandon Annie, yet faced obstacles from Azazel's demon offspring. Fortunately, he still had a contingency plan, which could now be set into motion. Moreover, the offspring of demons do not necessarily obey Azazel entirely. Thus, he can exploit this to his advantage. He cannot act overtly, but may covertly set traps for you. Chapter 39. The Demon Lordly. Why are you not at home? Li Yi received a call from Dean and realized that this fellow was once again seeking him out. A demon has targeted me, and my home is no longer safe. I need to step outside for a while. At this moment, Sam Dean also dared not linger at Li Ye's doorstep, and the two returned to the old Chevrolet parked nearby. Having just encountered a demon, Dean was filled with numerous questions and suspected that Sam harbored a significant secret. However, Sam himself was perplexed, and both were eager to locate their father, John, to ascertain if he had any pertinent information. Unfortunately, they could not reach John by phone, and he did not respond to their messages, which left them feeling anxious. Upon learning that Li Yi was being pursued by a demon, Dean inquired with concern. Li, are you all right? Thank you for your concern. I am unscathed. We just encountered a demon at your doorstep, Li Yi replied. Hearing Dean's account over the phone, Li Yi mused to himself. Indeed, he is the protagonist. He has inexplicably evaded danger once again. It seemed that his decision to leave promptly was indeed judicious. Who could fathom the strength of this later demon? Given his current prowess, whether he could triumph was uncertain. He was not one to accept anything less than a 90 success rate. After concluding his call with Sam Dean, Li Yi closed his eyes and boldly underwent demon transformation in the passenger seat. Fortunately, his transformation did not resemble the grotesque forms of other demons, which pleased him greatly. He summoned the system panel, and a luminous screen materialized in his mind. Host: Li Yi, Demon Lord. Life: 1560, 520. Spirit: 1579. Physique: 1186, 593. Demonic power: magical energy: 1734. Unavailable. Source quality: 1500. Bloodline: demon bloodline. 1000. Talents: telekinesis. Possession: flight, summoning, rapid recovery, strength enhancement, energy conversion, soul devouring, fire manipulation, demonic contract. Demon domain cultivation technique: supreme tranquility and spirit soothing method. LV1, 63,200. Unavailable spells: palm thunder. LV2, 1500. Unavailable skills: firearms. LV2, 840. Items: talisman sword, replica, mist crystal ball. Sacred golden cross transformed into a demonic form. Li Yi felt an unparalleled surge of power. His physique had doubled, and his life force had tripled. Was a mere 1,000 points of bloodline sufficient to elevate him to the status of Demon Lord? At that moment, Li Yi was suddenly enveloped by a summons that felt akin to the depths of hell, conveying certain messages from the void. A newfound clarity blossomed within him. The title of Demon Lord he bore was merely superficial. His bloodline had garnered the endorsement of hell, granting him the opportunity to bind himself to an unclaimed territory within its realm upon surrendering his soul. Even after meeting his demise in the mortal world, he could be resurrected in hell. Only upon becoming a true demon lord could he wield the powers of the demonic domain, communicate with hell, and utilize its infernal strength against adversaries. Moreover, under the watchful eyes of hell, he could engage in transactions through demonic contracts with others. These contracts possessed remarkable abilities. By paying a requisite price, one could achieve extraordinary feats: resurrection, rejuvenation, regrowth of lost limbs, and the like. Such wondrous powers were bestowed upon the demon lords by hell, all to entice more souls to offer themselves to its dominion. As he absorbed the information swirling in his mind, Li Yi sighed inwardly. It seemed he would not partake in the benefits that came with being a demon lord. He was unwilling to surrender his soul to hell. Despite the formidable strength of the demonic form, it was laden with restrictions. The power of the light attribute countered it too effectively, capable of restraining even ordinary objects. A simple demon trap painted with common pigments, encircled by a pentagram and Latin incantations, could ensnare a great demon. After today's events, Li Yi understood that if a demon possessed a dull intellect, being banished back to hell by an ordinary person was not altogether incomprehensible. A mere 400 points of magical power could render it utterly dissipated before he even employed his palm thunder. He pondered whether the demons he had slain could also be resurrected in hell. As evening descended, the two arrived at a hotel, intending to rest for the night before continuing their journey. 2 rooms, please. Li Yi's request caused the receptionist to cast a peculiar glance. Surprised that he would book 2 rooms while accompanied by such a stunning beauty, Li Yi noticed the staff's gaze but chose not to comment. After all, Annie was not his girlfriend. What more could he do? Moreover, he wished to venture out later for a late-night snack, and having a room to himself would be more convenient. After realizing the formidable power of the demon lord, Li Yi was eager to enhance his strength. Once he had grown sufficiently powerful, the allure of beautiful women would naturally gravitate towards him. Hearing Li Yi's words, Annie promptly interjected to the receptionist. 1 room will suffice. She then turned to Li Yi, saying, just 1 room. Is that acceptable? Having experienced the events of the day, Li Yi had thoroughly captivated her. The ease with which he had vanquished a powerful demon left her somewhat entranced. Such a remarkable and potent man was an opportunity not to be squandered. What more could she desire? In light of the prior influence exerted by the demon, and found herself yearning for a connection with Li Yi, As long as pregnancy was not a concern, she felt no trepidation in pursuing him in the environment of this beautiful nation. In fact, she perceived Li Yi, as a person from Hua country, to be somewhat reserved in this regard. The waitress glanced at Li Yi, awaiting his consent. With such an alluring woman taking the initiative, how could he possibly refuse? Was he not a man? Under their scrutiny, Li Yi nodded, and showed no hesitation. He felt no need for caution. A gentle smile graced Anne's lips as she settled the room fee, took the key card, and led Li Yi upstairs. Upon entering the room, Anne, both bashful and bold, declared to Li Yi, "Li, I shall take a shower first." She retrieved a set of nightwear from her luggage before stepping into the bathroom. Shortly after, she emerged clad in a delicate white nightgown and invited Li Yi, "You may wash up now." Li Yi, momentarily entranced by Anne's ethereal beauty, found himself momentarily lost in thought. With the blood of the divine coursing through her veins, Anne's stunning features were unmistakable. Her tall, curvaceous figure, complemented by her lustrous brown hair and exquisitely smooth visage, exuded a subtle allure that commanded Li Yi's respect. At this juncture, Li Yi's physical form transcended that of an ordinary mortal, devoid of any filth. Yet, when faced with such a situation, he adhered to the customary routine of refreshing himself on the bed and glanced nervously toward the bathroom. At merely 20 years old, having not pursued further education after high school graduation, she had established a paranormal consulting firm with George's support. She spent her time sifting through clients and assisting with exorcisms when George was available. Over the years, she had amassed a considerable fortune but had yet to experience romance. Her early exposure to numerous supernatural events had rendered her more mature than her peers, leading her to develop a disinterest in immature boys. Deep within, she longed for a strong protector upon whom she could rely, and Li Yi's presence perfectly fulfilled her desires. She resolved to take the initiative and seize the opportunity. In the bathroom, Li Yi enveloped the space in a mist that seeped into the walls, ensuring he would sense any supernatural entity attempting to intrude. After a few minutes, he completed his wash and emerged to find a vision awaiting his embrace. Without hesitation, he lunged towards her. Anne's brow furrowed, her teeth clenched as she braced herself against the initial pangs of pain. Meanwhile, a notification sound echoed in Li Yi's mind, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Bloodline of the Divine, Chapter 40. Bloodline of the Divine. Could it be that this act could awaken her bloodline? Staring at the bloodstains, Li Yi felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Had he inadvertently harmed and triggering her latent attributes? Moreover, how had a decimal point appeared in this instance? This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. "Li, I can endure it. Please, continue." And witnessing Li Yi's pause, assumed he hesitated out of concern for her pain, which touched her heart. Upon hearing Anne's voice, Li Yi met her now somewhat pitiful gaze. "Then I shall proceed." With one battle concluded, Li Yi refrained from further drawing bloodlines from Anne. Her recovery was astonishingly swift. After a brief respite, she engaged Li Yi in a second clash. Subsequently, Li Yi examined the divine bloodline of 01, wondering if he could transform as he had with the demon bloodline. However, he was somewhat disheartened to find no discernible change. It appeared that the bloodline concentration was insufficient. He decided to enhance it slightly. Fortunately, he had yet to allocate the source essence he had previously acquired, allowing him to utilize some of it now. As he infused the essence, Li Yi discovered that the divine bloodline, like the demon bloodline, operated on a tenfold ratio. When the divine bloodline reached 10 points, Li Yi sensed that he could transform as he had with the demon bloodline. Gazing at the slumbering and in his arms, he activated the divine bloodline. A sensation distinct from the demon form enveloped him. Li Yi felt an intimate connection with the world around him. The natural energies of the universe surged with vitality, in stark contrast to the oppressive nature of the demon form. Host: Li Yi, divine offspring, life, 520520 spirit, 1579-1579 constitution, 593 divine power, 100 magic power, 1734 source essence, 1401 bloodline, demon bloodline, 1000, divine bloodline, 10, talents, nature affinity, divine healing, strength augmentation, purification cultivation method, supreme clarity and spirit harmonization technique LV1, 63200, spells, palm thunder LV2, 1500, skills, firearms LV2, 840, items, feeling the changes within his body. Li experienced a slight disappointment. He perceived the capabilities of the divine bloodline to be inferior to those of the demon bloodline, as it did not enhance his attributes at all. Could it be that his current base attributes were too high, rendering the divine bloodline's low concentration ineffective? Li strongly suspected this to be the case. Elevating the divine bloodline to the next stage would require a substantial amount of source essence, which he was reluctant to expend. Rather than augmenting the concentration of the divine bloodline, it would be more beneficial to directly enhance his 3 fundamental attributes and magic power. Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting him to activate his cultivation method. Instantly, Li felt that his absorption of the world's energy had doubled in speed. Previously, it took him 6 hours to increase his magic power by a single point. Now, he sensed that he only needed 3 hours to achieve the same increase, thanks to his affinity with the natural world, which accelerated his energy absorption. However, Li had no intention of further augmenting the divine bloodline, merely to cultivate his mana. Reaching 1,000 points necessitated 3,000 hours of unwavering practice. Such an endeavor would stretch over 100 days, even without respite. In contrast, enhancing his mana could be accomplished in an instant, with the system adeptly modifying his body to accommodate this change, free from any cultivation bottlenecks. While augmenting his techniques would indeed accelerate his training, presently, directly enhancing his mana proved to be far more advantageous. The remarkable benefit of the divine bloodline lies in its harmonious coexistence with his innate techniques. Even if he were to neglect it entirely, it would bear no consequences. Although a new bloodline coursed through him, Li felt no discord between the two. Perhaps this exemplified the system's formidable power. He could autonomously activate or deactivate the bloodline through the system, yet he remained uncertain about how Annie might trigger it. What was the concentration of the bloodline within her? In the San Quentin State Prison, Fazaloli regarded a striking blonde woman and inquired, "Christy, do you comprehend your assignment?" Christy met Fazaloli's gaze, her expression devoid of the reverence exhibited by other demons. Since her maternal grandmother, the blood of demons had flowed through her veins. She understood her fate, yet felt powerless against it. Now, the moment had finally arrived. In response to Fazaloli's question, Christy merely nodded. Observing her demeanor, Fazaloli frowned, his tone laced with authority as he stated, "You must grasp the gravity of this sacred undertaking. Should your child be chosen, you shall attain unparalleled status, immense power, immortality, and boundless wealth. Even your grandmother will treat you with utmost deference. What more could you desire?" Fazaloli's words sparked a flicker of contemplation in Christie's eyes. Perhaps this was indeed a favorable outcome. Although she currently faced no material hardships, who would refuse the opportunity for greater advancement? "My Lord Baron, rest assured, I shall fulfill the task." Fazaloli noted the shift in Christie's demeanor with satisfaction, nodding in approval. "You may proceed. Everything has been arranged." Christie departed the office and entered a lounge. Within, George sat in a state of confusion, uncertain as to why the demon had brought him there. Originally, he had hoped to discover a means of escaping the prison, only to find that demons infiltrated every corner, not just the guards, but even some inmates. This revelation extinguished any lingering thoughts of escape, rendering his days in prison akin to an eternity. Were it not for his concern for Annie, he might have contemplated ending his own life. "Annie, are you well?" Just then, the door to the room swung open. A woman, clad in alluring attire, entered the room and cast a seductive smile at George. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle pink mist began to permeate the atmosphere. As he gazed at the enticing figure before him, an inexplicable fire ignited within George's lower abdomen. With the woman's garments slipping away, he found himself panting heavily. The primal instincts overwhelmed his rational mind, causing him to lose himself in explicit fantasies that invaded his thoughts, overshadowing any other considerations in the face of Christie's allure. Fazero, listening to the sultry sounds emanating from the room, wore a faint smile. It was all too easy to manipulate George, an ordinary individual, yet to awaken his latent powers. Over 60 years ago, Christie's grandmother, Lois, had aligned herself with the cult of Asmodeus, surrendering her soul to the demon lord. Her daughter, Julie, followed suit, striving for the arrival of the Dark Lord. Throughout the years, Lois had successfully sought many vessels for the cult, establishing herself as a significant asset. Now, she stood among the upper echelons of the organization, her status rivaling that of Fazero. Christie, as Julie's daughter, bore the potent blood of the demon lord, refined through generations, rendering her an exceptional vessel. By uniting with George, they could potentially yield a progeny of divine lineage that might rival even Anne's. Although George's divine bloodline might be somewhat inferior, the richness of the demonic essence within Christie was undeniable. Having a vessel was certainly better than none. Of course, he would not abandon his pursuits with Anne either. What if she ran far away? What if she uncovered the truth? Did she truly believe that with the aid of Azazel's offspring, she could escape? She might flee, but her father remained in his grasp. If subtlety failed, then force would prevail. Sooner or later, she would willingly return. Chapter 41. The Hooked Ghostly. We have now arrived at Anike. How do you know that the girl named Lowly harbors an evil spirit within her crucifix? Following the events of the previous night, and Li Yi had grown closer. However, Li Yi's current revelation left her feeling incredulous. She had come to accept the mysterious power that arose from Li Yi's bloodline awakening. Yet now he seemed even more enigmatic. This morning, she awoke with an inexplicable bond forming between them. A warm fondness for Li Yi blossomed in her heart. Perceiving him as a remarkably reliable and kind individual, it was as if they were cut from the same cloth. Had Li Yi cast some form of love magic upon her? If so, how wonderful that would be. Annie, this matter is rather intricate, so I shall be succinct. I am fully aware. Li Yi found no inclination to fabricate any deceitful tales. He spoke with conviction. The future holds far more incomprehensible events, and explaining each one would be excessively tedious. It is what it is, no further elaboration needed. Li Yi conducts himself without the necessity of providing extensive explanations to others. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Annie felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but chose not to press further. Given the nature of their relationship, could Li Yi truly cause her any harm? If he chose silence, so be it. Could she compel him to speak? Oh, perhaps she could indeed press him for answers later. As Annie navigated the town in her Grand Cherokee, she inquired of Li Yi, "Do you know where that girl, Lowly, resides? You may continue exploring the town. I am unclear on the exact route. I only know that she lives within a church. Once you see it, simply stop." Li Yi replied, his gaze fixed on the sights of the town. With the strengthening of his mental faculties, certain memories began to crystallize. The girl named Lowly was the daughter of a pastor, residing within the church. Within the silver crucifix she wore, there resided a hook-handed killer. This killer had once been a pastor himself, who lost a hand in an accident and subsequently fashioned a silver hook. Outraged by the excess of vice in the town's red light district, he had brutally slain 13 individuals, only to be apprehended afterward. It was a tragedy for those compassionate souls who sought to do good, only to meet untimely deaths. Following the demise of the hook-handed pastor, his spirit exacted what he deemed righteous judgment upon couples engaging in premarital relations. The infamous duo of the Wen family believed the essence of the hook-handed killer lay within his remains, yet after incinerating the bones, the killer reemerged. They eventually realized that the true source of his power resided in other relics, culminating in the discovery that it was the crucifix worn by Lowly. This crucifix was a holy artifact obtained by Lowly's father from the church, given to her as a talisman for safety. Little did they expect that it was the very hook of the killer that had transformed. As the crucifix moved with Lowly, her friends began to perish one after another. However, as of now, the girl Lowly had yet to rendezvous with her boyfriend, and the hook-handed killer had not made an appearance. Li Yi arrived early, aiming to save a few innocent lives, considering it a virtuous act. In this world teeming with the extraordinary, he was uncertain of the existence of merit. Yet, if merit could be accrued, he would seize the opportunity. After all, it was a simple task with no detriment involved. Onik town was relatively large, even boasting a university. After nearly 20 minutes of driving, Annie finally halted in front of a structure that appeared to be a church. "Is this the place?" Li asked, surveying the somewhat familiar building. "It should be here. Wait for me in the car." Although Annie wished to accompany Li, she complied and remained in the vehicle. Like a magician, Li donned a pair of sunglasses and alighted from the car, making his way to the church's entrance. He knocked on the door, and shortly thereafter, it was opened by a balding man with a gaunt face, furrowed brow, and graying brown hair, clad in the garb of a priest. Upon seeing the mysterious figure in a black trench coat and sunglasses, the priest inquired, "May I help you?" Behind the sunglasses, Li's eyes transformed into a deep abyss as he shifted into his demonic form. A surge of infernal power enveloped the priest, compelling him to speak. "Bring out your daughter." Lori, the enthralled priest, devoid of expression, turned and called into the house. "Lori, come out for a moment." "Who is it?" I'll be right there. Moments later, the sound of footsteps heralded the arrival of a girl. She emerged in a green, low-cut sleeveless sweater, her long brown hair cascading around her neck, with gently arched brown eyebrows and a petite nose. Yet, her eyes lacked vibrancy, and she appeared rather subdued. Lee, uninterested in pleasantries, swiftly seized control of Lori as well. With a flick of his finger, the silver crucifix around her neck soared towards him. The ghost of the priest, sensing imminent danger within the crucifix, instantly materialized. In the car, Annie watched in astonishment as the ghostly figure appeared, her eyes wide with the urge to warn. However, the silver crucifix reached Lee's hand in an instant. And as he turned his back to Annie, a small flame of hellfire ignited in his grasp, enveloping the crucifix. The silver, which would have melted under ordinary flames, was vaporized in the infernal blaze. The sluggish ghost had yet to make a move before it disintegrated into sparks. Witnessing the ghost's demise, Annie swallowed the words of caution that had risen to her lips, her gaze filled with confusion. Was exorcism truly this effortless? What then? Of their earlier toil in crafting salt rounds and holy water? The disparity was staggering. Lee was remarkably powerful. My husband is truly exceptional. Annie's admiration for Lee transformed her bewilderment into reverence as she gazed at his silhouette, with a system notification echoing in his mind. Essence 79, Spirit 41, Lee, accustomed to confronting formidable demons, found this ghost to be exceedingly feeble. Step inside and close the door. Upon his command, the priest and Lori returned to the house, expressionless, and shut the door behind them. Lee exited his demonic form, placed his hands in his pockets, and strolled back to the car. Azin gazed at the cool and composed Li Yi, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Without hesitation, she bestowed upon him a passionate kiss, then declared, "Darling, you are simply extraordinary." Li Yi removed his sunglasses, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Calm down. This is merely a basic maneuver. You will grow accustomed to it in time." Observing Anne's adoration, Li Yi reveled in the moment, for what is life without the emotional value derived from others? Displaying one's prowess without an audience is akin to a splendid robe worn in the dark. Li Yi was no saint. He relished Anne's praise and admiration. For life should be sprinkled with joy. Otherwise, what does it matter to attain unparalleled strength if one must endure ceaseless solitude? Where shall we venture next? Li Yi pondered, reflecting on the narrative woven by dark forces. Despite his ability to vividly recall past memories, it was contingent upon having experienced them firsthand. Those moments he had not witnessed or had intentionally overlooked remained elusive, no matter how hard he tried to conjure them. To the quaint town of Birkenville, in Indiana, and glanced at the map and responded, "All right, but we won't reach there today." Li Yi nodded, and the two resumed their journey. Chapter 42, A Night of Terror in the Rain. Darling, I can be of assistance too. My marksmanship is exceptional. I am skilled in exorcism illustrations, and I can modify weapons and create holy water. If you require any support, please do not hesitate to inform me. On their way to Indiana, and was determined not to allow Li Yi to perceive her as a mere bystander. She yearned to contribute, to fight alongside him rather than merely observing from the vehicle. She was no fragile damsel, but a warrior in her own right. Yet, Li Yi engaged in high-stakes battles, leaving her abilities unutilized. As for the ghoul they were to confront, she could handle it herself, albeit not with the same ease as Li Yi. Li Yi smiled faintly, not acquiescing to Anne's offer for assistance. Her capabilities were still somewhat lacking. It was best for her to simply cheer him on. Moreover, what if she inadvertently claimed his kill? That was the crux of the matter. However, upon learning that, Anne could create holy water, Li Yi was taken aback. You can make holy water? Although he had acquired the method from John's demon hunting notes, he had never actually produced any himself. At his current level, holy water was of little consequence to him. This did not imply that it was ineffective. On the contrary, holy water possessed significant power, capable of vanquishing lower-level demons and even inflicting harm upon some higher-tier ones. Annie nodded proudly and remarked, "Of course I can create it, but I can only produce a maximum of 2 vials of holy water at a time. The process requires a considerable amount of mental energy, and most individuals cannot even manage to produce a single vial." Li Yi listened thoughtfully, realizing that Annie's own capabilities were not to be underestimated. Among ordinary exorcists, she ranked quite highly. It was merely his own exceptional abilities that made her seem less formidable. With a smile, Li Yi said, "Our Annie is truly remarkable. I will surely rely on your assistance in the future." Upon hearing Li Ye's praise, a faint smile graced Annie's face. As night fell, a torrential downpour began to descend from the heavens. Li Yi and Annie sought a hotel in a town in Illinois, hoping to rest for the night before continuing their journey. What a peculiar turn of weather. It had been pleasant just moments ago, and now a deluge was upon them. The inky darkness of the night, combined with the rumbling thunder and the relentless rain, stirred a sense of unease within Annie. Yet, upon observing Li Yi's calm demeanor, her anxiety gradually subsided. The town was rife with abandoned places, and after wandering for some time, they failed to locate a suitable hotel. Annie was reluctant to stay at a motel, as the crowd and subpar conditions did not appeal to her. It seemed the small town had succumbed to a power outage. Enveloped in darkness, under the shroud of night, amidst the flashes of lightning and the booming thunder, the town appeared to harbor lurking beasts. Sensing the rising tide of dark energy, Li Yi reassured Annie, "If we cannot find a hotel, a simple roadside motel will suffice." Given his current physical and mental resilience, he could endure without rest for a month or two without issue. Where he rested mattered little. However, a more comfortable hotel would certainly be preferable, allowing him to indulge in his favored pursuits. Besides, they were not short on funds, so frugality was unnecessary. The Grand Cherokee navigated slowly through the downpour, and Li Yi noticed a police car patrolling in the rearview mirror. "Annie, there's a patrol car behind us. Perhaps we should inquire for assistance." "Good idea," Annie responded, preparing to pull over beneath a large tree to approach the patrolling officer. Suddenly, a group of young individuals rushed out from a nearby house, panicked, and blocked their vehicle, urgently banging on the windows while shouting, "Help! Please, save us! Oh my God! Help!" In the flash of lightning, Li Yi caught sight of one girl wrapped only in a towel, revealing pale skin. Her expression was one of utter despair, her hands stained with blood, as if she had endured something horrifically traumatic. The others, although dressed, bore faces filled with terror. Their cries for help echoed, intermittently glancing back towards the house. Annie rolled down the window and inquired, "What is happening?" Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the police vehicle surged forward with a sudden acceleration. The officer, lowering the window, inquired loudly, "Do you require assistance?" In the space between the two vehicles, a girl, swathed in a towel, raised her bloodied hands and shouted furiously at the officer. "What do you think? Look at what they've done to us, and you still ask if we need help? Are you just toying with us?" Others quickly chimed in, "There's a murderer. There's a killer in the house. Help us." Upon hearing the girl's exclamation, Annie turned to Li Yi, asking, "My dear, should we?" Li Yi, sensing the dark energy enveloping the surroundings, pondered the implications. A murderer? Such a coincidental occurrence seemed far from simple. "Let us investigate further," he declared, eager to seize the opportunity for experience points. The young officer in the police car, upon hearing the mention of a murderer, unhesitatingly exited the vehicle and dashed towards the house. Li Yi and Annie followed suit, braving the torrential downpour behind the officer. The policeman led the way, firearm drawn, with Li Yi positioned centrally and Annie trailing behind, also armed. As the young officer ran, he activated his radio to call for backup. A few terrified youths watched as the officers and Li entered the house, leaving only themselves behind. Eventually, with a steely resolve, they decided to return as well, recognizing that the armed officers had a better chance against the murderer, while they remained utterly defenseless outside. Noticing Annie and Li Yi trailing behind, the officer who had just entered the house turned back, exclaiming, "There is a life-threatening situation here. You must leave immediately." Annie raised her firearm towards the officer, asserting, "We are armed and can assist. It is safer together." Unbeknownst to him, a handgun had mysteriously appeared in Li Yi's hand, a gift from Annie. Its bullets imbued with holy water, rendering them particularly lethal against specters. However, Li Yi's rapid ascension in strength rendered such weaponry somewhat superfluous for him. The officer, taken aback by the sight of the handguns in their possession, especially Li Yi's, who had seemingly been unarmed moments ago, wondered if he was imagining things. At that moment, the other young individuals caught up, prompting the young officer to frown. What should he do now? To advance or to retreat was a dilemma. He feared that the murderer might threaten their lives if they proceeded, yet hesitating could allow the killer to escape. Li Yi, dismissing such concerns, ascended the stairs without delay, aware that the opportunity for experience would vanish if he lingered. The officer, left with no choice, followed him up. A group of young individuals, apprehensive of the potential presence of a murderer above, huddled together below, cautiously surveying their surroundings. On the second floor, blood stained the ground, and a lifeless, naked boy lay upon a folding bed. The bed was folded, trapping the boy's body in a grotesque, inverted position. A sharp object had pierced through his torso, with blood continuing to flow profusely. Thunder roared, accompanied by the patter of heavy rain. A brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the boy's unblinking eyes. The young police officer, upon witnessing the gruesome sight, found himself momentarily paralyzed. Chapter 43, Freddy vs. Jason. Life 5, Spirit 8, Physique 6. Li Ye's telekinetic abilities grazed the fallen light orb, devoid of any remorse. After all, it was too late for the deceased. Why not seize the opportunity? Glancing around, he sensed no other extraordinary beings within the room. Had they already fled? They were remarkably swift. Yet, the scene before him felt eerily familiar, as if he had inadvertently stumbled into a narrative. Observing the tragic demise of the young man on the bed, the officer's expression shifted to one of fear. He muttered, "It's him. He has returned." Curious about the officer's dread, Li Yi pressed for clarification. "What has returned? Who is it?" The young officer instinctively replied, "It's Freddy. The murderer, Freddy." Li Yi was taken aback. Who didn't he know the notorious name of Freddy? As a child, he had watched A Nightmare on Elm Street and had been too terrified to sleep, needing adult supervision even for a trip to the bathroom, resulting in a harsh reprimand that remained etched in his memory. Freddy was a malevolent spirit capable of killing within dreams and influencing reality. Encountering him was unfathomable. Li Yi furrowed his brow, realizing the predicament at hand. It was not fear of Freddy that troubled him, but rather the fact that Freddy operated within dreams. If Freddy did not invade Li Ye's dreams, capturing him would prove exceedingly difficult. After all, Li Yi had yet to acquire any skills pertaining to the dream realm. As he surveyed the scene, a realization dawned upon him. It appeared to be the prologue to Freddy's clash with Jason. Although it seemed Jason had slain the boy, it was, in fact, Freddy who orchestrated the act. Jason was an indestructible monster with formidable regenerative abilities, having even decapitated Freddy himself. And, noticing Li Yi's apparent understanding, quietly inquired, "What is Freddy?" Li Yi softly explained, "This is a malevolent spirit capable of killing within dreams, and it appears to be an indestructible entity." Killing in dreams. Annie was momentarily taken aback. Even as someone born into an exorcist family, she had never encountered such a fiend. Faced with this malevolence, she was at a loss for how to proceed. As the reinforcements had yet to arrive, Li Yi decided to quietly retreat with Annie to avoid unnecessary complications. Jason had departed, and the rain outside had ceased. Shortly thereafter, a fleet of police cars raced towards the scene. Outside the residence at 1428, Yushu Street, numerous officers cordoned off the area. The flashing lights of the police illuminated the night, yet obscured the true nature of the lurking dangers surrounding them. Li Yi and Annie casually found a hotel for the night. As they lay in bed, Annie, filled with curiosity, asked, "Darling, could you elaborate on this Freddy?" In Annie's eyes, Li Yi was becoming increasingly enigmatic and alluring. Reflecting on the narrative of Freddy's confrontation with Jason, Li Yi began to speak. Freddy possesses the ability to infiltrate people's dreams, attacking victims within their subconscious. The injuries inflicted in dreams manifest in reality, leading to the demise of the afflicted. He feeds on human fear. As long as he is remembered, he can resurrect indefinitely. After Freddy was cast into hell, the residents of Springwood gradually began to forget him, weakening his power. This time, he has orchestrated the return of a psychopathic killer named Jason, seeking to rekindle the terror he instilled in humanity and regain his strength. Jason, too, is an unkillable monster. No matter how he is destroyed, he can revive in water, possessing immense strength capable of effortlessly lifting a car. Annie listened in shock, her mouth slightly agape. One indestructible dream monster was already alarming enough. But now there was also a reality-bound creature that could resurrect infinitely. How unfortunate the residents of Springwood must be. To sleep is to die, and to remain awake is no reprieve either. Why on earth do they not move away? With concern, Annie suggested, "Darling, perhaps we should leave this place?" Despite Li Ye's strength, the presence of two immortal monsters posed a significant threat. They were not locals and had no obligation to remain. For Annie, the priority was to ensure their safety and lead a peaceful life together. Li Yi shook his head, dismissing Annie's proposal. Though these two monsters seemed insurmountable to ordinary individuals, he believed he might possess a solution. After all, Demons are also capable of infinite resurrection. Could they truly be more formidable than these two? His demonic lineage had already ascended to the level of a demon lord. By embracing the binding of hell, he, too, could conjure beings akin to Jason and Freddy. Even without activating his demonic bloodline, Lie's physique renders him impervious to blades and bullets. He could stand still while Jason attempted to strike him, and it would be futile. Should he employ his magical defenses, even artillery would struggle to breach his barriers. He coveted the attributes possessed by Freddy and Jason. Such immense reservoirs of experience could not be overlooked. Gently stroking Annie's head, he reassured her, "Rest easy, for you are entirely safe with me. Do you still doubt my capabilities?" He had already infused the room with a miasma, even employing a fragment of his power over the laws of the universe. Lee refused to believe that a being capable of being banished to hell by mere mortals, like Freddy, could transcend such laws. Freddy merely possessed the extraordinary ability to invade dreams. When weakened, he was incapable of harming even an ordinary person. Setting aside his dream-invading abilities, Freddy was nothing more than a minor nuisance. Lie's confident declarations provided Annie with a modicum of reassurance. If he could effortlessly vanquish demons, surely these two monsters would not pose a challenge for him. "Have you lost your mind?" The sheriff of Springwood Town berated the young officer, seething with rage. "You let two eyewitnesses slip away. Do you comprehend the calamity that could ensue if this information leaks? You had better ensure they remain ignorant of that name, or I will send you along with them to Weston Mountain." Weston Mountain housed an asylum specifically for those aware of Freddy. Once incarcerated, escape was impossible. The young officer, Hunter, was filled with regret. His mind had been consumed with thoughts of Freddy's crimes, leaving no room for such considerations. When did those two manage to escape? Had he inadvertently uttered Freddy's name? He could not recall. Fortunately, the other young witnesses at the scene were oblivious to Freddy's identity, which relieved him somewhat. As long as no one harbored fear of Freddy, he would remain weak. 10 years prior, they had expended great effort to banish Freddy to hell, ensuring the townsfolk gradually forgot his name. If Freddy's name were to resurface now, he would invade the dreams of those who knew it, instilling terror and bringing death. The officers privy to this knowledge were not afraid of Freddy because they had taken a medication that allowed them to sleep without dreaming. As long as they did not dream, Freddy held no power over them. However, the unknowing populace had not consumed such a drug, presenting a significant danger. Hence the sheriff's furious demeanor. Hunter departed the police station, determined to search the town for the unfamiliar couple, hoping they had not yet left Springwood. Chapter 44. The ubiquitous temptation. Lori, the owner of the house linked to the murder case, awaited her father's arrival at the police station. Earlier, she had faintly overheard an officer mentioning a name, yet it eluded her memory. The questions posed by the police were peculiar, instilling in her a sense that her friend's death was far from ordinary. The elusive name seemed to possess an inexplicable allure, compelling her to ponder its significance. She leaned over the table, her eyes shut tight, straining to recall, her brow furrowed in concentration. What was that name? What was that name? Lori muttered repeatedly, her expressions shifting with each passing moment. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, and a name slipped from her lips. Freddy. Upon uttering the name, Lori abruptly looked up, only to find the police station, once bustling with people, now eerily deserted. This bizarre occurrence filled her with trepidation. She hastily rose to her feet and began to search the station, yearning for a familiar face to ease her mounting anxiety. As she stepped into the corridor, a chilling breeze swept through, causing the missing person posters on the walls to flutter ominously. A shiver ran down her spine at the sight, and she called out, "Is anyone there?" Suddenly, drops of blood appeared on the corridor floor, only to vanish moments later. The trail of blood seemed to beckon Lori forward, guiding her toward an unknown destination. The posters, predominantly depicting missing children, appeared to follow her with their gazes as she moved. Yet, Lori remained transfixed by the blood on the ground, oblivious to the haunting scene around her. At the corner of the hallway, she spotted a small girl weeping with her head bowed. Unable to resist, Lori approached and softly inquired, "Are you okay?" The girl turned to face Lori, the inquiry drawing her attention. Upon seeing the child's face, Lori gasped in horror, her eyes widening as she stumbled back in shock. Oh no! The girl's eyes had been brutally gouged out, leaving deep gashes in their wake, and blood tears streamed from the hollow sockets to her lips. In a clear, melodic voice, the girl whispered, "His name is Freddy Krueger. He loves children, especially little girls. The girl rose and approached Lori, incessantly repeating, "Freddy is back. Soon he will grow strong enough." As she drew nearer, her once innocent tone morphed into something sinister and chilling. Lori, terrified by the unfolding scene, stumbled backward until her back hit the door behind her. Above the door, a cascade of blood flowed down, startling her into looking up. When she lowered her gaze, the corridor had transformed into a graveyard. The young girl was engulfed in fear, screaming uncontrollably, utterly bewildered by the bizarre scene before her. Suddenly, a little girl clad in a beautiful dress materialized in the graveyard, clutching a charming doll in her hands. She began to hum an unfamiliar nursery rhyme. 1, 2. Freddy S. coming for you. 3, 4. Lock your doors. Gradually, 2 more identical little girls appeared, joining the first in a jump rope game. The sight sent shivers down the girl's spine, and she trembled as she cautiously approached the children. The eerie melody combined with the presence of 3 little girls in the cemetery quickened her breath, sending her adrenaline soaring. At that moment, she felt warm breath near her ear. She swiftly turned her head, only to be confronted by a distorted figure with charred skin and a hat. The girl screamed in sheer terror, feeling as if her soul had fled. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and she found herself back in her original office, surrounded by bustling police officers, gasping for breath. The overwhelming sense of dread gradually faded away. What a horrifying nightmare it had been. Meanwhile, Freddy had sought out the girl's friend, Blake. Freddy had intended to use his scissor hand to extract Blake's heart, but to his astonishment, his blade passed harmlessly through Blake's chest. Observing Blake flee, Freddy mused, "It seems my power is insufficient. But soon, I shall be formidable. Before that, let Jason have his turn." With a jolt, Blake awoke, realizing it had merely been a nightmare. However, before he could feel relieved, he was horrified to see his father's head roll away beside him. His heart plummeted as he instinctively cradled his father's severed head. A towering figure loomed over him, casting a menacing shadow. A man wielding a machete and wearing a hockey mask had appeared before him without warning. A flash of the blade followed, and blood gushed forth once more. At that moment, Li Yi in the hotel was not idle. Of course, he was not engaging in nefarious deeds, but rather reminiscing about the epic battle between Freddy and Jason. The memories lingered in the corners of his mind, requiring time to unravel the details. He was aware that the town of Haruki would not remain tranquil tonight, yet he refrained from taking action. His recollections contained only fragmented images, devoid of specific locations, preventing him from lying in wait for either Freddy or Jason. He remembered a girl named Loli, who possessed the ability to draw Freddy from the realm of dreams. In due course, Freddy and Jason would clash in reality, and he could choose that moment to intervene, capturing both of them in one fell swoop. Tonight is not urgent. Tomorrow I shall take a drive to familiarize myself with the surroundings of Springwood Town. However, it appears that the youth of this town are planning to host a raucous party in the cornfields tomorrow night, where Jason is likely to unleash a massacre. At times, I truly admire the young people of this splendid nation, despite the recent grave incident in town and the recent loss of their dear friend. They still find the spirit to revel. Is it a celebration or a commemoration of their friend's departure? The police are well aware that Freddy may resurface, yet they do little to prevent their gathering. Since they seem indifferent to their own lives, why should I intervene? If I entertain darker thoughts, allowing Jason to claim more victims could prove advantageous for me in acquiring attributes. These individuals are Jason's victims, and I bear no responsibility. If I were to embrace even greater malevolence, I might even incite further chaos, diverting suspicion away from myself. With nearly 10,000 souls in Springwood, should they all perish? I sighed. Growing up beneath the 5-starred red flag, I find it impossible to commit such acts. Despite being in a foreign land, each life is undeniably precious. I must strive to ensure that I do not act against the ordinary and innocent. Armed with a sharp weapon, the desire to kill rises within me. Restraining this craving feels, perhaps, more significant than acquiring even greater power. Outside, the rain begins to fall once more, this time more heavily. Yet, the sound of the rain seems less urgent to my ears than before. Watching the peacefully slumbering Annie, resembling a cat, I gently stroke her silky hair, a smile curling at the corners of my lips. Chapter 45. The Cult. Witch Hunters. The following day, my Nokia vibrates on the bedside table. It is a call from Luna. "Hello? Lee, have you eaten?" She inquires while using telekinesis to make some beads dance around her as she practices. Although we had just spoken a couple of days ago, She still misses me dearly. She wishes to know about my situation and whether I have found someone new. In 2 simple words, she is checking in. I lean against the headboard, responding lazily, not yet, just woke up. I find myself puzzled by Luna. Why does she repeatedly reject me while simultaneously wanting to maintain an ambiguous relationship? Is she attempting to play games? Yet, based on my memories, Luna does not strike me as that kind of person. I have not heard of her having any close relationships, nor does she seem to have many close friends. Could there be something she cannot express? However, I am too indifferent to dwell on such matters. In matters of the heart, I lack the patience of my predecessor. If she wishes to play, then so be it. Zhuge Liang has made 3 visits to the thatched cottage, yet Luna seems to surpass even the prime minister in prowess. Haha, I have just awakened. With a flicker of thought, several orbs levitate into Luna's grasp. After receiving guidance from Myrtle and engaging in focused practice over this period, she feels her magical abilities gradually enhancing. It is but a matter of time before she meets the requirements of the 7 formation trials. For now, she wishes to gauge Li Ye's sentiments. Li, last night my cousin and I watched some stories about witches, and I found their abilities rather fascinating. They can control flames, retrieve objects from afar, and teleport instantaneously. If such individuals existed in our reality, and you were among them, what would you wish to do? Listening to the playful tone emanating from his phone, Li Ye's mind conjures the image of Luna's youthful exuberance, while his hand caresses Annie's smooth skin. If I were one of them, endowed with such powers, I would choose to forego beef. Luna, on the other end of the line, momentarily faltered in her comprehension of Li Ye's words. What does abstaining from beef have to do with anything? He isn't even a vegetarian. I mean, I would do as I please. Fortunately, Li Ye's subsequent remark resonates with Luna, provoking a slight pout from her. Boys can be so brutish. The world is not so simple. Even the Supreme Witch Fiona cannot simply do as she desires. If witches truly existed, they would undoubtedly have their own troubles. Perhaps even envying us, ordinary folk. What troubles? The troubles of happiness? In Washington, within the subterranean edifice of the Delphi Trust Company, a spacious office houses the bodyguard who previously opened the door for Li Yi at the Harrison Villa. He approaches a handsome young Caucasian man with a laptop in hand. Young Master Henry, the president has instructed monitoring of the nefarious wizard Li Yi, and there is a new call. Would you like to review the content? The dapper young man, clad in a suit, furrows his brow and firmly states, "Call me Hank, and do not err again. Otherwise, if my identity is revealed, it could lead to dire consequences. This is a one-time allowance." The bodyguard, taken aback, solemnly assures, "Understood, young Master Hank." Hank nods, takes the laptop from the bodyguard, dons headphones, and begins to listen intently. A cold smile creeps upon his lips. Witches? Finally, a new lead. After absorbing the details of the conversation, Hank inquires of the bodyguard, from where was this call made to Li Ye's phone? Although he is not well versed in hacking techniques, his subordinates are knowledgeable enough. The bodyguard responds, "It originated from New Orleans. We are still pinpointing the exact location." Upon hearing the name New Orleans, Hank fell into a contemplative reverie. The city, steeped in legend, is not unfamiliar with the gathering of witches. In this age of advanced technology, locating such practitioners has become increasingly feasible. Hank returned the computer to his bodyguard, ready to resume his tasks, only to notice that the bodyguard seemed hesitant to speak. "Polly, is there something on your mind?" Polly, cradling the computer, addressed Hank, "Sir, with the imminent widespread adoption of 3G technology and the plethora of new 3G phones on the market, our listening capabilities have become inadequate for intercepting calls made via these devices. Fortunately, our target, Li Yi, is still utilizing a 2G phone, enabling us to effortlessly capture his conversations. However, if he transitions to a 3G device, our ability to monitor him will be severely compromised. Should we consider reverting to more traditional surveillance methods?" Upon hearing Polly's concerns, Hank could not help but mutter under his breath, "These telecommunications companies truly complicate matters." "Enough. I understand. You may continue with your work." Once Polly departed, Hank organized the report and proceeded to the presidential office on the top floor of the company. Observing Harrison, whose hair had begun to gray, Hank respectfully called out, "Father." Harrison gestured for Hank to take a seat, feeling a mix of nostalgia as he realized how much his son had grown. "What brings you here today, Hank?" Taking a seat across from Harrison's desk, Hank handed over the meticulously organized materials, stating, "Father, There have been new developments regarding the warlock Li Yi whom you instructed me to surveil. After his departure from the Nevada mountains, he first had us send a text message to Sam, informing him that his girlfriend, Jessica, would die. Remarkably, that very night, Jessica was indeed burned to death. If Li Yi were not involved, how could he have known of her impending demise? Moreover, confirmation from our operatives indicates that the scent produced by the fire in Jessica's room is identical to that of the flames Li Yi employed in the mine. If another party were responsible, given Li Yi's formidable power, why did he not intervene? Such signs suggest that Li Yi is an evil warlock, deriving pleasure from issuing death notices to his victims before inflicting harm, and then masquerading as an innocent bystander, reveling in the anguish of the victim's loved ones. Listening intently to Hank's analysis, a look of satisfaction spread across Harrison's face as he perused the documents. After becoming well acquainted with Li Yi's latest situation, Harrison coldly remarked, "Thus, these malevolent beings deserve to perish. Whether warlocks or witches, they are not human, wielding dark powers that render them incapable of understanding the joys and sorrows of humanity. The existence of our sacred order is to eradicate these wicked entities and safeguard the rights of ordinary individuals to live freely. Since witches may be emerging in New Orleans, you should investigate the matter there. However, to avoid alarming them, refrain from taking any rash actions until you have confirmed the information. It would be prudent to locate their gathering place and capture them all at once. As for Li Yi, continue to see if you can lure out additional information." Upon hearing this, Hank solemnly assured, "I understand, Father." Harrison, still somewhat apprehensive, cautioned Hank, "Always remember, these malevolent beings may possess human appearances, yet they are not true humans. When encountering them, do not trust their words. Every expression they display is a ruse to deceive you. Your mother met her demise at the hands of a witch." Chapter 46. The Supernatural Investigation and Defense Bureau. Annie was unaware of when she had awakened, resting on Li Yi's chest. Listening with a hint of melancholy as the two conversed, her fingers tracing circles around his navel. Indeed, remarkable individuals do not lack for companionship from the opposite sex. She must seize this opportunity and keep a close watch on Li Yi. Although she had claimed Li Yi's body, her greater desire was to win his heart. Once Li Yi concluded his phone call, Annie, displaying her perceptiveness, refrained from probing further. It was evident that the girl on the other end of the line had known Li Yi for some time. She was the latecomer. Yet, what did prior acquaintance matter? Ultimately, she would be the one to possess him. As for making Li Yi choose between them, Annie was not so foolish. "My dear, are you hungry? Should we eat first or indulge in each other?" Having grown so intimate with Li Yi, Annie began to speak more boldly. Li Yi, feeling no hunger, replied, "Once you have rested sufficiently, let us get up. Have you forgotten there are two monsters here? We have matters to attend to today, and I might need your assistance." Annie was suddenly taken aback by Li Yi's words. She had slept so soundly the previous night that she had completely forgotten about Freddy and Jason. Being by Li Yi's side always brought her a profound sense of security and peace. As the two prepared to leave, a police car approached them. Seeing the two of them unharmed, Hunter felt a wave of relief wash over him. Originally, he had intended to conduct a thorough search of all the inns and hotels in town last night, but shortly after he set out, the Blake father and son had been murdered. With a series of fatalities, the entire police department was on high alert. In this tense atmosphere, he had been busy until nearly dawn before resuming his search for the two. Fortunately, he had not checked many places before encountering the pair from the previous night. Hunter intercepted Li Yi and Annie, fatigue evident in his voice as he said, "I am Hunter. Please present your identification and cooperate with the investigation. I need to confirm the details regarding last night." The two individuals presented their driver's licenses to Officer Hunter for inspection. Li Yi inquired, "Officer Hunter, what would you like to ask?" Hunter merely glanced at their information without making any notes. The situation surrounding Freddy was exceedingly bizarre, prompting him to directly inquire, "Did you both hear any peculiar names at the scene yesterday? Did you experience any nightmares last night?" Li Yi felt a stir of realization and calmly responded, "You are referring to the matter concerning Freddy, aren't you?" Upon hearing Li Yi's composed words, Hunter was taken aback. "These two must be confined to the Weston Hill Asylum. Please accompany me, otherwise, I will be compelled to take coercive measures." Listening to Hunter's authoritative tone, Annie produced a notebook and handed it to him, saying, "Please, do not panic. We are exorcists, and this is my exorcist license." Exorcists? Hunter was momentarily stunned, not expecting them to be exorcists, let alone those possessing a legitimate license. Due to the events surrounding Freddy, Hunter was somewhat more informed than his fellow officers. He understood that the world was inhabited by ghosts and spirits, as well as organizations that dealt with supernatural occurrences. The Supernatural Investigation and Defense Bureau, originally an unofficial entity. The Bureau had transitioned into an official organization due to a series of circumstances. Competent exorcists could apply for a license through this enigmatic institution, allowing them to legally possess a variety of weapons. However, over the years, as the Bureau faced numerous changes and budget cuts, it began to transform from its former state. While unlicensed exorcists might be charlatans, those with a license undoubtedly possessed genuine skills. Hunter composed his expression and solemnly addressed the two. Since you are exorcists, let us return and meet Sheriff Robert. Annie glanced at Li Yi, her face reflecting inquiry. Li Yi replied to Hunter, very well, we will accompany you. Now was not the opportune moment to resolve the issues with Freddy and Jason. Li Yi was not overly occupied. He felt it prudent to discuss pertinent matters with the police and secure some advantages. Li Yi had long been aware of Annie's exorcist license. While the significance of this license could be considerable, it also had its limitations. Most officers were unaware of the Supernatural Investigation and Defense Bureau's existence, let alone ordinary citizens. To the layperson, this license bore little authority and might even be dismissed as a ruse. However, should the police investigate the license, they would discover its authenticity. Licensed exorcists could evade numerous complications when dealing with official matters during exorcisms. The two individuals followed Hunter into the police station, where they encountered Sheriff Robert in an office. The sheriff did not express much enthusiasm upon their arrival. After inviting them to sit, he said, "You may not be aware, but Freddy is no ordinary specter. Previously, we had a nun visit to guide us on how to eliminate Freddy, yet even dousing his remains with holy water proved futile. 10 years ago, we orchestrated a ritual that required considerable effort to seal Freddy within the depths of hell. To our dismay, he has now escaped his confinement and returned to wreak havoc." Li Yi had witnessed Freddy's confrontation with Jason, yet he had not fully explored the entire A Nightmare on Elm Street series. He was unaware of the specifics of the sealing ritual and initially thought Freddy merely possessed supernatural abilities. It now appeared that the situation was far more complex. And turned to Robert and inquired, "Given Freddy's formidable nature, have you sought assistance from higher authorities? Holy water has no effect on him, and I find myself at a loss against such a creature. While my blood can counteract certain malevolent beings to some extent, it is not significantly more effective than holy water. If only my lineage could awaken, granting me access to celestial powers." Robert, appearing weary and resigned, replied, "I am a member of the Supernatural Investigation Defense Bureau, and I presided over the sealing ritual over a decade ago. For the past 10 years, I have remained stationed here to prevent Freddy's escape. Freddy has evolved from a mere malevolent spirit into a far more potent demon, his soul now bound to hell. Unless we procure a sacred artifact, we can only contain him." He explained that sacred artifacts possess inherent lawful powers. Even an ordinary person wielding such an artifact could vanquish formidable evil beings. However, the legendary sacred artifacts were few and far between, and he had no idea where to seek them, and pressed further, asking, "What are your plans moving forward?" Robert sighed and responded, "Freddy's ability lies in killing within dreams. Our only recourse is to administer medication to those aware of Freddy, thereby preventing him from invading their dreams. We must ascertain how many individuals still possess knowledge of Freddy. Those who were once aware of him are still confined at Westing Mountain, undergoing treatment. The psychiatric facility is set to expand." Li Yi interjected, "Sheriff, this situation involves more than just Freddy. There is another indomitable creature, Jason." Robert, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? The killer Jason has resurrected as well." Chapter 47. Death Party. Li Yi nodded and stated, "Indeed. The recent spate of murders last night was orchestrated by Jason under Freddy's direction. Now, you are confronted with two indomitable demons." Robert furrowed his brow and inquired, "How do you know this?" They all presumed that the two murders were perpetrated by Freddy, so how could these two know it was Jason? Li Yi smiled enigmatically and replied to Robert, "Sheriff, as a member of the Supernatural Investigation and Defense Bureau, you should be aware that many individuals possess extraordinary abilities. As exorcists, it is reasonable for us to discern the truth." Robert gazed intently at Li Yi, feeling that the individual before him was rather enigmatic. "Youth, what is it you seek?" Lee fixed his gaze upon Robert's eyes and said calmly, "Give me 2 million, and I shall eliminate these two fiends." Lee had come to the police station solely to pursue his own interests. Should exorcists offer their services free of charge? When the time comes to demand payment, one must do so boldly. Otherwise, like Sam Dean, resorting to credit card fraud, it is not his duty to protect the citizens of this fair nation. Assisting the police in resolving supernatural incidents warrants a reasonable fee, does it not? He intended to extract all the benefits associated with Freddy and Jason from the police station. If there were no patrons, he would create patrons. Upon hearing this, Robert immediately dismissed Lie's demands. "Impossible, we do not possess such funds. Moreover, why should I trust that you can deal with them?" The population of Springwood was only around 10,000, and the annual budget for the police department was less than $1 million. How could he possibly allocate 2 million to Lee? After being in Springwood for so long, how could he not understand how difficult it was to eliminate Freddy and Jason? If they could be vanquished, they would have been eliminated long ago. Priests, nuns, psychics, and exorcists had all faced Freddy and Jason, only to meet with failure. Though possessing an exorcist license may imply genuine skill, the distance to eradicate Freddy remained vast. Annie also looked at Lee in astonishment. In the past, her assignments had yielded rewards ranging from a few thousand to several tens of thousands of dollars. Offers exceeding 100,000 were exceedingly rare, and Lie's demand for 2 million made Annie question whether she had set her own prices too low. Lee, unfazed, remarked, "Believe it or not, Freddy and Jason will continue their rampage. You may see if you can thwart them. The only one capable of resolving this is me. 2 million for the tranquility of the town is a most advantageous bargain." With that, Lee took Annie by the hand and exited the police station. Robert, watching their retreating figures, felt utterly helpless. Merely possessing an exorcist license did not grant him the authority to compel them to work for him. Much like holding an accounting or medical license, it merely attested to their capabilities. Moreover, licensed exorcists often possess extraordinary abilities. The mere presence of Freddy is already a considerable headache. Can he truly conjure another dilemma? If they cannot afford the remuneration, shall we simply turn a blind eye? Inside the vehicle, Anne's gaze wavered with uncertainty. If indeed there were capabilities at play, she would greatly prefer that Lee intervene. However, she would not impose her will upon him, for she respected his autonomy. This matter carried a degree of peril, and Lee had no obligation to engage. Her upbringing, steeped in familial duty and education, imbued her with a profound sense of justice. Each time she vanquished evil and performed a good deed, clarity of mind and a sense of elation would wash over her. The formidable monsters, Freddy and Jason, who seemed almost immortal to ordinary folk, would undoubtedly unleash catastrophic consequences if left unchecked. Growing up in the beautiful country, with her father George serving as a police officer, and held a certain affinity for her nation. Of course, this was predicated on her capabilities. Should the odds be insurmountable, she would not recklessly throw herself into danger. Lee smiled gently and remarked, "How could that be? Of course, we must take action. Besides, why not seek additional remuneration while resolving the plight of these two monsters?" He suggested continuing to drive around the town. Upon hearing Lie's response, a joyful smile illuminated Anne's face. As Lee gazed out the window, his expression turned contemplative. For him, the most opportune moment to confront Freddy and Jason would be the night after tomorrow. At that time, the girl named Loli would draw Freddy out of the dream realm, instigating a clash between Freddy and Jason. Lee had pondered whether to venture into the dreamscape to confront Freddy himself. However, upon reflection, he decided against it. The dream realm was Freddy's dominion, and he was uncertain if his other abilities could be wielded within it. What if things went awry? To err on the side of caution, he would wait for Loli to bring Freddy forth. Had Freddy truly offered his soul to hell, becoming a demon? Foolish Freddy, creating vulnerabilities where none existed. As night fell, the revelry continued unabated in the cornfield. Heavy metal music and the laughter of youth resonated through the night sky, bodies twisting in exuberance, a celebration of unrestrained youth. An endless darkness enveloped the scene, with flickering lights from the camp resembling a guiding beacon. A small motorcycle weaved through the cornfield and arrived at the camp, the roar of its engine and dazzling lights capturing the attention of the fringe crowd. A rotund man with long hair suddenly turned to face the newcomer, his face alight with surprise. "Lindemann?" The helmet-clad Lindemann surveyed the gathering, unable to suppress a curse. Soon, the overweight man grinned maliciously. rallying his friends to drag Lindemann from his vehicle and pin him to the ground. The water pipe, filled with beer, was directed forcefully toward Lindemann's mouth, eliciting hearty laughter from the rotund man and his companions. "Let me go, I won't drink." Despite Lindemann's desperate struggles, they proved futile under the weight of their collective oppression. Their sinister laughter echoed through the cornfield, only releasing Lindemann once they had their fill of amusement. Li Yi observed this scene with a cold gaze from the shadows, recognizing that bullying exists everywhere. To the bullies, it may seem like mere entertainment, but for the victim, it could cast a lifelong shadow. However, this was of no concern to Li Yi. His primary objective was to observe Jason and discern why he could never be killed. Li Yi's knowledge of Jason was limited. He only knew that Jason resurrected every time he was slain. Jason primarily roamed around Crystal Lake, leading Li Yi to ponder whether his resurrection was linked to that very lake. The revelry continued unabated, yet Li Yi sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Aside from the music and the cacophony of the crowd, the sounds of insects had stilled. A drunken girl stumbled out of the camp and collapsed onto an open patch of ground. Another boy, clad in an exceedingly nonconformist style, passed by and, upon noticing the fallen girl, swallowed hard and glanced around. Seeing no one, he leaned over her and began to kiss her. The girl, lost in a deep slumber, bore an expression of terror, as if she were encountering something frightful in her dreams. The boy, however, remained oblivious, driven solely by his desires. At that moment, a tall figure wearing a hockey mask approached slowly, wielding a sharp steel pipe. Silently, he stood behind the pair, casting a looming shadow over them. With a swift motion, the long pipe pierced through both, unleashing a chilling cry. Li Yi refrained from intervening in their fates. Both were participants in the earlier bullying. While their sins did not warrant death, what concern was it of his? May they aspire to be better in their next lives, he mused, concealing his presence. Li Yi remained hidden, knowing that with his current strength, Jason would struggle to detect him unless he drew too close. As he sensed the tainted demonic aura emanating from Jason, thoughts began to swirl in his mind. A half-demon? Demons possess the innate ability to heal rapidly, recovering from multiple injuries through their dark powers. A half-demon, however, retains certain demonic gifts while being immune to some light-based damage. If one cannot discern a weakness, it is indeed a formidable challenge to bring about its demise. Jason brandished the steel pipe with a fierce swing, sending the nonconformist youth hurtling several meters away under the force of his might. With a focused gaze upon the girl pierced upon the ground, Jason discarded the steel pipe and vanished into the cornfield. In the girl's dreamscape, Freddy, poised to strike, was taken aback as blood suddenly surged from the girl's chest before she dissipated into the dream itself. Witnessing the imminent prey slip from his grasp, Freddy bellowed in fury, "No, Jason, she is mine, mine." Possessing the bloodline of a demon, Jason thrived in the shadows, approaching the crowd with stealth and precision. At some point, he had found the oblivious duo, the hefty one and the slender one, quietly observing their revelry from behind. The plump one inhaled deeply, exhaling with delight, exclaiming, "This stuff is simply magnificent." The slender one, somewhat dazed, took a turn and echoed, This. Before he could finish, an ominous shadow enveloped him, prompting a slow turn. He found himself face to face with Jason's hollow gaze behind the hockey mask, an inexplicable dread beginning to coil around his heart. Noticing the sudden silence from his companion, the plump one turned to investigate. Oblivious to fear, he clutched his wine bottle and jovially addressed the towering, bizarrely adorned Jason. "Hello there. This isn't a Halloween party. Why not go and ravage us out?" "Ha!" The hefty one's jest emboldened the dazed, slender one, who, with a wavering finger, pointed at Jason's chest, saying, "Yes, you weren't invited." With a stoic demeanor, Jason extended his hand, executing a horrifying 180-degree twist of the slender one's head, leaving the plump one in a state of shock. Jason then pushed the slender one down with a single finger, fixing an unyielding gaze upon the hefty one. The plump one glanced at the liquor in his hand and impulsively splashed it upon Jason, then seized a nearby torch to jab at him. As flames engulfed Jason, the plump one erupted in raucous laughter. "Good. Ha!" Yet, the inferno seemed to have no effect on Jason, who slowly drew forth a machete. The metallic scraping of the blade sent waves of terror through the hefty one, compelling him to flee towards the camp. Jason advanced like a fiery specter, the flames trailing in his wake, igniting the lush green corn around him. Just as the plump one reached the safety of the camp, a flaming blade flew from behind, piercing through his chest. Blood spilled from his mouth as he collapsed before Lindemann, his eyes forever unclosed in death. As Jason emerged from the cornfield into the encampment, the young attendees emitted piercing screams and scattered in all directions. Under the influence of alcohol, some fearless youths boldly charged towards Jason, unfazed by the supernatural. They believed they had nothing to fear from such an oddity. In the realm of equality, even the mightiest carbon-based beings must succumb. Jason unsheathed the machete from the corpulent figure and began his ruthless slaughter. With each swift stroke of his blade, he felled one young man after another, none capable of mounting any resistance. He traversed from the southern edge of the camp to the northern, his eyes unwavering. The gun-toting youths eventually realized that Jason was impervious to their bullets. As the haze of intoxication dissipated, clarity rushed back, yet it was too late to flee. A chilling aura of dread and despair enveloped the camp, the echoes of their screams resounding through the night sky. Bathed in the blood of the fallen, Jason's presence grew ever more formidable. After dispatching the last of the gun-wielding youths, he paused to survey his surroundings. Not a soul dared to remain standing. The defiant had perished, while the fearful had long since vanished. Though Jason's movements were not particularly swift, the fleeing individuals had ample opportunity to escape. Li Yi, trailing behind Jason, noted the silence that descended with Jason's cessation of violence. He did not intervene in the carnage. After all, if they sought their demise, who was he to deter them? Moreover, what if in doing so he alerted Freddy, who might then retreat into hiding? Better to allow for a moment of bravado. They would settle matters together come nightfall. Transforming into a wisp of shadow, Li Yi soared into the night sky. Upon returning to the hotel, he gazed at the gently slumbering and a ripple of emotion stirring within him. Previously, he had cunningly persuaded her to concoct holy water, depleting her spirit until she succumbed to sleep, allowing him the opportunity to seek out Jason. Observing the 2 vials of holy water upon the table, curiosity sparked within him regarding their efficacy. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to apply some onto his demonically altered skin. As the holy water, imbued with a sacred essence, made contact with his skin, it emitted a wisp of white smoke. However, Li Yi merely felt a sensation akin to warmth, reminiscent of a soothing bath, swiftly dispelled by the demonic power coursing through him. Now a demon lord, this ordinary holy water held little sway over him. Reverting to his true form, Li Yi contemplated the patterns and tools employed in the creation of holy water. Why not attempt it himself? He poured pristine water into a bowl, added an appropriate amount of fine salt, and submerged a cross bearing divine attributes within, positioning the bowl atop the magical diagram used for holy water preparation. He began to chant the incantation in Latin. Exorcizo te creatura, here in the name of Almighty God the Father, and in the name of Jesus Christ. As Li Yi recited the Latin incantation, a surge of spiritual energy flowed into the bowl before him. Soon, astonishing ripples emerged within, mirroring the magical patterns surrounding the bowl. Intensifying his mental focus, a faint luminescence began to emanate from the water. After channeling an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy, Li Yi ceased his concentration, and the intricate patterns within the bowl vanished. Yet, the holy water glowed softly, releasing an aura of sanctity. Glowing holy water? Li Yi was astonished that his first attempt at creating holy water had yielded such a remarkable phenomenon. The luminous liquid radiated brilliance, evoking the impression of a powerful exorcistic relic. In contrast, the holy water crafted by Annie appeared utterly mundane, indistinguishable from ordinary purified water. However, Li Yi had personally experienced its efficacy against malevolent forces, even feeling a slight burn upon becoming a demon lord. How potent, then, would this radiant holy water be? Curiosity piqued, Li Yi contemplated experimenting further. Activating his demonic lineage and transforming into his demon form, he dipped a drop of the glowing holy water onto his skin. Instantly, a fierce burning sensation coursed through him, and the area where the water touched darkened. Yet, as his demonic power waned, his skin quickly reverted to its original state. Experiencing the potency of the luminous holy water, Li Yi realized its potential was not to be underestimated. A mere 100 points of spiritual energy infused into the holy water had already demonstrated efficacy against a demon lord. What if he were to channel 1,000 points? Goodness! What kind of demon concocts holy water to purify themselves? Such a revelation would surely provoke laughter among other demons. Thunder rumbled ominously, and a torrential rain began to pour outside, heralding a restless night ahead. Chapter 49. The Retirement Bureau. Holy God, glowing holy water? Am I dreaming? The following morning, Annie awoke to find the radiant holy water on the table, utterly astonished. Throughout her life, she had only heard tales of such luminous holy water, never having witnessed it firsthand. This extraordinary substance could only be crafted by bishops of the Vatican, capable of confronting formidable demons. The Vatican, a sacred site of Catholicism, housed the most devout believers, including paladins and bishops endowed with the ability to summon angels. Lying on the bed, Lee softly addressed Annie, saying, "After you fell asleep last night, I decided to attempt crafting holy water. To my astonishment, it emitted light. This seems somewhat different from the holy water you create. I wonder if it is usable." Hearing the pretentious tone in Li Ye's voice, Annie gritted her teeth and retorted, "Li, are you deliberately trying to vex me? You clearly possess the ability to create such high-quality holy water, yet last night you made me look foolish. Do you wish to see me humiliated?" As she spoke, a sense of grievance welled up within her. Last night, Li had requested her assistance in making holy water to confront Freddy and Jason, and she had naively been pleased to help him. Exhausted to the point of fainting, she learned that Li Yi had effortlessly produced a luminous version of holy water. With this glowing holy water in hand, what use did her two ordinary vials serve? Li Yi embraced Annie gently, murmuring, "How could I ever wish to see you ridiculed? I swear, it was truly my first time creating holy water, and I had no idea it would turn out like this." Annie, upon hearing this, was even more taken aback. To have produced luminous holy water on one's first attempt? Surely, you must be the reincarnation of an angel. The ingredients for holy water might be manageable, but the crucial requirements are immense spiritual strength and a precise Latin incantation. The proper Latin incantation resonates with the mysterious forces of the universe, granting the holy water its miraculous properties. Given such stringent criteria, practicing dozens or even hundreds of times is indispensable. Whispering in Annie's ear, Li Yi said, "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. I am indeed the reincarnation of an angel, your guardian angel." A fervent breath brushed against Annie's earlobe, and his tender words left her entranced. A fierce battle was imminent, akin to thunder and fire clashing. Meanwhile, in Springwood Town, it felt as though the heavens were collapsing. A wild celebration had resulted in the demise of 20 young souls. Jason could kill indiscriminately, while the equalizers of life could not vanquish him. At that moment, Jason posed a greater threat than Freddy. Against Freddy, they could rely on medication to suppress their dreams. Yet Jason could inflict harm in the waking world, and at night, he moved like a phantom, leaving them unable to trace his whereabouts. The town plunged into panic, with some affluent individuals hastily packing their bags to flee. However, Sheriff Robert had already set up roadblocks at various exits to prevent Freddy from possessing someone and escaping the town. Previously, Freddy's dream realm was confined to 1428 Elm Street, but it later spread throughout the entire street. After slaughtering all the children on Elm Street, it transformed into a haunted thoroughfare. As the incidence of murder escalates, Freddy's domain within the dreamscape grows increasingly potent. Now, Freddy's realm has extended its reach across the entirety of Springwood, granting him the ability to traverse into the dreams of its inhabitants at will. Should Freddy's influence continue to expand, he will attain a power that could plunge all into despair. Inside the police station, Sheriff Robert gazes at the photographs of the deceased, unable to suppress a weary sigh. The troubles at hand are far more grave than before. Jason's killing spree is alarmingly swift. There is scarcely time to orchestrate a sealing ritual to banish Freddy and Jason back to hell once again. The sealing ritual that had been performed a decade ago required the collaboration of numerous individuals, and many lives were sacrificed in its execution. A newly appointed intern enters with a report in hand, addressing Robert. "Sheriff, while I was compiling information on the masked killer, I discovered, before the intern could finish." Robert interrupted sharply, "I already know what it is, spare me." The intern, believing he had stumbled upon a significant revelation, pressed on, "Should we request assistance from the FBI?" Robert, growing impatient, cut him off yet again. "No outsiders. We can handle this ourselves. We have thwarted him before." The intern, puzzled, retorted, "I don't understand. Who have we stopped before? We should investigate Jason Voorhees." Frustrated by the intern's persistence, Robert stood and bellowed, "Silence. Everything we do has its rationale, and it is precisely why Springwood has remained so tranquil over the years. Tend to your duties and refrain from speaking out of turn, or I shall have you locked up. Do you understand? Facing the furious sheriff, the intern swallowed hard, fear evident in his voice as he replied, I understand, Sheriff. Once the intern departed, Robert lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply to alleviate his fatigue. Hunter then entered and informed Robert, Sheriff, all intersections have been cordoned off, schools are closed, and we have gathered all children under 18 for treatment. Upon hearing Hunter's report, Robert nodded in approval. Very well, good work. However, Hunter hesitated, as if he had more to say. Noticing this, Robert encouraged, we are all on the same side. If you have something to say, speak freely. Hunter, being a local officer well acquainted with Freddy and Jason, unlike the previously uninformed newcomer, had served under Robert for many years and was considered a trusted confidant. Sheriff, should we consider those two exorcists? What if they truly possess a means to resolve the threats posed by Freddy and Jason? Robert gazed out at the desolate streets, fatigue evident in his voice as he lamented, they demand 2 million. Where am I supposed to procure such a sum? 20,000 would be manageable, and I could authorize that myself. Damn it, the funding for the Bureau of Supernatural Investigations has been slashed over the years. They would never allocate that much to us. It turns out that the previous cohort has reached retirement age, and their pensions consume a significant portion of the budget. These extraordinary beings live far too long. Some are over a century old and still drawing Social Security. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, launching into a tirade. Hunter, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words. Having accompanied Robert for so long, he had come to understand certain truths about the world. Some superhumans boast exceptionally long lifespans. Living a century or two is quite commonplace, with beings like vampires thriving for centuries. Initially, the Bureau of Supernatural Investigations absorbed these extraordinary individuals to mitigate instability. However, they had not anticipated the longevity of these beings. Once retirement arrived, they began to enjoy the fruits of their labor. As the number of retirees increased, the Bureau was rapidly transforming into a retirement home. After decades of service, they were now facing centuries of leisure. The Bureau no longer recruited any new extraordinary beings, as they could no longer afford to do so. The workforce had dwindled, with retirees comprising the majority. The Bureau of Supernatural Investigations had all but become a relic, fading from the consciousness of most. Sheriff, I believe we might negotiate with them. 2 million is simply beyond our means. Perhaps we can persuade them to lower their demands or accept alternative compensation. Robert sighed and said to Hunter, then you go and negotiate with them. As long as it's not too outrageous, I will agree. All right, I will give it a try. Watching Hunter depart, Robert shook his head, harboring little hope. If controlling Freddy and Jason proved too difficult, he would have to prepare for his own escape. He still had many years ahead of him and did not wish to gamble his life away for a meager pension. Chapter 50. If you don't take it. I won tea. How will Commissioner Lee take it? What? Over 20 people died yesterday? Hunter found Li Yi and Annie dining at a hotel and recounted the tragic events of the previous night. Faced with such loss of life, Annie was utterly shocked. Despite having encountered supernatural occurrences throughout her life, witnessing the death of 20 individuals at once was a rarity. If you truly can eliminate Freddy and Jason, please do your utmost to save the thousands of townsfolk, she implored. At that moment, Hunter felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Having grown up in Springwood, he was familiar with most of the townspeople, and their tragic fate weighed heavily on him. They were his neighbors, and he couldn't help but think that he could be next. Li Yi calmly finished his breakfast, and then asked Hunter, did Sheriff Robert agree to our demands? Hunter, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, 2 million is rather excessive. Could we perhaps reduce the amount? Li Yi scoffed, is 2 million truly too much? Are the lives of those dozens of individuals not even worth that sum? Or do the lives of the entire town's residents hold no value at all? We are about to confront 2 nearly indestructible murderers, and yet risking our lives to assist you is deemed insufficient for 2 million? Upon hearing this, Annie found his reasoning compelling. Though she was aware that Li Yi would undoubtedly intervene regardless of compensation, the amount seemed somewhat inadequate. 2 million for the safety of so many townsfolk was indeed a bargain. Faced with Li Yi's interrogation, Hunter was rendered speechless. Indeed, they were putting their lives on the line. Demanding 2 million was entirely reasonable, was it not? For someone with no personal ties, he might hesitate to even engage. With so many residents in the town, gathering 2 million should be a trivial task. How about this? To demonstrate our capacity to eliminate Freddy and Jason, I shall provide you with something to prove our strength. Just remember to return it afterward. Li Yi handed Hunter a bottle of luminous holy water. An astonishing sight that left Hunter wide-eyed. The transparent plastic bottle contained water that radiated light. My goodness, how utterly extraordinary. This is our high-quality holy water. Those with discernment will understand its significance. If they could gather 2 million by afternoon, Li Yi would take action that night. Even if they fell short of the required sum, he intended to proceed. By then, the little girl should have drawn Freddy out of the dream realm. At that moment, Freddy's power had yet to fully restore. Delaying further could lead to unpredictable consequences should he regain his strength. As Hunter accepted the glowing holy water, a wave of tranquility washed over him, alleviating even his fatigue from sleepless nights. Divine. Absolutely divine. Very well, I will await your news. You shall have a response by afternoon. Hunter departed with the luminous holy water, setting out to solicit funds from the town's affluent. The town was not devoid of wealthy individuals, and gathering 2 million would not be a daunting task. Darling, are you not concerned that Officer Hunter might abscond with the holy water? Such high-quality holy water is exceedingly rare and cannot be purchased for any amount on the market. Watching you casually hand it over to someone else makes me uneasy. Li Yi smiled nonchalantly. I did not gift it to him. I merely lent it for display purposes. Besides, I can produce as much of this as I desire. It holds little value for us. If he dares to abscond with his holy water, then we shall have a lengthy discussion with this officer when the time comes. Hearing Li Yi's indifference, Annie dismissed her concerns. Hunter eagerly took the glowing holy water to meet Robert, seeking the townspeople's financial support, which hinged on Robert's endorsement. Gazing at the luminescent liquid within the plastic bottle, Robert was profoundly astonished. Unlike Hunter, he possessed greater knowledge. This high-quality holy water could not be fabricated at will. It necessitated a potent and pure spirit. Given the formidable strength of the other party, would they be willing to intervene? Robert expressed his surprise. Hunter, do the two of them truly intend to assist? To be capable of producing high-quality holy water, one's strength must rival that of a bishop from the Vatican. Perhaps they could indeed resolve the issues with Freddy and Jason. Hunter, with a wry smile, shook his head and relayed Li Yi's words to Sheriff Robert. Upon hearing this, Robert fell into a moment of silence before addressing Hunter. The police department can still save an additional 400,000 in funds. Secure the remainder as swiftly as possible. Of course, if they can gather 3 million or even 4 million, that would be acceptable. Hunter, taken aback, whispered, Sheriff, those 2 exorcists only require 2 million. Since we can save 400,000, wouldn't it suffice to gather just an additional 6 million? Robert, somewhat displeased, retorted, let them gather what they will. Speak less and act more. Who is the sheriff here, you or I? Chastised, Hunter left the police station with a dejected demeanor, clutching the holy water. Outside, the water basin had overflowed due to last night's torrential rain, with some fish taking the opportunity to leap from the basin, flopping energetically on the ground. Observing this, Hunter approached to catch the fish and return them to the water. However, the fish proved too slippery, and one inadvertently slipped from his grasp into his pocket. Feeling the slick fish in his pocket and gazing at the overflowing water, a moment of inspiration struck him. In that instant, he understood. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Hunter sought out Li Yi and Annie once more. Producing a bank card, he respectfully stated, Esteemed gentlemen, the sheriff believes that your willingness to risk your lives to save the residents of Chuanmu Town is truly commendable. Thus, in addition to the 2 million, he has added another 100,000, earnestly requesting that you completely eliminate Freddy and Jason. Li Yi and Annie exchanged surprised glances. A reverse bidding was unexpected. While they sensed there might be ulterior motives, Li Yi found little inclination to concern himself with such trifles. Not only had they received the promised funds, but an additional 100,000 had been offered, leaving him with little to contest. All right, tonight I shall take action. Before that, I implore you not to act rashly. Let us proceed as originally intended. As Li Yi accepted the bank card, Hunter hesitated and spoke. Esteemed exorcists, the sheriff wishes to purchase that vial of holy water for 500,000. Might it be available for sale? Li Yi, uncertain of the price of the luminous holy water, turned to Annie and whispered, Is this price acceptable? Annie nodded gently, and Li Yi promptly replied to Hunter, Yes. That will be fine. Annie, who walked beside Li Yi, felt a bit dazed. When did earning money become so effortless? After Hunter departed, Annie gazed at Li Yi with admiration. The ability to produce such high-quality holy water would ensure a prosperous livelihood for them in the future. Hunter returned to the police station with the luminous holy water and presented it to Sheriff Robert, inquiring, "Sheriff, shouldn't we wait until the two have dealt with Freddy and Jason before settling the payment? What if they abscond with the money?" Robert, observing Hunter's fatigue, replied, "Hunter, have you not rested well these past few days? This is the information age. Where could they possibly flee? We're not offering cash, at worst. We can freeze that bank card and reclaim it. Moreover, given their strength, they would not engage in such acts." Subsequently, Robert retrieved 100,000 in cash from a safe and handed it to Hunter, saying, "Do not speak of today's matters indiscriminately. If Freddy and Jason are dealt with, I shall grant you a leave. Enjoy a splendid trip." With a bag of cash in hand, Hunter left the police station, somewhat bewildered. Sheriff Robert truly is a good man. Chapter 51. The final battle at Crystal Lake that night. Darkness enveloped the sky, obscuring any trace of starlight. The young girl unexpectedly discovered her ability to bring Freddy out of the dream realm and began devising a plan with her friends to incite a deadly confrontation between the two murderers. Freddy and Jason. Ideally, they hoped for mutual destruction or even total annihilation. After sacrificing one of their companions, they successfully administered a large dose of anesthetic to Jason, rendering him unconscious. In his stupor, Jason was dragged into the dream world by Freddy, where Freddy reigned supreme, overpowering Jason with ease. Meanwhile, the girl and her friends recognized that the dream realm was Freddy's domain, and Jason stood no chance against him. They sought to transfer Jason to his own territory, Crystal Lake. However, during their journey, the anesthetic wore off, and Jason awoke midway. As the friends struggled to restrain Jason, the girl entered the dream world to bring Freddy out, and once again, Freddy and Jason clashed violently in the real world. Yet, Freddy failed to claim enough victims. His power in reality paled in comparison to Jason's, and gradually, he began to falter. The diminutive Freddy struck Jason with punches and kicks, yet his efforts inflicted little damage. In stark contrast, Jason effortlessly lifted Freddy and hurled him several dozen meters away. Freddy landed atop a pile of gas canisters, and his steel claws inadvertently activated one of the canister valves, propelling it far into the distance. Observing the soaring canister, a twisted smile crept across Freddy's face. Launched the torpedoes. He then began to aim numerous canisters at Jason, his claws repeatedly opening their valves, sending them hurtling toward Jason with the force of compressed gas. As the canisters flew through the air, Jason merely sidestepped with an air of calm. However, as more canisters were opened, a thin mist began to envelop the surroundings. Yet, in a fleeting moment, the sluggish Jason was caught off guard, struck by a canister that sent him crashing into a construction site. Seizing the opportunity, Freddy unleashed a bundle of rebar from above. The rebar descended with tremendous force, piercing through Jason's body. Amidst their chaotic battle, neither of the two spectral combatants realized that, although Freddy had ceased activating the canisters, the mist had grown increasingly dense. Jason, now immobilized by the rebar, was at Freddy's mercy. Freddy manipulated a cement mixer to repeatedly slam into Jason, gleefully exclaiming, "Yes, yes, are you calling for me?" Suddenly, a dispassionate voice echoed in Freddy's ear as a long sword pierced through his body. In the thick fog, Li Yi had stealthily approached Freddy from behind. The Tian-Shi sword, embedded in Freddy's form, radiated a brilliant light, flickering with bolts of lightning. As Freddy felt the familiar power of light coursing through him, his smile froze. He could no longer cheer. At that moment, Freddy realized that the thick fog had enveloped him without his notice, obscuring his senses. A domain? The exorcising power of the Tian-Shi sword and the lightning surged through Freddy, inflicting profound agony. Desperate, Freddy called upon the powers of hell, seeking to suppress the lightning and the sword. As the Lord of Demons in hell, how could he be vanquished by such a feeble light? While conjuring his infernal powers to counteract the assault, he swung his claws in a futile attempt to strike at Li Yi, hoping to force him away. Sensing the formidable force within Freddy resisting the lightning and the Tian-Shi sword, and realizing he could not eliminate it instantly, Li Yi decisively withdrew the sword. With a swift motion, he severed Freddy's head and crushed it beneath his foot. In the eyes of Li Yi, Freddy and Jason's movements resembled those of ordinary individuals. Striking him was an impossible feat. Freddy's severed head and body remained animated, with the bloodied, headless form flailing its steel claws in an attempt to assault Li Yi. With a swift motion, Li Yi unleashed a bolt of thunder from his palm, obliterating the grotesque figure to prevent its erratic movements. I have already become a part of hell. You cannot kill me. Release me at once, or I shall make you regret it. Freddy roared, his anger palpable. Even with his body shattered by Li Yi, he continued to issue brazen threats. As a Lord-level demon, he possessed the ability to resurrect in hell. Undaunted despite the ambush that had caught him off guard, Li Yi smirked coldly. To claim he could not be killed? He could barely withstand a basic attack, and yet dared to be arrogant? With a mere thought, the surrounding mist began to swirl rapidly. What should have pervaded the area gradually revealed vacancies. Under Li Yi's command, an immense pattern swiftly took shape, a pentagram encircled by Latin incantations. As he felt hell's power being gradually suppressed, the once arrogant Freddy trembled in fear. A demon trap? What kind of genius is this? To manipulate the mist within the domain to create a demon trap. The demon trap was capable of restraining a demon's extraordinary powers, severing its connection to hell's support. Bereft of hell's aid, Freddy stood no chance against Li Yi's radiant might. After this obliteration, he had no idea how long it would take him to awaken, only to begin anew as the weakest of demons. Jason, save me, Freddy pleaded, lamenting his misfortune of encountering such a formidable foe before he had fully regained his strength. In this realm, he was unable to wield the powers of the dream domain. Otherwise, he would not find himself in such a predicament. Jason, I have made a pact with you. Come and rescue me. I expended great effort to revive you. Hurry. Freddy yearned to return to hell, but sensed the severance of his connection to it in this unfamiliar domain. No. Li Yi stepped forward, unsheathing the celestial sword. A cold smile gracing his lips, and without hesitation, plunged it into Freddy's head. The celestial sword radiated a brilliant light, thunder crackling around it. Without the protective power of hell, Freddy was reduced to mere ashes. Source quality: 3400 mentality, 1000 demonic bloodline, 1100 acquired Freddy's territory. Hell has seized your territory. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Yi was momentarily taken aback. Not even a single territory spared. How miserly. However, this is not the time for such research. Li Yi gazed down at Jason, who was still extracting rebar and bleeding profusely. He unleashed a bolt of palm lightning. Contrary to his expectations, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Jason remained alive despite the strike. This left Li Yi perplexed. Was he unafraid of thunder? He then leaped down, wielding his longsword with vigor. Jason, constrained in his movements, was swiftly dismembered by Li Yi. Yet, even in such a state, Jason did not perish completely. The eyes behind the hockey mask fixated on Li Yi, as if attempting to engrave his visage into memory. Chapter 52. The Lord of Crystal Lake. Li Yi discerned that the power of the light attribute seemed to have little effect on Jason. The Tianshi sword's ability to vanquish evil did not inflict fatal harm upon him. This area had been ensnared with demonic traps by Li Yi, which should have restrained Jason's abilities linked to demons. However, it appeared that Jason's regenerative and undying traits did not stem from a demonic lineage. Lost in thought, Li Yi once more raised his longsword. This time, the Tianshi sword did not radiate light, but instead was enveloped in mist. He drove the sword, infused with a trace of the law of mist, into Jason's head. With that thrust, Jason's head transformed into a puddle of mush, leaving only the hockey mask behind. Source quality: 2600 life, 600 spirit, 80 physique, 60 acquired territory of Crystal Lake demonic bloodline, 300 as the source quality was accounted for. A small orb of light materialized before Li Yi. Upon sensing the information contained within the orb, Li Yi was taken aback. This seemed to be the authority of the Crystal Lake. As a surge of information flowed from the orb, Li Yi became momentarily dazed. It turned out that Jason had drowned in Crystal Lake, becoming a corpse spirit within its depths. Later, when Jason's mother was murdered, he sought to use a blood ritual at the lake's edge to resurrect her. Unexpectedly, he summoned an entity from the depths of hell, Freddy the Dream Demon. In life, Freddy was a cruel assassin who, after being burned to death, garnered the favor of the Nightmare Lord in hell, becoming an agent under his command. Thereafter, he worked for the Nightmare Lord, collecting human souls. His ability to invade dreams stemmed from the Nightmare Lord, and due to the constraints of the mortal realm, Freddy could only operate within dreams. Without a special passage or being summoned, Freddy could not directly manifest in the physical world. The altar Jason sought to use for his mother's resurrection was, in fact, an altar for summoning demons. In the vicinity of Springwood Town, Freddy was the only operative demon available. Once summoned by Jason, Freddy recognized a splendid opportunity. The emergence of a substance that suppresses dreams has led to a decline in Freddy's performance. With Jason's assistance, he transitioned from a mere salesperson to a regional manager. Subsequently, Freddy entered into a labor contract, akin to a diabolical pact, with Jason, transforming him into a half-demon. Unbound by moral or legal constraints, Jason displayed formidable business acumen, dispatching adversaries with ease, one swift strike resulting in a completed transaction, rendering even some extraordinary beings powerless against him. The powerful Jason ascended to become the sales champion of the region, earning the endorsement of the infernal CEO. Meanwhile, Freddy, leveraging both Jason's prowess and his own exceptional business skills, also attained the status of regional manager in Hell. However, despite Jason's remarkable capabilities, he lacked a designated office or territory. His operations in the mortal realm constituted a multinational endeavor. Establishing an office in Hell would confine him to resurrection within those infernal confines, complicating any future endeavors abroad. To facilitate the remarkable overseas salesperson, the infernal headquarters resolved to establish a branch office in the human realm. Yet, the consolidation of dominion over the mortal plane required enduring trials from celestial forces. Nevertheless, Hell was resolute in its ambition to expand international operations, incurring significant costs to shield Jason from divine retribution. This was Hell's experiment. Should the forces of the mortal realm refrain from impeding Jason, Hell could gradually exert indirect control over humanity. It was evident that the Bureau of Supernatural Investigation and Defense had taken note of Jason's presence, deploying agents to guard the area and continually deplete his strength. The Crystal Lake office was successfully established, only for it to be unexpectedly claimed by Li Yi. The authority within Hell could still be reclaimed. But Crystal Lake belonged to the human domain, leaving Hell powerless and inadvertently benefiting Li Yi. With control over the Crystal Lake territory, Li Yi acquired yet another means of self-preservation. However, this did not guarantee complete security. Much like Jason, being struck by the forces of law could lead to utter obliteration. Overall, having power is preferable to lacking it entirely. Such immense authority, resting in the hands of the bloodthirsty Jason, was indeed a tremendous waste. Gazing at the nearby Crystal Lake, Li Yi felt his magical energy beginning to wane. Suddenly, a water dragon, measuring several dozen meters in length, burst forth from the lake, soaring towards Li Yi and lifting him aloft before spiraling through the sky and returning to the water. The Crystal Lake was modest in size, spanning only 5 or 6 square kilometers, with waters barely sufficient to submerge a small town. Host: Li Yi Life, 1300 Spirit, 2800 Physique, 800 Mana, 700-173-4 Source Quality, 7480 Bloodline, Demon Bloodline, 2400. Divine Bloodline, 10, Cultivation Technique, Supreme Clarity Spirit Sustaining Method LV1, 64200. Spell: Palm Thunder LV2, 3500 Skill. Item: Crystal Lake Authority. Li Yi recalled that he should have possessed a domain in Hell, but it was snatched away by the underworld. This realization filled him with a sense of regret, akin to an ant's efforts against an elephant's leg. He could only discreetly note this down in his little notebook. With an ample supply of source quality, Li Yi commenced his allocation. He first upgraded Palm Thunder to level 4, subsequently elevating his physique to 1,000 points, with the remainder allocated to his mana. He now possessed 6,720 points of mana. While elevating Palm Thunder to level 5 required an additional 2,000 points of experience. As he allocated his points, insights naturally flourished in Li Yi's mind, and it felt as if he had practiced Palm Thunder countless times. The second level Palm Thunder could unleash lightning the thickness of a thumb. Now, at level 4, it could emit lightning as thick as a wrist. With a single strike, stones were transformed into a molten state. However, the corresponding mana consumption was immense, peaking at 1,000 points of output. Should his physical attributes falter, he might not even withstand the release of such a potent Palm Thunder. The following day, Li Yi placed Freddy's hat and Jason's mask before Robert. Freddy and Jason have been dealt with. You may verify it. Robert, overwhelmed with excitement, grasped Li Yi's hand, his eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. He continuously expressed his awe and appreciation, elated that Freddy and Jason had been resolved. Li, there is no need for verification. I trust you. You are truly remarkable. On behalf of all the citizens of Chuanmu Town, I thank you. Hunter, observing the stark contrast in Robert's demeanor, was taken aback. It seemed that even the last county councilor had not received such enthusiasm. Li Yi, unable to tolerate Robert's insincerity, exchanged a few casual words before departing with Annie. After their departure, Robert maintained a smile. Sheriff, will Freddy and Jason truly not resurrect? Upon hearing Hunter's inquiry, Robert's smile faded, and he replied calmly. Given the strength of this exorcist, there is no need for deception. The matter has indeed been resolved, but does their potential resurrection hold significance? Do you expect him to provide proof? Would you dare to confront him for verification? Hunter shook his head, clearly hesitant to confront Li Yi and his companion directly. Otherwise, he would not have waited until Li Yi departed to consult Sheriff Robert. Now that Freddy and Jason had been dealt with, it was time to report to the town's affluent citizens, ensuring they understood that their investment had not been in vain. Yes, Sheriff. Chapter 53. All villains. As they approached the town of Birkenville, desolation lay all around. The greenery was sparse, with only brittle yellow weeds dotting the landscape. Numerous buildings stood abandoned, their interiors devoid of life. Vast orchards had succumbed to decay, lacking any vitality. A gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying with it a veil of dust. Li Yi surveyed the surroundings, offering Annie a brief overview of Birkenville's circumstances. All villains. This is truly astonishing, Annie exclaimed, her shock palpable upon hearing Li Yi recount the town's grim reality. The notion that a town would annually sacrifice a couple to an evil deity to ensure favorable weather was a profound shock to her worldview. While she could comprehend the actions of one or two individuals, the overwhelming support from the townspeople, including law enforcement, for such barbarity, continuing a tradition for over a century, was beyond her understanding. Li Yi smiled faintly, sensing Annie's naivety. Wasn't such a thing rather commonplace in this country? A nation formed by immigrants, where anything was conceivable. As they entered the confines of Birkenville, patches of greenery began to emerge. We are nearing the town. Do you not see how the environment has improved considerably? Prompted by Li Ye's observation, Annie too recognized the transformation. The burgeoning trees outside made the jurisdiction of Birkenville appear as an oasis amidst the desert. Accepting the reality of the town's sinister reputation, Annie understood that Li Yi spoke the truth. There was no need for deception in such matters. The orchards beyond the town limits lay in ruin, their trees lifeless, and scarcely a soul could be found along the route. Only the orchards within Birkenville still bore fruit, albeit the trees appeared to be waning as well. As they drew closer to the town, more residences came into view, with workers toiling in the orchards. The town itself seemed modest, exuding a serene tranquility. Everything appeared rather typical of other small towns, though the houses were fewer and less opulent. The residents gazed at the approaching Jeep Cherokee with warmth in their eyes, even offering smiles to the two travelers. Yet, with the knowledge of the town's background, Annie found an unsettling peculiarity in the expressions of these inhabitants. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Annie furrowed her brow and remarked, Li, it seems we must exercise caution. Li Yi chuckled softly. Annie, you've mistaken your target. It is they who should be wary. Upon hearing Li Ye's words, Annie realized that he was no ordinary individual. Not only did he possess extraordinary abilities, but his physical prowess was astonishing as well. Each time they engaged in a scuffle, it was only after her pleas for mercy that he would relent, which was undeniably terrifying. If these individuals truly provoked him, it was they who ought to tread carefully. They parked the car outside a restaurant, intending to satiate their hunger before proceeding. The food in this establishment was undoubtedly safe. Dining here would not result in any unfortunate consequences. Moreover, one must be nourished to undertake any endeavors, wouldn't you agree? If they did not eat now, there would be nothing left later. After such an extensive drive, Annie found herself rather famished. While it mattered little to Li Yi whether he ate or not, he would certainly not refuse the pleasure of indulging in fine cuisine. After all, the pursuit of strength was ultimately to enhance one's quality of life. With their basic needs met, Li Yi was more inclined to revel in the joys of existence. A blonde beauty sat behind the counter, seemingly lost in thought. Upon noticing Li Yi and Annie's entrance, she immediately approached them with warmth, saying, Welcome to Birkenville. My name is Emily. May I take your order? Li Yi had a vague recollection of this Emily. She was yet another unfortunate soul, blissfully unaware of the sacrifices demanded by the town, and even serving as a prospective offering to the malevolent deity. Dean had freed the couple that was meant to be sacrificed, prompting the townsfolk to decide that both Dean and Emily would be the new offerings. Fortunately, they were later rescued by Sam, and together they incinerated the essence of the dark god, which took the form of an apple tree. Reflecting on this girl's background, Li Yi smiled gently at Emily and said, "We would like 2 portions of your signature dish, along with 2 servings of fried eggs and ham." The prospect of serving customers filled Emily with joy, and she enthusiastically replied, "Our specialty is apple pie, so I shall prepare 2 servings for you." Li Yi and Annie nodded in agreement, and Emily hurried into the kitchen. At that moment, a kindly old man entered from outside, approaching Li Yi and Annie with the intent to engage in conversation. "I am the owner of this establishment, Helly. You seem to have traveled from afar?" Li Yi internally scoffed, wondering if he intended to treat them as offerings. Judging by the atmosphere outside, it appeared that the dark deity was insatiably hungry. No longer satisfied with an annual sacrifice, Li Yi responded coolly, "We are merely a couple seeking to explore and enjoy a meal during our travels." Upon hearing Li Yi refer to them as a couple, Annie's face lit up with a joyful smile. The smile on Boss Hurley's face deepened as he remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Ah, to be young is truly wonderful. In my youth, I too reveled in traveling far and wide. Yet now, with age, I find solace in the familiarity of my hometown. Our quaint little town seldom sees visitors. So when you arrived, I couldn't help but engage in a conversation." Li Yi, upon hearing the boss's words, merely regarded him silently, choosing not to continue the dialogue. He felt no inclination to engage further with such a person. Hurley, sensing Li Yi's apparent reticence, grew somewhat awkward. "You are most welcome here. The quality of our apples is exceptional. I hope you enjoy this apple pie." With that, Hurley exited the restaurant, a shadow crossing his features. "Eat. Enjoy your last meal in life to the fullest." Shortly thereafter, Emily approached with a tray in hand. With a warm smile, she cheerfully addressed Li Yi and Annie. "The apple pie is here. I apologize for the wait. Please enjoy, and feel free to call me if you need anything." After placing the items down, Emily returned to the counter to peruse a magazine. Li Yi took a bite of the so-called specialty apple pie, his brow furrowing in discontent. "Sweet. Incredibly sweet," he mused, feeling overwhelmed by the cloying flavor. It seemed one should not harbor high expectations for the culinary offerings of this land. True gastronomic delights still resided in the great expanse of China. Noticing Li Yi's grimace, Annie hesitated, her concern evident as she whispered, "Do you think they poisoned it?" Li Yi shook his head and reassured her, "Not at all. Go ahead and try it." Relieved, Annie took a small bite of the apple pie and found it quite palatable, unlike Li Yi's impression. Disregarding the pie, Li Yi turned his attention to the scrambled eggs and sausages. After the two had nearly finished their meal, Hurley re-entered with a smile. "Haha, our apple pie is delightful, isn't it? That's because our apples are of the highest quality. Would you like to take some apples home? You can even pick them directly from the orchard. It's truly organic." Aware of the peculiarities surrounding this small town, Annie refrained from speaking freely, opting to gauge Li Yi's reaction. Glancing at the half-eaten apple pie, Li Yi scoffed, "I do not eat apples. Moreover, the taste is quite lackluster." Hurley's smile faltered, disbelief crossing his features. This young man has an astonishingly low emotional intelligence. To not appreciate such a delectable apple pie is simply heretical. He must be offered to the deity Warner. Li Yi gazed at the boss, whose smile had turned stiff, and then, with a relieved smile, remarked, "I was merely jesting. How could I possibly dislike apples? Come, let us explore the apples in the orchard." The town is replete with orchards, and the very embodiment of the malevolent deity is an apple tree. Do not be misled into thinking that the quaint town of Birkenville is merely home to a solitary grove with a handful of apple trees. In truth, the town spans over 10 square kilometers, brimming with countless orchards of varying sizes. As Li Yi journeyed through, he perceived that the expanse of the orchards approached 10 square kilometers. The entire population of several hundred in the town relies on these orchards for their livelihood, with each individual tending to a vast swath of land. Rather than embarking on a tedious search for that particular apple tree, it would be far more efficient to have the boss lead him directly there. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Helly exhaled in relief, his face once again radiating a warm smile. "You are truly humorous, dear guest. Please, follow me, and I assure you shall witness the finest apples." He then called to Emily, "Keep a keen eye on the restaurant." Li Yi and Annie rose and followed Helly towards the orchard. After driving for a kilometer or two, the trio arrived at a particular orchard. This grove, in contrast to others, appeared somewhat sparse, characterized by aged trees that lacked vigor. As he led them into the orchard, Helly enthusiastically proclaimed, "Do not be deceived by the unassuming appearance of this grove. It is, in fact, the first orchard in the town, from which all other apple trees have been transplanted. The older the trees, the more delectable the fruit they bear. Do you see any trees that please you?" As they ventured deeper, a rather fearsome scarecrow emerged before them. A sheriff and a man resembling a professor slowly stepped out from behind the lush apple trees, brandishing an M870 shotgun and a double-barreled shotgun, respectively, aiming them menacingly at Annie and Li Yi. Boss Helly turned to Li Yi and Annie with a grin, inquiring, "Have you chosen your apple trees?" Li Yi chuckled softly, replying, "I already mentioned that I do not consume apples." Helly appeared perplexed, unable to fathom the meaning behind Li Yi's words, questioning why, at such a moment, one would refuse apples. Suddenly, an invisible force coiled around his neck, and in an instant, the necks of the others twisted a full 180 degrees. The abrupt change startled Annie, who nearly believed they were possessed by some malevolent spirit. However, upon observing the calm and composed Li Yi beside her, she realized it was his doing. Regarding the demise of these individuals, Annie felt they deserved their fate. Their actions were nothing short of those of demons walking the earth. Source quality 10, source quality 10, source quality 10. Li Yi cast his gaze upon the scarecrow perched on the wooden rack. However, the scarecrow remained as still as a lifeless object. "Scarecrow, you cannot see me, you cannot see me. By heavens, this group is utterly foolish. Selecting prey without first discerning their true nature. You were tasked with choosing a pair of harmless sheep, and yet you presented a saber-toothed tiger." A cold smirk danced upon Li Yi's lips. "Playing dead? Then let them truly perish." Li Yi raised his palm, and flashes of lightning flickered within his grasp. The scarecrow sensed his movement, yet before it could react, it was struck by a bolt of lightning as thick as a thumb. In an instant, flames erupted, transforming the scarecrow into a figure of fire. Source quality 50, spirit 30. Annie observed Li Yi's decisive exorcism, seemingly reduced to merely exclaiming 666 in admiration. However, she was not entirely without utility. She could also provide support to Li Yi, albeit with some fatigue. Nonetheless, the prospect of aiding him filled her with joy and exhilaration. Where could that apple tree be? Annie scanned the orchard, seeking the corporeal form of the malevolent deity. Li Yi's gaze fell upon an apple tree in the heart of the grove, which appeared to boast a history of 1 or 2 centuries. The two approached the apple tree, known as the initial tree, scrutinizing it closely. Mysterious symbols adorned its bark, and the tree bore the marks of age. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed through the forest. They looked up to see nearly 20 scarecrows moving swiftly among the trees. Li Yi was taken aback. Were these the souls of those who had been sacrificed? Why had Sambian and the others not encountered them, yet they appeared in such numbers before him? Nevertheless, it was fortuitous. Experience was being delivered to him on a silver platter. Annie gasped at the sheer quantity of scarecrows. How could there be so many? She then drew her pistol, preparing to fire at the scarecrows. Li Yi extended his hand to halt her, saying, "Do not panic. Allow me. I can handle this." These scarecrows moved with astonishing speed, covering considerable distance in the blink of an eye. While they may have posed a challenge to an ordinary person, a mere thought from Li Yi bound them in place. He then raised both hands, unleashing a torrent of minute lightning bolts that struck the scarecrows with pinpoint accuracy. The moment they were hit, the scarecrows ignited into flames, and faint cries of anguish echoed from their very souls. Gazing at the 20 fiery orbs before him, Li Yi mused, "This shall serve as a form of liberation for you. There is no need for gratitude. Go forth in peace. I shall avenge you." Yuan G50. Yuan G50. The scarecrow was resolved, yet Annie observed that Li Yi remained fixated on the fruit trees, hesitating to take immediate action. Intrigued, she inquired, "Li, shall we not incinerate this malevolent tree?" Li Yi, attuned to his surroundings, replied, "Let us wait a moment longer." Annie refrained from pressing further. If Li Yi requested patience, there must be a rationale behind it. Amidst their silence, distant sounds began to echo from outside. When they lifted their gaze, figures began to materialize beyond the orchard. The sight of these armed individuals caused Annie's expression to darken. These people were indeed madmen, utterly devoid of humanity. Li Yi smirked coldly. "They have truly arrived. A throng of individuals commenced encircling the orchard, some vociferously proclaiming, "Heretics, damned. They have blasphemed the divine and must pay in blood. Sacrifice, sacrifice. We cannot allow them to unveil the secrets of this place. Kill." Li Yi regarded these individuals with a frigid stare, his mental energy surging wildly. The foremost assailant fell before he could even fire his weapon. Witnessing this, those behind him immediately raised their guns to shoot. However, the dense trees within the orchard hindered their aim towards Li Yi. Even the rare bullets that managed to stray in his direction plummeted to the ground under the influence of his mental force. One after another, figures collapsed, and Li Yi's mind was inundated with alerts. Yuan G10. Yuan G10. Chapter 55, Offending Me. Li Yi still intended to depart. A devil. He is a devil. Terrified screams erupted from the crowd, slicing through the air like arrows. More and more individuals fell, instilling fear among the townsfolk. Witnessing the grotesque contortions of the fallen, they dared not advance any further. This horrifying spectacle doused the flicker of courage within them like a cold deluge. Run! Retreat! Cries of terror soared, and the residents, akin to startled beasts, turned and fled in a frenzy. At that moment, they wished for 2 additional legs, as they felt their pace was dreadfully slow. They had barely glimpsed the features of the 2 individuals before those in the front inexplicably perished, though they had indeed worshipped the deity Warner. Beseeching his blessings for favorable weather, survival took precedence now. With their lives at stake, the deity was of no concern. Those inside, having no fear of the equal treatment of all beings, rendered their plight a death sentence. They had believed that sheer numbers would easily subdue those within. Yet they never anticipated such an outcome. The wind howled fiercely. As he observed those who remained and began to flee, Li Yi coldly scoffed. "Do you think you can escape after offending me, Li Yi? It shall not be so easy." His psychic energy surged wildly, twisting the necks of the residents present into grotesque contortions. He swiftly navigated through the forest, searching for any potential stragglers. The whirlwind he conjured lifted fallen leaves into the air, swirling them as the fleeing residents collapsed one by one. In less than half a minute, nearly 100 residents who had rushed to the scene lay serenely on the ground, each bestowed with a sleep as tranquil as that of an infant. Returning to Annie's side, Li Yi cast another glance at the true form of the malevolent deity. This time, he unleashed a bolt of palm lightning upon the fruit tree, igniting it in flames. Annie, who had silently observed Li Yi's actions, finally spoke. "Li, you didn't destroy the fruit tree immediately to allow the evil god to summon the residents, inciting them to attack us, so that you could take advantage of the situation, am I correct?" Upon hearing Annie's inquiry, Li Yi sighed inwardly. Indeed, his intention of luring them into a trap had been discerned by her. A person like Annie, who harbored goodness and upheld justice, would undoubtedly struggle to reconcile with his viewpoint. Ultimately, they were not of the same ilk. Reflecting on his moments with Annie, Li Yi felt a twinge of reluctance. Nevertheless, solitude may suit him just as well. The scorching heat of the flames distorted the air, crackling audibly and accentuating the heavy atmosphere. Li Yi's expression turned impassive as he fixed his gaze upon the flames and coldly declared, "Indeed, that is my intent. In this small town, virtually everyone deserves to perish. Since for so many years no one has sought justice for the innocent, I shall deliver it myself." He scraped his foot against the earth, revealing a section of white bone. Regarding the remains of an unknown victim, Li Yi continued, "For over a century, countless bodies have been buried in this orchard. The surrounding environment has transformed into a desolate wasteland as the evil god siphoned life from it, forcing countless souls to seek refuge elsewhere. The number of lives lost, directly or indirectly, due to this is incalculable. I kill these people with a clear conscience. If you believe I am in the wrong, I can only wish them to be good souls in their next lives." When entering the orchard, Li Yi had quietly infused tea, and he listened intently as Li Yi recounted his thoughts. Once he had finished, a hint of sadness crept into her voice as she spoke. "Li, do you truly believe I am unworthy of your trust? We have endured so much together. Can there be no shred of affection between us? What I wish to convey is that the malevolent deity has not summoned everyone. Remnants still linger in the town. We must swiftly eliminate them, or else their whispers could spell great trouble for us." Li Yi gazed at Annie in astonishment. "Is that truly how you feel?" Annie's eyes reflected a touch of melancholy as she met his gaze. "Li, please believe in me. In this world, aside from my father, you are the one I hold most dear. And now, You are my sole pillar of support. With the system's prompt echoing in his mind, Li Yi realized that the malevolent fruit tree had perished completely. Meeting Annie's eyes with determination, he nodded earnestly. Very well, I trust you. Let us depart. Annie's face brightened at his words, and together they returned to the car. As the vehicle roared back towards the town, it left a grim tableau of corpses in its wake. Inside the car, Li Yi began to attune himself to his newly acquired ability. The power of life absorption enabled him to siphon the vitality of other beings. After gaining this talent, he could sense the presence of life within a certain radius. The closer he was, the more vividly he could perceive the strength of another's life force. However, to absorb life, the target had to be severely injured or incapable of resistance. Given Li Ye's current prowess, he could forcibly draw upon the life of most beings. Yet, this ability was not limitless. Only by enhancing his physical constitution could he increase his life capacity. The malevolent fruit tree thrived by leveraging this talent, drawing vitality from the flora and fauna surrounding the town to nourish its orchard. Meanwhile, the townspeople worshipped the malevolent deity, who in turn rewarded them. After all, it was merely a fruit tree. Despite its ability to control scarecrows, it would be relatively easy for the people to vanquish it. Notably, the original scarecrows had been crafted by the very residents of the area. Thus, a symbiotic relationship existed between the deity and the townsfolk, allowing them both to coexist on this land. At that moment, in the town, Emily's aunt, Stacy, who was also Helly's wife, was rallying a multitude of residents. People of the Warner deity, we face heresy that desecrates our divine protector and seeks to harm it. Should the Warner deity's wrath befall us, our orchards will turn to desolation, leaving us without a place to survive. Now, seize the weapons in your hands, eradicate the heretics, and protect the divine. Eradicate the heretics. Protect the divine. Eradicate the heretics. Protect the divine. Under Stacy's fervent incitement, the residents' gazes were resolute and fervid. In this quaint town of Birkenville, the deity Warner is the very essence of the community. Without Warner's divine protection, their orchards would bear no luscious apples. Deprived of apples for sale, their very survival would be at stake. Now that someone has dared to harm Warner, they are aiming to uproot their foundation. Chapter 56. The Alteration of Memory. Release me. Aunt, I beg you spare me. The bound Emily pleaded desperately with Stacy. She could scarcely fathom that her aunt intended to offer her as a sacrifice to the malevolent deity, leaving her engulfed in helplessness and terror. Stacy's demeanor was devoid of warmth. She coldly retorted to Emily, I am not your true aunt. She has long since returned to the embrace of Warner. Even your parents have also returned to the divine's fold. Now, Warner requires you. It is time for you to fulfill your destiny. Having nurtured Emily for so many years. At this moment, Emily's vitality was at its zenith. Warner had been wounded and was in dire need of life force. Stacy had originally hoped to find a moment to sacrifice Emily, beseeching Warner for a modicum of reward. In that scenario, she could extend her own life by a few more years. For now, however, she must first quell Warner's wrath by eliminating those blasphemous outsiders. Yuval demons. After your demise, you shall endure endless torment in hell. With her hands tightly bound, Emily was rendered immobile, resorting to curses when pleas fell on deaf ears. Surveying her surroundings, she found herself encircled by residents wielding weapons, their eyes ablaze with fervor, glaring hungrily at her. Once, she believed she resided in a warm and friendly town, where everyone showered her with affection, and her aunt and uncle treated her as their own. Yet now, she realized that they had all been consummate actors, hiding their true selves from her for all these years. Was it not exhausting to maintain such a facade for so long? Emily glared at the crowd with hatred. Yet a flicker of hope remained within her heart that someone might come to her rescue. Stacy remained unfazed by Emily's vitriol. Over the years, every sacrifice had hurled curses at her in their final moments. Yet she continued to thrive, even outliving the majority. Chosen by Warner from a young age, Stacy possessed a unique ability to communicate with the divine. Since then, she had become the second most respected figure in the town. The most esteemed individual, of course, was her husband, Hurley, the wealthiest man in the community. Helly not only owns a restaurant and a gas station, but even the orchard where the deity Warner resides is part of his domain. Come, let us head to the orchard, Stacy declared with a grand gesture, ready to lead the group toward their destination. Yet, in that very moment, her eyes filled with terror and disbelief. She was horrified to realize that the connection between herself and the deity Warner had inexplicably severed. No, please, God, do not abandon me. Stacy stood frozen in place, her voice breaking into a frantic scream. This cry instantly stirred chaos among the crowd, drawing their puzzled and anxious gazes toward her, eager to ascertain what had transpired. Mrs. Jorgensen, what is the matter? Does the deity Warner have a new decree? The attendees held great respect for Stacy, not solely due to her stature, but more importantly, because their orchard was guarded by the deity's scarecrow emissaries. Although these scarecrow sentinels appeared as mere guardians of the orchard, a lingering sense of dread always accompanied their presence. Fortunately, over time, the townsfolk had gradually acclimated to their existence. In fact, the presence of these scarecrows had deterred many animals from raiding their fruits. At this moment, however, Stacy could hardly acknowledge the inquiries of the crowd. She shut her eyes tightly, fervently calling out to the deity Warner in her heart, desperately seeking his recognition and favor once more. Meanwhile, two individuals drove swiftly into the town. Upon seeing the throngs of people gathered, they felt a hint of surprise. However, for Li Yi, this was rather fortuitous, as it allowed him to ensnare them all at once. The townspeople, upon spotting the unfamiliar Grand Cherokee, quickly realized that the occupants were likely the heretics who had blasphemed against the divine. Kill them. They are the detestable heretics. With this, the crowd raised their weapons, preparing to fire at the vehicle. But just as they were about to act, under Li Ye's cold gaze, each individual's head uncontrollably twisted, and they fell lifelessly to the ground. This scene was utterly horrifying, sending waves of fear through the remaining onlookers. Yet, in the next instant, their heads spun around a full 180 degrees, revealing the view behind them. In this vast expanse, it was effortless for Li Yi to take lives. His current methods were relatively restrained. With his formidable mental prowess, he could have easily reduced them to mere blood and tissue. As the vehicle slowly approached the crowd, only Emily remained standing amidst the chaos. At this moment, Emily was utterly petrified, her spirit lost in the face of the horrifying scene that lay before her, far beyond her capacity to endure. Sitting in the vehicle, Annie surveyed the corpses strewn about, casting a glance at the impassive Li Yi beside her, an inkling of concern swelling within her. After they alighted from the car, Emily's eyes rolled back, and with a thud, she fainted. Li Yi gazed at the fallen Emily, a hint of bewilderment crossing his features, as he had not laid a finger on her. Emily was innocent. He was not the type to unleash his wrath upon an unoffending soul. Upon closer reflection, he sensed her lingering vitality. She had not been slain. She had merely succumbed to unconsciousness. Annie hurried over, cautiously untying Emily's bindings before gently patting her cheeks in an attempt to rouse her. As Emily regained consciousness, her gaze was clouded with confusion as she beheld Annie and then the multitude of lifeless bodies surrounding them, her mind a blank slate. "Hey, are you all right?" Annie inquired softly. The sound of Annie's voice finally penetrated Emily's stupor. With a sudden jolt, Emily threw herself into Annie's embrace, breaking down in tears. "They are all demons. They intended to sacrifice me to the god Warner. Even my parents were offered to him. They are all murderers." Annie tenderly patted Emily's back, offering gentle reassurance. "It's all right now. You are safe." Once Emily's emotions had settled somewhat, Annie broached the subject. "It seems you can no longer remain in this town. What are your plans?" Under Stacy's summons, most of the residents had gathered here, and after Li Yi had dispatched 2 waves of them, few remained. Emily appeared lost. She truly did not know where she could go after leaving this small town. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "My hometown is in Washington. I wish to return there." "All right, since you have decided on a destination, that is fine. However, do not casually disclose our existence to others about today's events," Annie advised. Emily glanced at Li Yi, who was coldly observing her, and nodded with a hint of trepidation. "Rest assured, I will not speak of it." These two had silently eliminated so many in the town. It would be child's play for them to do the same to her. They were akin to her saviors, and she had no intention of revealing their presence. Moreover, who could say whether these enigmatic figures had cast some peculiar curse upon her? Emily resolved that, without their consent, she would remain silent, even under duress. After Emily departed in her vehicle, Li Yi turned to Annie and instructed, "Wait for me in the car." Annie did not question further and obediently complied. Li Yi then ventured to a secluded spot, transforming into a wisp of black smoke, swiftly circling the town. After addressing the remaining threats, Li Yi observed Emily. who had yet to leave the confines of the town. He swiftly entered her mind, his powerful spirit penetrating her soul to alter her memories. The demon possessed the ability to consume souls as well as modify recollections, although this could inflict some damage upon Emily's essence. Sparing her life was a testament to Li Ye's benevolence. Chapter 57. Are they gods or demons? Only their declarations matter after some contemplation. Li Yi replaced the image of himself in Emily's memory with that of Azazel, and N with Meg. Among those known to Li Yi, Azazel was the most suitable scapegoat. He then concealed this altered memory, fabricating a narrative for Emily that she was to be sacrificed by the townsfolk and imprisoned in a basement. When she eventually managed to escape, she would discover the town in its current state. Having completed this manipulation, Li Yi returned to the town. The streets were strewn with corpses, presenting a scene of sheer horror. Following their demise, Li Yi harvested their attributes. The vital essence within their bodies had been claimed by him, and through his newly acquired talent, he sensed that these bodies were devoid of life. This newfound ability overlapped with the powers of his system. However, Li Yi now possessed greater freedom in his control over life, no longer relying solely on the act of harvesting, and started the vehicle, and the Grand Cherokee sped away from the town. As night fell, the headlights illuminated the desolate road. It was likely that for a considerable length of time, this region would remain uninhabited. Li Yi gazed at the swirling sands outside and calmly inquired of, "And do you regret our actions?" And, hearing his words, responded with indignation, "Regret? Why should we regret? They sought to sacrifice us even for a mere meal, revealing their utter lack of humanity. They sacrifice at least one young couple each year, each with their own parents and loved ones, and perhaps even children still in their infancy. How much anguish must those families endure? Did they experience regret when others were sacrificed? Did they feel remorse while savoring delicious apples? Did they hesitate while counting stacks of cash? No. They only lamented that the sacrifices were insufficient, that the land was not fertile enough, that the fruits were not rich and succulent enough, that the prices were not exorbitant enough, that the dollars in their hands were not plentiful enough. I only wish those wretches had met their demise sooner. Perhaps then, these innocent souls would have been spared." Li Yi fell silent, lifting his gaze to the desolate landscape. Beyond the town, other areas had long since lost vitality and turned to barren wasteland. If the town wished to maintain its prosperity, the frequency of sacrifices would inevitably increase. After all, the life force of one or two individuals could not sustain such a vast expanse. The ecosystem here has long been ravaged by the malevolent deity, rendering it incapable of forming a healthy cycle. Now that the evil god is no more, perhaps it will gradually begin to heal. Gazing down the straight road ahead, the headlights pierce the darkness with a brilliant glow. Anne's eyes are filled with determination as she speaks again. "I became an exorcist to protect the innocent and eradicate evil. I will not shield these demons masquerading in human guise. To me, such beings are no different from the vile deities." Upon hearing her declaration, Li Yi is astonished to perceive a rapid transformation within her aura. The essence of divine blood coursing through her veins begins to swell, while the mysterious energy of the starlight above seems to be drawn towards and gradually converging upon her. Could it truly be so metaphysical? The divine blood within and may differ from his own, or perhaps it possesses a mysterious connection to certain entities. The enigmatic energy of the starlight is refining her bloodline, seemingly striving to awaken it fully. Meanwhile, the demonic essence within her is also reluctant to yield and begins to stir, sensing the tumult within her, and abruptly halts the vehicle. "Li, it seems there are two strange energies within me. One feels akin to that of a demon." At this moment, and is somewhat flustered, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Li Yi takes her hand gently, offering reassurance. "And, do not fear, I am here with you." Feeling the warmth of Li Ye's hand, and gradually finds solace within herself. The two contrasting forces surge forth, initiating a transformation of her body, causing her discomfort. Suddenly, a gentle energy emanates from Li Ye's hand, alleviating her distress. The demonic essence has dwelled within and for 20 years, having long since merged with her being. The divine blood, intrinsically hers, had previously acclimatized to the presence of the other. However, the activation of the divine blood has prompted the demonic essence to reveal itself as well. Gradually, the two forces within and find equilibrium. Li, it seems they have stabilized, and now feels an unprecedented strength coursing through her, her body brimming with power. She senses the emergence of two entirely opposing energies within her, yet they coexist without conflict. Additionally, she perceives newfound abilities, igniting a sense of exhilaration within her. At last, she too could become someone like Li Yi. However, the thought of the demonic power within her stirs unease. Why does she harbor such a force? The divine bloodline originates from her father, George. The remaining demonic essence can only stem from her mother. Her mother is a demon? The mere thought of this possibility left Annie momentarily stunned. Could it be that her father, George, discovered her mother's demonic identity? Perhaps George killed her mother and deceitfully claimed that she perished in a great fire. It is even conceivable that the fire was intentionally set by her father to eliminate her mother. In an instant, an endless stream of wild imaginings surged through Annie's mind. A demon, by some twist of fate, encountered an exorcist. Yet, the demon fell in love with the exorcist and chose to transform into an ordinary girl to pursue a romance, culminating in marriage and children. However, one fateful day, the exorcist inadvertently uncovered the girl's true identity, ultimately leading to an unbearable revelation. The exorcist could not accept that his wife was a demon, and he ruthlessly took her life. Then, Annie recalled Li Yi's merciless attitude towards demons, and unease began to creep in. Li Yi's parents had also fallen victim to a demon, harboring deep-seated hatred for them. Would he still accept her, who bore the bloodline of a demon? The thought of Li Yi abandoning her filled her with dread. Observing the myriad expressions flitting across Annie's face, Li Yi was puzzled, as he sensed that the power within her had already subsided. Was there something he was unable to perceive? Annie, what is troubling you? Li Yi's voice jolted Annie back to reality, and she implored, Li, please don't abandon me. Li Yi grasped Annie's hand, bewildered by her thoughts. Annie, what nonsense are you speaking? How could I ever forsake you? Annie bit her lip in hesitation, murmuring softly, I possess the blood of a demon within me. And I fear Li Yi found her worries both amusing and perplexing. The female mind always seemed to leap in unpredictable ways, leaving him baffled by her thoughts. Firmly holding Annie's hand, he spoke in a calm, yet resolute tone. Power is devoid of inherent good or evil. Morality resides solely in the hands of the user. Just as a gun can be wielded to save lives or to commit acts of violence, a deity is not inherently benevolent, nor is a demon inherently malevolent. Others cannot define you. Whether you are divine or demonic is determined solely by your own declaration. Annie stared at Li Yi, her gaze enraptured. Divine or demonic. It is one's own words that hold the truth. Chapter 58. Renfield Millicent had spent some time in New Orleans, ultimately uncovering a lead regarding her grandfather. Though the revelation left her astonished. Her grandfather, Vlad III, had been betrayed and murdered by his own servant, Renfield. It appeared that Dracula had sustained grave injuries, lacking the blood necessary for recovery, while Renfield, discontent with Dracula's domineering behavior, sought to liberate himself from Dracula's grasp. Dracula sought out the local gangsters, forging an alliance to indulge in copious amounts of blood, thereby restoring his formidable powers. However, Renfield, in collaboration with a disobedient officer, astonishingly succeeded in vanquishing Dracula. How could one possibly slay Dracula, whose strength emanated from his servants? Moreover, in the wake of Dracula's demise, how did those transformed by his blood retain their extraordinary abilities? In a rather cozy chamber, a somewhat handsome man, clad in a sweater, cast a wary glance towards the suddenly appeared Milia. Who are you? Milia, her gaze devoid of warmth, inquired of Renfield. Where is Count Dracula? Renfield discreetly produced a small insect, remaining cautious of this uninvited guest. Dracula is dead. I personally shattered him into pieces and sent him down the sewer, he declared. Milia scoffed. You think you could possibly kill my grandfather? The Dragon Knight and the church were powerless against him. Even angels could not slay him. You, a mere servant, how dare you claim to have ended his life? Vlad III, in his time, drained the blood of countless souls. The enemies who perished at his hands were no fewer than 80,000. He had long since become immensely powerful, unafraid of sunlight, and impervious to silver or holy water. Furthermore, he could spawn legions of vampire progeny, with his blood-turned servants possessing formidable strength. Given sufficient time, he alone could create a powerful, extraordinary army. With such might, how could he be defeated by a petty officer and a servant? Grandfather? Renfield trembled, cautiously inquiring. May I ask who you are, miss? Milia's demeanor grew somewhat haughty. her noble essence radiating. Renfield, have you forgotten me after all these centuries? I am Milia Dracula. Milia Dracula? Renfield's expression faltered. Memories of her surfacing in his mind. Miss Milia, how have you transformed into this? Renfield had not always been in Dracula's service and was not well acquainted with many of his progeny. Milia had not been particularly remarkable among them, and he did not anticipate her transformation into a demon. Milia, somewhat irked, retorted, that is none of your concern. Renfield, my grandfather bestowed upon you immortality. All your power is derived from him. Even if that was a mere doppelganger, you should not have treated him so. Hearing Milia's reproach, Renfield's handsome visage grew animated as he responded, for centuries, I have served him tirelessly, hunting for prey, aiding in his killings, and rescuing him in times of peril. Even so, he often treated me with casual cruelty, expressing dissatisfaction at every turn. All I sought was someone to confide in, to alleviate the weight of my burdens. Yet he extinguished the lives of those very souls. I have endured enough of this existence. Upon hearing this, Milia fell into a contemplative silence. Even a demon found such behavior excessive. Never mind, a mere impostor, she chose to let it go. Very well, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter. Yet, where's my true grandfather? After venting his frustrations, Renfield's emotions gradually settled. He understood that his modest strength might be unrivaled against ordinary people. But he stood little chance against Milia. As a demon from the depths of hell, he was indestructible. However, after mustering the courage to eliminate that wretch, he had barely begun to enjoy a semblance of peace before he was compelled to release Dracula. Renfield hesitated for a moment, then removed a ring from his finger and handed it to Milia, saying, Miss Milia, the master is sealed within this ring. Milia accepted the ring. Her brow furrowed in perplexity as she inquired, what is the meaning of this? With a sigh, Renfield explained, in the past, the church and the dragon knights found themselves powerless against the master, thus they summoned angels from the heavens for assistance. Yet, the angels could not eradicate the master entirely. Upon returning to paradise, Gabriel bestowed the ring from his own hand to the angels. The angels intended to use the ring to seal the master. But in a critical moment, hell intervened. Unexpectedly, one of the angels sacrificed his own power to empower the ring, resulting in both parties being sealed within it. Gazing at the somewhat ancient ring in her hand, Milia furrowed her brow and questioned, why have you not sought to rescue my grandfather all these years? Renfield replied, indignant. The ring had long been in the possession of the master's doppelganger, who did not wish for the master to emerge. As long as the master remained imprisoned, he believed himself to be the true master. Had the other not been a mere fragment of Dracula, and had the seal not been so challenging to break, Renfield would have eliminated him long ago. Initially, this doppelganger sought to unravel the seal, but as time passed, his intentions began to veer into darker territories. In recent years, his demeanor grew increasingly malevolent, and Renfield could no longer endure it before taking action. Seeing the sincerity in Renfield's expression, Milia had no choice but to relent. After a moment of contemplation, she summoned Fezzaroli. In a flash, a diminutive man abruptly appeared in the room. Milia respectfully handed the ring to him, saying, My Lord Baron, my grandfather is sealed within this ring. Though her grandfather was a count, she remained merely an ordinary great demon. Moreover, Vlad III has numerous descendants, and the vampire progeny are countless. She is merely one among the many descendants of Vlad III, lacking any particular distinction. Fezzaroli, who is not only a baron but also a favored subordinate of the Demon King, commanded her respect. Upon hearing that even Milia must address him as my Lord Baron, Renfield also respectfully exclaimed, My Lord Baron. Fezzaroli nodded at Renfield and praised Milia as he accepted the ring. Milia, you have done well this time. Milia, not wishing to take credit, promptly replied, It is my duty. Subsequently, she recounted the circumstances of the ring, and Fezzaroli attentively sensed its essence. When he attempted to infuse demonic power into it, the radiant energy contained within the ring outright rejected him, causing Fezzaroli to frown. To destroy the ring outright would cast its occupant into chaotic spatial turbulence. Furthermore, as it belonged to Gabriel, direct destruction posed considerable difficulty. A delicate balance of opposition existed within the ring, with the energies of light and darkness forming a nuanced relationship. Any singular infusion of energy would be met with rejection from the other. He could sense that if he were to amplify his strength to assist Dracula in breaking the seal, the angelic force would detonate the ring. I cannot unseal it. nor shall you. Let us see who can endure longer. No one shall summon external aid. If we perish, we shall do so together. Unless a being of superior power intervened to quell the conflict, or an individual embodying both light and darkness entered to mediate, the stalemate would persist. You have battled for centuries. Are you not weary? Let us pause and converse. Of course, there was also the possibility that such a mediator could be swiftly eradicated by either side. As Fezzaroli perceived the situation of the ring, a peculiar smile crept across his lips. Chapter 59. The truck blocking the road. Li Yi and the exuberantly spirited Annie engaged in a fierce battle on a desolate highway, clashing for an astounding 3,000 rounds. Annie had anticipated that her awakened bloodline would empower her to demonstrate her prowess and give Li Yi a taste of defeat. Yet she underestimated his formidable strength. With a physique boasting 3,000 points of resilience, Li Yi was as unyielding as steel. Annie's supple form struggled to make any impact. After the intense and exhilarating combat, Annie found herself utterly exhausted, slumped in the back seat. This extreme and exhilarating battle made her acutely aware of the vast chasm separating her from Li Yi. Faced with his terrifying physical prowess, she felt a twinge of fear within her. I cannot prevail. It is simply impossible. What shall I do in the future? Li Yi took control of the vehicle and began to soar along the highway. His next destination was Ohio, right next to Indiana. Specifically to the infamous Bloody Mary in the town of Toledo. The essence of Bloody Mary resided within an antique mirror, and any city possessing such a mirror could summon her. By chanting her name 3 times before an ordinary mirror, one would become the target of Bloody Mary. She would seize control of the summoner's eyes, melting them into a pool of sanguine plasma. Eliminating Bloody Mary proved relatively straightforward. One simply needed to locate the mirror housing her essence, summon her forth, and then reflect her image with a regular mirror. In this manner, she would ultimately be vanquished by her own powers. Li Yi found the concept of Bloody Mary rather absurd, akin to a rule-bound specter. She adhered to specific guidelines for her malevolent acts, and paradoxically, could also be undone by those very rules. Her abilities, though formidable, were not entirely under her control, revealing glaring vulnerabilities. However, the strength of her powers was undeniable, allowing her to traverse through mirrors at will. But what constitutes a mirror? Any object capable of reflecting light and depicting the external world may be deemed a mirror. As this definition expands, the potential locations for her passage multiply. A simple puddle, a smooth, polished tile, or even a smartphone screen could serve as mirrors. In this modern age, the number of reflective surfaces was virtually limitless. Li Yi was intensely curious about the experience of traversing through mirrors. What distinctions lay between the world within and the one outside? Just then, a large truck approached rapidly from behind. The headlights illuminated the rearview mirror of his Grand Cherokee, casting a blinding glare into Li Yi's eyes. Noticing the situation behind him, Li Yi furrowed his brow. However, the approaching truck did not seem intent on a collision. Rather, it roared past him. Li Yi's expression relaxed, assuming it merely intended to overtake him. The truck then came to a halt in front of him, seemingly aiming to force his Grand Cherokee to stop. Li Yi's eyes narrowed. Was it seeking trouble? Sensing an unusual presence within the truck, a cold smile crept across his lips. Trouble? More like a death wish. With a steady hand, he extended it out of the window, and with a casual wave, the massive truck was as if struck by an invisible force. Sent careening to the side, Li Yi's demeanor remained largely unchanged. Swatting away a truck felt akin to swatting a fly. Why the flourish of his hand? Perhaps to add an element of flair. The truck soared off the road, tumbling several times across the land before finally coming to a stop. The cabin of the truck had become grotesquely deformed, and a thick plume of smoke began to rise slowly, and was startled awake by the violent commotion and turned to Li Yi, who had brought the vehicle to a halt, inquiring, "What has happened?" Li Yi, having not heard any system alerts, was aware that the occupants inside the truck were not yet entirely deceased. Someone, oblivious to their impending doom, was daring to approach. Li Yi's calm voice dispelled Anne's lingering drowsiness, revitalizing her senses. The two exited the vehicle, casting their gaze towards the overturned truck nearby. Suddenly, the door of the toppled truck was forcefully kicked open, and a blood-soaked man wearing a baseball cap with pitch-black eyes began to crawl out. The injuries adorning his body healed rapidly under the influence of demonic power, the gashes visibly mending at an astonishing rate. Upon noticing Li Yi and standing not far away, the man's expression reflected disbelief. The intelligence he had received did not forewarn him of such formidable prowess in the individuals before him. How could this possibly be? He lacked the telekinetic strength required to overturn a truck. Though it was still early morning, the sky was illuminated by starlight and moonlight, allowing the surroundings to be faintly discerned. With Li Ye's capabilities, he could clearly see that the man's eyes were entirely black. A demon? Li, I can sense. And also perceived the demon's presence and attempted to articulate her thoughts, but before she could finish, a brilliant beam shot past her towards the demon. As the demon regarded the two figures opposite him, he opened his mouth as if to speak. But a dazzling bolt of lightning struck him in the blink of an eye. The speed was so swift that he could not react. The demon, struck by the lightning, was instantaneously obliterated, his body igniting into flames and turning to ash. Source quality: 150 life, 20 spirit, 50 constitution, 20 demonic bloodline. 50 so weak? Li Yi was somewhat astonished. With such feeble strength, he dared to provoke him? Li Yi lowered his hand and turned to and, asking, "What were you about to say just now?" and stared in disbelief as the demon disintegrated into embers in the air, exclaiming, "Was that really so swift?" She continued, "I wanted to say that it seems I might be able to control the demon over there and banish him back to hell." Li Yi responded with a nonchalant "oh," not finding it particularly surprising. Sam's awakened demonic bloodline possessed such capabilities, and it seemed to have the potential for foresight as well. However, to enhance the awakening abilities, one must consume demonic blood, which could also lead to a transformation towards demonic nature. After vanquishing the demon, the two resumed their journey. Yet, the arrival of the demon had plunged Li Yi into contemplation. It appeared that demons had a means of tracking, and he recalled a pattern designed to ward off demon tracking, but it was a tattoo given to the two brothers by the angel Cassie. Nonetheless, he saw no need for such a method. Was it not better to let the demons continue to bestow experience upon him? Shortly after Li Yi and his companion departed, a swarm of black smoke swiftly materialized beside the truck. Fezzaroli observed the remnants of the battle, his brow furrowed, and had become remarkably powerful. He had merely intended to send someone to inform but to his surprise, she was merciless, not allowing him a moment to speak before dispatching his subordinates with ease. Haddon's bloodline fully awakened? Indeed, possessing the bloodline of a demon lord was incomparable. Even with a recent awakening, her strength was formidable. However, a bit of added power would certainly enhance his chances of breaking Dracula's seal. He had originally intended to control, but now, he would resolve the matter once and for all. Watching the direction in which the Grand Cherokee had departed, Fezzaroli and his companions transformed back into black smoke and pursued them once again. Chapter 60. The Sixth One Host. Li Yi life. 4, 300, 430 spirit. 5, 000. 500 physique. 3, 000 mana. Source quality: 0 talent. Life drain bloodline. Demon bloodline. 2, 450. Divine bloodline. 10. Skill: Supreme Clarity Mind-Soothing Technique LV3, 11. 000. Spell: Palm Thunder LV4, 12. 000. Skills: Culinary Arts LV3, 3. 640. Auto Repair LV4, 4. 780. Items: Crystal Lake Authority. Li Yi allocated the newly acquired source quality to his skills and mana, knowing that a single maximum output of Palm Thunder consumed 1,000 points of mana. The original mana pool was insufficient for sustained firepower, and as a lover of ranged attacks, Li Yi naturally wished for an ever-expanding blue bar. There is a saying, dignity only resides upon the blade's edge, and truth lies within the cannon's range. Only with ample firepower would he feel a measure of security. Upgrading his skills would also enhance his mana recovery speed. His previous techniques were no longer adequate to meet current demands. The darkness in the world was increasing, and various dark creatures would multiply, heralding a more arduous era for the people of the beautiful country. The Grand Cherokee cruised along the silent highway when suddenly, several tendrils of black smoke descended ahead, morphing into humanoid forms that obstructed their path. The two were compelled to halt, watching warily as 5 demons confronted them. Observing their unwavering gaze fixated on and within the vehicle, Li Yi pondered, are these the demons targeting and? Considering the formidable demonic aura emanating from her, Li Yi furrowed his brow. Against such powerful demons, he was uncertain of the outcome. If the opposing party could be ensnared by the demon trap, it would be acceptable. However, if the trap proves ineffective, the situation becomes precarious. This was precisely why he hastened to emerge from Palo Alto after vanquishing that demon. He sought to foster his strength. Without a 98% chance of overcoming his adversary, what difference is there between that and courting death? Little did he anticipate that their opponent would arrive so swiftly. The two opened the car doors and stepped outside to confront the demons. Fezzaroli cast a surprised glance at Li Yi, unable to fathom this individual from Huagua. At that moment, Fezzaroli's mood grew heavy. Events had unfolded beyond his expectations. With this unforeseen variable, he questioned whether success was still attainable. Both parties were shrouded in uncertainty regarding each other's strength, harboring an underlying wariness. Fezzaroli shifted his gaze from Li Yi to Annie and remarked, "Annie, you wouldn't wish for any misfortune to befall your father, would you?" His target was Annie. Securing her compliance was paramount. Annie surveyed the group of demons before her and, in a state of urgency, inquired, "Who are you? What has happened to my father?" Fezzaroli menaced Annie, stating, "Your father is in our custody. You must comply with our demands, or we cannot guarantee his safety." Li Yi grasped Annie's hand, signaling her to remain composed. "George is in prison. On what grounds should we trust you?" he countered. Li Yi recognized the plausibility of their claim. The demons could easily threaten George's safety through their insidious methods. Yet, it was inconceivable to be subjugated by demons merely for George's sake. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Annie gradually regained her composure and echoed his sentiment towards Fezzaroli. "Indeed, why should I place my faith in your words?" Fezzaroli tossed several photographs before Annie, stating coolly, "Are these pieces of evidence sufficient?" The images depicted George alongside Fezzaroli in prison, George kneeling in despair, pleading for mercy. Annie's heart sank as she gazed at the photographs. Momentarily frozen in shock, Fezzaroli smirked coldly. The greatest vulnerability of humanity lies in their familial bonds. Yet, for some, these ties may hold little significance. Regardless, every human possesses weaknesses. By exploiting these vulnerabilities, compliance is often assured. "What do you want from us?" Annie asked feebly, her spirit dampened. Fezzaroli's lips curled into a confident smile, as if victory was already within his grasp. "Annie, if you sign a demon contract and align yourself with us, I will ensure your father's safety and facilitate his return to a normal life." At his words, Annie fell into a contemplative silence. While she yearned for George's safety, she could not casually acquiesce to the demon's demands. Moreover, could one truly trust the words of a demon? Now that she had become Li Yi's, she had to consider his feelings as well. After all, because of their actions, Li Yi's parents had also fallen victim to the demon. If George were to emerge, how would he face Li Yi? "Annie's mother was killed by you, wasn't she?" Li Yi suddenly posed a question, causing Annie to fix her gaze intently at him. Fezzaroli immediately denied, "It wasn't me who killed her. Years ago, George had banished him back to hell, and in retaliation, he had slain George's wife." In retrospect, he realized that his actions had been somewhat impulsive. It would have been wiser to exert control over George's wife, as that would have ensnared both George and Annie. However, the deed was done, and regret served no purpose. At that moment, witnessing George's despair had indeed brought him a twisted sense of satisfaction. As he prepared to eliminate the 6-month-old Annie, he unexpectedly discovered that she possessed a potent divine bloodline within her. The intensity of that bloodline was capable of resisting his demonic power, and this revelation sparked a sudden inspiration. He fed the young Annie the blood of a demon lord. Despite Fezzaroli's vehement denials, Annie chose to believe Li Yi. If Li Yi claimed that Fezzaroli and his ilk were responsible, then they were indeed guilty. Compared to the demon before her, her faith lay firmly with Li Yi. A fierce expression of hatred emerged on Annie's face as she declared, "Li, I want to kill them." At this moment, she had no desire to consider George. If he were aware, he would surely wish to slay the demon standing before them. Over the years, George had tirelessly battled demons in search of the one who had murdered his mother. Fezzaroli regarded Li Yi with disdainful eyes, wondering aloud, "What are you waiting for? Are you afraid to speak?" Yet, he soon noticed a peculiar smile curling at the corners of Li Yi's mouth, an unsettling sensation creeping into his mind. Suddenly, a faint mist began to seep from the ground, encircling them in a bizarre pattern formed from the fog. Instantly, their demonic powers were suppressed. This was dire. It was a demon trap. In that moment, the hearts of the demons filled with terror. What the hell, Sixth? When did they set this up? What kind of ability is this? They can control the mist. As the demons found themselves ensnared by the trap, Li Yi swiftly raised his hands and unleashed two powerful energy blasts aimed at the formidable Fazololi. With his current physical prowess and formidable spirit, releasing two potent energy blasts was well within his capabilities. After engaging in idle chatter for so long, the intention was to set a diabolical trap. Within the confines of this infernal snare, these fiends were akin to lambs led to the slaughter. Boom! Two thunderous bolts illuminated the area as bright as day. The deafening roar reverberating across the wilderness, leaving Annie's ears ringing. Chapter 61. Where did you come from? Is this still the homeland? Faced with the imposing presence of the two pillars of lightning, Fazaro's pupils constricted sharply. Instinctively yearning to unleash his powers in evasion, he found himself powerless, compelled to hastily summon the demonic energy within him for defense. Within the confines of the devil's trap, all his abilities were suppressed, rendering him incapable of even communicating with hell to escape back to its depths. In this dire moment, he could rely solely on the pure demonic power within him and his corporeal form to withstand the onslaught. As the thunderous roar of the storm echoed, the surrounding air warped from the intense heat, as if time itself had frozen in that instant. The dazzling bolts struck Fazaro's body, enveloping him in a torrent of electricity. Despite being a lord in hell, his defenses appeared feeble against the ferocious tempest. The parts of his body that made contact with the lightning were instantaneously carbonized, his demonic power surging wildly in an attempt to mend the damage. Yet, against such a tempest, the demonic energy within him was utterly insufficient. The might of this storm proved far more effective against demons than most radiant forces. Fazaro let out a pained roar, enduring the physical torment. However, the power of the lightning struck at his very soul, causing it to tremble, as if the storm sought to rend his essence apart. The demonic energy within him, under Fazaro's control, incessantly drained the strength of the thunder. Ultimately, he managed to withstand Li Yi's two bolts of thunder solely through the vast reservoir of demonic power within him. Nevertheless, this encounter had drained a significant portion of his energy, leaving his body scorched and charred, the impacted areas resembling smoldering coals. A gentle breeze stirred, causing embers to flicker brightly in the night. When Fazaro regained his senses, he discovered that all his other subordinates had been vanquished by Li Yi. Li Yi, observing the still-breathing Fazaro, felt no surprise. As a lord-level demon, his reservoir of demonic energy was substantial. He was not to be compared to the likes of Freddy. Yet a lord without the support of hell was limited in power. Having dealt with the other demons, Li Yi raised his hand and unleashed another bolt of thunder upon Fazaro. With the system's enhancements, the bolt was as precise and effortless as his innate talent, striking exactly where he willed. All it took was a mere thought, and his magical energy would flow along a predetermined path, transforming into a radiant lightning bolt unleashed upon the world. The only factors influencing the release of the palm thunder are the individual's physical constitution and the extent of their magical power. As Li Yi's palm once again erupted with deadly lightning, a wave of despair surged within Fazaroli. He realized he was doomed to an inescapable fate. This time, it was truly a matter of impending death. It was even possible that he would not be able to resurrect in hell. The demons who had previously perished without the chance of revival must have succumbed to the hands of the individual before him. He felt a deep sense of injustice. His formidable strength had gone entirely unexploited. He had been relentlessly beaten down. It was infuriating. Oh God, how utterly unfair you are. Why must there be such unreasonable traps laid by demons? However, if you wish for my demise, do not expect to emerge unscathed. A glimmer of madness flickered in Fazaroli's heart. As the thunder approached, he raised the ring in his hand to meet the palm thunder, simultaneously channeling the remaining demonic power within him into the ring. Let us perish together, ha ha ha. His maniacal laughter echoed through the night sky, and Fazaroli was reduced to cinders. Li Yi, upon hearing Fazaroli's voice, sensed a foreboding turn of events. He hastily scooped up Annie, preparing to flee. But a blinding light suddenly illuminated behind them. Under the radiance, both Li Yi and Annie found their bodies ensnared by an extraordinary force, and despite exerting all his strength, Li Yi could only barely resist. They were rapidly thrust backward by this overwhelming power. This is disastrous. In this critical moment, Li Yi could only hurriedly gather the attributes that had fallen from Fazaroli. Life 2000, Spirit 5000, Constitution 500, Demonic Bloodline 5000, Acquired Territory of Fazaroli. After the brilliance erupted, Everything at the scene vanished entirely. Only a circular, medallion-like ring slowly descended from the sky, rolling twice before coming to a halt on the road. The medallion bore an engraved image of a winged dragon, which seemed to stir momentarily. A passing vehicle caught the ring, which became lodged in its tire, carrying it away to an unknown destination. Lie's vision blurred momentarily before swiftly returning to clarity. Confused, he surveyed his surroundings. Had he been transported? He had previously been on an open road under a starry night, but now found himself in a dense, unfamiliar forest under the bright light of day. Lee, where are we? Annie asked, her vigilance heightened as she eyed the strange environment. She drew closer to Li, her breath forming white mist in the chilly air. The temperature here was quite cold, and remnants of unmelted snow lingered nearby. Back in Indiana, it was September, with an average temperature of around 20 degrees Celsius, and they had not donned any heavy clothing. However, the two individuals were no ordinary beings. This temperature was manageable for them. Li furrowed his brow as he surveyed the surroundings, utterly unaware of the nature of this place. Neither did I, struggling to recall the preceding details. He had unleashed an energy blast toward Fazero Li, as if Fazero Li had raised his hand to block the palm strike. Previously, the energy strikes had posed no threat. Why did such a situation arise later? Raising a hand to defend? A hand? Was there any distinction between the hand and other body parts? Could there be a ring involved? Hastily, Li began to search the vicinity, hoping to find any ring that might have been transported along with him. However, aside from the Grand Cherokee, the only other thing that had arrived was Fazero Li's charred form. Upon examining Fazero Li's scorched body, he found no ring whatsoever. Li, what are you searching for? And inquired, noticing Li's apparent quest for something. It seems we were transported here by a ring. Please assist me in the search. If we find it, perhaps we can return. Compared to this unfamiliar world, Li would much prefer to remain in his original realm. In his previous world, at least he retained some knowledge of the relevant background. God knows what this unknown world entails. Most importantly, he still had nearly 20 million in savings sitting in the bank. Upon hearing Li's words, and quickly joined the search for the ring amidst the trees. Li's formidable spirit scoured the area repeatedly, yet he uncovered nothing. Ultimately, he returned to the original spot, gazing at the vehicle that had accompanied him and Fazero Li's charred body. In a fit of frustration, he kicked the ashen figure, cursing, "What on earth are you doing here, little Blackie? Is this still America? After searching for so long, I couldn't find that ring, which left me quite displeased. How am I supposed to return now?" Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. The underworld has seized your territory. Upon hearing the system's alert, Li's anger flared even more. He stomped mercilessly on the charred body, exclaiming, "You dare seize? Just wait. There will come a day when I will refine you." Beside him, and, misinterpreting Li's curses as directed at Fazero Li, joined in the act of stomping on the ashes. Although she did not comprehend the meaning of Li's words, she certainly felt that Fazero Li was despicable. Daring to provoke Li's wrath was utterly unforgivable. I stomp. I stomp. I stomp stomp stomp. Chapter 62. Van Helsing observing and fiercely trampling the ashes alongside him. Li's previously irritated mood unexpectedly lifted. Having such a companion seemed rather delightful. Possessing a system, he could thrive even in a prehistoric world. If humanity were absent, then it must be created. After expressing his frustrations, Li stowed the vehicle within a crystal sphere, then retrieved a thicker coat to drape over Annie. It was cold. She ought to wear an extra layer. Although this chill posed no challenge to Li, and Annie could endure it as well. She had only recently awakened, and prolonged exposure to such low temperatures could affect her. Having spent considerable time together, Annie had grown accustomed to his mysteries. She was already aware of his ability to absorb items. Yet, out of respect for his silence, she refrained from inquiring further. Now, Annie had begun to realize that Li harbored a profound secret, far more complex than a mere bloodline awakening. She firmly believed that as long as she loved him deeply enough, he would eventually share it with her. The two meandered through the woods, emerging into a canyon where a river flowed below. To Li's astonishment, a distinct path wound through the canyon. This indicated the likely presence of intelligent beings, possessing considerable wisdom, perhaps even a semblance of civilization to have forged such a road. They appeared to be atop a mountain, surrounded by snow-laden terrain. Following the path, they traversed the woods again, arriving at a main thoroughfare. The road was exceedingly muddy, a stark contrast that left the two accustomed to modernity feeling quite out of sorts. The muck was strewn with hoofprints and droppings, the dismal environment dampening their spirits. As they advanced, an archaic little town gradually unveiled itself before them. Observing the architectural style and the attire of the inhabitants, Li Yi and Annie were momentarily taken aback. Gothic houses loomed with towering spires and weathered walls. The townsfolk donned somber attire. Men wore dark long coats and felt hats, while women adorned themselves in plain long skirts and headscarves. The buildings and clothing echoed the essence of medieval Europe, imbued with an air of mystery and oppression. The townspeople soon took notice of the peculiar newcomers, converging around them. Most bore weapons, axes, pitchforks, and long knives, suggesting a fierce local culture. A man with a tall hat and flowing white hair emerged slowly from the crowd and inquired, "Who are you?" The attire of Li Yi and Annie was strikingly unconventional, entirely divergent from the local aesthetic. Their garments, exquisite and of a style never before seen, bewildered the onlookers, who had never encountered such a fashion nor individuals of Li Yi's kind. Undeterred amidst the encirclement of weapons, Annie and Li Yi felt no fear. After all, they had faced demons and had little reason to fear mere mortals. Li Yi, after sensing the vital energies of the individuals around him, spoke up. "We are merely lost travelers who have stumbled into this place. Pray tell, what is this location?" The residents regarded them with discontent, as if they were mere fools to be toyed with. "You two possess no weapons, carry no belongings, not even a horse. The perilous nature of this environment begs the question, how could you have arrived here safely? Your exquisite appearances, unmarred by the ravages of time, suggest a level of care that surpasses even that of certain noble maidens. It is likely that you are not human." As they brandished their weapons, encircling the pair, a palpable tension filled the air, though they hesitated to make any rash movements. The elderly gentleman with the white hair wore a grave expression. They wished to avoid any entanglements with Li Yi and his companion, not wanting to offend them. "This is Transylvania. We do not welcome strangers. I implore you to leave at once." The sound of boots striking a wooden crate echoed through the space as a striking woman, adorned in knightly attire with cascading curls, emerged from the throng, standing atop the box. Her leather armor accentuated her waist, showcasing her remarkable physique, while her long legs appeared both elegant and powerful. With her hands firmly placed on her hips, she regarded Li Yi and his companion with an air of authority. "Who are you two exactly? Surrender your weapons, or vacate this place. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. To ensure the safety of our town, all outsiders must undergo inspection. This has long been our custom. Should you refuse, you may take your leave." Her presence instilled confidence among the crowd, which now fixated their predatory gazes upon Li Yi and his companion. Any sign of unrest from them, or a command from the woman, would prompt an immediate assault. Li Yi surveyed the surroundings and the woman atop the crate, falling into silence. Neither he nor Annie uttered a word. The atmosphere grew tense. The onlookers awaited Li Yi's next move and the woman's orders. As Li Yi and the crowd found themselves in a stalemate, two additional individuals on horseback approached from the entrance of the town. Sensing the gathering of residents, they felt a sense of foreboding. They quickly dismounted, attempting to minimize their presence, pulling their hats low while silently wishing, "Do not notice me, do not notice me." Yet, contrary to their hopes, the woman on the crate called out to them, "Halt! Who are you? Remove your hats. Let me see your faces." Li Yi observed the woman atop the crate and the two newcomers with a hint of amusement on his face. This environment, these familiar figures. Anna? Van Helsing? Count Dracula? Li Yi began to comprehend the nature of his surroundings, though he remained uncertain as to how he had arrived here. Nevertheless, with circumstances as they were, he resolved to proceed step by step, contemplating his next course of action. Before discovering a way to return, they needed to find a place to settle down. Anna gazed at the four strangers, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The two who arrived later bore a considerable amount of luggage and weaponry, which did not concern Anna. Rather, it was the man and woman in front that weighed heavily on her heart. The unknown is the most frightening. A faction of the townsfolk emerged, brandishing weapons and encircling Van Helsing and his assistant, Carl. Beneath his hat, Van Helsing did not acquiesce to Anna's orders and spoke in a low voice. "Why?" Anna regarded Van Helsing and Carl, replying coolly, "We do not trust any outsiders. Seize their weapons." The tall, white-haired man hesitated to act against Li Yi and Annie, but felt less intimidated by Van Helsing and Carl, who appeared similar to them, ordinary people, not demons or monsters. Upon hearing Anna's command, he approached Van Helsing and Carl, eager to take action. With a piercing gaze, Van Helsing surveyed the crowd and instinctively reached for his weapon at his waist. "Go ahead and try," he declared. After years of being a monster hunter, he had lost count of the creatures he had slain. Even faced with so many people, he would not yield. Anna, hands on her hips, questioned sternly, "Are you truly unwilling to adhere to our rules?" Van Helsing looked up at Anna and firmly replied, "I follow no one's rules." Anna then turned to Li Yi and Annie, asking, "What about you?" Van Helsing and Carl exchanged glances filled with suspicion at Li Yi and Annie. After years of wandering, they had never encountered a duo quite like them. Li Yi did not respond to Anna, but smiled slightly at something behind her. The vampire brides? Have they finally arrived? Two of the vampire brides were stunningly beautiful, a memory that lingered in Li Yi's mind. Anna, feeling a surge of irritation at being ignored by the four, was no delicate maiden. She possessed strength and means. Even if these four were formidable, she would not retreat. "Kill them," she commanded, as Anna's words echoed. Van Helsing raised his crossbow, aiming at the space behind Anna. Upon seeing this, Anna assumed he intended to shoot her and quickly crouched down. Without hesitation, Van Helsing released the bolt towards the oncoming vampires. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 63. Capturing the vampires. The sound of arrows slicing through the air reached the ears of the gathered crowd, who turned to follow the trajectory of Van Helsing's shot. Three-winged vampires had somehow taken flight to the rooftops behind them. As the bare-boned vampires descended upon the scene, chaos erupted. The air was filled with piercing screams, and the crowd hastily retreated to their homes, no longer able to concern themselves with the four outsiders. Van Helsing unleashed a flurry of arrows, yet none found their mark. It was not due to Van Helsing's lack of skill as a master archer, but rather the remarkable agility of the vampires. With a mere flutter of their leathery wings, they evaded the oncoming projectiles. The three vampires drew ever closer, heading towards Van Helsing and Li Yi, making it increasingly difficult to evade the bolts. Van Helsing succeeded in piercing the flesh of the vampire's wings with several arrows. However, the ordinary projectiles inflicted little damage, as the wounds swiftly healed within moments. Under the relentless assault of Van Helsing's seemingly endless supply of arrows, the three vampire brides were compelled to momentarily retreat. At this juncture, Anna dared to rise and shout, "Everyone, quickly return home. Hide the children." Fortunately, her words were hardly necessary, for the residents were already adept at retreating to safety. No one was foolish enough to linger and await capture by the vampires, save for those few outsiders. To Anna and the local inhabitants, Li Yi and Annie appeared almost paralyzed by fear, standing motionless in their place. In light of the imminent threat posed by the vampires, Anna could no longer afford to ponder the identities of the newcomers. Although she harbored distrust towards them, she was unwilling to see them perish when they had yet to harm any of the residents. "You must find a place to hide. These are vampires, and they are exceedingly dangerous," Anna urgently instructed Li Yi and Annie before turning her gaze back to the approaching fiends. Annie remained steadfastly at Li Yi's side, unafraid, for she had faced vampires before. Yet, the creatures before her were unlike any she had encountered. These did not merely possess fangs, but also wings that allowed them to soar. However, could these three unusual vampires rival the demons she had faced? Li Yi, sensing the dark aura emanating from the vampires, mused upon its striking resemblance to that of demons, perhaps even originating from the same source. In Van Helsing's world, it was said that Dracula became a vampire through a pact with a demon, earning him the title of Son of the Demon. Would the traps devised for demons prove effective against vampires? Van Helsing continued to unleash his unending barrage of arrows against the vampires, steadfast in his belief that there were no creatures unafraid of his bolts. The three vampires circled the structures, skillfully dodging the oncoming projectiles as they awaited the moment when Van Helsing would exhaust his supply. After several laps in the air, it became evident that Van Helsing's crossbow bolts seemed inexhaustible. Damn it! Could that arrow quiver, barely larger than a fist, be a dimensional quiver? Blast it! Having fired hundreds of shots, it still showed no signs of depletion. The three vampires, unwilling to linger any longer, understood the peril they faced should the sun rise. Consequently, they began to disperse, making it challenging for Van Helsing to target all three simultaneously. Seizing the moment when Van Helsing was distracted, one vampire swooped down. intent on attacking him. They knew that eliminating this bothersome archer was essential for them to indulge in their mischief without restraint. Anna, ever vigilant of the vampire's movements, noticed the impending assault on Van Helsing and immediately lunged forward, pushing him aside. The diving vampire missed its mark entirely, soaring past the two of them. Although Anna saved Van Helsing, both of them tumbled to the ground. The vampire, witnessing the opportunity, swiftly executed a maneuver to circle back, positioning itself above Anna, aiming to seize her and fly away. However, as it approached, it inexplicably crashed to the ground, unable to take flight. It felt as though an invisible hand had ensnared her, rendering her struggles futile. What on earth is happening? Elena, with her crimson hair, felt a surge of panic as she experienced this strange predicament. The unseen grip confined her body, and despite her wings flapping vigorously, she could not ascend. It was known that she could effortlessly lift a near 1,000-pound bull into the air. Such formidable strength proved ineffective against this intangible force. Elena cried out in frustration, her wings generating a tempestuous wind, yet she remained bound. Ultimately, she shouted into the sky, "Winona, Marika, save me." Van Helsing, perplexed by the vampire's bizarre situation, was determined not to squander this opportunity. He raised his crossbow, aiming at the vampire, ready to fire. However, upon pulling the trigger, he discovered that the quiver merely spun without releasing an arrow. The dimensional quiver had finally exhausted its supply. Noticing Van Helsing's predicament, Elena felt a wave of relief wash over her. While the crossbow bolts may not be lethal to her, the length of a single shaft penetrating her body would certainly be painful. Meanwhile, Anna had already crawled to safety, but the vampire's strange condition made her hesitant to approach. She hurriedly distanced herself, fearing she might share the same fate as the vampire. Van Helsing, observing the spinning quiver, could not help but mutter a curse. Damn it! Failing at such a crucial moment, discarding the empty quiver, he shouted, "Carl, the crossbow is out of bolts." The other two vampires, upon hearing the cries, also took note of Elena's peculiar situation. Perhaps it was the bond of sisterhood, or perhaps their formidable powers dulled their capacity for rational thought. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed towards Elena. "Elena, we are coming." Van Helsing shouted repeatedly for Carl, who finally produced a new quiver. Directing his gaze towards Van Helsing, Carl hurled the quiver, only for it to be effortlessly caught by the vampire Marika, who had come to rescue Elena. Marika, sensing something flying towards her, instinctively reached out and grasped it. Yet, she had not even realized what she held in her hands. Finding it seemingly useless, she nonchalantly discarded it into the well. Van Helsing stretched out his hand to catch the quiver, but it froze mid-motion, his expression slightly stiffening. The two vampires arrived at Elena's side, flapping their wings as they attempted to grasp her hands. Observing the strange state of Elena, they queried in confusion, "What on earth is happening?" However, before they could finish their sentence, they too were ensnared by an invisible force. "What is going on? What is this? Let me go?" The two vampires struggled, becoming immobilized just like Elena. The sight of the three vampires flapping their wings in place and ceaselessly writhing was quite bizarre. Van Helsing and the others stood in stunned silence. What was happening to these vampires? Gradually, the onlookers began to notice Li Yi and Annie nearby, both remaining remarkably calm. Previously, they had been preoccupied with dealing with the vampires and had little energy to spare on Li Yi and Annie during this life-and-death moment. Now, they sensed something was amiss. The peculiar behavior of the vampires seemed to be linked to the two of them. The scene fell silent. Even the three vampires ceased their struggles. All eyes turned towards Li Yi and Annie. Chapter 64. Having more children is also a plus. Finally, it was quiet. Li Yi remarked nonchalantly, then slowly approached the three vampires. Observing the three bare, fanged, pallid-skinned vampires, Li Yi frowned and spoke with evident displeasure. "You are truly hideous. Transform back into your human forms." His words carried an undeniable authority, causing Elena and the others to swallow their retorts. Under Li Yi's gaze, the three vampires gradually morphed back into their human forms. Their wings folded away, clothing materialized from thin air, and their skin became fair and smooth. This transformation left Li Yi in awe, wondering how one could both lose and acquire clothing so effortlessly. Could it be that clothing serves a similar purpose as a magical artifact? Elena, with her crimson hair, Marika, adorned with golden tresses, and Winona, whose locks are as dark as midnight. Li Yi nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of comfort in this arrangement. Observing the three vampires as they reverted to their human forms, a surge of unease welled up within Annie, who regarded the trio of vampire brides with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. Winona fixed her eyes on Li Yi, her voice laced with venom as she demanded, "Did you cause this bizarre situation we find ourselves in? Release us at once, or our master shall not spare you." It appeared that Winona assumed the role of the eldest among the three, invoking the name of Count Dracula in an attempt to intimidate Li Yi. Having roamed this realm for centuries, she had never experienced such a blunder as today. The rebellious nature fostered over time had rendered them somewhat reckless. Li Yi chuckled softly, an air of intrigue surrounding his words as he replied, "Oh really? Is Dracula truly coming to rescue you?" Marika affirmed, "Indeed, we are Count Dracula's brides. Our master will undoubtedly come to our aid." Li Yi regarded the trio with a smirk, his gaze laden with malicious intent as he scrutinized them from head to toe. Under his predatory stare, the three vampire brides found themselves feeling a twinge of fear. Meanwhile, Anna and Van Helsing observed Li Yi from a distance, their expressions shifting with curiosity and apprehension. They struggled to discern Li Yi's true nature. Was he human or some otherworldly creature? Were his intentions toward them friendly or hostile? Among the onlookers, some wore expressions of concern, witnessing the silent exchange between Li Yi and the three vampire brides. "What manner of being are you?" Alina inquired coldly, her gaze fixed upon Li Yi. He remained silent, lost in contemplation regarding how to deal with the trio of vampires. It was not that he was infatuated with them. Rather, their remarkable reproductive capabilities intrigued him. Each could bear thousands of little vampires. Even if a single fledgling vampire could only yield a minuscule enhancement, it would still amount to an immeasurable fortune. Should he manage to subjugate these three and Count Dracula, compelling them to perpetually procreate, Li Yi could soon dominate the universe with the experience they offered. However, it seemed that the progeny produced by Dracula were all stillborn, and he had been tirelessly searching for a means to revive them. Considering the vampire bride's formidable fertility, Li Yi chose to spare their lives for the time being. Sensing his silence and lack of aggression, the three vampires believed that Li Yi was intimidated by Dracula, thus emboldening their spirits. Marika glared at Li Yi, haughtily asserting, "Human, you wretched creature, release us at once. Otherwise, when our master arrives, he shall ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death." The other two vampire brides echoed her sentiments, pleading, "Indeed, release us swiftly. We beg you to indulge us in your blood. If not, I shall implore our master to annihilate every soul in this place." Li Yi cast a cold glance at the trio of vampires, deeming them utterly foolish. With a mere thought, the three vampires were propelled as if struck by a speeding train, hurtling towards the house behind them. Crash! The wooden structure instantly bore a gaping hole. Witnessing the vampires being thrust into the building by an unseen force, the onlookers feared for their lives. Believing Li Yi intended to slay them, one individual immediately cried out, "No, please spare them. They are Dracula's brides. Marika and her companions only drain the blood of one or two of us each month. If they perish, Dracula will surely slaughter us all. Yes, release them at once." The crowd began to converge, pleading for Li Yi to spare the vampires, and stood in shock at the unfolding scene. Was there truly someone who would intervene to protect the vampires? Amidst the clamor of the increasingly agitated townsfolk, Li Yi's psychic energy surged forth, unleashing a powerful wave of mental force that emanated from him. The nearby residents were instantly toppled by this force, cries of pain and confusion erupting as they felt as though they had been struck by an immense weight. "What is this power?" they gasped, their chests constricted and their heads throbbing, leaving them utterly disconcerted. "Whoever dares to utter another sound shall find my patience at an end," Li Yi declared coldly before striding directly into the house. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent, no longer daring to wail, their teeth clenched in fear. And, observing Li Yi's approach towards the vampire brides, felt an urgent sense of foreboding and quickly followed suit. It appeared that Li Yi had taken a curious interest in the trio of vampires, intensifying her unease. Anna Van Helsing, too, was taken aback by Li Yi's display of power. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to enter the house after him. As the clouds above parted, sunlight poured down upon the earth. In the distance, mist rose from the snow-capped mountains, gradually coalescing into a blanket of clouds that slowly obscured the sun. Once the townsfolk regained their composure, they began to support one another as they returned to their homes. Inside the house, the three vampire brides stood in a row, subdued and no longer daring to exhibit their previous arrogance in the presence of Li Yi. The recent telepathic assault by Li Yi roused them from their stupor. The formidable prowess of the man before them surpassed their wildest imaginings. In his presence, they found themselves utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Though their master was immensely powerful, he could not extinguish the immediate peril. Li Yi sat leisurely on a stool, crossing his legs, and regarded Anna and Van Helsing, who had just entered, with a casual inquiry, "What brings you here?" Both Van Helsing and Anna were no ordinary individuals, within Li Yi's perception. Their vitality was remarkably distinct from that of common folk. Particularly striking was Van Helsing's vitality, which surged with an almost unfathomable vigor. Li Yi recalled that Dracula had seemingly been acquainted with Van Helsing for some time, yet the reasons behind Van Helsing's loss of past memories remained a mystery. Was it possible that he was the reincarnation of Gabriel? Contemplating this, Li Yi scrutinized Van Helsing with keen interest. He wondered whether this individual could still unleash his angelic lineage. Van Helsing, feeling somewhat uneasy under Li Yi's gaze, could not help but speak up. These three malevolent vampires must be eliminated, otherwise they will pose an interminable threat. His purpose in this place was to assist Anna's family in vanquishing the vampire Dracula, and he was unencumbered by the hesitations that plagued the townsfolk outside. Although Li Yi appeared enigmatic, Van Helsing sensed that neither he nor Anna harbored ill intentions. Otherwise, the residents outside would have perished long ago. Chapter 65. The chaotic Valeris family. At this moment, Anna refrained from interjecting. Her family had endured a generational curse due to Dracula, leading to their untimely demise. They had battled against Dracula for centuries, seeking to slay him and lift the curse. Yet, with three vampires before her, she found herself bereft of any authority to act. For she understood that if Li Yi truly wished to eradicate the vampires, he would have done so already. The fact that he chose to spare these three indicated he had his own intentions. A being of Li Yi's caliber was not someone she could easily sway. Upon hearing Van Helsing's intention to eliminate them, the three vampire brides reacted with indignation. Nevertheless, upon glimpsing Li Yi, they dared not voice their discontent openly. They could only bare their fangs in a feigned display of intimidation. "You little brat, remember this." Li Yi waved his hand dismissively, stating coolly, "This matter is under my consideration, let us not rush." He refrained from dismissing Van Helsing, recalling that in the original narrative, only Van Helsing in his werewolf form possessed the capability to slay Dracula. Whether such peculiarities held true in this world remained to be seen, yet Li Yi remained vigilant. After all, in realms of malevolent forces, even mundane entities could restrain demons. He understood that at times, certain phenomena defied reason. Regarding Van Helsing, Li Yi was still inclined to keep him around just in case. Upon hearing this, Van Helsing could only let out a resigned sigh. Although he yearned to eliminate the vampire, he was reluctant to engage in a confrontation with Li Yi. The methods Li Yi displayed were astonishing, almost as if they stemmed from telekinesis. This ability was beyond Van Helsing's understanding of how to counteract. The strength of the three vampires was formidable. Even they could not escape, so he would likely meet his demise if he attempted to intervene. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Van Helsing questioned Li Yi, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Having roamed the world for centuries, he had never encountered someone like Li Yi. The Holy See had dispatched him to eradicate the vampires, yet if Li Yi aimed to protect them, what was he to do? If all else failed, he would have to seek an opportunity for a surprise attack. Li Yi did not respond to Van Helsing's inquiry, instead turning to Anna and asking, "Where is your home?" At that moment, Dracula remained imprisoned within his frozen castle, the exact location of which was unknown to Li Yi. The three vampire brides, however, knew where it lay. But the distance was considerable, and Li Yi did not intend to fly there. Anna's home possessed a wall that directly led to a teleportation point. Li Yi was intrigued by this teleportation array, eager to witness its workings. If he could glean some understanding, perhaps he could return to his original world. According to the original tale, Van Helsing would slay the golden-haired vampire, Marika. Upon her death, Dracula would sense the loss and arrive at the outskirts of the Transylvanian town of Frankenstein. The castle's master, having created a creature from 7 corpses, ultimately committed suicide rather than resurrect Dracula's progeny. Dracula transformed this castle into his second lair, where he and Marika spawned numerous little vampires. However, these offspring were all stillborn. As Marika had yet to perish, Dracula would not come for the time being. In response to Li Yi's question, Anna appeared somewhat perplexed. But upon meeting Li Ye's unwavering gaze, she answered truthfully, "It is in the tallest castle at the center of the town." They currently stood at the edge of the Transylvanian town, which was quite expansive. The wooden spires rose and fell, accompanied by imposing castles. The population was considerable, and Anna's family, the Valeris, held significant standing in this town. "Anna, lead us to your home. Van Helsing and Carl, please accompany us as well." Van Helsing raised an eyebrow, surprised that the individual before him recognized him. He had never introduced himself, as he was wanted by multiple nations and preferred not to reveal his identity unnecessarily, to avoid attracting unwanted trouble. Anna, too, was astonished that Li Yi knew her name. The person before her was shrouded in mystery. She felt an insatiable curiosity about the true identity of Li Yi. As for Van Helsing's identity, Anna was not particularly surprised. She had already formed her own conjectures. If the group were willing to act, even Dracula would meet his demise on the spot. With this thought in mind, Anna's enthusiasm surged. Although Li Yi did not explicitly state his intent to eliminate Dracula, establishing a cordial relationship could surely present opportunities in due course, wouldn't it? Esteemed guests, please follow me. Transylvania is a geographical designation rather than the name of a quaint town. The ancient town is adorned with a variety of medieval architecture, including Gothic churches. On their way to the Tower Fortress, Li Yi inquired with curiosity, "What is the name of this city?" Anna looked at him with surprise. As she had assumed, he would be well informed. How could he not even know where they were? How had they arrived here? This is Brasov, encircled by the Carpathian Mountains, which form a natural barrier that makes it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to traverse these snow-capped peaks. Yet, paradoxically, it also hinders our escape to the outside world. Anna spoke with a hint of resignation, for Brasov had been plagued by vampire incursions. Did they not consider relocating to another place? It is impossible to move. The paths out are treacherous, and even if we could escape, there would be no sanctuary awaiting us. Moreover, other regions are equally infested with vampires. In fact, the vampires elsewhere may be even more unrestrained, leading lives that are perhaps no better than this ancient town. Dracula has transformed most of the leaders in this region into vampires, solidifying his reign as the king of the night in Transylvania, immortal and indomitable. Fortunately, the vampires here maintain a semblance of order under Dracula's intimidation, limiting their feed to merely 1 or 2 victims per month, allowing the townsfolk to endure. Nestled between the mountains, Brasov does not experience perpetual snowfall, yet it is blanketed in snow for half the year. At present, the sky is shrouded in gloom, rendering the sun a rare sight. It is no wonder that 3 rather deranged vampires dared to attack Anna in broad daylight. As Li Yi sensed the oppressive darkness enveloping the city, he pondered the sinister creatures lurking within. Most likely, they were vampires or werewolves. How had Anna's family managed to survive in such an environment? Furthermore, the trio of vampires, despite their formidable strength and numerous opportunities to eliminate Anna, chose to engage in meaningless chatter, inadvertently granting her the chance to turn the tables. Could it be that Dracula, recalling past ties, refrained from annihilating the Valeris family entirely? Or was there some other reason unknown to Li Yi? It is said that Dracula is also a descendant of the Valesti family, and due to Dracula's heinous deeds, the souls of the Valesti lineage are condemned to never ascend to paradise. Thus, for many years, the Valesti family has sought to eliminate Dracula. If Dracula truly is a member of the Valesti clan, in accordance with the original narrative, he harbors intentions of marrying Anna as his bride. The notion of an ancestor marrying a descendant is indeed quite thrilling. Such storytelling is a testament to the creativity of foreign cultures. Chapter 66. The portal. In preparation for the unknown challenges posed by Dracula, Li Yi resolved to bolster his attributes. To conquer through virtue, one must first possess a robust martial spirit. Only by demonstrating ample martial integrity can one command the attention of others. Otherwise, one lacks even the qualification to be acknowledged at the table. Host: Li Yi. Life: 7,000 spirit. Physique: 3,800 mana. Source quality: talent: life drain bloodline, demon bloodline, 10,000. Cultivation technique: supreme clarity spirit sustaining technique LV3, 31,000. Spell: Palm Thunder LV4, 22,000. Skills: items. After vanquishing several demons, Li Yi's spirit had reached 120,000. In a structure like Brasov, he could shatter it with but a thought. However, the physique of the demons seemed rather lacking, causing Li Ye's physical attributes to lag significantly. He felt compelled to critique these indolent beings who neglect their training. Now endowed with 160,000 source quality, Li Yi pondered how to allocate it. Should he continue enhancing his mana and augmenting Palm Thunder, or should he elevate his fundamental attributes? After contemplation, he resolved to enhance both his attack and mana. Palm Thunder LV4, 22,000, LV5, 50,000. As he allocated points, revelations regarding Palm Thunder surged in his mind, and his body underwent a subtle transformation. Adapting to the release of level 5 Palm Thunder. At this level, he could unleash a thunderbolt as large as his palm. This is the true essence of Palm Thunder. Should he encounter that Fizzaroli again, Li Yi was confident that a single strike would send him soaring. Observing the remaining source quality, Li Yi decided to continue investing in Palm Thunder. Palm Thunder LV5, 50,000, LV6, 100,000. Once Palm Thunder reached level 6, a mysterious, grain-sized thunder-shaped mark began to form in his mind. With this mark, Li Yi sensed a faint connection to the heavens. Experiencing the power of level 6 Palm Thunder, Li Yi was astonished. It was utterly extraordinary. In Li Yi's eyes, the 6th level Palm Thunder could almost be deemed a divine skill. He could summon a colossal cloud in the shape of a hand, measuring several dozen meters across, which would unleash thunderbolts from within. Any target whose aura was locked by Li Yi beneath this cloud would not only be subjected to the suppression of the heavens and earth, but the cloud would also follow the target wherever it might attempt to flee. Naturally, this phenomenon was confined to the extent of Li Yi's vision and perception. Should the adversary exceed his sensory range, he would be powerless to act. The condensed cloud could release a copious amount of lightning, capable of targeting multiple foes simultaneously, and it could unleash a formidable bolt of lightning all at once. The strength of the attack depended on the practitioner's magical power and the maximum output they could muster. Presently, with the 6th level Palm Thunder, Li Yi could unleash an attack with a maximum magical power of 5,000 points in a single strike. To achieve a more potent assault, a longer period of preparation and energy accumulation would be required. This caliber of Palm Thunder had already harnessed the majesty of the natural world, proving to be particularly effective against malevolent creatures such as demons and monsters. Such terror. Should he continue to upgrade the Palm Thunder and enhance the Thunderous Seal, the coverage area could expand dramatically. Could one palm obliterate a city, a nation, a planet? However, such an extraordinary display of power came at a considerable cost. Thus, Li Yi unhesitatingly channeled the remaining source material into his magical energy. As the sky darkened, the group arrived at Anna's residence, a splendid high fortress situated at the pinnacle of the city, with a river formed by melting snow flowing gracefully behind it. The interior of the fortress was adorned with opulent decorations, revealing that Anna's family was undoubtedly affluent. Now, with only Anna left in the household, she was undoubtedly a wealthy heiress. In the living room, a massive painting was embedded in the central wall. This artwork depicted a map with mountains, forests, and lakes intricately illustrated, accompanied by annotations. Yet, the lower left corner was obscured by a chair. Upon moving the chair, a fragment of the map was revealed. Li Yi turned to the silent Van Helsing and said, "Van Helsing, please retrieve the missing piece to complete it." The onlookers were perplexed by the unfolding scene, particularly Anna and Van Helsing. How could Li Yi be so familiar with her home? How did he know that Van Helsing possessed the missing fragment? Van Helsing, somewhat dazed, retrieved an iron scroll from behind him and extracted the missing piece, which, upon examination, matched perfectly with the torn shape. Anna, struggling to comprehend the situation, inquired, "How does Van Helsing possess something from our home?" Van Helsing gazed at the parchment in his hand, memories flickering in his mind. It seemed that I had once collapsed at the gates of the Vatican, and this parchment was discovered on my person. They suggested it might be linked to my origins. It was only upon my arrival this time that they revealed this to me. I remained perplexed about the matter. Subsequently, Anna turned to Li Yi with a hint of confusion and inquired, "How does this gentleman know so much?" Li Yi gestured for Van Helsing to fill in the incomplete parts and addressed Anna, saying, "I possess extensive knowledge, including the fact that you and Dracula hail from the same lineage. As for Van Helsing, it is entirely possible that he shares familial ties with your family or Dracula. Long ago, Anna's ancestor, the father of Dracula, found himself unable to slay Dracula, who had succumbed to vampirism. After all, Even the fiercest of beasts will not harm their own offspring. Ultimately, he banished Dracula through a portal that led to an ancient, frozen castle. However, Dracula possessed wings and the ability to fly. Thus, this so-called portal was merely a barrier for ordinary mortals. Therefore, it is conceivable that Van Helsing, possessing a fragment of this map, could indeed be a relative or ancestor of Anna. Upon hearing Li Ye's words, Van Helsing and Anna exchanged glances of astonishment. Are we related? Gazing at the map on the wall, Li Yi continued, this is a portal to Dracula's frozen castle. Once the missing parts are restored and the incantation is recited, it shall be activated. Mr. Carl, would you kindly recite the spell? Upon receiving Li Ye's command, Carl, unable to refuse, stepped forward to the wall. After examining it closely, he began to read the incantation inscribed upon it. As Carl recited the words, a cascade of memories seemed to illuminate Van Helsing's mind. When Carl reached the conclusion, Van Helsing echoed, in the name of God, open this door. As the last words fell, the mural before them began to dissolve, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds and an enigmatic resonance. The lines of the mural ignited with a blinding radiance, imbued with a sense of magic. Within mere seconds, the entire mural vanished, transforming into a pristine mirror. The occupants of the living room stood transfixed by the astonishing sight. Carl, staring at the mirror, murmured in disbelief, a mirror? Wasn't this supposed to be a portal? Van Helsing approached the mirror and touched its surface, whereupon frost crystals began to form. As he extended his hand further, it astonishingly passed through. When he withdrew his hand, it was adorned with a delicate layer of snowflakes. Li scrutinized the portal before him, furrowing his brow, as he could discern no underlying principle. The portal before him seemed to differ entirely from the radiant light that had transported him here. Perplexed, Li chose to abandon his thoughts and, with a flick of his mental prowess, bound the three vampires as they crossed the threshold of the portal. Observing this, Annie hurriedly followed suit, while the others hesitated momentarily before stepping into the unknown. Chapter 67. An elegant neurosis. Who could have imagined that behind a mirrored wall lay a world enshrouded in ice and snow? Upon traversing the teleportation array, Li was taken aback by the sight of the frozen ancient castle before him. Before his eyes stood three towering peaks, intricately carved into the form of ancient fortresses. The portal was situated at the end of a massive stone platform protruding from midway up the mountainside, flanked by seemingly bottomless abysses. The surrounding towering mountains encircled the icy castle, which stood solitary amidst the imposing range. Between the castle and the mountains, there was no connection, and below lay an unfathomable chasm, justifying its reputation as a place of no return. In this desolate realm, one without wings would indeed find it difficult to depart. Snow fell incessantly from the sky, the biting winds howled, and everything around was coated in a crystalline sheen. Several skeletons were nailed to the stone pillars on either side of the platform, swaying precariously, a testament to their long-forgotten demise. Annie approached Li Yi, her gaze fixated on the breathtaking scenery, murmuring in awe, "This is simply astonishing." She had never witnessed such a spectacle, as if it existed solely within the realms of film. The last to arrive, Carl, glanced back at the mirror-like portal, reaching out to touch it, only to realize that retreat was no longer an option. Yet, the sight of the formidable figure ahead offered him a modicum of reassurance. The vampire Alina, observing the awestruck expressions of her companions, disdainfully scoffed, "A bunch of country bumpkins, what's all the fuss about?" Having resided within the frozen castle for centuries, she had long grown accustomed to the view. After taking in the surroundings of the castle, Li boldly stepped forward towards its grand entrance. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, casting the area into perpetual gloom. A series of footprints led to the castle's towering doors, and the group felt diminutive in their presence. They could scarcely fathom the construction of such colossal gates or the strength required to open and close them. Vampire bride Marika crossed her arms, seemingly trying to emphasize her bosom, and with a cold smile at the frozen gates, she taunted, "Let us see how you all get in." They could fly, thus entering and exiting at will. Though that man had some prowess, could he truly sprout wings and soar? Li noticed the partially unsealed section at the top of the gates, and, channeling his mental energy, levitated himself and the others, soaring effortlessly over the entrance. Once again, the group was taken aback. Not only could Li fly, but he was able to carry so many along with him. Li's psychic power had already exceeded 10,000, making this a trivial matter for him. Before his eyes lay a vast passageway, flanked by a row of braziers ablaze with roaring flames. The warmth within was a stark contrast to the chill outside. Yet Li Yi could sense the oppressive darkness permeating the atmosphere. On either side of the passage stood massive stone columns, each as thick as a person's embrace. Their tops grotesquely adorned with the lifeless remains of vampire fetuses. Occasionally, an unidentified viscous liquid dripped down, eliciting a sense of revulsion. Witnessing this gruesome sight, even Li Yi's desire to accumulate experience wavered. It was simply too nauseating. Anna and the others also beheld the macabre scene, perplexed as they inquired, "What are these things?" Alina gazed up at the gelatinous vampire green cocoons, sorrow flickering in her eyes. "These are our babies, but alas, they lack the vitality of life." A shiver ran through the hearts of the group upon hearing this. Within this immense passage, there were countless lifeless fetuses, perhaps 80,000, if not 100,000. A sigh of relief washed over them, knowing these were merely stillborn. Had these little vampires been revived, it would have spelled a catastrophic disaster for the world. This was only within this corridor. One could only imagine what horrors lay beyond. Li Yi turned to the three vampire brides and asked, "Where is Dracula?" "There's no need to search. I have arrived." Just as Li Yi's words echoed through the corridor, a man descended the staircase at the end. His hair tied back in a ponytail and clad in a tailcoat. His hair was impeccably styled, and his demeanor exuded a calm yet authoritative presence. One hand rested behind him, while the other was placed thoughtfully over his chest, embodying an undeniable elegance. The three vampires beamed upon seeing Dracula, exclaiming, "Master, please save us." Dracula approached them leisurely, as if nothing could ruffle his composure. He cast a slight smile at the assembly. "Greetings, dear friends from afar, and Gabriel, honored guests. Welcome to my castle." "Gabriel?" Van Helsing paused, as the name seemed to stir some forgotten memories within him. Li Yi scrutinized Dracula closely. He was indeed of noble lineage, his mannerisms and speech far surpassing those of the three vampire brides. "Dracula, why do these beings lack life?" Li Yi was unconcerned with their entanglements. His sole interest was whether he could gain experience. Among the countless embryos, he felt no trace of vitality. What, indeed, were these embryos, living beings, or something altogether different? Dracula regarded Li Yi, perplexed as to why he was so fixated on his progeny. "It is because I am so formidable that this world does not permit my progeny to survive. However, I have discovered a method to resurrect them. The power to create life is not solely reserved for the divine." Dracula surveyed the multitude of embryos surrounding him with unwavering determination. Van Helsing, Anna, and the others were taken aback upon hearing that Dracula had found a way to bring these little vampires back to life. If these young vampires were revived, would it not spell utter doom for the world? Subsequently, with a fierce countenance, Dracula directed his gaze towards Li Yi and the others, demanding, "Should you not release my three beloveds?" A formidable aura gradually emanated from Dracula, causing the flames in the braziers to shrink significantly under its weight. A menacing presence locked onto the crowd, as if he were poised to strike at any moment. Li Yi responded with a cold smirk, addressing Dracula. "Do you not wish for your wives to remain unharmed? Would it not be prudent to cease this aggression? Dare you try to threaten further?" Dracula and his vampires were hardly benevolent beings. Each year in Brasov, they would drain the life from at least 20 individuals. And over the course of 3 to 4 centuries, thousands had perished due to their malevolence. Not to mention the countless others who had met their demise at the hands of Dracula. What moral discourse could Li Yi possibly engage in with such a being? Yet, Dracula remained unfazed by Li Yi's threats, glaring fiercely as he retorted, "You have captured them. What gives you the right to demand my restraint?" The vampire brides, upon hearing Dracula's words, felt a pang of sorrow, with Elena sorrowfully imploring, "Master, do you no longer want us?" Dracula turned to his three brides and gently reassured them. "Do not fret. I shall find others to become my brides." Upon hearing this, both Annie and Anna's faces flushed with anger. Bah! What a scoundrel! How can one be so heartless? Chapter 68, The Demise of Dracula. The three vampire brides expressed their disappointment towards Dracula, chastising him. "You have no conscience." Rather than being angered by their reproach, Dracula extended his arms, tilted his head back slightly, and proclaimed with fervor, "I possess neither conscience nor love. There is no fear, no joy, and certainly no sorrow. I am devoid of all feeling." He then looked down at the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips. as he placed his left hand behind his back and his right hand upon his chest. With an elegant stride, he proclaimed in a somewhat deranged yet audacious manner, "The entire world stands as my adversary, but what of it? I am immortal. I am the illustrious Count Dracula." Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the three vampire brides glimmered with a sense of admiration. They are enamored with the formidable and confident demeanor of Dracula. As the Count of Vampires, Dracula possesses not only immense power, but also an air of noble elegance. The three vampire brides have been by his side for centuries, having become utterly intertwined with his very essence. Winona boldly addressed Dracula, proclaiming, "Master, disregard us, slay them." Li Yi sighed, feeling somewhat helpless, and remarked, "Ultimately, it seems we must engage in a confrontation." He had not anticipated Dracula's ruthlessness, seemingly indifferent even to his three brides. His strategy of leveraging the brides to command Dracula was utterly ineffective. Moreover, these three vampires were infatuated. Despite Dracula's treatment, they remained steadfastly devoted to him. A thought crossed his mind, and an infernal trap composed of mist swiftly materialized, encircling Dracula. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the demon trap, Dracula exclaimed in terror, "No! What is this? Ah!" He shrieked in anguish, yet gradually his expression returned to a semblance of calm. Casting a manic laugh towards the onlookers, he declared, "Oh, I'm unscathed. A demon trap? This contraption holds no power over me. I am not a demon." Li Yi was not particularly surprised. He had already conducted clandestine experiments on the three vampire brides, discovering that the demon trap was ineffective against them. However, considering that Dracula had made a pact with demons and bore the title of the demon's offspring, it was conceivable that the trap might have some effect on him. After all, attempting it bore no cost. Dissipating the mist, Li Yi raised his hand towards Dracula, unleashing a torrent of psychic energy to bind him, while simultaneously a brilliant bolt of lightning erupted from his palm. Thunderous roars reverberated through the passage as the castle's corridors were illuminated by an unprecedented brilliance. Before Li Yi's psychic force could descend upon him, Dracula's smile froze. A profound sense of impending doom washed over him, prompting Dracula to unleash a furious roar towards the heavens. With a rapid transformation, his form swelled and distorted. Serrated fangs sprouted from his mouth. His visage contorted into a grotesque mask, and razor-like ears emerged atop his head. His skin darkened to a charred gray, and enormous fleshly wings unfurled, accompanied by two elongated spikes sprouting from his back. The metamorphosis of Dracula was instantaneous, yet Li Yi's psychic bind prevented him from evading the lethal lightning strike. The bolt struck mercilessly, obliterating a significant portion of Dracula's body. The injured area blackened into char, while the remainder of his form bore the torments of the unleashed electricity. Following the discharge of the lightning, Li Yi swiftly directed 3 beams of lightning towards the 3 vampire brides. The 3 individuals proved to be utterly useless, and failing to eliminate them promptly posed a latent threat. Without uttering a word, Li Yi unleashed a palm thunderbolt upon them. The 3 vampire brides, under the control of his telekinesis, were unable to evade their fate. A scream erupted from the trio as they were struck, instantaneously transforming into mere bones, which then disintegrated into ashes. With a source quality of 1000 by 3, these vampire brides, who even feared the sunlight, were far inferior in strength to Dracula. Confronting such insignificant adversaries, Li Yi exerted minimal effort. After dispatching the 3 vampire brides, Li Yi turned his gaze towards Dracula. In Li Yi's perception, the vitality within Dracula was remarkably vigorous, indicating that his strength was not to be underestimated. Therefore, he directly unleashed a palm thunderbolt infused with 2000 mana. To Li Yi's astonishment, Dracula seemed to possess a resistance to the thunderbolt. It is worth noting that such a high-caliber thunderbolt could easily incapacitate even a lord-level demon. While not devoid of harm, its effectiveness against Dracula's dark powers was less potent than anticipated, failing to inflict substantial damage. Though Dracula's injuries appeared severe, he was visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. Within mere seconds, his body returned to its pristine state. Although his life force had diminished somewhat, it remained robust. Li Yi observed the unfolding scene with a grave expression. Now that combat had commenced, he could no longer afford to consider sparing Dracula for experience. In battles of this magnitude, leniency equates to death. The dissipated mist coalesced above Dracula, creating what resembled a cloud formation in the towering corridor. Having withstood Li Ye's lightning strike, Dracula furiously attempted to break free from Li Ye's telekinetic grip. However, in the face of Li Ye's formidable mental prowess, he found it challenging to make any headway. Nevertheless, Dracula refused to relent. As long as he continued to struggle, the opposing mental energy would eventually dwindle, and he, possessing an immortal form, would undoubtedly emerge victorious in the end. Yet, upon witnessing the demise of his 3 vampire brides at Li Ye's hands, a surge of intense fury welled up within him. "No, I will see you dead," Dracula bellowed at Li Ye, his muscles swelling as he attempted to break free from the telekinetic binding. Li Ye's mental energy was being gradually depleted by Dracula's incessant struggles, yet he could still endure for a while longer. As the cloud formation took shape within the corridor, Li Ye immediately activated the thunderous sigil in his mind. Thousands of points of mana were expended, and the mist coalesced into a massive, palm-shaped dark cloud. Lightning flickered within the cloud, an aura imbued with the might of heaven and earth locking onto Dracula. Dracula gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. How could clouds loom within his own chamber? It defied the laws of nature. This was his frozen castle. How could there be such a display of celestial power? "No, I am Count Dracula. You cannot extinguish my existence." Suddenly, a thunderous bolt, as thick as a barrel, erupted from the ominous clouds, accompanied by a deafening roar that tore through the air. Dracula's pupils dilated in disbelief. Impossible. His anguished cries were swallowed by the tempest as he was enveloped by the fierce lightning. His grotesque visage was vaporized in an instant, while the remainder of his form was swiftly reduced to charred remains, ultimately disintegrating into ash. The residual electricity struck the ground, creating a profound crater. The entire castle trembled but ultimately remained intact. Li Yi exhaled in relief at the complete disappearance of Dracula. Was it truly over? No matter how formidable his recovery might be, could he return from mere ashes? Chapter 69, Dark Bloodline Source Quality. 5,000 after Dracula's ashes dissipated. A multitude of shimmering orbs in various hues cascaded to the ground. Green orbs of life, blue orbs of spirit, red orbs of physique, and black orbs of bloodline. Without hesitation, Li Yi collected the fundamental attributes of Dracula and the 3 vampires. Life, 3,000 spirit, 2,000 physique, 1,000 life, 500 by 3 spirit, 300 by 3 physique, 200 by 3 contemplating the remaining vampire bloodline orbs. Li Yi decided to gather them as well. Although the vampire transformation appeared somewhat unseemly, Dracula's ability to withstand sunlight, defy crosses, resist silver weaponry, and evade the control of demonic traps was far more advantageous than the demonic bloodline. Li Yi had never shied away from such bloodlines. As the saying goes, regardless of whether a cat is black or white, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. He would never disdain any means that could enhance his abilities. No one would reject excessive strength or capability, just as no one would complain about having too much wealth. If anyone feels burdened by an abundance of money, please share some with him. Acquiring an additional ability increases the chances of survival when faced with danger. Moreover, the bloodlines he collected did not conflict due to the system's influence. As long as he did not sense the call of his will, they would remain dormant. To him, these bloodlines resembled uncooled transformation skills. As long as he refrained from activating the bloodlines, any countermeasures against them would be rendered ineffective. Vampire bloodline. 5,000 vampire bloodline. 500 by 3. Would you like to merge the similar bloodlines? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Li Yi was somewhat taken aback. Could it truly merge similar items? After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to proceed with the merging. He was curious to see what this peculiar phenomenon entailed. Acquiring the dark bloodline, Li Yi felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. He had never anticipated that the amalgamation of the 2 bloodlines would yield such an outcome. However, it was indeed reasonable, for both the demon bloodline and the vampire bloodline belonged to the realm of darkness, each possessing its own strengths and weaknesses. Thus, the fusion into a dark bloodline seemed to make sense. Bloodline, dark bloodline, 165 million. The overall concentration of the bloodline remained unchanged after the merger. He was merely left wondering about the capabilities it might bestow. Glancing at the still-dazed onlookers, Li Yi chose not to activate the dark bloodline immediately, uncertain of what might transpire upon its activation. The crowd was left in awe by Li Ye's display of power, and even after Dracula's demise, they remained in a state of shock. Who would dare believe in thunder as thick as a barrel? Who had ever witnessed the summoning of dark clouds indoors? The spectacle of the day had truly broadened their horizons, nearly blinding them with its brilliance. Yet, Li Yi felt little joy. After Dracula's death, the essence acquired by the system was disappointingly scant. Even the previous demon lord had yielded over 10,000 units of essence upon his demise. In Li Yi's estimation, Dracula was even stronger than the last demon lord, so it was inconceivable that he would leave behind merely 5,000 units of essence. Could it be that Dracula had not truly perished? But how could that be possible? Li Yi had witnessed him disintegrate into ashes under the thunder. Was it truly the case that he could not die, requiring Van Helsing to eliminate him? Was the narrative truly so absurd? At that moment, dark energy surged within the castle, and a scent reminiscent of sulfur began to permeate the air. The essence of hell? Li Yi felt a pang of suspicion. How could there be a presence from hell? It appeared that Dracula had not genuinely died, as the forces of hell sought to resurrect him. A deep voice resonated in Li Yi's ear, prompting him to turn. He noticed that Van Helsing's demeanor had shifted significantly, his entire aura transformed. Van Helsing gazed solemnly at the vampire embryos throughout the corridor. Dracula could perpetuate his lineage by creating numerous vampire offspring, each containing not only his bloodline but also fragments of his power. If the progeny were not entirely eradicated, he would not meet his ultimate demise. Dracula had long ago bartered his soul with hell. Even if his physical form were destroyed, he could resurrect with the aid of hell from one of his offspring. Li Yi felt a wave of realization wash over him upon hearing this. No wonder Dracula spoke of lacking emotions, devoid of joy or sorrow. He had exchanged his soul with hell. Li Yi regarded Van Helsing with a measure of caution, inquiring, "Have you fully regained your memories? Are you truly Van Helsing or Gabriel?" While Van Helsing is not malevolent, Gabriel may not necessarily embody virtue. Gabriel is one of the 4 archangels in heaven, undeniably possessing immense power. Van Helsing, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, responded, "I am not Gabriel. I am merely a vessel that once contained Gabriel." Li Yi cast a skeptical glance at Van Helsing, but refrained from dwelling on the matter too deeply. Whether the individual before him was Van Helsing or Gabriel mattered little. Could he truly compel him to confess? Mustn't they annihilate all of his progeny to ensure Dracula's demise? As Li Yi sensed the surging dark energy, he hesitated to act hastily. Having vanquished Dracula once, he could do so again. If he continued this pursuit, he could drain the infernal power entirely. Van Helsing shook his head, stating, "Even if we were to eradicate all of his progeny, Dracula would resurrect in hell. It would merely become more challenging for him to return to the mortal realm. Moreover, none of us can ascertain the total number of progeny he has created or their whereabouts. To obliterate Dracula completely, we must first eliminate all of his descendants. Only when confronted with the last remnant of Dracula can we employ the sacred artifact to ensure his demise, thus achieving his ultimate death." Li Yi, with a hint of confusion, asked, "Why must we wait until the end to wield the sacred artifact for his complete destruction?" Van Helsing elucidated, "The sacred artifact is a weapon imbued with the laws of existence, and the world is composed of various laws. Every being is a part of this world. Although Dracula has bartered his soul to hell, his primary essence still roams the mortal realm. The sacred artifact can annihilate his soul entirely. As for why we must eliminate his progeny first before delivering a final blow, that is where Dracula's cunning lies. Prior to his annihilation, he can instantaneously transfer his soul into one of his offspring through their bloodline connection, subsequently resurrecting with hell's assistance. Thus, we must eradicate all of his progeny, leaving his soul nowhere to escape and preventing its return to hell. Only then can we ensure his complete destruction." Upon hearing Van Helsing's explanation, Li Yi could not help but exclaim, "Isn't Dracula's approach a bit unfair? How on earth are we supposed to kill him? Who knows where Dracula has hidden his progeny? It's no wonder he dares to claim immortality. I previously thought his boastfulness was mere arrogance, but it seems he possesses the audacity to back it up." Chapter 70. The 10 Dragon Rings. Van Helsing, in response to Li Yi's lamentations, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if Dracula were truly so easy to vanquish, he would not instill such fear in so many. In those days, Dracula was not only immensely powerful, but also commanded a formidable army of extraordinary beings. This legion comprised not only vampires, but also numerous werewolves, and even some superhumans transformed through the study of his blood, who bore no fear of sunlight or holy water. Their strength was unparalleled, rendering them invincible on the battlefield. Once, Dracula faced not only the Ottoman Empire but also other nations across Europe. While his claim of waging war against the entirety of the world might seem exaggerated, he indeed had countless adversaries, including nobles within his own realm. Van Helsing continued to recount to Li Yi, "In our efforts to combat Dracula, we summoned angels to descend. Although we could not vanquish him entirely, we aimed to return him to the depths of hell. However, Dracula proved to be a formidable adversary, and the angels' descent was hampered by earthly limitations, preventing them from achieving a decisive victory. Thus, Gabriel bestowed upon the angels the sacred artifact of the Dragon Knights, the 10 dragon rings, to aid in the annihilation of Dracula." Upon hearing this, Li Yi inquired of Van Helsing, "Wait, what exactly are the 10 dragon rings?" He recalled that his arrival here might be somehow linked to a ring. The mention of the 10 dragon rings by Van Helsing led him to believe it might indeed be connected. Van Helsing raised his hand, gazing at the dragon-shaped emblem ring adorning his ring finger. In times long past, Satan transformed into a colossal dragon, leading the dragon race against heaven. Michael wielded the Holy Cross sword and ultimately defeated him, causing Satan's soul to flee back to hell, to purify the malevolent forces within the dragon's being. The Holy Cross sword pierced its flesh and was subsequently transformed into the 10 dragon rings, which were worn thereafter. The church later established the Dragon Knight Legion, and the 10 dragon rings became their sacred relic. In response to certain changes in the mortal realm, Gabriel took command of the Dragon Knight Legion, thereby obtaining the 10 dragon rings. These rings were not merely symbols of authority over the Dragon Knights. They contained immense power. After considerable effort, we finally managed to trap Dracula. However, as we employed the 10 dragon rings against him, formidable forces from hell intervened, coveting the ring's powerful essence and seeking to preserve Dracula. The angels sacrificed their own strength to empower the 10 dragon rings, while simultaneously summoning Gabriel's descent. When Gabriel arrived, I lost consciousness, and the events that followed remain unclear to me. Upon regaining awareness, I found myself at the entrance of the Vatican. Van Helsing appeared somewhat bewildered, genuinely uncertain about the events that transpired thereafter. When he awoke, he lay at the threshold of the Vatican, with all prior memories vanished. Gabriel's power was so overwhelming that he could not remain conscious during the angel's descent. Recognizing his formidable physical prowess, the church subsequently trained him to become a monster hunter. As Dracula reappeared, he gradually began to recollect past events. However, Van Helsing was perplexed. Dracula's continued existence indicated that the forces of hell had triumphed in their previous confrontation. Yet, why did the 10 dragon ring still rest upon his finger? Did hell not desire this ring? Moreover, throughout this period, he had not sensed the presence of Gabriel's power. Although he had regained his memories, numerous enigmas continued to plague him. Li Yi, upon hearing Van Helsing's words, felt equally confounded. He too was uncertain whether he had traversed into a parallel world or had been transported back to the late 19th century of his original world. After all, within a realm of malevolent forces, the concepts of time travel and interdimensional journeys were hardly extraordinary. Many angels and demons possessed such abilities, or peculiar artifacts and locations could also facilitate such transitions. The demon he encountered was not particularly formidable, making it improbable that it had the power to manipulate time and space. The cause of his journey here likely stemmed from other factors. Nonetheless, there was no doubt that the ring in Van Helsing's possession was immensely powerful. Perhaps it was this very ring that had brought him to this world. Van Helsing might have had some insight into that. Li Yi gazed intently at the ring adorning Van Helsing's hand and inquired, "Are you able to utilize the ring now?" Van Helsing shook his head and replied, "To activate the ring, one requires extraordinary power, a strength I currently lack. While my physical form is robust as a vessel, I do not possess such extraordinary capabilities." After contemplating, Li Yi suggested, "Hand the ring over to me, and I shall devise a means to utterly vanquish Dracula." Van Helsing hesitated, casting a doubtful glance at Li Yi, still uncertain about the current circumstances. There was no question of Li Yi's formidable strength. However, the 10 dragon ring was a sacred artifact of the Dragon Knights, granting its bearer command over them. Although the age of the Dragon Knights had long passed, the ring still rightfully belonged to the church. At that moment, the ancient castle was enveloped by the suffocating aura of hell, as dark energies thickened, seemingly incensed by Dracula's impending demise. Despite the lifeless forms in the passageway exhibiting no signs of vitality, it was certain that Dracula was resurrecting in some shadowy corner of the castle. What are you hesitating for? Dracula is on the verge of revival. Even if we cannot completely eradicate him, the activation of the ring's power would provide us with a greater assurance. Li Yi urged Van Helsing once more, realizing that persuading him to willingly relinquish the ring was preferable to forcibly seizing it. Who could say whether Van Helsing was indeed Gabriel? Sensing the pungent aroma of sulfur wafting through the passage, Van Helsing ultimately removed the ring from his finger and handed it to Li Yi. Accepting the ring with a sense of elation, Li Yi felt a thrill of triumph. Regardless of the circumstances, the coveted artifact was now in his possession. Li Yi infused his magical energy into the ring, and immediately, a surge of information flowed from it. As he perceived the knowledge within his mind, Li Yi inwardly acknowledged the truth. The ring indeed harbored two formidable forces, that of light and darkness. By harnessing these opposing powers, one could traverse into another realm. However, were these two forces not a tad too overwhelming? He had initially believed his attributes, numbering in the tens of thousands, to be sufficiently potent. Yet in the presence of these forces, he felt woefully inadequate. At that moment, a formidable presence akin to that of Dracula emanated from the depths of the castle, casting a palpable weight upon the others. Had Dracula returned? Li Yi addressed his companions. I shall escort you to safety. Without waiting for their protests, he summoned his telekinetic prowess, transporting them outside. Annie regarded Li Yi with concern, saying, Be cautious. If it becomes perilous, we shall retreat. The fact that even angels, including Gabriel, had failed to entirely vanquish Dracula attested to his extraordinary peril. Li Yi chuckled reassuringly. Do not fret. Even if I cannot prevail, I still possess the means to escape. In terms of self-preservation, he was not lacking. Moreover, while Dracula was indeed difficult to slay, he was not invincible. With the experience gained from their previous encounter, confronting Dracula again would be considerably more manageable. Sensing the direction of that powerful aura, Li Yi soared forth without hesitation. Chapter 71. The former Dragon Knight watching Li Yi depart, Annie's eyes reflected her worry. She silently prayed for his safe return. Meanwhile, Anna exhibited a peculiar expression. She sensed a gathering of energy from the cosmos converging within her, enveloping her in warmth. In this frozen castle, she could also perceive an unsettling aura that made her feel uneasy. An impulsive urge to obliterate her surroundings surged within her. Confounded by her own sensations, Anna could only endure the inexplicable discomfort. Host, Li Yi, Dark Body, Life, 210,000, 1,050, 000, Spirit, 11, 490 Physique, 1,080, 000, 540, 000, Mana, 92. 100, Unavailable, Dark Power, 1, 650, 000 Source Quality, 8,000 Talents, Life Drain, Dark Assimilation, Possession, Rapid Recovery, Strength Enhancement, Dark Flame, Dark Pact, Dark Domain. Soul Devouring Bloodline, Dark Bloodline, 1, 650, 000, Cultivation Method, Supreme Tranquility Spirit Soothing Technique LV3, 31, 000, Unavailable Spell, Palm Thunder LV6, 10. 100 Skills, Items. Li Yi activated the fused Dark Bloodline, resulting in a doubling of both his life and physique. As his fundamental attributes increased, the enhancements from the Dark Bloodline became less pronounced. Instead, it brought about alterations in his abilities, as well as a heightened affinity for and utilization of dark energy. To achieve significant enhancements, it may require elevating the Dark Bloodline far beyond his fundamental attributes. Li Yi discovered that upon transforming into the Dark Bloodline, he gained the ability of dark assimilation, enabling him to convert other beings into dark entities using his bloodline power. He sensed the capability to transform others into creatures of the night, such as vampires or demons. The Demon Pact morphed into the Dark Pact, allowing him to forge contracts without the need for hellish intermediaries, with himself as the governing authority. Should any signatory violate the terms of the contract, Li Yi could exert control or impose punishment as long as their strength was inferior to his. For him, this constituted a unilateral hegemonic contract. Regarding the dark domain, he could unleash dark power to create an environment conducive to his advantage. Within this domain, his strength would experience a measure of augmentation, while his foes would face a certain degree of suppression. Most unexpectedly, Li Yi realized that his palm thunder seemed to be accessible once more. The thunderous mark in his mind transformed into a shade of black, enveloped in swirling dark energy, allowing him to summon black lightning. Dark thunder? In contemplation, Li Yi traversed multiple flights of stairs and arrived at a spacious hall. Surrounding the hall were mirrors, each reflecting only his solitary figure. After activating the dark bloodline, Li Yi's eyes resembled those of a normal person, unlike before when his demonic transformation rendered his eyes pitch black. In the center of the hall stood Dracula, unchanged from his previous appearance, with neatly groomed hair tied into a small braid at the back. He remained composed, gazing toward the entrance of the hall without a hint of anxiety. The arrival of Li Yi did not come as a surprise. It seemed he had anticipated this visit. However, what caught him off guard was the aura emanating from Li Yi. A demon? No, it appeared to be a darkness even more profound than that of a demon. Who exactly was this individual? The situation was beginning to exceed his expectations. Though Dracula's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, he maintained an air of calm and addressed Li Yi. My friend, let us refrain from hostility for the moment, shall we? Since we are of the same kind, why not engage in a meaningful dialogue? Li Yi did not immediately resort to aggression. His senses indicated that Dracula's life force seemed somewhat diminished. Perhaps he had only recently been resurrected and had yet to fully recover. Yet, as the dark energies from the castle and the essence of the underworld surged towards Dracula, his vitality gradually strengthened. Li Yi resolved to wait until Dracula regained his former strength before taking action, maximizing the potential rewards. He inquired, "What do you wish to convey?" Dracula, with one hand concealed behind his back, appeared lost in thought. Once, I too was a believer in God, a member of the Dragon Knights, and a close companion of Van Helsing. I even led the Dragon Knights. I was a vessel for Michael, just as he was for Gabriel. Yet, while I fought for the church, my father, my elder brother, and my wife were brutally slain. Why, despite my unwavering faith in God, could he not protect my family? What reason do we have to worship such a deity? As Dracula spoke, his emotions intensified, his hands gesticulating wildly, abandoning his previous composure. I bargained my soul with hell. They bestowed upon me immense power, granting me immortality. This strength surpasses anything I possessed as a dragon knight. The church falters before my onslaught. My friend, since we are akin, why not join forces to obliterate the church, dominate the world, and vanquish that heartless deity? What say you? Li Yi, upon hearing Dracula's fervent declaration, could not help but smirk inwardly at the notion of defeating God. How naive! Did he not recognize his own limitations? Should he sacrifice everything? Perhaps he might dare to challenge God. It is said that God is the creator of worlds, although the veracity of such claims is dubious. Regardless, no vampire could hope to conquer such a being. Dracula gazed at Li Yi with hopeful anticipation, yearning for agreement to his proposal. As for the deceased vampire brides, they were merely instruments for creating progeny. Having traversed this world for so long, he certainly would not confine himself to just these 3 vampire brides. Those who achieve greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. In the face of gain, all animosities can be set aside. Li Yi firmly declined, expressing, I find it rather unappealing. Destroying the Holy See and vanquishing God offers me no tangible benefit. Dracula chuckled softly, unfazed by Li Yi's rejection, and revealed, Let me share a piece of information. The girl beside you, Anna, is a reincarnated angel. If she were to discover your true identity, do you think she would hesitate to confront you? I am unaware of the method you employed to siphon away a portion of my power. But such actions disrupt the balance and may awaken Anna's latent abilities. The dark aura that permeates your being marks you as an adversary of the light. Those hypocritical beings will not concern themselves with the finer details. We ought to be allies rather than foes, do we not? As the dark energies and infernal essence within the castle diminished, Li Yi sensed Dracula's life force returning to its previous state, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. You've grown complacent. It is time to strike. In a flash, Li Yi moved like a meteor, appearing before Dracula in an instant. His right fist, imbued with tremendous force, cut through the air with a howling wind, stirring the dust into a miniature vortex. This punch was akin to a long-anticipated cannonball, propelled with formidable might directly towards Dracula's head. The air was rent asunder by the ferocity of the blow, producing a sharp sonic boom. Dracula had been on high alert for Li Yi's assault, his muscles taut. Yet, he had slightly underestimated the speed and strength of Li Yi. As Li Yi's velocity reached its zenith, it was too late for Dracula to evade entirely. His body instinctively reacted, but his head could only shift slightly, and he was struck squarely by Li Ye's fist. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound, akin to a heavy hammer striking a war drum, causing the entire space to tremble. Chapter 72. Angel Anna. Li Ye's punch obliterated a significant portion of Dracula's head, splattering a grotesque mixture of red and white brain matter that appeared particularly ghastly in the dim light. The viscera splattered against the surrounding walls, leaving behind repulsive traces. The force of the blow sent Dracula's body flying backward. Boom. The tremendous impact created a gaping hole in the wall behind him, with bricks and debris scattering, raising a cloud of dust. Despite the grievous injury to his head, Dracula did not succumb. The vitality within him surged, fueled by his vampiric essence. A vivid crimson light oozed from his shattered skull, as if animated, swiftly mending the ruined flesh. Veins writhed like serpents, rapidly growing and reconnecting over his exposed skull. With a fierce roar, Dracula began his transformation. The body began to swell, bones cracking as though they sought to break free from the confines of flesh. The garments worn were relentlessly torn apart, revealing skin that was gradually becoming veined and marbled. In his vampiric transformation, his strength, speed, and defense surged dramatically. However, Dracula's metamorphosis was not accompanied by invincibility. His head had not fully healed, nor had his body completed its transformation when Li Yi launched another assault. A powerful gust of wind swept through the room, displacing the dust as Li Yi appeared before Dracula as if by teleportation. Observing Dracula, who was still roaring with his mouth agape, Li Yi wasted no time in delivering another punch. With a physique surpassing 5,000, he could reach supersonic speeds even in pure physical form. In moments of brief explosive bursts, he could even double that speed. Moreover, with the enhancement of his dark bloodline, his physical attributes had doubled, and his innate power had intensified. From the attributes previously shed by Dracula, it was evident that his physical prowess was extraordinarily formidable, even by human standards. Yet, before Li Yi, he was merely a target for punishment. Having previously relied on magical attacks, this time he yearned to experience the raw, visceral satisfaction of delivering devastating blows that would utterly crush his adversary. Dracula was taken aback by Li Ye's presence. "Are you truly a mage or a warrior?" he pondered, astonished by the extraordinary strength and speed displayed. In the face of Li Ye's incoming punch, Dracula could only raise his arms to shield his head. Veins bulged on his arms, muscles tensed to their utmost in a desperate attempt to withstand the impending strike. Yet, even such efforts proved futile. Dracula's defenses crumbled like fragile foam before Li Ye's onslaught. With a sharp crack, both of Dracula's arms were shattered, bone shards piercing through flesh. Blood and sinew reduced to a gruesome pulp under the force of Li Ye's blow. Unhindered, Li Ye's fist continued its trajectory toward the still-repairing head of Dracula. With a resounding impact, the fist struck Dracula's visage, obliterating what remained of his head, sending fragments of bone and flesh scattering in all directions. Li Yi then raised his left leg high, unleashing a whip-like kick that struck like lightning against Dracula's body. The muscles in his leg were taut, resembling forged steel. The resulting gust of wind once again stirred the dust around them. Dracula's headless form erupted under the force of Li Ye's kick, blood and body fragments splattering like a grotesque firework display. Li Yi was enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, shielding him from the ensuing chaos, leaving him untouched by the carnage. Having unleashed his power, the sensation of raw, unadulterated violence thrilled Li Yi. This experience, starkly different from that of wielding magic, was exhilarating in its own right. Alas, it was regrettable that Dracula was not a more worthy adversary, leaving Li Yi somewhat unfulfilled. He had not even exerted his full strength, yet Dracula was no more. Li Yi, in his current state, wielded formidable power with every casual punch and kick. The splattered blood and fragments of Dracula's body began to move oddly under Li Ye's gaze. However, after a brief tremor, they ceased their movements, seemingly conceding that even resurrection would not grant them the strength to confront Li Yi. Upon collecting the relevant attributes, source quality 5,000, life 3,000, spirit 2,000, constitution 1,000, dark bloodline 5,000, Li Yi felt the ancient castle tremble violently. Dark energy surged uncontrollably, and the aura of hell intensified. Li Yi, perplexed, sensed the tumultuous environment around him. Was Dracula's resurrection truly accompanied by such commotion? Contemplating this, Li dispelled the dark bloodline and swiftly made his way outside the castle. However, the scene that greeted him outside left him astounded. Anna floated in the air, a pair of pristine wings sprouting from her back. Radiant energy from the heavens surged into her being, enhancing the aura she exuded. As the light energy flowed in, another pair of immaculate wings gradually materialized. Although Dracula had previously mentioned that Anna was the reincarnation of an angel, Li had not anticipated her awakening would occur so swiftly. Could it truly be that by acquiring Dracula's power, he had disrupted the so-called balance, leading to Anna's awakening? Li speculated about Anna's angelic identity. In the original Van Helsing narrative, after Dracula's demise, Anna's soul ascended to heaven and transformed into an angel. Anna possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of battling vampires and surviving unscathed from falls of several dozen meters. These details attested to her exceptional constitution. If she was indeed the reincarnation of an angel, her remarkable resilience would not be surprising. Li approached Anna and the others, inquiring about the situation. What transpired? Upon seeing Li's safe return, Annie expressed her relief. Not long after you left, Anna sensed something was amiss, and then she began to emanate light. Suddenly, a pair of wings unfurled from her back, and she slowly ascended into the air, transforming into her current form. Is she truly an angel? Before Li could respond, Van Helsing interjected, Indeed, Anna is an angel. In our efforts to combat Dracula, we once summoned an angel, and that angel was Anna. Long ago, she sacrificed her own power to empower the Ten-Dragon Ring, suppressing the dark forces of hell. Now, with Dracula being repeatedly vanquished, the balance has been disrupted, allowing the excess light energy to gradually return to Anna's being. Li harbored significant doubts regarding Van Helsing, questioning his trustworthiness. He inquired, Did you know all along that Anna is the reincarnation of an angel? What else remains unspoken between us? Dracula had revealed that Van Helsing was once a close friend of his, and that he had previously served as a dragon knight for the Vatican. It was evident they shared a history, yet Van Helsing chose to withhold such information. What secrets could he possibly be concealing? Upon hearing Li's probing, Van Helsing cast a complex gaze towards the castle, heaving a sigh as he responded. It seems Dracula has divulged these matters to you. It was not my intention to keep this from you. Rather, I deem these events as not particularly favorable and unnecessary to recount. Should I declare that God is a heartless being, unwilling to safeguard even the families of his devoted followers? At that moment, Anna's aura intensified, and a pair of pristine white wings sprouted from her back. Li turned to behold Anna's transformation. Her visage had altered significantly, and her hair gradually shifted to a crimson hue. Could this indeed be her true form? Yet, this appearance felt oddly familiar. An angel entwined with malevolent forces? Absurd.